The story kicks off on a stormy night, high on a battlefield piled with corpses. At the summit stood Qin Feng, battered, bloodied, and aged 100-fold due to a cruel curse, yet still triumphant. Against all odds, he had conquered the legendary ruins of the ancient god. A woman, blade in hand, stepped forward. With a smirk, she admired his feat then. Without hesitation, she claimed the divine relic, the Eye of Judgment. Barely clinging to life, Qin Feng looked up and asked why she, of all people, was doing this to him. That woman was his sister, or so he thought. Her name was Qin Xiaoyu, and she didn't flinch. Her voice was cold as ice. She reminded him that he was just an orphan taken in by her parents. They shared no blood, no bond. To her, he was nothing. Just then, a man with golden hair stepped into view. Song Fei. Resting a hand on Qin Xiaoyu's shoulder, he flashed a smug grin, clutching the divine artifact. "Thanks, Qin Feng," he said. "Without you, none of this would have been possible." The betrayal was complete. The blade lodged in Qin Feng's chest, soul-stealing steel. Song Fei had planted it there himself, draining what was left of his life in one blow. As if mocking him, he asked how the gift felt. Qin Feng had raised Qin Xiaoyu after their parents passed, supported her schooling, protected her when the world descended into chaos. He'd sacrificed everything, and now, all he got in return was this. Qin Xiaoyu looked him dead in the eye. To her, he had always been a burden, bossing her around, controlling her life. Back then, his strength was useful, but now that she and Song Fei had what they wanted, he was just dead weight. Song Fei lunged for the kill, promising he'd take care of Qin Xiaoyu from now on. As the final blow fell, Qin Feng swore he wouldn't let them get away with this. Then, everything went black. The year was 2025, the year the godforsaken game arrived. In this new world, lifespan became the only currency. Die, and you'd lose years. Kill, and you'd gain them. Lifespan could buy you real-world power, superhuman strength, blades that cut steel, even the ability to shrug off nuclear blasts. Everything had changed. Qin Feng had fought tooth and nail to survive, alongside his sister. They clawed their way through trials, disasters, and near death, eventually climbing into the world's top 100 powerhouses. He gave everything, and in the end, it all meant nothing. His hard-earned glory handed over to traitors. If he had another chance, he vowed, he'd live only for himself. And just like that, he opened his eyes. He was in his old room. Sitting upright in a panic, he scanned his surroundings. It was real. He was alive. He grabbed his phone, and the date confirmed it. Looking out the window, he saw the city skyline, just as it had been 9 years ago. The day the game began. He had been reborn. The day after the Forsaken game descended onto Earth, Qin Xiaoyu stormed into the house, kicking the door wide open. She froze for a second, seeing Qin Feng casually sipping coffee. Her voice erupted with rage. Why hadn't he answered her calls? She kicked over the trash, in frustration. Qin Feng quietly watched her, remembering this exact moment from his past life. The day everything spiraled. That day, they'd had a huge fight, all because of Song Fei. Posters of that fake idol still hung on her wall. Before the world fell into chaos, Song Fei was a minor underground celebrity. To outsiders, he sparkled. But behind the scenes, he was a predator, conning fans out of their money and worse. Qin Xiaoyu was obsessed, and Qin Feng, knowing the truth, had tried everything to keep her away from him. But no matter what he did, he was always the bad guy, the one accused of controlling her life. Now, with venom in her tone, she pointed a finger at him and yelled, "Are you deaf? It's your fault Song Fei didn't take the top spot this month." She threatened him. If he didn't hand over money to boost Song Fei's ranking, she'd really lose it. Qin Feng didn't flinch. Instead, his hand moved. One slap, swift and cold, sent her crashing to the floor. Her cheeks swelled instantly. Blood trickled from her nose. Her eyes welled up. Shocked and trembling, she couldn't believe what had just happened. Qin Feng stared down at her. His voice cut like a blade. He wasn't interested in arguing. If she didn't shut up, he warned he'd shut her up himself. He tossed a credit card at her. "This is all that's left for Mom and Dad," he said. "All these years, no matter how bad things got, I never touched it. For their sake. But that ended today." He turned away. "From now on, I have no sister." Tears streamed down her face, but anger burned in her eyes. Qin Feng didn't look back. In his last life, he sacrificed far too much for her. Missed out on countless opportunities, skipped rare dungeon runs, all because he was busy protecting someone who would only stab him in the back. Not this time. He took out a bottle of sleeping pills, downed them with water, and lay back. Free from the burden, he was finally going to go far. With knowledge from the future, he'd outpace everyone. Qin Xiaoyu was on her own now, and Song Fei, Qin Feng would be coming for his head. As he drifted off, he found himself once more in the Hall of Choice. This place had been so overwhelming the first time. Back then, he panicked for hours before settling on a class. He chose warrior, not because it was strong, but because it could protect Qin Xiaoyu. That choice cost him everything. Now, unchained, he knew what he needed: speed, flexibility, kill power. Without hesitation, he picked the assassin class. But then something happened. A notification appeared. Divine artifact. Eye of Judgment successfully bound. The artifact awakened, its passive ability now active. And as Qin Feng stepped into the Forsaken game once again, the real game finally began. To his shock, a new message appeared. Highest ranking profession and talent automatically acquired. Qin Feng stared at the screen, stunned. The Eye of Judgment had fully bonded with him after his rebirth. Now he understood. The artifact could only recognize its true master. Even if someone stole it, it would be completely useless. Maybe, just maybe, that's why he'd come back to life. Darkness surged toward him, sinking into his body. His form began to shift. His hair turned white. His presence vanished into the shadows. He had become Shadow, the peak hidden class for assassins. This was a world apart from the warrior class he chose in his past life. Just unlocking this path gave him immense strength. But the real surprise came next. He remembered something important. Every class had a slim chance of evolving into a rare hidden tier. Almost impossible. But with the authority of judgment, that chance became a guarantee. The system spoke. Authority of judgment, the oldest and most primal power in the universe, transcends all rules and systems. For now, Qin Feng couldn't use it actively. He lacked divinity, but its passive effect, fully online. This revelation hit hard. In his previous life, it wasn't until year 7 brutal years into the Forsaken game, that a player finally managed to escape the God-abandoned realm and touch the realm of order. Only then did humanity learn of higher powers. And even after that, no one had ever wielded true order. Yet here, he was standing at the starting line, already holding a force stronger than order itself. His goal shifted. If he could escape this realm and enter the realm of order, if he gained divinity, he could unleash this authority in full. The system chimed again. Profession selection complete. Please enter your game alias. He paused for a moment, then typed Shadow, and with that, he was transported into the God-abandoned realm. A vast wasteland, broken, deadly, crawling with monsters that feasted on lifespan. Survival here was a constant struggle. Players could leave the safe zone, hunt beasts, and earn tradable lifespan. But death? Death meant losing half their remaining years, tradable and not. Qin Feng landed in Shell Town, a rare safe zone. No monsters, no PvP, but time ticked away all the same, slowly draining their lifespan. All around, new players appeared, randomly pulled in while sleeping after meals or collapsing from exhaustion at work. Confused, terrified, helpless. But all eyes turned to Qin Feng. His aura was different. His gear was different. Some noticed the twin daggers at his sides and guessed he was an assassin. But even then, something was off. This wasn't a regular class. And soon, powerhouses from across the globe would begin arriving one by one, changing the entire balance of this new world. If Qin Feng wanted to stay ahead, he couldn't waste a second. Time didn't wait, and neither would he. Just then, a flash of light. 3 men and an archer materialized in town. They looked battered, pale, panicked, drenched in sweat. One collapsed to the ground. They just died in the wild. And they were furious. Their target? A weak level 1 crawler. At least, that's what they thought. But with a single bite, the monster had wiped out all 4 of them, instantly draining their lifespan to 0. The group had only managed to chip away a third of the monster's health, together, before it wiped them out. Now, their lifespan had been halved. Panic set in as they turned to their archer, Lizzie, asking what they should do next. Qin Feng quietly watched her. She was holding a short bow. Archers usually started with those, but something fell off. She wasn't ordinary. She had a hidden class too. Lizzie noticed him studying her. She smiled softly and called out, asking if he wanted to team up. The monsters out there were brutal, and they couldn't take them on solo. Her team had already been wiped once. They had experience now. But Qin Feng didn't slow down. No thanks, he replied and walked on. Her teammates scoffed behind him, calling him a pretender. 5 of them couldn't handle a low-level beast. What made this guy think he could go solo? To them, he was just throwing his life away. Curious, Lizzie pulled up the system interface. Alias, Shadow. That name alone was unusual. Qin Feng headed toward the town's edge. Lizzie couldn't help but trail after him. Maybe they could learn something. At worst, they'd watch him die. At best, they might pick up some monster data or skill insights. The God-abandoned realm was unforgiving. A single mistake could erase years from your life. Lizzie didn't know how she'd ended up here, but with her experience in online games, she'd quickly formed a team. Still, that first monster they faced had crushed them. They thought it was a weak crawler. It wasn't. No level 1 player should have tried that fight. Lizzie understood that now. Her friends were still bitter. One of them, the team's assassin, grumbled about Qin Feng's weapon. While he had a standard dagger, Qin Feng wielded a short blade, a rare start. Even worse, Qin Feng was faster than him. Faster than an assassin? That shouldn't be possible. And his outfit, completely different from standard class gear. Something about this guy didn't add up. Lizzie decided to keep following. Qin Feng noticed. He turned, eyes locked in their direction. Startled, Lizzie ducked back into cover, unsure if he had seen them. Too late. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. No trace. No sound. Just gone. He had used Shadow Sneak, a stealth ability that erased him from sight. The group stared, stunned. Even the assassin recognized it. That's an advanced stealth skill, he muttered. He's invisible. Qin Feng was gone. Lizzie shook her head. It was too risky to keep chasing. They'd already lost half their lifespan. They needed to regroup, find NPCs, and search for treasure chests or hidden quests. Anything that could boost their odds. Meanwhile, Qin Feng moved like a ghost through the terrain. Shadow Sneak cloaked him, allowing him to slip into stealth. Attacking would break the effect, but that first strike would hit harder than anything else. And thanks to stealth mastery, his stealth lasted longer and was harder to detect. Not even monsters could sense him. The Shadow class wasn't just rare, it was lethal. Normal assassins at this level were easy to spot. Not Qin Feng. He was untouchable. Watching Lizzie and her friends blunder around, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. They were still clinging to beginner mindsets. Shell Town didn't offer real strength. It was just a starting point. A safe zone. The real power? That lay beyond the gates. In this game, we players were nothing more than food for the monsters. Seconds ticked by, and Qin Feng's stealth wore off. For now, the duration was short, but thankfully, the cooldown had already started the moment he activated it. Just a few more seconds, and he'd be able to vanish again. A glowing window opened in front of him, his status screen. Codename, Shadow. Class, Shadow. Non-tradable lifespan, 75 years. Tradable lifespan, 0. Stats, Strength, 13. Constitution, 13. Agility, 18. Spirit, 15. Every player began with a flat 10 points in each stat. Classes gave small bonuses. In his past life, when he picked Warrior, he'd only gained +3 in Strength and Constitution. But now, Shadow had buffed all his stats, and his agility alone had jumped by 8 points. He still had 5 unassigned attribute points. Most people rushed to boost Strength or Spirit to raise their attack power, physical or magical. That was a mistake. Without hesitation, Qin Feng dumped all 5 points into agility, pushing it to 23. In the early stages, no matter how you built your stats, monsters would always hit harder. The only way to survive and win was to never get hit. Speed was the key. Then he felt it. Movement behind a tree. His eyes locked on the figure of a level 1 crawler. Just a normal grade monster, except something was wrong. It was evolving. Qin Feng tensed. This was the same creature that had wiped out Lizzie and her team. It was still absorbing lifespan from its victims, and it was injured, down a chunk of health. The moment it sensed him, the crawler lunged. But Qin Feng jumped aside, dodging cleanly. He understood now. When monsters killed players, they could absorb their lifespan. Enough of it, and they would evolve into something far worse. No time to waste. Qin Feng triggered Shadow Sneak, drawing his short blade as his body faded into invisibility. The crawler snarled, spinning in place, searching. It sensed something was off, but couldn't see him. Suddenly, from above, Qin Feng reappeared midair. Stealth break strike. He crashed down, driving the short blade straight into the monster's head. 174 damage. The crawler crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Plus 10 experience. Qin Feng blinked. He hadn't expected a one-shot kill. Then he remembered, crawlers have a weak spot at the nape. A precise hit there triggered a critical. A system notification popped up. Skill unlocked. Backstab. Attacked from outside, an enemy's vision deal double damage. So that was it. Backstab, stacked with stealth break, and a critical to the weak point. The damage had multiplied brutally. He stared down at the body, silent. In his past life, even with critical hits, his warrior strikes barely did 40 damage. Every crawler fight was a death match that left him one mistake away from the grave. Now, one clean hit. No risk. The monster's body dissolved, leaving behind a glowing orb. Lifespan. Qin Feng clenched his fist around it, and the power surged into him. Plus 3 days of tradable lifespan. Plus 54 years, 155 days of non-tradable lifespan. 5 players had died here. Each probably lost 20 to 30 years of their life. The crawler had absorbed it all, and yet Qin Feng had only recovered 54 years. Because the monster got it first. Though non-tradable lifespan couldn't be sold or used for upgrades, something unexpected happened. The Eye of Judgment stirred. Its authority activated once more. Qin Feng gained a new talent, infinite evolution. From now on, whenever he killed monsters alone, there was a chance to earn evolution points, a currency used to enhance skills beyond their normal limits. Every 24 hours, he would passively gain 5 points, and defeating any boss-class monster solo would guarantee more. Right now, he had 5 to spend. In his previous life, he had never heard of anything like this. No matter what loot monsters dropped, equipment, skill books, it was all locked to a fixed grade. No one had ever found a way to evolve skills. This was something that broke every rule of the game, a power beyond the system itself. He decided to test it out. Qinfeng upgraded Shadow, Sneak, and Backstab, spending 4 points in total. The results were instant. Shadow Sneak went from normal to bronze grade. Duration increased from 12 to 16 seconds. Break attack bonus boosted from plus 60% to plus 90%. Cooldown reduced by 2 seconds. Backstab jumped from inferior to normal. Bonus damage increased by 5%. Now with Stealth Mastery, that 16-second stealth doubled to a full 32 seconds. That meant he could stay invisible indefinitely, timing each cooldown perfectly to never be seen. Had he unlocked this earlier, even a full health crawler wouldn't have stood a chance. Just then, a cocky voice rang out nearby. A boy, walking beside a woman, spotted Qinfeng and laughed. Man, this game's easy. Even a twig like that guy took down a monster. The woman smiled, nodding in approval. With that body, he could probably take on 10 players at once. The boy puffed out his chest and promised to protect her. Then he turned to Qinfeng with a smug grin. Hey, want to team up? Qinfeng didn't answer. He sensed something behind them. Danger. Without a word, he activated Shadow, Sneak, and vanished. The boy blinked. Huh, did I scare him off? The air shifted. Suddenly, a massive spider dropped from the trees. Level 1, bronze grade monster, Nurturer. The couple didn't stand a chance. In seconds, it tore them apart. Qinfeng watched from the shadows. He remembered this monster well. It was a starter boss, deceptively strong with 16 HP bars, and it controlled a swarm of smaller spiders. Most rookies who tried to fight it never made it back. As the spider began to feast, Qinfeng moved in, using the distraction to test his upgraded abilities. Stealth Break Strike. He dove from above, blade piercing the Nurturer's eye. 338 damage. The spider shrieked and lashed out, but Qinfeng reacted instantly, dodging just in time. Still, he took 9 damage from a stray strike. His HP? Only 130. If that hit had landed clean, he'd be dead. But the impact, it was insane. Over 300 damage from a single blow? Even he was surprised. The Nurturer screeched and went berserk, crushing trees in a wild frenzy. Qinfeng knew these monsters weren't dumb. This one had realized it was being hunted. It began swinging blindly, trying to force him out of hiding. Even the little spiders joined in, scuttling in formation. Rushing in now would be suicide. So, while it was still searching, Qinfeng grabbed a rock. Thwack! It smashed into the spider's abdomen. Minus 299 damage. Direct hit. He picked up another. And just like that, he realized something crucial. His greatest weapon wasn't just his blade. It was precision, thanks to his class skill enhancements and the passive bonuses from Stealth Ambush Strike. Qinfeng realized something unexpected. Even throwing rocks dealt serious damage. As long as he was hidden and hit from outside the enemy's vision, he could trigger the effects of ambush, backstab, and weak point attack. So his strategy was simple. Wait for Shadow Sneak to come off cooldown, then strike again. When the cooldown reset, he lobbed another rock. Minus 279 damage. Another solid hit. Then, without wasting time, he activated Shadow, Sneak again. Stay hidden. Wait. Strike. Repeat. Back in Shell Town, something massive happened. The leaderboard updated. Player, Shadow. Boss killed. Bronze grade Nurturer. Level 2. Ranking first. Gasps spread across the town. Most players were still dying to basic mobs. And here was someone who had already killed a boss and hit level 2. It didn't make sense. Lizzie and her teammates stared in disbelief. They had been wiped out by that same spider, together. And yet Qinfeng had killed it alone? They were convinced it had to be a bug. Meanwhile, the woman and the musclehead who had just respawned were frozen in shock. That weak-looking guy they ran into? He was Shadow. He had killed the very creature that had just torn them apart. Back in the forest, the system chimed again. Boss killed. Bronze grade Nurturer. Plus 300 XP. Plus 2 evolution points. Leaderboard unlocked. Shelltown ranking. Plus 1 reputation point. Qinfeng exhaled as the massive spider's body collapsed. He stepped forward and began absorbing the released lifespan. The moment the boss died, its minions scattered. A waste. If he'd killed the small spiders first, he could have earned even more experience. He made a mental note to avoid that mistake next time. Still, the rewards were impressive. Plus 46 days of tradable lifespan. A skill book, Greedy Hand, bronze quality. And a weapon, Corrosive Dagger. 35 damage. Plus 4 agility. He learned Greedy Hand instantly. The skill gave him a 20% chance to obtain extra loot from defeated enemies. An absolute jackpot for any assassin. Qinfeng blinked. A skill like this from a low-level boss? He hadn't expected it. In his past life, this was considered a god-tier looter skill, especially in the late game. Bosses at that level dropped rare gear, and having a chance at double loot changed everything. He remembered someone from the Godslayer Guild, a guy with average combat skills, but just because he had greedy hand, he became a VIP. The guild even assigned him a personal bodyguard to protect him on dungeon runs. Qinfeng's eyes narrowed. If he combined this skill with infinite evolution, not only could he boost the drop rate, but also multiply the loot rewards endlessly. The possibilities were insane. The next morning, students were heading to school. Qin Xiaoyou's friend glanced at her. "You're really not going to call your brother? Maybe apologize?" She reminded her. They skipped the exam yesterday to secretly go support Song Fei. "I'm sure Qinfeng's upset." But Qin Xiaoyu shook her head, arms crossed. "I didn't do anything wrong. He's the one who made us late." In her mind, he owed her an apology. Her friend sighed. "Still, he's always treated you well. Don't you think he deserves?" Qin Xiaoyou's friend glanced at her bruised face, lowering her voice. "What happened to you?" Xiaoyu stood her ground, brushing it off. "I tripped. That's all." She wasn't about to admit that Qinfeng had hit her. In her mind, he was just meddling again, always try to control her life. When they arrived at school, a large group of students had gathered in front of the classroom, whispering in confusion. Curious, the friend pushed through the crowd. Inside, she froze. Zhang Wei's body was fading, becoming semi-transparent. One of his friends tried to explain. He said he was going to take a nap, and the next thing we knew, he looked like that. But this wasn't just happening here. It was spreading fast. Reports were flooding in from around the world. Online forums, news alerts, emergency broadcasts. People everywhere were entering this ghost-like state the moment they fell asleep. No one knew why. No one had answers. Xiaoyou's friend went pale and pulled out her phone to call her parents. She turned to Xiaoyu. "You should call your brother, just in case." But Xiaoyu shook her head coldly. "I'd rather see him dead than talk to him." Meanwhile, deep in the god-abandoned realm, Qinfeng was evolving. He had just upgraded Greedy Hand from bronze to gold. The loot bonus? Now a massive 70% chance to earn extra drops from defeated enemies. And the moment he activated it, the skill rewarded him with +2 evolution points, plus 46 days of tradable lifespan. He grinned and clenched his fist. Every bit of progress counted. He knew that upgrading Greedy Hand to the next tier, level 3, would cost 3 more points. But once he hit that mark, his loot chance would spike to 100%. Guaranteed. Qinfeng's mind shifted to the real world. By now, the world governments must have caught on. More and more people were being dragged into the Forsaken game. It wouldn't be long before the truth came out, that skills and equipment could be extracted into reality. And once that secret spread, chaos. But to extract anything, 2 things were required. Reach level 10. Accumulate enough tradable lifespan. He had no time to waste. Killing low-level mobs was inefficient. He needed to find stronger bosses. Qinfeng equipped his bronze corrosive dagger, gaining +35 attack and +4 agility. Then activated Shadow Stealth and vanished, slipping unseen through the deadly terrain. As he moved across the land, a noise caught his ear, fighting. He followed the sound to the edge of a cliff and peered down. A level 2 sprint predator, bronze grade, was locked in battle with a group of players. It charged, claws slicing the air, but its strike was blocked by a man wielding a massive shield and mace. Wang Meng. Qinfeng's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected to run into him this early. So the rumors were true. When Wang Meng first entered the Forsaken game, he'd immediately formed a team of hidden class players, 6 in total, each with rare abilities. Now, Wang Meng stood at the front line and activated his class skill, Holy Barrier. A golden wall of light burst around him, repelling the predator's attack with ease. His class? Holy Shield Warrior, twice the base stats of a normal warrior. And that wasn't all. Wang Meng also had a terrifying passive, innate invincibility. While the predator was distracted, the team's mage launched a fireball, striking the creature square in the arm. Her class? A hidden path mage known as Prophet, which doubled her magic damage and came with a built-in skill, Prophetic Fireball. Meanwhile, the archer readied her bow. She was a sharp-edged shooter, a hidden archer class with double the stats of a normal archer and access to rapid shot, a high-speed, high-precision volley attack. The priest? An oracle priest, another rare class with enhanced healing power and a group-wide recovery ability. The mage and archer launched their coordinated strike, but the predator was too fast. It twisted its body mid-leap, dodging both projectiles with ease, then lunged at Wang Meng, forcing him back. The archer froze. "It's too fast," she muttered, her confidence shaken. The priest quickly cast a heal, restoring Wang Meng's health. He gritted his teeth and made a call. "Keep up the pressure." whittle it down slowly. They'd win through endurance. But from where Qin Feng watched, hidden high in the trees, it was obvious. Wang Ming had made a critical mistake. This wasn't a game arena, it was the wild. And in the wild, prolonged battles always drew attention. Right on cue, two new monsters appeared from the woods, level 2 corruptors. Dark brown creatures, oozing mud, specialized in range attacks. The team's swordsman charged, swinging his blade. His class? Unknown, but definitely a hidden one. He landed a hit. Minus 33 damage. That was it. Their defense was way too high. One corruptor vomited a thick sludge, coating the swordsman's legs. Groundbind. His movement speed plummeted. The second corruptor turned and locked onto the mage. She tried to run, panic overtaking her, tears starting to form. But before the beast could reach her, a blur shot through the trees. Qin Feng struck. One clean cut. 441 damage. The corruptor's head hit the ground before its body realized it was dead. Everyone froze. Who did that? The mage blinked, stunned. She hadn't seen anyone. The swordsman used his weapon to pull himself up, still stuck in the sludge. When he saw the decapitated monster, his eyes widened. We needed 5 people to kill a level 1 corruptor, he muttered. And someone just soloed a level 2? The second corruptor tried to recover and attack. Too slow. Qin Feng moved like lightning. Another clean strike. Decapitation. The swordsman began to tremble. Did anyone see who that was? Not me. The archer stammered. Same here, the mage added. Wang Ming stepped forward, tried to keep order. Focus. Don't get distracted. But inside, he was rattled. He could only hope that whoever it was on their side. From high above, Qin Feng watched them from a tree branch, perfectly hidden. The sprint predator still remained. But for now, he was content. The system displayed his rewards for the kills. Plus 40 experience. Plus 1 evolution point. Skill book, Venom Dart common. Plus 8 days of tradable lifespan. He wasted no time. Venom Dart was perfect, a mid-range skill that dealt poison damage. With 1 evolution point, he upgraded it. The skill jumped to level 2, and its quality rose from common to silver. Now it fired a lethal poison dart, precise and deadly at range. Venom Dart, range, 14 meters. Impact damage, 120. Status effect, Venom, 50% damage per second for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Non-stackable. The predator charged again. Wang Ming braced behind his shield and barely managed to block. But in that moment, the monster's bladed limb pierced through his stomach. Blood spattered as he collapsed, his shield and mace hitting the ground with a heavy clang. The creature didn't hesitate. It drove its other limb into him, twisting cruelly. The archer trembled. The priest panicked. His healing spells weren't fast enough. Wang Ming groaned, struggling to speak. Run, get out of here. Suddenly, thwip. A dart tore through the air. Qin Feng's venom dart buried itself deep into the monster's skull. 845 damage. Everyone froze. The predator recoiled, venom already eating through the wound. Then it collapsed, twitching violently as the status effect kicked in. 324 additional damage, pulsing through its body in waves. In mere seconds, the boss was dead. The mage and archer just stood there, stunned. That single attack had shredded half of the boss's HP. But the poison, the real killer, kept chipping away. Because Qin Feng had dealt over 90% of the total damage, the loot was his. Boss killed. Sprint Predator, bronze grade. Plus 600 XP. Level up, level 3. Plus 2 evolution points. Plus 55 days tradable lifespan. He hadn't expected the damage over time effect from Venom Dart to trigger his class's passive, but it had. He was invisible. He was untouchable. And now, he could spam deadly darts from the shadows. And early and mid-game, nothing could stop him. Loot began to shimmer and rise from the boss's corpse. Wang Ming, injured and leaning on his teammates, stared at the aftermath. The predator was torn apart, and its killer hadn't even shown himself. Seconds later, the loot vanished into Qin Feng's inventory. Wang Ming stood upright, blood still dripping. Thank you for saving us. Qin Feng didn't reply right away. Then, calmly, he said, Out here, don't trust anyone too easily. The team went silent. Even Wang Ming was momentarily stunned. But then, he gave a small nod. Sound advice. We won't forget it. Before Qin Feng could leave, he added, If you ever need anything, come find me. I owe you one. Qin Feng glanced back, but said nothing. Still, a thought crossed his mind. Wang Ming might be trustworthy. He had backing from Daxia's government, and that meant resources, potential connections for selling extra loot. Qin Feng used Greedy Hand one last time. Plus 3 evolution points. Plus 55 days tradable lifespan. Loot acquired. Sprint Predator's leather greaves, bronze quality. He equipped the greaves. Plus 9 physical defense. Plus 5 all elemental resistances. Plus 15% cooldown speed. A solid upgrade, especially for a stealth assassin. His inventory was now full of gear and skill books, more than he ever had this early in his previous life. Time to return to town. Time to trade it all in for lifespan. His eyes gleamed. This time, his growth was 100 times faster. Not far away, in another part of the forest, a different group of players was in trouble. Surrounded, outnumbered, the monsters were closing in. They tried to escape, but before they could, a much larger beast emerged from the trees. Thorns, vines, speed. Before anyone could scream, the creature lashed out. One swing, and the entire party fell. They respawned in town, fuming. No matter where they went, the monsters always appeared in packs. And worst of all, they ran when they were injured. It was said that to truly survive out there, you had to be at least level 3. The game felt unbeatable. Some players began to wonder if the problem was their numbers. Maybe 3 just wasn't enough. They started suggesting bigger teams, 6 or even 10 people. But others pushed back. One player reminded them how a group of 10 got completely wiped out after being surrounded. More people didn't mean safety, it meant risk. Attracting attention could trigger a boss, and recently, a 40-player team had accidentally awakened a curse master. It struck once. Over 30 were dead instantly. Meanwhile, Lizzy's team respawned back in town. If they couldn't hit level 3, they'd be stuck in the game permanently. Everyone there had fallen asleep in the real world. Now, only their consciousness was trapped in this nightmare. If they didn't escape, their real bodies would waste away. Lizzy was at her limit. Why was the game this brutal? Her friend was spiraling, 3 deaths already, and their lifespan bar was now below 10 years. At this rate, they wouldn't just lose in the game, they'd die for real. Then Lizzy noticed something. Shadow was already level 3. How? He must have found a trick. That was their only hope. If he could carry them to level 3, they could get out. Clenching her fists, Lizzy gave a firm command. Spread the word. They had to find Shadow and get him on their side. She was willing to pay him 10 million cash if they made it back to the real world. Her teammates were stunned, but she knew no one could ignore that kind of money. Back in the forest, our guy was grinding. Qinfeng had just taken down a level 2 polluter, gaining 20 XP and 1 evolution point. After absorbing the monster's lifespan, he checked his stats. He'd built up 5 evolution points already. Time to spend them. He chose to upgrade Greedy Hand. The boost was wild. It jumped from Platinum to Emerald tier. Loot drops were now 160% more likely, and there was a 20% chance that extra loot would be a whole tier higher. Qinfeng grinned. This was game-changing. If he kept upgrading it, he could hit 100%, maybe even 200%. Rain poured through the trees. That's when he spotted it. Curse Master, a bronze tier boss, slowly devouring life energy as it evolved towards silver tier status. No wonder it wiped out that 40-man team. Qinfeng wasn't scared, but there was a problem. His inventory was full. Even if he killed it now, he couldn't take the loot. So he marked the spot on his map. That monster wasn't going anywhere. He'd clear space, come back, and take it down properly. Back in town, word was spreading fast. Someone was offering 10 million to get Shadow, the top-ranked player, to help them level up. People were dying. Lifespans were dropping. The rich were scrambling to find a way out, which meant the poor were being left behind. While players whispered and argued in the streets, Qinfeng walked into town and jaws dropped. Calmly, he activated the system menu and set up a market stall. The system broadcast went live. A player had opened a stall to sell gear and skills, but it would only be active for 10 minutes. The entire town was stunned. Everyone turned to look. The man behind the stall was wearing 2 pieces of bronze tier equipment, and he was selling 2 more. People couldn't wrap their heads around it. Had he really taken down a bronze tier boss? One player asked why they couldn't see the seller's face. Another explained he'd activated the face concealment feature. In this game, your avatar matched your real appearance, so hiding your face was a good way to stay anonymous. Clearly, this guy wanted to stay a mystery. A mage walked up to the stall, curiosity in her eyes. How much for the ice cone spell? She asked. 100 days of tradable lifespan. Qinfeng replied without flinching. She was Grey Rose, the 11th ranked player in Shelltown. Her face was concealed too. Rose raised an eyebrow. That was a lot. She tried to bargain, asking if he could lower the price. Qinfeng calmly explained, Ice Cone's a common tier spell, but it gives a major farming boost in the early game. 100 days is already a great deal. She asked if he'd accept real-world money instead. Qinfeng refused. If you got cash, buy tradable lifespan first, then come back. I won't sell until I get what it's worth. Rose paused, thinking it over. She switched to team chat and asked her squad what they thought. They'd hit level 2 quickly under her lead, and none of them objected. With Ice Cone, they could reach level 3 even faster. And right now, escaping was more important than hoarding resources. She promised to repay them once they got out and had her whole team transfer their tradable lifespan to her. Rose handed over the 100 days to Qinfeng. He looked over her teammates. Everyone was level 2. That meant they'd probably taken out 30 to 40 crawlers by now. Their lifespan pool had to be far bigger than just 100 days. Qinfeng sold the spell and updated his stat panel. His tradable lifespan jumped from 268 days to 368. Just then, Lizzie showed up. She was thrilled. She'd finally found Shadow. With a confident grin, she made her pitch, help her reach level 3, and in return, she'd give him 10 million in real-world cash once they got back. Everyone nearby froze in disbelief. This wasn't just any player. This was Jiangli. In Qinfeng's past life, she'd run a criminal empire, one that was eventually crushed by the government. With a smug smile, she added, "My father's the president of Dejiang Industries." Don't believe me? Look it up. Rumors have followed her for years. Stories of her buying people's lifespan with cash, then kidnapping them for forced labor. Those who resisted, gone, murdered. Qinfeng rejected her offer instantly. No hesitation. He knew exactly what kind of person she was. Lizzie shrugged. "You're strong, I'll admit it. But none of us really understand how this game works yet. Team up with me. I'll give you everything. Cars, mansions, women. Anything you want." But Qinfeng didn't even blink. He told her to stop getting in the way of his business. He understood better than anyone. Cash was already worthless. Soon, the only currency that would matter was lifespan. Lizzie crossed her arms, arrogance all over her face. "If this was the real world," she scoffed, "I'd have taught you a lesson you'd never forget." But Qinfeng wasn't in the mood for threats. His gaze sharpened, cold and cutting. "Say one more word," he warned, "and I'll kill you until your lifespan hits 0. The air shifted. The weight of his words slammed into Lizzie and her crew like a wall. No one dared test him. In the next instant, they bolted, vanishing down the street without a second glance. A few minutes later, the final item at Qinfeng's stall, Gleam Robe of Tear, Bronze Tear, was sold. His tradable lifespan now sat at a massive 546 days. With his inventory cleared out, it was time. He turned his focus back to the forest, back to the Curse Master. Activating stealth, he vanished from sight. No one knew it yet, but tradable lifespan didn't just matter in the game. It could bring skills into reality. This wasn't just a game anymore. It was the beginning of something that would tear the real world apart. Soon, all the power, status, and money people clung to would mean nothing. Only strength would matter. Meanwhile, Lizzie and her team had slowed down, panting from the sprint. Lizzie was still fuming. "He rejected me, then had the nerve to threaten me," she muttered. Her eyes narrowed. "I swear, once I'm back in the real world, I'll find him, and I'll kill him." As she seethed, a man strolled over. Mao Lijun, better known as Old Mao. "I'm level 2, he said coolly, "and I got a few tricks for fast leveling. If Shadow doesn't want her 10 million, I'll take it." Lizzie raised an eyebrow. "What tricks?" Old Mao smiled. "Usually I don't share, but for you, I'll make an exception. You want to level up fast? Dump all your attribute points into agility. Boost your speed. You'll outrun most monsters and kill without taking hits." Lizzie's eyes widened. She put everything into strength. "You've got a deal," she said after a moment, "but you're not getting 10 million. 5 tops. You're no Shadow." Old Mao didn't complain. Fair enough. Still weird that he turned down the money. While they plotted, Qinfeng reached the spot he'd marked on the map. Still in stealth, he spotted the Curse Master again. Now, a silver tier boss. The dense, swirling gray fog around it showed it was still evolving. He didn't plan to wait. Activating Venom Dart, he struck from the shadows, 659 damage from the stealth hit. Poison set in, chewing away at the monster, 219 damage per second. Qinfeng surged forward, casting Shadow Sneak, closing the distance. He knew silver bosses had 2 or 3 times the health of bronze ones. But suddenly, the monster started channeling a massive spell. Its hands glowed, swelling with dangerous magical energy. Qinfeng realized he might need 2 or 3 more venom darts to finish it off. Before he could act, the monster released a devastating blast, flattening everything nearby. "This thing's a magic-type boss," he muttered, retreating fast. "Massive AoE, and I'm toast if it hits me once." He darted back into cover, still cloaked. His health and defense weren't enough to tank even one of those hits. And the fight had just begun. The monster began charging up another massive attack, its hulking form slowly turning toward Qinfeng. But he didn't panic. He stayed low, gliding across the battlefield with careful precision. His hidden shadow skill was still on cooldown, so he'd have to wait, watch, and strike when the boss let its guard down. The strategy was simple. Wait for the opening, hit fast, and vanish before the monster could retaliate. And then it happened. The Curse Master stumbled. Just for a moment, its attention slipping. That was the signal. Qinfeng lunged forward, unleashing Venom Dart again. The strike hit dead on, slicing through the air and drilling into the monster's side. 659 damage. The poison spread instantly, eating away at the creature's health, 219 per second. Sensing danger, the monster tried to retreat. But Qinfeng was relentless. He chased it down, eyes sharp, never blinking. The boss was weakening fast. Its panic showed in every step. And then, he was gone. In a blink, Qin Feng reappeared on top of the monster's skull and slammed it into the ground with brutal finality. The system confirmed the kill. Silver tier boss defeated. A flood of notifications hit his screen. Plus 1,800 XP. Level up from 3 to 5. Plus 4 evolution points. Plus 124 days of tradable lifespan. He chuckled. One boss, 2 levels, a mountain of evolution points, and a solid lifespan boost. As the Cursed Master's body dissolved in a shimmering loot, Qin Feng activated his evolved skill, Greedy Hand. The air shimmered, and the system interface confirmed the loot had been absorbed. The rewards were even more insane than he expected. Plus 4 more evolution points. Plus 124 additional lifespan days. Total, 12 evolution points. 372 days of tradable lifespan. He smirked. The bonuses were stacking fast. No wonder Greedy Hand was ranked as a Jade tier skill. It didn't just boost loot, it upgraded it. Right on cue, another system alert popped up. One of the looted items had been auto-upgraded from silver to gold tier thanks to Greedy Hand's passive effect. A gold tier item. He stared at the notification, impressed. That kind of power could tip the balance of an entire battlefield. Qin Feng turned his attention to the pile of loot at his feet. 7 or 8 gear pieces lay scattered, but his inventory only had 10 open slots. He sighed. Running back to town every time just to unload loot was going to be a serious time sink. A storage ring, or something like it, would be the perfect solution. He crouched to examine one particular item, but just then, the scene cut away. Back in Shell Town, a bright flash lit up the square. The mage from Wang Meng's team appeared, finally transported back to safety. Her shoulders slumped with relief. The rest of the team followed seconds later, all of them cheering. They owed it to Wang Meng. Without his leadership, none of them would have made it to level 3. But Wang Meng waved off the compliments. It wasn't just me, he said. We all pulled our weight. Even so, the mage couldn't shake a certain regret. She let out a soft sigh. I should have added that guy as a friend. In the forest. She remembered being covered in mud when they met. Maybe that was why he ignored her. One of her teammates nudged her with a grin. With that new outfit, if he sees you again, no way he's passing up the chance. As they laughed, a system-wide chime echoed through Shell Town. The leaderboard had just been updated, and at the very top was Shadow. News of Shadow reaching level 5 spread like wildfire through Shell Town. Players were stunned. Just moments ago, he was at level 3. How had he jumped 2 levels so fast? There's no way, someone muttered. He must have taken down a high-tier boss. Another chimed in. I literally saw him 10 minutes ago, just chilling in a market stall selling gear. Then a guy in the crowd said something wild. His sister had just turned 18, and if Shadow took a liking to her, maybe their whole family could ride his coattails. After all, having Shadow around would make leveling up a breeze. His friends quickly shut that down. Dude, he turned down 10 million cash. You think he's going to care about some matchmaking setup? Meanwhile, back at Wang Meng's camp, the mood shifted from celebration to concern. They just made it to level 3, only to find out that Shadow had already surged ahead to 5. But Wang Meng stayed composed. Don't worry about him, he said calmly. Right now, we need to log out and warn the people we care about. This game isn't just a game anymore. One by one, their bodies began to fade as the system logged them out. Wang Meng's final words echoed. If the world's headed into chaos, we can't leave our families unprepared. The scene switched. Back in the real world, Wang Meng's eyes snapped open. A voice called out, Captain. He wasn't just any player. Wang Meng was a police officer. His team rushed in, clearly shaken. One of them admitted they were terrified. His body had started going transparent while he was unconscious. The implications were horrifying. If you died in the game, or if your lifespan hit 0, you didn't just log out. You vanished, for real. But there was no time to process the terror. Wang Meng stood, serious as ever. Get everyone together. Something big's going on. An officer asked him for a report. Wang Meng recounted everything. How his squad had teamed up, each of them with a hidden profession, a major advantage. And yet, despite that edge, they were nearly wiped out by a single monster. Only one person saved them, an unknown player, Shadow. He confirmed every detail. When Shadow helped them, he was level 3. But by the time Wang Meng and his crew hit level 3 themselves, Shadow was already level 5. The officers looked at each other, worried. One finally asked what they were all thinking. Does this mean Shadow's the strongest player out there? How did he level up that fast? Speculation began flying. Wang Meng suggested the obvious. Maybe Shadow defeated a high-level boss or completed some rare mission. But then, one officer raised a sharp question. If he was already level 3, why didn't he log out like we did? The room went quiet. Maybe another officer hesitated. He doesn't have anyone waiting for him. No family. No friends. A female officer stepped forward, voice soft but certain. What if he's a transmigrator? Someone who just shows up, gets stronger like it's second nature. Like he's meant for it. She added quietly, transmigrators are usually orphans. That could explain why he hasn't left the game. The room fell completely silent. Realizing how heavy her words sounded, her face turned red with embarrassment. A senior officer frowned, clearly unimpressed. He said sternly, "This isn't the time for fantasy. Cut the transmigrator talk." He waved off her theory with a sigh. "You've been reading too many novels." Shifting the conversation back to serious matters, he shared a chilling update. Classified intel from the top levels had uncovered a disturbing trend. Across the country, elderly people had been mysteriously dying in their sleep. But then researchers started cross-checking data and found a horrifying connection. Many of these people had been players in the forgotten game of the gods, and they died multiple times inside it. The implication was crystal clear. If your lifespan hits 0 in the game, you die for real. One officer voiced what everyone was thinking. This game wasn't just a digital anomaly. It was something far beyond their understanding. A possible incursion from beings outside their reality. The room went silent again, the weight of that idea settling in. The head officer didn't waste time. "We've received new orders. Emergency protocol, straight from the top." This was no longer just a police matter. All officers will now form vanguard units, based on location. You'll be entering the forgotten game of the gods with a new objective: gather intelligence. Figure out what this is, and survive. He stressed the urgency. Every nation was now investigating the game. Falling behind could put them at a global disadvantage. For the sake of national security, they had to get ahead of this. Then came his official orders. "On you. You'll lead Team 1 as captain." She nodded, serious and composed. "Wang Meng, you're her vice captain. You two will choose your squad." Wang Meng gave a sharp nod. He knew what was at stake. But then, the officer turned to a name that had everyone on edge. "Shadow." He looked at Wang Meng. "You said Shadow saved your team. So far, he doesn't seem to be a threat. But we can't ignore someone that powerful." He tasked Anyu and Wang Meng with a new mission. Make contact with Shadow. Gain his trust. Work with him. The officer explained why Anyu was the right one for this. Her deep understanding of games and narrative tropes made her the best fit to approach someone whose actions felt ripped from a myth. "If Shadow can become our ally," he said, "we might gain critical intel. He could become our nation's representative inside the game." Meanwhile, the rest of the officers would focus on controlling the public, preventing mass panic, and keeping order. As the sun set, casting gold across the city skyline, the meeting ended. One by one, the officers moved out, ready to face the coming storm. The next morning, the scene shifted to a high school classroom. At her desk sat the protagonist's younger sister, lost in thought. Around her, the classroom buzzed with excited chatter. Everyone was talking about the game. Near her, a group of students discussed a big surprise. Zhang Wei, the student whose body had started fading, had reached level 3 and safely logged out. One of the girls leaned in, sharing what Zhang Wei had revealed, something game-changing. "If a bunch of people from the same area fall asleep at the same time," she said, "they all wake up in the same starter village." That one piece of news stirred a new wave of energy through the class. Half excitement, half fear. The mood in class shifted. Worry crept in among the students. One girl, clearly distressed, shook her head. "This won't work," she said urgently. "I need to bring my parents into the game, but they don't know how to play. What if something happens to them in there?" But another student pushed back. "No, don't rush into that. We need to get stronger first, then protect them. Going in blind could just make things worse." Across the room, the protagonist's younger sister sat quietly, staring at her phone, deep in thought. Something was bothering her, and it wasn't just the game. Why hasn't he called? Not a single message from her brother. Not even after everything that happened. With something as insane as the forgotten game of the gods going on, he should have checked on her. Should have said something. But instead, just silence. What hurt more was the memory of earlier, when he hit her. Their parents had never laid a hand on her. Not once. But her brother, he had. That wasn't like him. In the past, no matter how angry he got, he always made up with her. A small gift, an apology, something. But today, nothing. She crossed her arms, still fuming. "I only skipped class to see Song Fei. Is that really such a big deal?" she muttered to herself. Pouting, she made a decision. Unless he calls and apologizes at least 1,000 times, I'm not forgiving him. But just as fast as the anger came, it melted into excitement. She started talking about Song Fei, her favorite idol. Looking back, she was actually happy she went to his concert yesterday. With the way this game was taking over, there might not be another chance to see him live again. Her eyes lit up as she replayed last night in her head. How close she got to the stage, how amazing he looked while performing. And then it hit her. If everyone enters the game while asleep, then Song Fei would too. Her cheeks turned red. Could she meet him in the game? Was this fate? Her heart raced just thinking about it. Determined, she started getting ready for bed. But before she lay down, something clicked. Zhang Wei had reached level 3 insanely fast. That meant he probably knew his stuff. If she wanted a shot at surviving, she needed advice from someone like him. She didn't hesitate. She pulled out her phone and sent Zhang Wei a message. Got any tips before I enter the game? At that moment, Zhang Wei was hanging out with classmates when he saw her message. His eyes widened. Her? Asking him? He grinned. This was his chance, whatever that meant. He fired back a quick reply. You're asking the right person. First tip, put all your starting points into agility. If you don't, you'll be too slow to outrun the monsters and you'll die. A lot. She responded right away. Even if I'm a mage? Especially as a mage, he replied. Agility helps with casting speed. Super important early on. Still unsure, she typed. And what if I still can't win, even with high agility? Zhang Wei's reply came with full confidence. Don't worry. As long as someone in your village hits level 5, the teleportation formation will activate. That'll connect all the starter zones. Once it does, you could just join a team and level up fast. I'll help you. Come find me once the teleportation circle activates, Zhang Wei added. The message lit up her screen, and just like that, she smiled. Lying in bed, she felt a wave of relief. It was comforting having someone like Zhang Wei on her side, someone who knew what they were doing. This is perfect. She'd enter the game before her brother, level up fast, and get strong on her own. And when he finally logged in, she'd give him a hard time. No help, no support. He'd have to figure things out on his own. Satisfied with her plan, she let her eyes close, excitement bubbling as she drifted into sleep. Back in the game, the protagonist stood silently over a fresh pile of loot from the boss he'd just defeated. His eyes scanned the spoils, but one item glowed brighter than the rest, an orb pulsing with energy. He picked it up. Item acquired. Curse ring, gold tier. A system prompt detailed its stats. It could be worn by any class. Added plus 8 points to all attributes. Boosted dark elemental resistance by 26 and increased weak point attack damage by 1.5x. The only requirement, the user had to be at least level 4. Qinfeng's eyes narrowed in thought. That was plus 32 attribute points total, the equivalent of 3 level ups in one item. The dark resistance would be useful against certain enemies, and the weak point multiplier, a solid bonus. This wasn't just loot. This was a game changer. Before he could inspect it further, another system alert popped up. New skill acquired. Instant Shadow Slash, Silver Tier. The system explained. The skill unleashed a flurry of slashes in a straight line up to 15 meters, hitting every enemy in a 2.1 meter wide path 3 times. Each slash dealt 100 damage and counted as a backstab, though it didn't strike weak points. On top of that, it granted temporary invincibility for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 12 seconds. A strong area of effect skill with built-in survivability. No doubt, it was a powerful asset. Qinfeng didn't hesitate. He learned it instantly. With evolution points still to spare, he turned his attention to upgrading one of his key abilities, Greedy Hand. The system accepted 8 evolution points, boosting it from Jade rank to Diamond rank. New effect? Loot drop chance jumped from 160% to 220%. Upgrade chance on dropped loot increased from 20% to 40%. He nodded impressed. With this kind of improvement, each kill would now reward him with 2 loot items, and nearly half of those had a chance to be upgraded. Every battle would be 3 times as rewarding. Not wanting to waste the rest of his points, he turned to Instant Shadow Slash and upgraded it 3 more times. The system consumed his remaining 3 evolution points, leaving him with only 1. But the payoff was immediate. The skill evolved, jumping ranks, silver to gold, then to platinum. The attack range increased from 15 to 21 meters. The slash count rose from 3 to 5, hitting all enemies in a now 3.1 meter wide path. Invincibility extended to 7 seconds. Cooldown reduced to 10.43 seconds. Not massive, but enough to make a difference. It was official. Qinfeng now had a top-tier AoE skill with mobility, invincibility, and reach. And he was just getting started. Each strike from Instant Shadow Slash now dealt 200 damage, double what it used to. Every slash still counted as a backstab, activating his passive bonus, even though it didn't target weak points directly. Qinfeng examined the new stats closely. Sure, the cooldown hadn't dropped by much, but the extended invisibility? That was a huge tactical edge. He could now stay hidden longer, control the fight, and strike before anyone saw him coming. Shifting his focus to the rest of the loot, he scanned through the items. Most weren't worth keeping, but one caught his eye, a silver tier skill book, Battle Roar, meant for warriors. Not useful to him, but it would fetch a good price. More lifespan in his pocket. Just as he closed his inventory, something moved in the distance. He spun around. 3 massive creatures came lumbering toward him. Limb crawlers. Level 4. Twisted, grotesque monsters, deadly at close range. Qin Feng didn't back down. This was the perfect time to test his new skill. Without hesitation, he activated Instant Shadow Slash. In a blink, he vanished into motion, a blur of slashing energy slicing clean through the crawlers before they could react. Within seconds, the battle was over. The monsters collapsed, torn apart, as the dust settled. System notification, victory, plus 80 XP, plus 5 days, tradable lifespan. A dark, commanding aura seemed to cling to Qin Feng in the aftermath. He stood still, calm, calculating. His power had jumped again. Now he had an idea. If he opened with Poison Dart, followed immediately by Instant Shadow Slash, he could wipe out enemies before the fight even began. He checked his stats. Tradable lifespan, 618 days. But to bring his game skills and items into the real world, he needed at least 900 days, about 2.5 years. He set his goal. First step, sell off the valuables in his inventory. If everything went well, he'd reach the requirements sooner than expected. And once he hit level 10, the connection between this world and reality would be his to control. The scene shifted. Qin Feng, now invisible thanks to latent image, made his way silently back toward the starter town. As he moved through the shadows, voices reached his ears. A man congratulated a woman on reaching level 3 and reminded her of a deal. He stopped to observe. It was Lizzie and Old Mao. From their conversation, the details of their arrangement became clear. Old Mao had helped Lizzie reach level 3 so she could safely log out. In exchange, she owed him 5 million in cash. Lizzie didn't seem worried. "Do you really think the Yang Industries can't spare the kind of pocket change?" she asked casually. "I'll log out and handle the transfer." "No problem." Before leaving, she handed him her phone number. "Call me after you log out," she added. But she wasn't done. She made another offer, $10,000 in cash for every day of tradable lifespan Old Mao owned. His eyes lit up. He agreed immediately, thrilled by the amount he'd earn. With a smug grin, he added, "King was a fool for turning you down. We'll talk more once we're back in the real world." He laughed, clueless, because just a few steps away, Qin Feng was right there, watching, hidden in plain sight, unaware he was being observed. Old Mao waved off the importance of lifespan like it was nothing. "In the end, it's just like in-game gold," he scoffed. "Easy to get. No reason to stress." Old Mao chuckled to himself, still feeling clever. "Turning game achievements into real-world money. That's the smartest strategy," he muttered, proud of his plan. He had no idea the very person he mocked, King, had heard every word. The scene shifted to the starter town, where Qin Feng now stood before the teleportation gate. He raised his hand. The gate responded instantly, glowing with a brilliant blue light. Energy surged, swirling with force as a system notification popped up. "Congratulations! You've activated the teleportation formation in Shelltown. Reputation +1. The message continued. He could use the teleportation gate once a day for free. Additional uses? They'd cost tradable lifespan. But there was a catch. No other gates had been activated yet. For now, teleportation was useless. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. He knew how the system worked. It was a two-way connection. Just unlocking one in didn't do much. Someone else in another starter town had to hit level 5 and activate their gate too. And he remembered exactly who might do it. Song Fei. In his past life, that guy had started in Firefly Town. Qin Feng wasn't going to sit around and wait. He set up an alert altar, locking it onto Firefly Town's gate. The moment it lit up, he'd know, and he'd be ready. As he walked deeper into town, his focus sharpened. For most players, town-to-town travel was the goal. But not for him. His true objective was level 10. That was the threshold. Once he reached it, he could enter the God's abandoned realm, a hidden space where he could finally awaken his authority. That's when the real game would begin. Later, he opened his market stall. A new system alert echoed out. A player has opened a limited time stall. Equipment and skills available for the next 10 seconds. Nearby players lit up with excitement. Qin Feng's back. "I've been saving my lifespan just for this." One boasted he had 150 days saved up. Another recalled how last time, Qin Feng sold the Ice Cone spell, which helped Gray skyrocket to second place on the leaderboard. Then came a jackpot. Someone discovered a silver tier skill book, Battle Roar, a warrior exclusive ability. Without hesitation, he bought it. Battle Roar has been sold for 300 days of tradable lifespan. Gasps echoed through the crowd. Is a single skill book really worth 300 days? Totally, another player cut in. That skill lets warriors farm like crazy. You'll earn that back in less than 2 days. The crowd understood instantly. Everything Qin Feng sold was high value, and in just seconds, the entire shop was sold out. Qin Feng checked his system panel. In 1 minute, he'd gained 650 days of tradable lifespan. Total, 2,174 days. Still, he wasn't satisfied. To carry everything, his attributes, skills, and gear, into the real world, he needed much more. As the crowd slowly dispersed, some players grumbled, upset they missed their chance. "Will you open your stall again?" one asked. Chinfeng gave a nod. "I will." Just then, a voice cut through the noise. A female player stepped forward. "I've got something special," she said confidently. "A treasure. Want to make a deal?" As he turns around, his eyes land on someone familiar. She's part of Wang Meng's team. Almost instantly, the system identifies the item she's holding. A space ring with 12 inventory slots. Not only that, it confirms the ring doesn't take up any backpack or equipment slots. Chinfeng freezes for a moment. He knows exactly what that means. Space rings are incredibly rare. Most players dream of getting their hands on one. Normally, players are limited to just 3 storage backpacks. So a ring that adds space without using a slot? It's priceless. He knows the odds too. Technically, any monster can drop a space ring, but the chances are next to 0. And yet, here's this girl, barely into the game, already holding one, all thanks to her profit class. Her luck is off the charts. Wasting no time, Chinfeng asks how much she wants for it. He already knows the ring's real value. In his previous life, one like this could sell for an unbelievable 3,600 days of tradable lifespan. But her response catches him off guard. She doesn't want his lifespan at all. Instead, she just wants to team up and have him at her as a friend to take down a boss. He agrees immediately. A system prompt pops up. Player Big Plum has accepted your friend request. As they head out of Shell Town, Chinfeng asks her about the boss. Big Plum explains that it's a gold tier monster, though she didn't catch its exact name. It was too far off, but she did see it on an old beat-up boat in the middle of a swamp. Chinfeng's eyes widen. A broken boat in a swamp? Could it be the Golden Ghost ship? That monster is insanely rare. It can spawn at any level, and when it does, the top guilds go all in just to fight for its powerful drops. Even seeing it once could trigger a massive player war. But judging from what Big Plum described, this one's likely a low-level version, probably around level 5. That would make it the easiest form of the boss to defeat. Still, how did she even find something this rare, so close to the starting zone? His mind starts racing. The ring. Her connection to Wang Meng's crew. The gold tier boss showing up like magic. Then it hits him. Could she be the rumored koi fish from his past life? He remembers the whispers. Back then, people talked about someone in Wang Meng's squad who had unbelievable luck, stumbling across rare bosses, treasure chests, secret palaces, and ancient temples like it was nothing. He always thought it was just a cover story for better intel. But now, looking at Big Plum, he realizes the rumors might have been true. And she's right here in front of him, still deep in thought. He keeps staring at her. Noticing his gaze, Big Plum blushes and asks why he's looking at her like that. He snaps out of it, brushing it off. "Nothing," he mutters, refocusing on their journey. As they pass through the main gate of the starting town, they remain unaware of the shadow lurking nearby, a bald player hidden behind a tree, watching their every move. The scene shifts. A tough-looking group stands gathered, and at the center, a man with long hair commands attention. Surrounded by bald players, he speaks with conviction, bragging about his past wins, including the time he split off from his team and soloed the Sand City Overlord. He tells his crew that if they follow him, success in the game is guaranteed. But before he can say more, the bald scout rushes back. He's got news. Chinfeng just left town with a girl. The boss smirks, letting out a short laugh. To him, Chinfeng is just another rookie getting sidetracked by a pretty face. Without wasting a second, he rallies his group. It's time to strike. Meanwhile, outside the town walls, Chinfeng and Big Plum continue walking. As they go, Chinfeng brings up his conditions for helping out her team. If the boss drops any gear or skill books she can use, they're hers. But everything else? That's his take. Big Plum considers the offer and asks, "What about the others? Like Wang Meng, what do they get out of it?" Chinfeng explains that every party has different roles, and there's no guarantee gear for an assassin like him will drop. If that happens, he'd walk away empty-handed. Not exactly fair in his book. Big Plum nods. She gets it, but she adds a small condition of her own. If any loot drops that fits her captain or another party member, could he sell it to her at a discount? He agrees. With the terms settled, Big Plum says they'll head to the boss once Wang Meng and the rest log back in. But as they continue walking, something dawns on her. She has no idea where they're going. It's only when Chinfeng finally shares their destination that the truth hits her. They're heading straight for the gold tier boss. Big Plum is stunned. It sounds insane. He's an assassin, sure. He can vanish. But she's a mage. One solid hit and she's done. The thought of taking on a gold tier boss this early, with just the two of them, feels like suicide. But Chinfeng doesn't flinch. His tone is steady, confident. He tells her he has no intention of letting her fight. She'll stay at a distance, safe, while he handles everything himself. Even with his assurance, Big Plum finds it hard to believe. She knows he's strong, but soloing a gold-tier boss? That's unheard of. Just as she's about to say something, Qin Feng suddenly stops. His expression shifts. Without a word, he activates latent image and vanishes into thin air. Big Plum blinks. 1 second, he was right next to her. The next, nothing. She spins around, confused. Qin Feng, she calls out, but there's only silence. From behind a tree in the distance, a group of bald-headed players watches the two from the shadows. Their leader grins confidently, sure they got the upper hand. Then, one of them speaks up. Qin Feng's gone. They scan the area, baffled. The boss just shrugs it off. He ditched her, he says smugly. Left her to fend for herself. With a wave, he commands his men to move in. The plan? Grab Big Plum, have her fun, then worry about the rest. As they close in, he reminds them of his promise. Stick with him, and life's easy. Now, even girls are falling into their laps. But just as they break into the clearing, a dark silhouette appears right in front of them. The leader skids to a stop, his grin fading fast. His eyes lock on the swirling black aura ahead, confusion creeping in. What is that? Before they can even react, Qin Feng activates Instant Shadow. In a blink, it's over. A cold flash cuts through the air, clean, deadly. The group drops where they stand, torn apart before they even realize what hit them. Their lifeless bodies hit the ground without a sound. And just like that, Qin Feng fades back into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. A system alert flashes, 5 players killed, plus 12 days of tradable lifespan earned. He barely spares the corpses a glance. Their loot? Useless. To him, it was no different than clearing out a couple of low-level mobs. Moments later, he reappears next to Big Plum, calm and composed like nothing happened. Big Plum, still unaware of the chaos he just left behind, looks up and immediately asks where he disappeared to. He gives a casual shrug. Some people were tailing us. I sent them back to town. She nods, seemingly satisfied at first, but her curiosity won't quit. She grins and teases. For a second, I thought you want to take a leak. Must be convenient being invisible for that kind of thing. Qin Feng shoots her a flat look, clearly not in the mood. Focus. We've got a boss to handle. Let's go. Meanwhile, back in Shell Town, a bright light flares up on the ground, and in that glow, Qin Feng's sister materializes, now officially spawned as a healer. Her eyes go wide as she picks up a nearby magic staff. The weight, the feel, it's all real. This world wasn't just immersive. It was reality. Other players glance her way, noting the arrival of another new face. She's thrilled, especially after discovering she's landed the rare hidden class, Sacrifice. To her, it has to be powerful. With this, she's sure she'll finally catch Song Fei's attention. But her excitement quickly turns bitter. Where was Song Fei anyway? Did he know the secret behind the different starting points? Her expression twists with frustration. Qin Feng had always hovered around her, never giving her space. But now, in a critical moment, he was nowhere to be found. Useless. Still, she pushes the thoughts aside. She has a hidden class now, and Zhang Wei had promised to help her level up. From now on, Qin Feng was on his own. She had better things to focus on. Then her eyes land on the leaderboard, and her heart skips. Rank 1 Shadow. Level 6. Her jaw tightens. Zhang Wei was only level 3, yet kept boasting like he was some kind of top-tier player. But this Shadow, he was the real deal. She quickly starts thinking. If she could just stay close to Shadow, she'd level up far faster than anything Zhang Wei could offer. But one big question looms. Where could she find him? Not far away. A group of players gathers, murmuring nervously. It's Wang Meng's team, and they're in trouble. Their healer, Sui, has gone silent. No messages. No contact. Wang Meng frowns. They can't afford to stall. Ideas, he asks. One player speaks up hesitantly. Without a healer, fighting mobs is a gamble. Another chimes in, frustrated. We're not Shadow. We can't solo farm. We need to find someone fast. Just as they're debating what to do next, a voice greets them from behind. They turn, and there she is, Qin Feng's sister. And for her, this meeting, it's the perfect opportunity. With a bright smile, she stepped forward and asked, "Need a healer?" Then added casually, "I've got the hidden class, Life's Sacrifice." Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Qin Feng and Big Plum stood atop a cliff, peering down into the murky swamp below. Lurking in the water was their target, the Golden Ghost ship. Without warning, Qin Feng vanished using Shadow Sneak. His voice drifted to Big Plum, telling her to stay hidden and watch for any ambushes while he handled the boss. Big Plum gave a hesitant nod. "All right, but be careful." Down below, Qin Feng landed silently in the swamp. A system prompt popped up the moment his feet hit the ground. This area has entered a violent domain. Lifespan loss increased by 100x. Doing the math quickly, Qin Feng realized that every 15 minutes spent here would burn a full day of his tradable lifespan. Not ideal, but manageable. Then came another alert: Golden Tier boss detected. Level 5, Golden Ghost Ship. And just when he thought that was it, a countdown appeared on his screen. 45 minutes, 25 seconds. A timer? For a boss fight? That was new, but 45 minutes was more than enough for him. No hesitation. He activated Instant Shadow Slash and surged forward. Like a thunderclap, he struck the ship, his blade landing clean and hard, racking up 150 points of damage before the boss could even register the hit. He then dropped his stealth, launched a Venom Dart, and nailed the ghost ship's bell directly. The strike triggered a critical hit and broke his invisibility, while poison damage started ticking steadily in the background. He backed off immediately to re-strategize. The Golden Ghost ship wasn't easy prey. Most players guessed its weak point was its eerie skeletal hull, or maybe the ship itself. But Qin Feng knew better. The true weakness? That ghostly fire bell at the tip of the ship. Sure enough, hitting the bell enraged the boss. With a low groan, it stirred the swamp's waters, summoning massive, spiraling water pillars from below. It was launching a devastating AoE attack. Dodging swiftly between the crushing waves, Qin Feng darted closer. These water pillars packed absurd damage, enough to one-shot early warriors in silver gear. Thankfully, his agility as a shadow class gave him the edge. Then, from the swamp, decaying hands began to rise. Ghosts, 12 of them. Twisted, dripping monsters known as decaying water ghosts. Each one carried the strength of a silver tier elite. He remembered this part well. After every AoE blast, the ship summoned exactly 12 of these undead. And worse, one more would appear every 3 minutes. Let them pile up, and even the best teams would get wiped. But Qin Feng was still cloaked. The ghost didn't even know he was there. Standing in the middle of them, unnoticed, he waited, then struck. Activating Instant Shadow Slash, he zipped through the crowd, tearing through every ghost with pinpoint precision. Back on the cliff, Big Plum could only stare. Her hands trembled, her face flushed. So this was the power of the top-ranked expert, Shadow. He was just too strong. One moment he was there, the next gone. And in that blink, he'd already wiped out more than half the boss's HP. The boss didn't even get the chance to fight back. But then, something unexpected happened. A message popped up. Qin Feng had sent her a private chat. He called her Little Black and dropped a bomb. He was about to die. She froze. Yet, Qin Feng sounded calm, almost casual. He told her not to worry. Just wait, he'd be back. Big Plum, watching everything unfold, was stunned. She thought their guy had the upper hand. Then she blurted out, "Wait, who's Little Black?" Unfazed, Qin Feng replied, "Isn't that you?" She quickly corrected him. "I'm Big Plum, not Little Black. That sounds like a dog's name." Suddenly, the ground shook. A familiar figure stomped into view. The same man Qin Feng had defeated earlier. But this time, he wasn't alone. He brought his full squad. The guy was fuming. Back in his prime, he crushed legends left and right. Now, he was getting humiliated by a girl. One of his teammates came sprinting up with news. They'd found her. She was standing on a cliff. And down below, that bastard Shadow was challenging the boss alone. The leader clenched his fists. This time, they'd crush him. Meanwhile, deep in the swamp, the boss roared. Its ship's bell gleamed, echoing through the bog. Qin Feng had reached stage 4, toughest phase yet. The boss swung its or high, sending shockwaves as its health dropped to half. And then it unleashed its ultimate, Soul Surge. Huge waves rolled through the swamp. Big Plum's eyes widened in horror. The surge shattered Qin Feng's invisibility. Beneath him, the water churned and then erupted. A massive pillar of water exploded from below, trapping him inside. The damage hit hard, 1,059 points gone. System alert, you have died. Qin Feng lost 326 years of non-tradable lifespan and 1,087 days of tradable lifespan. Back on the cliff, the leader grinned. Serves him right, he thought. Qin Feng had gotten cocky after being praised as an expert. But now, he was dead. Just another fool who thought he could solo a gold-tier boss. Then they saw it. Qin Feng's lifespan orb glowing on the ground. They sprinted for it like madmen. None of them expected Shadow to be loaded. That orb had to hold over 100 days of life. With the boss at low health, they figured they could finish it off and scoop up the loot. But the moment they stepped forward, they were yanked into the air. The leader blinked. What just happened? A second later, they were back in Shell Town. Everyone was stunned, furious. No one understood how that boss was this strong, or how Shadow had managed to cut its health in half. Some hadn't even made it 5 seconds before that water pillar wiped them out. The swamp? Crawling with mobs. It was suicide. Still, the leader wasn't ready to back down. He clenched his jaw and barked the order. They were going in again. Just then, someone leapt into the scene. It was Qin Feng. He was already back in the swamp. But something fell off. All around him were glowing lifespan orbs scattered across the ground. Puzzled, he opened the chat and messaged, "I'm back. But what's with all these lifespan drops?" Little Black was just as surprised. "You're back already?" she replied. Then she explained. Those orbs were from a group of players who'd charged in like heroes, only to get obliterated by the boss's water pillar. Chinfeng smirked. So they overestimated themselves, he thought. But the sight also stirred a memory. He'd been through this before. In his past life, the ghost ship had given him hell. The boss was still wandering nearby. Chinfeng kept his eyes on it, calculating. He knew the golden ghost ship only used its immobilization skill once. After that, the rest of the fight was easier, at least in theory. But once its HP dropped below half, there was always a chance it would vanish and reappear somewhere else. That made it nearly impossible for most players to kill it solo. No time to waste. He fired a poison dart, striking the ship's bell dead center. The boss let out a screech and began charging another attack. Chinfeng slipped into Shadow Sneak, vanishing from sight. He watched carefully, reading its every move. Then Shadow Slash. One clean strike. He'd already memorized its patterns. No hesitation. Meanwhile, the cliff wasn't empty anymore. The same group of players had returned. One of them shouted, "Boss, he's fighting it again." The leader narrowed his eyes. This was their chance. If they played it smart, they could take out both the boss and Chinfeng. But someone else wasn't going to let that happen. Little Black had had enough. Shadow was close to finishing the fight. She wouldn't let these clowns ruin it. She gripped her staff, focused her magic, and summoned thunder. A bolt of lightning cracked down from the sky, hitting the men squarely. Smoke curled off their scorched armor. The rest froze, stunned by the sudden blast. The leader, furious, shouted, "Who did that?" One of his guys pointed. "It was her." He grabbed his axe and roared, "Kill her." Little Black's eyes widened. She turned and ran, yelling for help as the men chased her down, vowing to tear her apart. But she wasn't alone. From behind a nearby tree, a figure watched everything unfold. Another man stood just behind him. As the chaos came closer, both of them ducked back into hiding. Back at the swamp, Chinfeng was still locked in battle. He kept his distance, eyes sharp. The boss was on its last legs. Just as he'd guessed, this level 5 Golden Ghost ship wasn't an easy solo kill. His damage was too low, and the fight had dragged on, long enough to draw an audience. He spotted the crowd gathering on the cliff, same ones who had just died. And to the side, more players lingered by the swamp, clearly waiting for him to finish the boss so they could swoop in and take everything. But it was too late. The poison was working. The boss's eyes began to glow, and then its body started to fade. System alert. Golden Ghost ship, gold grade, defeated. Chinfeng's screen lit up. 4,800 experience points. He hit level 8. 7 evolution points. 216 days of tradable lifespan. Not bad. He slipped into Shadow Sneak again, his form vanishing. It had been a dream run, but he knew he'd slightly miscalculated. Then, a global system message boomed across the server. Player Shadow from Shelltown has defeated the first gold gray boss. Reward, +3 reputation. All eyes turned. Players across the map froze. Who the hell was Shadow? And why was he so strong? Many were furious. The first gold boss kill should have come from Han City, not some nobody from Shelltown. In Shelltown, Wang Ming stared at the alert, dumbfounded. Just a little while ago, Shadow had been soloing a bronze boss. And now, a gold boss, down solo. The gap was unbelievable. Somewhere else, Chinfeng's sister saw the message. Her eyes lit up. He really is the strongest, she thought. If Shadow helped her level up, maybe she'd finally get the chance to see Brother Songfei again. Back in the swamp, the boss's body vanished, leaving behind shimmering lifespan and piles of loot. Hidden nearby, the enemy leader smirked. Jackpot. So much loot just sitting there. But Shadow wasn't picking it up. He must have gone invisible again, cautious after spotting them. The leader turned to Guang. Use your skill. Find him. We're taking everything. Guang nodded, pulled out his bow, and activated Phantom Horn Eagle. The arrow flew through the air, transforming mid-flight into a glowing eagle. It exploded, releasing spectral feathers that floated across the swamp. Chinfeng narrowed his eyes. So that hunter picked up an anti-stealth skill already? Impressive, but he wasn't worried. His class had an extra point in stealth. Guang's ability was still just level 1. It couldn't detect him. Feeling confident, Guang turned and reported he ran. Must have bolted after seeing us all. The leader waved his men forward. Get to the loot. We'll guard it. Stay sharp. 5 minutes. That's how long it took before unclaimed loot became fair game. If they held the ground, it would all be theirs. They were grinning, already tasting victory, until a shadow appeared. Him. Before they could react, Chinfeng struck like lightning, tearing through their ranks with blinding speed. Silence returned to the swamp. With the threat gone, Chinfeng turned back to the loot. But one thing tugged at his mind. Where did Little Black go? He shrugged it off. He'd find her later. For now, it was time to cash in. He had enough evolution points to upgrade Greedy Hand. Without hesitation, he did. From diamond quality, it rose to epic. The skill now worked on monster corpses with a boosted success rate, 220% to 300%. Greedy Hand triggered an extra loot drop, this time guaranteed to be one tier higher. Qin Feng didn't waste the chance. He activated the skill, watching as the loot around him lit up. With full focus, he gathered all the orbs together, then squeezed them tight. Greedy Hand began absorbing everything, and a grin spread across his face. Suddenly, a flash of light burst from the forest. When it faded, the results were in 21 evolution points, 648 days of tradable lifespan, and 2 special items, Ghost Fire Bells. His eyes widened. 2 Ghost Fire Bells. Jackpot. These weren't just any items. Once equipped, they prevented lifespan loss on death, cooldown, 1,560 seconds. Even better, they came with 2 powerful effects. The passive ability, Soul Absorption, boosted dropped lifespan by 20% when killing monsters. And with 2 bells, that bonus doubled. The active skill, Soul Shock, let him ring the bell to immobilize all enemies within a 100-meter radius for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 512 seconds. Best part? They weren't considered equipment. They didn't take up gear slots. Both bells used just 1 inventory space. Clean and efficient. Just as he was admiring his haul, a message came in. Little Black. She sounded frantic. She needed help. Shadow snapped to attention. Where are you? He typed, concerned. All he could hear was her panicked voice, screaming at someone to stay away. She was in trouble. The leader and his men had her cornered. They taunted her, mocking her resistance. Then one of them sneered, "Why run? Just give in. We'll take good care of you." Disgusting. Backed against the cliff, she refused to let them have the kill. Without a second thought, she jumped. They stood frozen as her body dropped, crashing hard below. Pain exploded through her. Blood pooled fast. Then, her body began to fade into lifespan particles. The leader leaned over the edge, confused. She really did it? He mumbled, "She's got guts." Back in voice chat, Little Black's voice returned, calmer now. She told Qin Feng not to worry. She'd respawn back in town. Luckily, all the party's tradable lifespan was stored on Captain Wang Ming. Qin Feng breathed easier. He told her to wait. He'd bring her the stuff soon. She cheered him on, saying he'd done great. He swept up the rest of the lifespan orbs from the ground. This time, the haul was huge, 315 days of tradable lifespan in total, plus 21 evolution points. With no hesitation, he opened his menu and looked at Greedy Hand. Time to upgrade again. But a system message popped up. Greedy Hand has reached epic grade. Further evolution will require 10x the normal points. The prompt appeared. Spend 210 evolution points to evolve. Qin Feng didn't flinch at the prompt. He expected it. Skills at higher tiers were never cheap to evolve. This was just how the system worked. So, he set it aside for now. Instead, he focused on boosting his attack skills. The stronger his damage output, the tougher the bosses he could take down, and that meant better rewards. He concentrated. Instant Shadow / jumped from Platinum to Diamond. Its range expanded from 21 meters to 27. The invisibility boost stretched from 7 seconds to 9. Instead of 5 slashes, he could now land 7. The skill's total duration increased to 10 seconds. Even the reach of each slash went from 3.1 meters to 4.1. Most importantly, each strike now packed 300 extra damage, up from 200. He burned 10 evolution points, leaving just 3 in reserve. Next, he upgraded his backstab enhancement. It shot straight from normal to gold, skipping bronze and silver entirely. Now, every backstab would deal 30% extra damage instead of 15%. Qin Feng smiled. Instant Shadow / now evolved twice, had doubled in damage. Even when not stealthed, he could deal around 3,000 damage in total. If stealth was active and he landed a backstab, those 7 slashes could spike the damage between 6,000 and 7,000. Satisfied, he opened his system window to review everything. He recalled that a typical gold tier boss only dropped 2 to 4 pieces of silver gear, with a rare chance at gold. But thanks to Greedy Hand, his loot had exploded. 11 gold items and skill books, 2 platinum pieces, and 1 platinum skill book. Not bad at all. Even better, 3 of them were perfect for assassin-type classes. Among the haul was something special. The Ghost Chip Dual Blades, platinum tier. Assassin-exclusive weapons. Stats? 136 base damage, plus 22 agility, plus 24% attack speed, plus 17 armor penetration. Requirement, level 5. The unique effect? Each normal attack hit twice. Qin Feng equipped them immediately. The double attack perk wasn't game-changing for him. He relied more on skills, but the raw stats were too good to ignore. High base damage, speed, agility. It would speed up his casting and cooldowns. Definitely worth it. Then came the armor. Ghostfire leather armor, gold grade. Plus 25 physical defense. Plus 50 fire resistance. Plus 14 damage block. Plus 419 health points. Requirement, level 5. He blinked in disbelief. Leveling up hadn't boosted his constitution, but this armor alone had raised his health to 769, up from 350. That meant most players wouldn't even be able to scratch his defense now. Smartly, he used the system settings to make his defensive gear invisible, keeping the default assassin appearance. That way, other players wouldn't see his gear unless they opened a game interface. And he wasn't done yet. There was still one final piece left in his loot. As he scanned his inventory, something caught his eye, a skill book. Ghost Shadow Blur, gold tier. Assassin class. It was a passive skill. Boosted dodge rate by 15%, and when a dodge triggered, it granted full damage immunity. Qinfeng grinned. Finally, a real survival skill for assassins. But then he paused. He remembered why this one wasn't so popular. In this game, boosting dodge rate was tough. You'd have to sacrifice other stats just to raise it. And if dodge didn't activate when you needed it most, the result could be fatal. Still, he wasn't like the others. His skills could evolve endlessly. He could stack dodge without weakening the rest of his build. For him, it was pure upside. His body glowed faintly as he moved out of the area, heading back. The rest of the loot, gear for warriors, priests, and archers. He didn't need it, but he knew someone who might. He planned to sell the gear to Wang Ming, offering a 10% discount. Even if they couldn't pay now, he was certain Wang Ming would take it on credit. He was that kind of guy. But really, this whole breakthrough, it was thanks to Little Black. Without her, he never would have found that level 5 ghost ship. He owed her. As he walked past a tree, movement caught his attention. The enemy leader and his crew. Faces twisted in fear the moment they spotted Shadow. They didn't hesitate. They ran. Just as expected, Qinfeng wasn't letting anyone escape. He activated Shadow Stealth, exhaled slowly, and vanished. Before the group could take another step, he struck. Like a thunderclap, he dropped all the subordinates in one instant. The leader panicked. He turned and sprinted. Too slow. Qinfeng reappeared right in front of him. The man skidded to a stop, eyes wide, nose to nose with death. Tears welled up. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please let me go. I've only got less than a year of lifespan left. But Qinfeng stared coldly. Did you think about your own life when you were out there hunting others? Without another word, he threw a poison dart. The leader dropped, writhing in agony. Qinfeng turned and walked away. A new status appeared, Killer. He had entered the first layer. If he died now, he'd lose 75% of his current lifespan. Still, he remained calm. With the Ghost Fire Bell, even if he slipped up and died once, he wouldn't lose a thing. Back in Shell Town, all eyes were on him. Whispers spread. People had heard the system alert. He was the one who'd killed the gold tier boss. But he wasn't wearing any gear. Some suspected he'd exploited a bug. Others simply didn't know what to believe. As he strolled through the crowd, a man stepped forward. Wait, please. Qinfeng paused. The man smiled nervously, holding out a skill book. We, accidentally bought this assassin skill. Please take it. No hard feelings, okay. The system scanned it. Skill book, Impale. Common tier, Impale. A single target skill. On hit, it added plus 20 attack and stunned the target for 2 seconds. Cool down, 22 seconds. Qinfeng's eyes lit up. A control skill. He took the book without hesitation, nodding slightly before heading on his way. The man who gave it to him and his group turned back, walking in the opposite direction. But tension lingered. One of the men, seething, muttered to Xian Xiao, "We really had a hand over a skill book to that guy, pathetic." Another nodded. "No one treats us like this." They weren't letting it go. That's when someone suggested rallying everyone they knew. "If we each spit once, we could drown him in it," he sneered. No need to fear one guy. Xian Xiao's face turned cold. Shadow's leveling way too fast. He's doing it alone, so he must have a secret. His eyes narrowed. "We find him in real life. Kidnap him, get the truth, and make him farm lifespan for us." The others were stunned, but one of them grinned. "Genius." Xian Xiao smirked. "He doesn't sound local. Definitely not from our circle. Probably dirt poor." That sealed it. They'd sent a professional beauty to lure him in. Someone irresistible. A setup. Meanwhile, Qinfeng reunited with Little Black. He smiled and asked her to accept a trade. He had something to give her. Her eyes sparkled, but she gently corrected him. "I'm not Little Black. I'm Big Plum." He handed her a powerful skill sealed in a necklace. The moment she used it, flames erupted from her staff. Her damage soared. Even her mana regeneration had doubled. She was thrilled, thanking him sincerely. Qinfeng waved it off. "Just keep on my promise." Then he asked for the space ring. Still smiling, she pulled it from her inventory and handed it over. "You can keep it," she said, cheeks flushed. Then, with a small laugh, she shared something unexpected. While running through the forest earlier, she'd stumbled on a hidden cave. Looked like the entrance to some ruins. Want to check it out? That caught his attention. First the ghost ship, now a ruin. This girl really was a walking Lucky Charm. And she had no reason to tell him, unless she truly meant to share the benefit. If he hadn't gifted her those 2 gold-grade items, she probably would have kept it to herself. With the new space ring, his inventory hit 27 slots. He asked where Wang Meng was, saying he'd swing by to sell the spare gear first, then check out the ruins. She held out her hand. Captain and the others went to train the new priest. They won't be back for a while. She opened her map, marked the location, and described the spot, behind some bushes, a flat stone slab. While escaping earlier, she had pushed it aside and slipped inside. She'd only taken a few steps inside when the scream started. Terrified, she bolted right back out. If she hadn't, they might have caught her. Hearing that, Qin Feng vanished on the spot. He wasn't waiting. He'd go check the ruins now and trade with Wang Meng later. Little Black blinked in confusion as he disappeared. Qin Feng left Shell Town and made his way into the forest. Originally, he planned to grind until level 10, but that was no longer necessary. With a ruin in play, the rewards beginner towns had 3 main ruin types: tombs, cursed ruins, and temples of faith. Didn't matter which one it was. Inside, there'd be mobs. Most were bronze tier, sometimes silver. For him, it was a goldmine of lifespan and evolution points. Following the map marker from Little Black, he soon reached the entrance. No hesitation. He stepped inside. Once again, the 3 ruin types flashed through his mind. Tombs packed with relentless monsters and often capped off with a gold boss. Cursed ruins, full of beings twisted by ancient and evil gods. Some had been human once. And temples, those were complex. Their walls covered in murals. Devotees of ancient deities filled the halls. At the very end, special items or rare skill books. As he walked, Qin Feng scanned the walls. Murals. He narrowed his eyes. A temple of faith. And these carvings, they looked familiar. Roars echoed through the corridor as he advanced. The symbols on the walls confirmed it. This was a temple of the ancient god of judgment. The same source as his Eye of Judgment. Elsewhere in the forest, Wang Meng and his party were locked in battle. He raised a shield, bracing against a monster's heavy assault. The impact rattled through his arms. Then, with terrifying speed, the beast lunged again. Its claws slammed into him, sending him flying. He crashed to the ground with a sickening thud. Seeing their captain injured, the archer panicked. "Healer, heal now." Qin Feng's sister froze. Gripping her staff tightly, she stammered through tears. "How do I do that?" The monster moved in again. The swordsman barked a command. "Use your skill now." But she dropped to her knees, shaking. Her staff clattered to the floor. She didn't cast. She cried. The monster didn't wait. With one more devastating attack, it wiped out the entire party. They were all instantly teleported back to Shell Town, furious and humiliated. Not far off, Little Black spotted them returning and waved with a smile. "Back already?" she teased. "Shadow's still out. No point trying to buy gear yet." But the archer, boiling with rage, stepped forward. The archer jabbed a finger at Qin Feng's sister, his voice sharp and angry. "I've never seen anyone this useless. You don't even know how to dodge, let alone use your skills." Xian Xiao's eyes welled up. She started to cry, completely overwhelmed. Little Black quickly stepped in front of her, frowning. "Why are you being so harsh? She's new. It's her first time playing. Dying once is normal." But the archer, eyes blazing, snapped back. "Move aside. I'm going to scold her until she logs off." The swordsman stepped forward and added, "It wasn't just once. We died 3 times in under an hour." That hit Little Black like a shock. Her eyes widened. Then, with a soft smile, she pulled out the necklace Qin Feng had given her. "I'll come with you guys," she said, her tone suddenly confident. "The expert just gave me 2 amazing things. I'm way stronger now. Trust me, this time we won't die." Wang Meng raised his hand to stop the bickering. "That's enough," he said. "She's right. With her on the team, this could work. And who knows, maybe we'll get the chance to meet Shadow again." Xian Xiao stood quietly in the back, her face unreadable. Deep down, she was furious. These guys couldn't handle a basic fight, and now they're blaming her? Still, she forced a smile, bowed her head slightly, and muttered an apology. "I'll try harder." But inside, she was burning. If it weren't for their ties to Shadow, she wouldn't waste another second with any of them. Meanwhile, inside the temple, Qin Feng stepped into a large chamber, and something strange caught his eye. 2 monsters were kneeling before him. A system prompt appeared. Devout followers of the judged, level 10, silver tier. His eyes narrowed. Suspicion flickered across his face. No hesitation. He activated instant shadow slash, his form vanishing. Then he struck, clean, fast. But when the dust settled, the damage was underwhelming. Even with stealth and backstab bonuses, they'd barely lost any health. Not surprising. These were level 10 silver bosses, and together, their health pool was even larger than the Golden Ghost ship. But something wasn't right. The monsters knelt again. Even stranger, he was still cloaked in stealth. They shouldn't have been able to see him. Could it be the Eye of Judgment? He wondered. Are they sensing it? Is that why they haven't attacked me? Curious, he asked aloud. Do you know the way? Can you guide me? The monsters lifted their heads and roared. Whatever sanity had been there was gone. Their bodies were twisted, corrupted. They had been holy once, but now, just mindless beasts, obsessed with stealing lifespan. Their glowing eyes locked onto something outside the room. And then, they turned and bolted. Right outside, a group of players had just arrived. The devout followers sensed them and charged. The players' eyes went wide. Silver tier, someone shouted. We can't fight that. Panic set in. They turned to run, just as the monsters reached the doorway. They never stood a chance. The monsters lunged and toxic mist poured out, melting their bodies on contact. One by one, they vanished. Lifespan orbs left behind in their place. It was the team from earlier, the girl who bought Ice Spike from him. Grey Rose. Qinfeng hadn't expected them to stumble across the ruin too. But judging by their gear, none of them were remotely prepared to go deeper. He deactivated Shadow Stealth and stepped forward to collect the lifespan. As he approached, the monsters knelt before him again. He raised an eyebrow. These poor guys had dropped over 100 days of tradable lifespan. Guess they were richer than I thought. With that handled, Qinfeng returned to the inner chamber and began to investigate. Minutes passed. He searched every corner. No traps, no hidden chests, no clues. Just those two silver tier bosses. That was it. His eyes narrowed in frustration. No loot, no secrets, just two tanky mobs. Fine. He threw 2 poison darts, nailing the monster straight in the head. No more mercy. A system alert popped up. 4,000 experience points. Level up. Now, at level 9, he earned 4 evolution points and 188 days of tradable lifespan. Then came the real reward. He activated Greedy Hand. The bodies of the monsters evaporated, and his haul exploded. 32 evolution points. 1,504 days of tradable lifespan. For gold tier items. 10 silver tier items. He reached out and summoned a pendant from the pile. A grin spread across his face. It was gold tier and tailored for assassins. Pendant of the Faithful. Plus 15 agility. Plus 20% cooldown on all skills. Its unique effect? Summon a silver tier devout follower to fight for you. Cooldown. 600 seconds. Qinfeng clenched his fist. This is it. The cooldown reduction alone was a massive buff. His stealth cooldown dropped from 22 seconds to 19. Poison darts? Down to 3.75 seconds. Instant shadow slash now refreshed in just 8 seconds. Grinding just became way more efficient. And since the rest of his gear was locked behind level 8 requirements, no one else could use it anyway. He'd keep the rest for now, and maybe sell later. Just as he turned to leave, the ground trembled beneath him. He stopped and looked back. A small stone pillar was rising from the floor. His eyes lit up. So the mechanism activates after all the monsters are defeated. He examined the pillar. It was a hidden trigger, cleverly disguised. The mechanism word. A platform extended beneath his feet. A panel on the floor slid open, and slowly, the platform began to descend. It was a lift. He stood still as the stone floor lowered him deeper and deeper. The light above faded. The platform sank for what felt like minutes. Finally, it stopped. Qinfeng guessed he had dropped at least 300, maybe 400 meters. It was dark, quiet, cold. His gaze swept the area. He knew this place. He had heard of it before. A maze hidden beneath the temple. Not many players knew, but there was always a chance for a secret labyrinth to spawn under ruins. And in his past life, he'd explored plenty. He also knew exactly what came next. Traps, and lots of them. Exploring the maze wasn't all that risky. As long as there were others to serve as cannon fodder, the danger was minimal. The real issue was the time it took. With steady eyes, he pulled out a pendant. Given his current stats, triggering a trap meant certain death. But thankfully, he had a trump card. This pendant could summon a silver tier devout follower to fight in his place. Stretching out his hand, he activated the pendant's power. A zombie emerged from the ground, ready to serve. Pointing down the maze corridor, he gave a single order, scout ahead. The follower rose and shuffled into the hallway. Arms crossed, Qinfeng watched with satisfaction. Having a scout made navigating the place so much easier. Still, he wasn't careless. There was always the chance of something going wrong. Just to be safe, he decided to upgrade his dodge skill first. Spending 11 evolution points, he boosted Ghost Shadow Blur from Gold tier to Epic. His passive dodge rate skyrocketed from 15% to 75%. And now, whenever the dodge triggered, it made him immune to all damage. 75% was already an insane number. With just enough points left, he turned his attention to instant shadow slash. Using 13 evolution points, he upgraded it from diamond to epic. The skill's range stretched out to 30 meters, and it now lasted 12 seconds. Instead of 7 slashes, he could now unleash 9, with a cooldown of just 8.8 seconds. The slash width expanded to 5 meters, and damage climbed from 300 to 400. Qinfeng's eyes lit up. Evolving from epic to legendary took 10 times the base evolution points. That's where things got interesting. The higher a skill's starting tier, the more cost-effective it was to evolve. For instance, if a skill began at epic tier, evolving it to legendary only required 1 base point. So 1 times 10 is equal to 10 points. That meant if he could get epic skills right from the start, he could push them to legendary, then mythical, ancient, even immortal tier with far fewer points overall. But starting from lower tier skills? That was a different story. A skill that began at normal tier had to be upgraded multiple times just to hit epic. By the time it reached the legendary stage, it would demand hundreds of points. Still, the takeaway was clear. He could now afford to make sure all his skills hit epic tier. With 11 evolution points left, he focused on his starter skill, Shadow Sneak. Spending 8 points, he upgraded it from silver to platinum. Its duration stretched from 16 seconds to 24, and the stealth-breaking attack damage jumped from 120 to 150. The cooldown dropped from 26 seconds to 22, thanks to his 35% cooldown reduction attribute. The final cooldown came down to 16.3 seconds. Even so, that was still a bit long, and the damage felt underwhelming. He made a mental note. This skill would need to be replaced later. As they moved deeper into the hallway, the devout follower continued to lead the way. The devout follower stepped on a hidden pressure plate, triggering a trap. A massive boulder came crashing down, crushing its body. In an instant, it vanished into light. With the summon gone, Qinfeng had no choice but to wait for the cooldown before calling another one. This maze was treacherous, and the only way forward was slowly, step by cautious step. He could only hope it'd be worth it in the end. Meanwhile, on the temple's upper level, a man with a shield and a hooded woman peeked through a door. He turned to his captain, Grey Rose, and reported that the monsters had all vanished. Grey Rose raised an eyebrow. That was unexpected. They entered the room. That's when Grey Rose noticed something else was gone too. The monsters' lifespans had disappeared. Someone had killed them and taken their life energy. But who? The man guessed it could only be one person, Shadow. Only someone at his level could defeat 2 silver tier bosses. Grey Rose nodded. He had a point. At least they wouldn't have to die again. Then she paused, hand on her chin, deep in thought. She remembered. On the way here, they'd seen someone who looked like he was talking to the monsters. Was it Shadow? Did he have a skill that let him control bosses? If that were true, then his power was beyond terrifying. Back on the second floor, Qinfeng's newly summoned follower met the same fate, crushed by another trap. Ahead of him stretched a long path ending at a door. He'd been navigating this maze for 3 hours now, judging by his past life memories. Reaching this point usually cost hundreds of lives. That meant he was close. Using the pendant again, he summoned another devout follower. It moved forward cautiously, with Qinfeng close behind. Once they reached the door, he commanded the follower to open it. The monster tried, pushing with all its strength. But nothing happened. Its body started trembling from the strain. Qinfeng narrowed his eyes, suspicious. Why couldn't it open? He stepped forward and placed his hand on the door. As soon as he touched it, the door began to creak open, slowly but surely. Qinfeng stood frozen, stunned by the sudden reaction. Then came the wave, followed by a thick curtain of smoke rolling out from the other side. Sweat beaded on his forehead. This didn't feel right. He stepped through the doorway and into a chamber lined with pillars. In the center stood a chest wrapped tightly in thorn-covered vines. Qinfeng scanned the room. The chest was clearly locked, but beside it stood an NPC, her lower face covered in bandages. The system tried to scan her. Nothing. Qinfeng's eyes widened. No data at all? This was a first. The woman started whispering in some unknown language. Then, without warning, she dropped to her knees. Her body glowed and slowly began to dissolve into light. Qinfeng watched closely, puzzled. Why did she vanish? Then the thorns around the chest began to fade away. But even with the thorns gone, he didn't lower his guard. That woman, he couldn't see her stats, couldn't identify her. And that made her even more dangerous. She had to be connected to the Eye of Judgment. That was the only explanation. The chest began to glow with a golden light. Qinfeng's eyes narrowed. It was packed with epic tier loot. But he didn't let excitement cloud his judgment. This could still be a trap, or worse, a mimic. Without hesitation, he pointed to the chest and ordered his summon to open it. The follower obeyed. As the chest creaked open, a brilliant light burst out, nearly blinding. Qinfeng's eyes widened. It was a skill book. And not just any book, but a god-tier assassin skill. It held both passive and active abilities and belonged to the epic tier. The name? Bestowal of Mercy. The passive effect was insane. 100% accuracy when targeting weak points and double damage to them. The active skill was even more outrageous, Slit Throat. His next strike would apply a debuff that dealt damage equal to 100% of that attack per second, for 3 whole seconds. It had a 60-second cooldown, but thanks to his skill cooldown reduction, it dropped to 44.4 seconds. Qin Feng examined it closely. The passive doubled the size of every enemy's weak spot, making precision strikes nearly guaranteed. But the active was the real monster. If he landed a 300 damage attack, the Slit Throat effect would deal 300 per second for 3 seconds. That's 900 bonus damage, triple the original hit. He kept reading. Multi-hit moves like Instant Shadow Slash would only trigger Slit Throat on the first hit. Still, this skill was only at the epic tier, which meant evolving it to legendary would cost just 10 evolution points. This was jackpot level loot. His burst damage had just taken a massive leap. With that, Qin Feng turned toward the exit. It was time to head back. All of this had been made possible because of Little Black. He figured he could return the favor by selling her party some leftover gear. Opening the chat, he messaged her, asking her to tell Wang Ming to head back to town. When word got out that Shadow had cleared the ruins, the others quickly made their way back too. As Qin Feng arrived in the starter town, he was stunned. A huge crowd had gathered, players from all over. Everyone wanted to add him as a friend. Some even offered to be his loyal followers, promising to support him however they could. Even the chairman of Jianghai City's Runding Group showed up, formally inviting Shadow to join their corporation. Fans from Firefly Town had traveled just to meet him. Players from distant towns asked to form teams. That's when he realized the teleportation gates between towns had finally been activated, which meant he could now head to Firefly Town, to Song Fei, without delay. Without another word, he vanished. Using his invisibility skill, Qin Feng melted into the shadows, slipping away while the crowd erupted into chaos. Arguing, shouting, blaming each other for scaring him off. He reappeared near Little Black. She noticed him instantly and raised her hand to alert her captain. "The expert Shadow is here," she said. Then, something caught Qin Feng's eye. His sister, Qin Xiaoyu, was there. She greeted him with a soft smile. His mind flooded with questions. How had she managed to join Wang Ming's crew? If anything happened to her, Wang Ming's team could be wiped out. He had to stay sharp. Everyone knew how dangerous it was to be associated with Shadow. His true identity had to stay hidden. Out here in the real world, he couldn't use any of his in-game powers. And with so many eyes on him now, even a kitchen knife could spell the end. Qin Xiaoyu couldn't help blushing. Just standing near him, she could feel how strong he was. Compared to him, Wang Ming's party felt utterly worthless. She figured that if he were willing to carry her, she could reach Song Fei in just a few days. Using the system chat, Qin Feng sent a message to the captain. The gear he'd brought was a perfect match for their party's classes, and the skill books would give their combat power a massive boost. He set the price, 2,200 days of lifespan. Wang Ming hesitated. That was steep, especially for silver and gold tier players like them. Right now, they couldn't afford it. But Qin Feng simply waved it off. They could pay him later. Grateful, Wang Ming bowed his head. He didn't know how to repay Qin Feng's kindness, but promised that if he ever needed help, all he had to do was ask. The party's swordsman couldn't stop grinning as he equipped a gleaming golden helmet. He couldn't believe he was wearing gold tier gear already. Wang Ming himself equipped a gold tier skill and instantly saw his DPS triple. Tears welled up in his eyes. Shadow even let them buy on credit. It meant he trusted them. Wang Ming checked his inventory, looking for items suited to priests, but found nothing. Qin Xiaoyu looked confused. The party's archer was fuming. She was only around to leech XP, and now she had nothing to show for it. Qin Xiaoyu walked over to Qin Feng and introduced herself as the party's priest. She asked if he had any items for her class. Just then, a system message popped up. Player Little Graceful wants to add you as a friend. Qin Feng's expression turned ice cold. He stared at Qin Xiaoyu for a moment and vanished into thin air. Qin Xiaoyu froze, stunned. "Where did Shadow go?" she asked, her voice uncertain. Wang Ming tried to reassure her. Maybe he just didn't get any priest drops this time. Next time might be different. But the archer wasn't so kind. She said what everyone else was thinking. Shadow had deliberately ignored Qin Xiaoyu for Little Black. Qin Feng really did move like a shadow, appearing and disappearing like a dragon. As he slipped away, he knew exactly what he had in his inventory. A gold tier priest staff and a gold tier priest skill book. But there was no way he was giving them to Qin Xiaoyu. As he progressed, his bag would only get more packed with high tier gear. Selling individual pieces one by one was a waste of time. That's why Wang Ming's connection to the authorities was perfect. He could offload gear in bulk through them. He wasn't about to let Qin Xiaoyu jeopardize that partnership. What he needed now was a real priest for Wang Ming's team. someone he could count on. His eyes sharpened. He had to find little Xue, Gu Yixue, the former manager of the Godslayer Guild in his past life. She held a rare class, White Aven Priestess, with a mystical white bird that could heal and buff in battle. She was the only priest he'd ever seen take down epic tier bosses alone. Compared to her, Qin Xiaoyu was nothing. He activated the teleport gate. Time to track down little Xue. Little Xue was from Firefly Town, just like Song Fei. If Qin Feng could track her down, he'd slot her right into Wang Meng's party. Wasting no time, he stepped through the teleport gate and arrived in Firefly Town. The place was nothing like the starter town, livelier, louder, and packed with opportunity. As he walked through the streets, he overheard two players in a rush. A silver tier boss was down to half HP. They couldn't let anyone else steal the kill after all their effort. One of them cursed under his breath, blaming Song Fei. Apparently, that scumbag had brought a whole army of fangirls again. There was no way to fight fairly against him. No one knew how a nobody like Song Fei managed to attract such a blind fanbase. Qin Feng smirked. He'd just gotten here, and already there were signs of Song Fei. He quietly followed the two players, eventually reaching a place called Wailing Valley, a level 5 zone crawling with Emberians and shackles. Not far in, the sounds of battle echoed through the trees. Peeking over a ridge, he saw a mob of players in a chaotic skirmish. They were all going after a massive, twin-headed monster cloaked in flames. Qin Feng recognized it instantly, a silver tier boss. But the scene wasn't just about the boss. Players were turning on each other, clashing mid-fight. Then he saw him, Song Fei, in the middle of a formation, surrounded by players, standing smug as ever. Two enraged players confronted him, weapons drawn. One of them had been ambushed by Song Fei before, had his lifespan stolen. He now swore to kill him with his own hands. The second player, a shield user, mocked him. Think hiding behind your mage girls makes you safe? He sneered, revealing he had a god-tier anti-aging skill. But before he could take a single step, crack! One of Song Fei's fangirls caved his head in with a magic staff. Qin Feng watched it unfold, unfazed. He remembered all too well, Song Fei, titled the heaven-defying mage god in his past life, had started off with the mage class. Back then, he tricked dozens of adoring fans into picking the same class, just to strip them of their gear and skills, hoarding it all to boost himself. Of course, an all-mage team wasn't viable, but his fanatics found workarounds. Some dumped points into intelligence to become glass cannons. Others chose agility to serve as disruptors. A few went for health, turning themselves into makeshift tanks. And some even picked strength, swinging staffs like blunt weapons as battle mages. Early in the game, this bizarre setup made Song Fei's team a force of chaos, leeching lifespan from anyone and everyone with little resistance. But Qin Feng remembered how it all ended. Most of those fangirls, gone, burned out and dead within weeks. Back in the valley, Song Fei raised a hand and pointed at the boss. With a soft, fake smile, he sighed, "My heart hurts seeing how hard my fans work. Let's end this fast, so they can finally rest. The world should be full of love, not violence." The twin-headed Emberian started lumbering toward his team. One of his fans, teary-eyed, declared that he was the one who deserved peace. He worked so hard, they couldn't let him suffer anymore. She raised her staff and aimed at the monster. For Song Fei, they all followed her lead, unleashing spells in unison. Their goal wasn't loot or XP. They just wanted their idol to become a king, and they'd follow him to the ends of the game to make it happen. The monster reared back and opened its jaws, unleashing a torrent of fire aimed straight at Song Fei. His eyes widened, he was caught off guard. But before the flames could reach him, one of his fangirls rushed forward and took the hit head-on. Her body began to disintegrate, fading into particles of light. Song Fei grabbed her hand and put on a sorrowful expression. With tears in her eyes, the girl swore she'd do anything for him, anything to help him rise to the top. Nearby, a chubby girl clutched her staff tightly and shouted to the others, "Get angry! If we kill this ugly beast, Brother Song Fei will reach number 1. They erupted in cheers. Weapons raised, they vowed to conquer the world and rule the heavens at Song Fei's side. Spells rained down like a storm, lightning strikes hammering the twin-headed monster. Song Fei watched the boss's health fall and smirked. It was finally going to die. Still, he couldn't help but wonder, how had Shadow, a solo player, taken down a gold-tier boss on his own? It had to be a bug. He was only level 7, even with all his fans helping. Meanwhile, Shadow had somehow shot ahead to level 9. But no matter, this kill would push him to level 8. If Shadow stayed stuck, he'd finally surpass him and take the number 1 spot in this curse game. That's what happened. A shadowy hand clamped over Song Fei's mouth from behind. In one clean motion, Qin Feng decapitated him. Then, without missing a beat, instant shadow slash tore his body apart. Blood gushed from Song Fei's mouth as his fans stood frozen in horror. Before they could even scream, Qin Feng moved like lightning, slicing through the fans and the boss with ruthless precision. A system window popped up. Boss defeated. Plus 1,500 EXP. The silver tier monster collapsed, its body unraveling into raw lifespan energy. Everyone watched, stunned. Shadow had wiped them all out in a single strike. Their attacks had barely scratched the boss, maybe 100 damage at most. But Shadow? His hit had done thousands. 10 times stronger. No, maybe more. As the boss's body dissolved into glowing orbs of lifespan, Qin Feng dropped his stealth. Players around the valley gasped. It really was him. The sharper ones realized it hadn't been just a strike. It was a devastating AoE attack. Song Fei and his entire cult of fans gone in seconds. All eyes locked on a Shadow. The same player who'd taken down the world's first gold-tier boss. They knew better than to provoke him. One by one, they backed off. Then some began to cheer, claiming he'd avenged them, that he'd rid the server of Song Fei's toxic squad. Qin Feng knew the truth. They weren't cheering, they were terrified. If he'd wanted, he could have turned his blade on them too. In his past life, he wouldn't have hesitated. Elsewhere, in Firefly Town, Song Fei respawned and immediately collapsed in a panic. System notification. You were killed by Shadow. Minus 1,106 days of tradable lifespan. Minus 18 years, 113 days of non-tradable lifespan. He stared in disbelief. Shadow was here, in Firefly Town. Of all the hundreds of starter towns across the game, of all the towns in Jianghai City, Shadow had come to his just to steal the kill. As Song Fei's fans respawned one after another, confusion filled the air. The chubby girl stared blankly. Song Fei had died too? One of the others was furious. Why did Shadow attack us? Another speculated that he just wanted the silver tier boss for himself. According to them, Shadow was a coward for striking while Song Fei was distracted. That made him evil. Just then, an archer nervously approached Song Fei. Can I join your party? She asked, revealing that she had the eagle eye skill. She could detect invisible enemies. But his fangirls shut her down immediately. He only wants mages, one snapped. The chubby girl chimed in, saying the archer's monster-killing speed was too slow. She'd only hold Song Fei back from climbing the rankings. But Song Fei held up his arms and smiled kindly. Even if you're an archer, you can still be part of the family, he said warmly. Love can fill everything. He gently took the archer's hand. I felt your emotions, he said. Let's level up together. The girl's face turned red as tears streamed down. She was overwhelmed just standing beside him. Then an assassin stepped forward, declaring she could also turn invisible, and vowed to make Shadow pay for what he'd done. A mage joined in, saying she'd just learned a new Yoi spell. She promised she'd free Shadow in place. Song Fei opened his arms again. Our family is full of love, he declared. Any girl who wants to join is welcome. The crowd of fangirls erupted in tears, swearing loyalty to Song Fei all over again. To them, Shadow was dishonorable for ambushing their beloved leader, and they would make him pay. Next time they saw Shadow, they promised they'd let Song Fei deal the final blow. He had to learn what happened to those who crossed Song Fei. Meanwhile, two nearby players watched the scene unfold. They didn't know what Song Fei planned next, but they were still satisfied knowing someone had taken him down. With so many girls guarding him, they had no idea how it had happened. But once they realized it was Shadow, it all made sense. He's insane, one whispered. But those girls? Totally nuts. Back at the battlefield, a smile crept across Song Fei's face. This time, he would make sure everyone saw it. When he took down Shadow in front of a crowd, he'd prove that being strong meant nothing if you fought alone, especially for a solo assassin. How could someone like Shadow possibly beat a glorious mage like him? At that very moment, Qin Feng was still at the boss site, picking through the loot. With greedy hand, he scored big, 16 evolution points, 217 days of tradable lifespan, 6 silver tier items, and 1 golden tier piece. Without hesitation, he spent 10 of his 9 points to evolve Graceful Liberation. The upgrade was huge. The passive weak point correction doubled, going from 100% to 200%. The weak point damage multiplier also doubled. As for the active effect, his next attack would now automatically trigger the Slit Throat effect. The upgraded Slit Throat effect was now deadlier than ever, dealing 150% attack damage per second instead of 100% still over 3 seconds. The cooldown dropped from 3 seconds to just 18.5. Even more impressive, the weak point hit correction had risen to 200%, effectively doubling the size of every enemy's weak spot. If amplified further, half the target's body would count as a weak point. Qin Feng suspected even Shadow Slash might now trigger weak point damage. The skill had started at epic tier with no evolution points, yet now it was legendary. But going forward, the cost was staggering. To evolve a legendary skill to mythical, it would require 200 evolution points, a 100 times increase. Based on that scaling, evolving Greedy Hand, which was still epic, would eventually demand 210 points, and to go from legendary to mythical, 3,400 more. For now, he had just 9 points left. He used 8 of them to upgrade Backstab Enhancement, bumping it from gold to platinum. The passive damage boost rose from 30% to 40%. Between the silver tier boss and the wave of players he'd taken down, he had earned over 1,400 days of tradable lifespan. Mission accomplished. It was time to head out. But just as Qin Feng let his guard down, a girl lunged at him from behind. She tried to land a surprise attack, but Qin Feng dodged it with ease. She slashed again. Same result. Stunned by how effortlessly he evaded her, she quickly activated stealth and vanished. Seconds later, Song Fei's fangirls appeared at the top of the cliff, glaring down at him. They shouted threats, swearing to avenge their beloved. Mages raised their staffs. The newly accepted archer aimed her bow. Without hesitation, Qin Feng disappeared into shadow. But the archer wasn't done. She activated Eagle Eye, her special skill that could pierce through stealth. Her arrow morphed into a ghostly eagle, soaring through the sky, until it burst into a shower of glowing feathers. The feathers rained down across the battlefield like shimmering snow. They touched someone cloaked in stealth, the assassin from Song Fei's party. Her body flickered into view as her stealth was forcefully broken. The chubby fangirl clenched her fist, thinking they had successfully flushed out Qin Feng. Hit her with everything you've got, she ordered. With no hesitation, the entire group unleashed their strongest spells in a massive wave of destruction. The assassin's eyes widened in terror. Wait, I'm not, she shouted. But it was too late. A devastating explosion erupted as the spells hit, obliterating her on the spot. No one mourned. The chubby girl just scowled. She wasn't even a mage. She didn't truly love Song Fei, she muttered. This was divine punishment for her betrayal. She turned back to the archer. Launch Eagle Eye again. Find him. The archer nodded and prepared to act. But before she could loose the arrow, Qin Feng struck. He pulled out the ghost fire bell and rang it. The moment it rang, the active effect, Soul Attack, triggered. A pulse swept out across 100 meters, and every enemy within range froze in place. Immobilized for 3 seconds. It cooled down? A brutal 521 seconds. But those 3 seconds? More than enough for Qin Feng to make his move. Just as the archer prepared to use Eagle Eye again, a strange aura wrapped around her and everyone near her. Their bodies froze. Confused, none of them could even blink before Qin Feng emerged from the shadows. Instant slash. He struck like lightning, cutting through every one of them. Their bodies were sliced to pieces before they even had time to scream. Behind a nearby corner, Song Fei cautiously peeked out, eyes narrowing. He didn't understand what had just happened. Everyone was dead, but how? His first thought was Shadow. But no, if Shadow had attacked, he would have revealed himself. Right? Wrong. Qin Feng was already standing behind him, still invisible. His gaze sharp, his voice cold. You're next. Song Fei froze. The second he heard that voice, his whole body trembled. Panic spread across his face. With shaking hands, he activated his magic shield, summoning a glowing barrier around himself. But Qin Feng didn't even blink. He pulled out a poison dart and launched it. The dart passed through the shield like it was made of paper, shattering it instantly and hitting Song Fei square in the forehead. Song Fei screamed. His body began to disintegrate, breaking apart into glowing orbs of lifespan. Qin Feng dropped stealth and stepped into view. As the last of Song Fei's body vanished, Qin Feng realized something shocking. He'd been carrying over 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. But his fangirls? Nothing. Not a single drop of tradable lifespan among them. It clicked. They'd given it all to him. So much time, hundreds of years worth of lifespan, sacrificed to feed a fraud. All of it now just floating through the air, ready to be absorbed by nearby monsters. Qin Feng shook his head. To some, this was still just a game. But these obsessive fans, they were something else. Back in Firefly Town, Song Fei and his squad respawned again. But this time, Song Fei was furious. His lifespan had dropped to 500 days from over 2,000. He glared at the archer. Why couldn't you find him with Eagle Eye? She nervously explained she had used it, but it only revealed their party's assassin, her sister. The chubby girl chimed in, saying the archer's detection level wasn't high enough. The archer confirmed it. Her Eagle Eye only countered stealth level 1. If the enemy's stealth was higher, she couldn't see them at all. Song Fei clenched his fists. Shadow kept attacking from nowhere and vanishing without a trace. How was he supposed to fight back? Touching his face, he muttered, I haven't even done anything to him. But then another thought hit him. Maybe Shadow's just jealous of my flawless beauty. He shivered. What if Shadow came for him again? His fangirls, weapons raised, quickly made a decision. For everyone's safety, it was time to level up somewhere else. Wherever Song Fei went, they would follow. No matter what. Not long after, Qin Feng returned to Firefly Town. He looked around for a while, but something fell off. Song Fei and his fans were gone. He couldn't tell if they had changed towns or if it just logged out. Deactivating stealth, Qin Feng stepped into the open. Qin Feng spotted a player nearby and approached, asking if he'd seen where Song Fei and his fan club had gone. The man flinched the moment he realized who he was talking to. Nervously, he pointed to a path off to the side. They went that way, he whispered. Then, dropping his voice even lower, he begged, please, kill Song Fei. Then came an odd request. If you do, could you spare my girlfriend? She's a hunter, goes by the name A Feibao, Kitty. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. You should probably find a new girlfriend. The man's face went pale. He quickly realized his girlfriend was the one who could detect stealth. Before he could say another word, Qin Feng vanished into the air. But the desperate man called out, please, I worked so hard to find her. Qin Feng now knew the direction they'd gone, but not their destination. Searching town after town would take too long. Suddenly, he heard the man shouting again, calling for Shadow like a lost dog. Just then, a woman walked past him. Qin Feng stopped in his tracks. It was her, Gu Ishua. He dropped his stealth and smiled. Hey, beautiful. Think you can help me out? Gu Ishua turned, surprised to see Shadow standing there. Qin Feng pulled out the gold-tier priest staff from his inventory. I heard your class can track targets across wide areas, he said. Help me find Song Fei, and I'll give you the staff for cheap. Her eyes lit up. Opening her system window, she looked at him curiously. How do you know I can do wide area tracking? I've never told anyone. Qin Feng tilted his head. Do you want the staff or not? She hesitated. I don't know if I can afford it. Wait, he said. You don't even have 500 days of tradable lifespan? The original price is 700 or 800. She checked her system window and realized she did have 700 days. Deal. They completed the transaction. A confirmation popped up, and she clutched the golden staff with both hands, nearly drooling. Qin Feng chuckled and gently tapped her cheek. Focus. Let's not lose time. Her cheeks turned red as she nodded and smiled. With her new staff in hand, she began to focus, channeling her ability. An owl familiar appeared and started circling above her. Even though this was their first time meeting, Shadow gave her a strange sense of familiarity. As her owl flapped its wings, Gu Ishua gave him a sideways glance. You're not worried? I'll just take the staff and leave. Qin Feng's expression stayed calm. Don't you hate Song Fei? Her eyes went wide. How did you know that? She couldn't tell if Shadow was someone she knew in real life, but his voice didn't feel unfamiliar. Qin Feng just smiled. Take a guess. She sighed and raised her hand. Too lazy to guess. Just then, her eyes sharpened. The owl flew high over the town and in the distance. Deep in the heart of the canyon, she finally spotted Song Fei and his crew. Her owl had tracked them through the rocky maze and now hovered above their hideout. Wasting no time, she relayed the location to Qin Feng and urged him to hurry. Song Fei might vanish again if he didn't get there fast. The owl had speed, sure, but shadowing them for too long would wear it out. Shadow didn't miss a beat. Don't worry, he said. I'll be there in no time. And just like that, Qin Feng shot off, darting over jagged rocks and rough terrain without missing a step. But then, the owl suddenly stopped. That wasn't normal. Qin Feng halted too. Something was interfering with their trail. Scanning his surroundings, he caught sight of a strange marking carved into a tree. Curious, he reached out to her again. At his request, the owl began to sweep the area. Soon, it spotted 2 more trees, each marked with the same symbol. One 100 meters ahead, another 100 meters to the left. Qin Feng approached them carefully, placing a bit of his energy into each symbol as he touched them. That's when it happened. A surge of light connected all 3 trees. The earth between them lit up, and from the glowing ground, a treasure chest slowly emerged, radiant green light spilling out, golden energy swirling around it. Foam froze. A treasure chest like this, hidden in an ordinary place like Firefly Town? It didn't add up. These ancient divine relics were incredibly rare. When they appeared, chaos usually followed. Either beasts, monsters, or unimaginable rewards. From the owl's vantage point, she was just as stunned. That green glow, it could mean 1,000 days of life, or over 10 million in hard currency. Qin Feng gave her a silent nod of respect. Her instincts had nailed it again. In his past life, a single year of lifespan had gone for 1:10,000. By day 2, that price had skyrocketed to 1:50,000 plus. She wasn't done yet, though. Eyes sharp, she began memorizing the symbols. Whatever hidden patterns they held, she'd uncover them. Back at the chest, Qin Feng opened it. Inside was a skill book, pitch black, with a dark aura leaking out from it. The title, Curse of the Blossoms. A high-tier, emerald-level ability. With it, cursed flowers would bloom from fallen enemies, making their tradable lifespan drop instantly to 0. No cooldown, but it had to be used within 15 seconds of the kill. Feng remembered this spell. In his past life, it had been deadly. Every enemy he dropped could be turned into pure profit. If he took out Song Fei and held his ground for a moment after, he wouldn't just win, he'd strip him of everything. A cold grin crept across his face. This time, Song Fei wouldn't get away. Not just defeated, but drained dry. As Qin Feng charged toward his prey, the scene shifted. Somewhere else in the canyon, Song Fei's fan club was deep in battle, hammering away at a boss. While they fought hard, Song Fei hung back, saving his energy to steal the final strike. He was smug, convinced Qin Feng wouldn't chase them this far. After all, he'd already been humiliated twice, once in front of a silver rank boss. That should have been enough. But Song Fei was wrong. Just as the boss began to falter, the heavier girl in the group noticed something. Another squad closing in on the fight. Nearby, a second boss had appeared, but Song Fei, ever slick, spun the situation to his advantage. He told his fans the other group fighting the boss were followers of a rival idol, out to ruin his image. That was all it took. His fans' expressions twisted with fury. No one was going to one-up their precious Song Fei. Without hesitation, they rushed the other group. The newcomers, thinking help had arrived, welcomed them, only to be blindsided. Before anyone could greet them, the heavy-set girl from Song Fei's side brought her staff crashing down, knocking out their team leader in a single strike. The rest of the squad froze, confused, but Song Fei's crew didn't stop. They attacked, shouting nonsense about idols, destiny, and betrayal. One of the stunned victims tried to ask what was going on, but a spell silenced him instantly. Then things got weird. Song Fei's fans began chanting bizarre poems, praising him like he was some kind of divine being. And once the enemy team was wiped out, they stood aside, proudly making way for their golden idol to claim the final blow on the boss. Song Fei, never dropping the act, stepped forward with a fake smile. He praised his fans, calling them heroes, making up stories about a near ambush. He piled on the compliments, and the fangirls just blushed and giggled, eating it up like candy. It was all a performance, and they were loving it. But the show was about to end. Just as Song Fei raised his weapon for the finishing hit, a shadow appeared at the canyon's edge. A chill ran down his spine. Something was off. He turned. Too late. Feng's blade sliced through the air like judgment itself, and in one fluid strike, Song Fei's head was gone. His body hit the dirt before anyone could react. This time, Shadow didn't just walk away. He knelt beside the corpse and activated Curse of the Blossoms. A deep red flower burst from Song Fei's chest, its petals twitching unnaturally as they drained away every bit of his tradable lifespan. The fangirls watched, frozen. None of them could make sense of what they were seeing. Then everything faded. Song Fei reappeared at Firefly Town's portal, dazed and irritated. He couldn't figure out, why was Shadow always chasing him? In his twisted logic, he chalked it up to jealousy. Maybe Shadow couldn't stand how popular he was. Or maybe, just maybe, one of the fangirls had once liked Shadow instead. He convinced himself that Shadow's obsession with Firefly Town was part of some bizarre revenge plot. But then a system alert popped up, and everything changed. His tradable lifespan was plummeting. Fast. At first, he thought it was a penalty for dying too much. But he didn't have time to dwell on it. One by one, his fans began arriving at the portal. The heavy mage girl ran up to him, breathless, describing the eerie red flower that had grown from his body, sucking away something vital. That's when it hit him. The cursed flower. The vanishing lifespan. It was all Shadow's doing. Some terrifying new power he'd unlocked. The shock turned to panic. Without wasting another second, Song Fei gave the order. Everyone log off now. If they stayed online and kept losing to Shadow, they wouldn't just lose battles, they'd lose everything. With tradable lifespan dropping to 0, it wasn't just a game anymore. This meant real death. Still putting on the role of leader, Song Fei rallied his fanbase, calling them his family. He promised he'd step into the real world to recover their lost time and come back stronger, armed with powerful new gear, bought using the lifespan they'd stashed away. And just like that, the girls were right back under his spell, excitedly imagining a glorious comeback to crush Shadow for good. As Song Fei logged out, anger twisted his face. He wasn't ready to accept defeat. Not after grinding for 2.5 years to reach the top. In his eyes, no random player was going to take him down, not when money could solve everything. All he needed was time. Back at the battlefield, the red flowers told the story, each one sprouting from a fallen player, quietly draining away their tradable lifespan. Song Fei's loyal fans had unknowingly handed everything they earned to Shadow, and thanks to that ambush, his killer rank shot up to level 4. At that rank, the penalty for dying meant losing a crushing 96.8% of tradable lifespan. But Shadow didn't care. He gained nearly 1,000 days in one sweep. all because of Song Fei and his blindly loyal followers. They'd done the hard part, fighting the monsters, and Shadow had simply swooped in and claimed the rewards. Still, nothing lasted forever. The crimson flowers had started to wilt, their energy fading. Shadow realized what had happened. The players had all logged out, trying to avoid losing even more. High above, the white owl flew in silence. Xiao Shui had watched it all unfold through its eyes, and even she was stunned. Seeing the top player move like that, it was something else entirely. When Shadow asked her if Song Fei had truly logged off, she confirmed it. The entire group had vanished from the game. "Keep watching," Shadow said quietly. "Let me know the second he's back." Xiao Shui blinked. "Wait, I thought I was done." "Not quite," Shadow replied, a faint grin in his voice. "I just picked up a golden tier pre-skill, Sword of Divine Judgment." That got her attention. Instantly curious, Xiao Shui perked up. She wanted that skill. Shadow made her an offer, 500 days of lifespan in exchange. But then he added, "I'll cut that in half if you agree to one thing." Xiao Shui's eyes narrowed. "I'm not trading my dignity." Shadow quickly waved it off. No, it's not that. I want you to join my team as our main healer." Her tense expression broke into a laugh. "You should have just said that." "Sure, I'm in. But if your team sucks, that's on you." "They're solid," Shadow replied. "You'll see." He reached out to reconnect with his crew. Meanwhile, across the game world, in a completely different zone, Wang Ming was celebrating a win. He'd just taken down a poisonous monster and was riding high on the experience boost. Feeling good, he called out for a heal and something to counter the poison effect, but hesitated. Still unsure about her priest class, she froze, unsure of what to do. Wang tried to jog her memory, reminding her that priests had a toxin cleanse. But before she could properly respond, she misclicked. The spell hit a tree instead of Wang. Seconds later, his HP hit 0. He collapsed on the ground, the poison claiming him. All that effort, wasted. Frustration hung in the air. The team stared in disbelief at Feng's sister, still standing blankly near the teleportation stone. After everything that just happened, no one could understand how she'd been that useless. Later, their team leader faced a tough call. They couldn't go on like this. Not with a healer who didn't know how to heal. But finding a capable hidden class priest now? Nearly impossible. The good ones were already taken. Meanwhile, Xiao was completely unaware of the storm around her. Lost in her own world, she was busy daydreaming, seeing herself as some chosen goddess destined to dominate this new realm. Her quick leveling? Proof, she thought, of her rising greatness. In her mind, she'd soon stand beside her brother Song Fei in all his glory. Then, out of nowhere, exciting news arrived, straight from Shadow. Wang Ming's heart leapt. A hidden class healer had agreed to join them. Not just any healer either, a whitebird priest, strong in multiple roles. This was exactly what they needed. The moment Shadow confirmed her location, Firefly Town, the leader didn't hesitate. Sure, it wasn't the best place for leveling, but it didn't matter. They had to regroup. Wang agreed instantly and started prepping for the trip. But first, he had to deal with Xiao. He broke it to her gently, saying they were heading to a higher level zone and Shell Town was just too crowded. He made it sound like her low level was the only issue, careful not to crush her pride. Before she could say anything, the team was already gone, clearly relieved to ditch a priest who couldn't heal. But Xiao didn't take it the way they expected. Not even close. She took their departure as a blessing, convinced they weren't worthy of her greatness. With her inflated sense of destiny still intact, she made a bold new plan. Find Shadow and make him help her level up. Meanwhile, Wang Ming arrived in Firefly Town and quickly linked up with Shadow and Xiao Shui. He handed over the lifespan he'd gained from their last battle, ready to lock in the new team. As they started coordinating, Wang brought up someone new, an ally named Anyu. The second Shadow heard the name, he froze. That name wasn't random. And then she appeared. With a bright wave and an easy smile, Anyu strolled over, instantly catching the attention of both men. Shadow was stunned. The woman standing before him wasn't just any player. She was the Anyu, also known by her other title, Justice Execution. She was the only player with the Dragon Swordsman hidden class. In Shadow's past life, she'd been one of the top 20 players in the entire world. More than that, she played a key role in the official forces of the country. A national figure, respected and feared in equal measure. And here she was, arriving early, radiant, and looking directly at him with clear admiration. Xiao Shui introduced herself with a warm smile, even joking that Shadow might be a time traveler or a reincarnated champion. No one rose in power this fast without a secret. Shadow said nothing. His mind drifted to darker memories of the time when their paths had crossed under much different and much more dire circumstances. Back then, she hadn't been part of Wang's team. That made her appearance now all the more shocking. She likely already had a large amount of tradable lifespan stockpiled, probably from her work with government factions. And with a class like Dragon Swordsman, known for its insane resilience and power, she was the perfect candidate to hold it. Shadow could see why the authorities had chosen her, and he respected it. Anya didn't waste words either. She looked right at him and said. Anyu's tone was sweet, but her words were firm. She asked if Shadow had any gear to sell. Her group was interested in buying. With a light smile, she reminded him of the weight she carried. Responsibility for an entire city. Shadow saw no reason to turn her down. Opposing her now would do more harm than good, and both of them knew it. He agreed without hesitation, pointing out it would be foolish to pass up such a mutually beneficial deal. Despite her cheerful, unthreatening demeanor, Qin Feng knew better. There was much more to Anyu than what she showed on the surface. Meanwhile, Songfei's fans had logged off, and reality came crashing down. An official system announcement had dropped like a bomb. Lifespan in the game was real, and if it hit 0, it meant actual death. They were stunned. The archer was the first to explode. She had donated every last day of her tradable lifespan to Songfei. Others were barely hanging on, with just a few days left. The assassin, who'd taken out multiple players, was horrified. Each kill had earned her assassin stats, but dying one more time would now cost her double the lifespan. No one could believe how punishing 3 deaths could be. Lifespan gone just like that. The chubby girl, still trying to process it, began scrolling through her messages. Her face turned pale with sweat as she did the math. As a tank mage, she'd always been on the front lines, charging in a battle, racking up kills and deaths. Now, she only had 1 day of lifespan left. If that number dropped to 0, it would be the end, permanent death, even outside the game. Then, a message caught her eye. Brother Songfei was buying lifespan. Her eyes lit up. Of course he would help her. Quickly, she changed clothes, even considering wearing her full Brother Songfei support outfit, from head to toe. She was convinced this was her big break. She even thought about his latest product release, the Songfei Ultra Thin Anti-Side Leak. Wrapped in merchandise, buzzing with hope, she rushed out the door, off to find Songfei. Her destination, the concert hall. Not far from there, in another part of the city, Qin Feng's sister had also logged out. But now, even in the real world, she wasn't sure what was real anymore. She checked her phone and smiled. Lifespan was now selling for 15,000 per day. With the 200 days she still had, she could become a millionaire overnight. But her smile vanished. News hit her like a punch. Shadow had killed Songfei. Not once, but 3 times. She broke down. Tears of rage and sorrow streamed down her face. She remembered the warnings. If your lifespan hit 0 in the game, you'd really die. Even with over 100 years of non-tradable life remaining, those 3 deaths had drained her to just 12 years. Then her thoughts circled back to Songfei. Why had Shadow gone after him? She dove into the group chats, desperate for answers. The rumors were true. Despite being surrounded by dozens of players, Shadow had taken Songfei out 3 times. To her, Shadow wasn't just strong. He was terrifying. Back in the chat, the chubby girl sprang into action. She sent out a desperate call. Brother Songfei needs help. She begged anyone nearby in Jianghai City to meet her and sell their tradable lifespan. She even dropped his location, the Jian Plaza, and she added one more thing to seal the deal. The current exchange rate, 1 lifespan day equals 10,000. To her, it was the perfect opportunity. She couldn't believe it. The Jian Plaza was just around the corner, and Brother Songfei was there. Qin Feng's sister quickly got dressed, her mind racing. She couldn't just sit back and watch his lifespan vanish. Thanks to Shadow and everything that had happened, she'd managed to save up over 200 days of tradable lifespan. Just enough to help. Without wasting a second, she rushed out. She was going to save Brother Songfei. Meanwhile, in the game, Shadow moved like a storm through the wilderness, cutting down monsters with ease. Then came the ding. A system window popped up. Level 10 reached. His attributes increased by 2, and he received 5 free attribute points. But that was just the start. As the first player to hit level 10 in the Jianghai City area, he earned 7 reputation points. First in the Great Xia Kingdom, another 14. And globally, the first player worldwide to reach level 10, a bonus of 21 reputation points. One more system message followed. The teleportation gate to the continent of forgotten gods would unlock once 7 players reached level 10 in the Jianghai City area. At that moment, every town across the server received the same system announcement. Shadow had hit level 10. Players everywhere were floored. As expected, it was him again. First to slay a gold tier monster. Now the first in the world to hit level 10. Shadow's dominance was on full display. Some players vented in chat, jealous and stunned. Seriously? He's from Xia? How the hell is he moving this fast? Others compared progress in frustration. My Hidden Smith class is still stuck at level 8. And still, no one knew if, out of 1.5 billion players across Tanganu, anyone could catch up to him. Back at the shore, Shadow stood still for a moment, then opened his status screen. He spent his 5 attribute points and consumed all 13 of his evolution points, bringing the total to 0. The result? His base skill, Backstab Enhancement, evolved from Platinum to Emerald. Its passive bonus increased from 40% to 50%. A massive jump. Even so, his tradable lifespan, just over 7,000 days, felt like it wasn't enough. He knew that to activate the teleportation gate out of Starter Town, 7 players needed to hit level 10. And right now, the next closest were only level 7. It would take time. With that, he decided to log out and handle something in the real world. His body vanished into the sand, and seconds later, his eyes opened in the real world. A system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume tradable lifespan to transfer your skills to reality? Without hesitation, Qin Feng accepted. The system asked which skill he wanted to extract. He didn't pick a single move. He chose his entire class. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 days of tradable lifespan were consumed. Extraction complete. The Shadow class had been transferred to the real world. Its passive ability activated instantly. His body surged with power. Strength +3. Constitution +3. Agility +8. Spirit +5. Then, he took it one step further. He extracted level X2, and the system responded. Level X2 successfully extracted. To level up further in the real world, Qin Feng consumed another 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. Immediately, his real-world level rose to level 3, and with it, a fresh wave of stat boosts. Strength +4, Constitution +4, Agility +4, Spirit +4. Then came another system report. He had used 900 days to extract a new skill, Shadow Step, ranked Platinum tier. And another 2,262 days had gone into extracting Venomous Dagger, a deadly silver tier skill. Still, Qin Feng was satisfied. He had 1,292 days of tradable lifespan left. For now, no other skills could be extracted, but this trade had been worth it. He had only paid the cost for a low-tier ability, but had managed to pull a Platinum tier skill in return. His fist clenched tight. The thought of Song Fei still burned in his mind. Now, his base stats were more than double that of the average person. His agility had hit 32 points, pushing beyond normal human limits. With unlimited invisibility and a dagger laced with poison that could hit targets up to 14 meters away, he had more than enough to finish the job. He pulled out his phone and paused. Song Fei was aggressively buying lifespan. It was clear he planned to dive back into the game, maybe even come after him. Feng's eyes narrowed. Song Fei was at the Jiang Plaza, only about 7 or 8 kilometers away. At his current speed, he could get there in just over 10 minutes. Then his phone buzzed again. A message from Hu Qibin, the powerful, arrogant supervisor from the company. She was furious. Apparently, the company's top young lady had taken an interest in him, and she couldn't believe he wasn't answering calls. To her, this was his golden opportunity. Why wasn't he cooperating? Feng didn't even hesitate. Blocked. As he kept walking, he tossed the phone aside and let his body melt into invisibility. Let them come looking, he thought. Soon enough, they'd all understand what Forsaken Gods truly was. Hours later, at a Jiang Plaza, the concert was already in full swing. The crowd? Packed with girls. Among them was none other than Qin Feng's sister. On stage, Song Fei sat relaxed beside a smiling blonde woman. She leaned in and joked that she'd heard he'd been killed 3 times by Shadow. But she told him not to worry. Her people were already investigating Shadow's real-world identity. With interest, Song Fei asked how it was going. She smiled. Her people were already en route to Firefly Town, working to establish contact. The plan was simple. Offer Shadow an amount he couldn't refuse. The moment he stepped out to collect the reward, they'd catch him. And when they did, she'd make sure Song Fei had a chance to vent his frustration properly. Song Fei smiled wide. Let me know when it happens, he said. Then he casually asked if she'd heard what Jiang Corporation had been doing, using the same tactic to manipulate players into working for free. Hu Qibin laughed. According to her, the players were pathetic, weak, barely able to gather any lifespan. Working with Song Fei was far better. So many girls gave him their lifespan willingly, some even ready to die for him. Song Fei's laugh turned cold. Then, from the crowd, a man's voice rang out, furious and sharp. Stop! Stop recklessly selling your lifespan. Stop selling your lifespan. The man in the crowd shouted, his voice sharp and clear, cutting through the cheers. He turned towards Song Fei, eyes blazing. You know what this means? He said. Lifespan is tied to life and death. And yet you're out here manipulating people, buying up their time like it's nothing. You're risking lives for your own gain, and we're not letting it slide. We're reporting this. But Song Fei just smiled. There was always one, someone who thought they were the hero. He stood up slowly and faced the crowd, calm and composed. His voice rang out over the plaza. I've seen the concerns, the discussions happening lately, and I understand. My actions, my purchases of lifespan, may have used certain public resources. It might have caused disruptions. And for that, I offer my deepest apologies. A hush fell, but before he could say more, his fans shouted out in protest. You don't need to apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. Still smiling, Song Fei continued with gentle sincerity. I'm truly thankful for your love and support. But more than anything, I want to remind everyone, true love should be rational. It should be uplifting. We need to support our idols in a way that brings light, not harm. Tears welled in his eyes as he pressed on. We all know how this game is affecting the nation. I've been working closely with the authorities, doing my best in the game. That's why I've spent my personal funds to buy lifespan, to stay in the fight, to become the kind of idol worth looking up to. He paused, his voice heavy with emotion. I just wanted to give something back to you all. I wanted you to find hope, not just in the game, but in real life. Peace, safety, a better tomorrow. But I never imagined it would cause so much trouble for everyone. The crowd grew emotional. Fans began sobbing. He bowed deeply. I'm sorry for the inconvenience I've caused. Truly, that broke them. They yelled at the man who'd spoken up, calling him heartless, a savage. We're giving him our lifespan because we want to. Don't you dare insult our love. Then the chubby girl stepped onto the stage, defiant. Don't listen to those ridiculous rumors, she shouted. Only brainless pigs believe that lifespan in-game affects you in real life. What proof do they even have? She placed a hand over her chest and declared proudly, I'm the one who only has a day of lifespan left. And look at me, I'm fine. Even if the rumors were true, if you don't have the courage to die for Brother Song Fei, then you don't deserve to say you love him. Her words lit a fire in the crowd. A wave of devotion surged. More fans stepped forward, ready to give up the last of their lifespan. All for him. Song Fei's face lit up with gratitude. He reached out a hand toward her. Being loved by someone like you, he said gently, it's an honor. She broke down, crying as she swore she would die for him. And then it happened. Something whistled through the air. Thud! It struck Song Fei in the head. Silence fell like a hammer. Blood spilled from his mouth. His hair began to fall, scattering like autumn leaves in the wind. Song Fei's body collapsed onto the chubby girl's shoulder. Her eyes went wide with terror. She stumbled backward, landing hard on the ground, her voice breaking into a scream. Panic gripped her. She had no idea what had just happened. Then the truth hit. Song Fei was dead. All around, his fans erupted in chaos. Screams echoed through the plaza. Some tried to run. Others froze, staring in disbelief. It was like the entire world cracked in that moment. The guards rushed to protect Hu Chi-bin, pulling her away from the stage. But even she couldn't hold it together. Tears streamed down her face as she shouted. I saw it. When he died in the game, he was surrounded by a ring of lifespan. Her voice shook. We have to leave now. Whoever did this wasn't normal. The realization dawned, slow and horrifying. The person who killed Song Fei had used a game skill. And if that were true, if skills from the game could be used in the real world, then everything was about to change. She replayed it in her mind. The sudden kill, the vanishing act, the way the lifespan was absorbed. There was only one person who could have pulled that off. Shadow. But before she could say another word, before she could run or scream or warn anyone, thwip, a dart struck her head. She dropped instantly, dead. The guards froze, stunned and powerless. And somewhere in the panicked crowd, watching it all unfold, was Qin Feng. Dusk had fallen when the news broke. A shocking report announced the death of superstar Zhu Fei at the Jian Plaza. But that wasn't all. His most devoted fans, overwhelmed by grief, gave up the last of their lifespans collapsing beside his lifeless body. Police investigations soon uncovered the chilling truth. Zhu Fei's death wasn't natural. It was caused by supernatural abilities. Meanwhile, tears streaked down the faces of Qin Feng's sister and her friend. Fear gripped them. Just yesterday, they were cheering at Zhu Fei's concert. And now he was gone. Her friend, sharp and observant, pieced it together quickly. The throwing knives, the invisibility. These weren't coincidences. These were skills from that curse game. Could have been Shadow. She had heard the rumors. Shadow had killed Zhu Fei 3 times in game. Could the same have happened in the real world? Zayu couldn't wrap her head around it. Game abilities appearing in reality? Impossible, or so she thought. Still, she kept replaying it in her mind. The way Shadow had killed him in the game. And now this? The signs matched. Throwing knives. Stealth. Assassin techniques. It could only be him. Her brother killed by Shadow. In that moment, something inside her broke. If Shadow had figured out how to bring game skills into the real world, then so would she. She would get close to him, no matter what it took. From that moment on, she had only one goal, to grow stronger. Strong enough to take him down. The taxi came to a halt. As they stepped out, her friend looked at her concerned. You okay? Zaya didn't answer. Her eyes burned with fury. All she wanted was revenge, to to make Shadow pay for Zhu Fei's death. While all this unfolded, our boy, he was casually slurping noodles in a small restaurant. Even in a game world where players couldn't die, their bodies still needed food. Hunger was real. Just then his phone buzzed. A message popped up. It was from Yang Zioya. She warned him. Fatty, who was livid. He blocked Qin Feng's phone and WeChat. If he didn't show up soon, he'd be fired, no salary for the month. Yang Zioya was someone he respected. A bit soft-hearted and often bullied, but kind. In his past life, she'd even been part of his Godslian guild. Qin Feng messaged her back, telling her not to worry about him or the job. Instead, she should focus on leveling up in the game. She replied, puzzled. Wait, have you played this game before? I heard it's crazy hard. People are literally burning through their lifespans. He explained simply. No matter what class she picked, the key early on was to boost agility. Just focus on that. She nodded, unsure but willing to trust him. Still, she brought up another concern. She'd heard the lifespan rewards in the game were insanely expensive. Then, curiously, she asked about his own progress. How much have you earned so far? Qin Feng smirked and replied, not much. Already spent most of it. He wasn't worried about Fatty Who. That guy was just a pawn. The real issue? His boss, Qian Shishir, the president's daughter, the one who actually ran the company where he used to work. And this girl? She wasn't someone to be taken lightly. All day, Qian Shishir had done nothing but chase men. First, she was spotted entering a hotel with 6 older foreign guys. Then, she was seen cruising in a flashy sports car with 3 African men, just for the thrill. And now, she was suddenly taking an interest in him. Qian Shishir was obsessed with anything foreign. After the game launched, she ditched Asia and headed to North America. There, she founded one of the top 3 guilds in the region, Alice's Wonderland. In his past life, she had stood directly against Daxia, constantly making things difficult for the Godslian Guild. She was a problem then, and she'd be an even bigger one now if he let her go. If he didn't stop her before she left the country, things could spiral. Once she made it back to North America, she'd be nearly untouchable. But if she were to die now, Alice's Wonderland might never exist. Rumor had it that all the core founders of Alice's guild were tied to Qian Shishir in one way or another. Without her, that connection would fall apart. His phone buzzed again. It was a call from Zayu. She sounded surprised he was even answering. Wasn't he supposed to be dead in the game? But now that she knew he was still alive, she told him straight. She had enough money to buy a house. He didn't need to worry about her anymore. He decided to keep playing along. Anything else you want to say? Her reply was cold. Don't contact me again. I won't look for you either. And don't even think about finding out where I live. With that, she cut him off completely. He ended the call, smiling. Honestly, he felt relieved. Time to head back and grind some more. It wouldn't be long before someone hit level 10. And when that happened, the truth about transferring game skills into reality would explode. From then on, peace would be a thing of the past. Elsewhere, Zayu and her friend logged into the game again. Her friend hesitated. Wasn't that a little harsh? Cutting your brother off like that? Maybe try making peace. But Zayu didn't waver. She revealed the truth. She had sold her lifespan to the Cien Group for a full 2 million. Her friend stared at her, stunned. Zayu added that she'd bought a house, and they would live together from now on. She also mentioned that she'd soon be meeting Shadow. When that time came, Qin Feng would be completely irrelevant. Right then, a player passed by and caught her attention. With a grin, he handed her a book, the assassin skill book she'd been after. He reminded her of the promise she'd made. She smiled sweetly and nodded. Once everything's done, I'll grant your little wishes. But in her mind, she scoffed. Idiot. The moment she met Shadow, she wouldn't even spare a glance at trash like him. Still, he had his uses. She contacted Wang Ming and told him she had a control-type assassin skill book. If Shadow wanted it, she was willing to hand it over. A sly grin spread across her face. Flatterers like Zhang Wei might be pathetic, but even they could come in handy, especially when they had something this good in their hands. She believed this skill book would be the red thread that tied her to Shadow. Her plan was simple. Stay close to him. Quiet. Supportive. She'd be the one to heal his wounds. Fight by his side. Help him rise in level and power. She wanted him to feel her presence. Truly notice her. Trust her. See her as someone irreplaceable. His other half. But once she was strong enough, once he was no longer useful, she would end it with her own hands. She'd kill him. Rip out his eyes. All in the name of her brother, Zhu Fei. But things didn't go as expected. Wang Ming got back to her with Shadow's answer. Shadow said the skill was trash. He didn't want it. She could sell it if she wanted. Just like that, dismissed. Elsewhere, Shadow had logged into the game. Almost immediately, he heard the clash of battle. This wasn't your usual fight. It sounded serious. He followed the sounds and spotted a player struggling with a massive boss. The guy, shield in hand, was trying to fend off a multi-armed creature. But escape was futile. Moments later, the beast shredded him into pieces. Shadow recognized the monster right away. Golden Arachnid. Level 8. Gold tier. Worse. It had anti-stealth level 2. That meant his invisibility would be useless here. The monster could see right through it. The arachnid let out a terrifying roar. Qin Feng didn't flinch. He burst from hiding and launched a direct attack, Shadow Slash, landing several strikes in rapid succession. Thousands of points in damage. His current buff gave him double damage when striking from outside the target's vision. But since the arachnid could see through stealth, that bonus didn't apply. His damage took a hit. Luckily, Graceful Liberation kicked in. Its legendary effect boosted weak point hits, specifically to the head and heart, by 200%. Of the 9 hits he landed, 3 struck true, triggering triple weak point damage. It made up for the loss in overall damage. A clutch move, and he silently thanked Xiao Hai. She had helped him find the Faith Temple. That skill was paying off now. A nearby mage watched, stunned. One single skill, and the Golden Arachnid's health bar dropped by 16th. Then, Qin Feng threw a venomous throwing knife. It landed right in the monster's skull, dealing 1,783 damage. But he could feel it. This silver tier skill was already falling behind. If he wanted to keep up, he had to evolve. He needed a higher tier of invisibility, a new class advancement. Just then, the arachnid turned on him, lunging to strike. The mage froze in panic, but not him. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, not with fear, but certainty. The monster attacked. He weaved through its strikes effortlessly, dodging with pinpoint precision. The mage and her friend were speechless. It wasn't just his speed, it was his awareness. His reactions. It was like he knew the arachnid's every move. Truth was he did. He had fought this boss more times than he could count. In his past life, he'd teamed up with Qin Xiaoyou, who could barely protect herself, let alone heal him. So he had adapted, learned to survive on pure skill alone. A true warrior wasn't just about defense. It took movement, timing, evasion. That's how he made it to the top 100 in the world. And now, he was only getting started. Armed with nothing more than a basic warrior class, he launched another barrage of slashes at the boss. In no time, the Golden Arachnid's health dropped below half, then vanished. He activated stealth, disappearing from sight. Compared to bosses like the Golden Ghost ship, whose attacks were impossible to dodge, this one felt almost easy. The mage watching nearby was stunned, especially when the boss turned to flee. But Qin Feng wasn't about to let it get away. He dashed forward, drew his dagger, and slit the creature's throat clean. A system notification flashed in front of him. Level 8 gold tier boss defeated. Plus 6,400 EXP. Plus 7 evolution points. Plus 497 days of tradable lifespan. Then, he activated Greedy Feng, stacking an additional 21 evolution points and another 497 days of lifespan. Nearly 2,000 days of tradable time and 28 evolution points in total from a single fight. But the surprises weren't over. A second window popped up. He had earned a skill book, Blacklight Shield, an assassin-exclusive ability. Its active effect? For 8 seconds, it converted all dodge rate into a damage reduction shield. Cooldown, 60 seconds. For every 20% dodge rate, he gained 1 layer of shielding. Once the timer ended or the shield broke, the dodge rate returned to normal. He was stunned. A skill like this was a game changer. Paired with Phantom Blur, his epic tier skill that granted 75% dodge, Blacklight Shield could stack 3 full layers of damage reduction. With this, he could take on powerful bosses without even getting scratched. Without hesitation, he spent 6 evolution points to upgrade the skill. Platinum, epic tier. The results were immediate. Duration extended to 14 seconds, up from 8. Conversion rate improved. Now every 10% dodge added a shield layer. His new total? 7 layers of damage reduction. That alone gave him the power to explore high-level zones well before anyone else. Still holding 22 evolution points, he turned to his venomous throwing knife. It needed more bite. He poured in 16 points, and the silver tier weapon evolved into emerald tier. Upgrades included max range, 17 meters. Damage over time, no longer reliant on weak points. Continuous effect, 5 seconds, non-stackable. On-hit damage, 120%, 240% of attack. Poison damage, 50%, 80% of attack per second. The result? Its damage had more than doubled. With only a 5-second cooldown, it was now just as deadly as Shadow Slash, if not more so. And the upgrades didn't stop there. He equipped 2 new assassin-class gear pieces. Agile Ring, Platinum tier, plus 20 agility, plus 20% movement speed, plus 20% attack speed, plus 20% cooldown speed. Requires level 8. Heavy red leather gloves, gold tier, plus 18 physical defense, plus 15 all elemental resistances, plus 12 constitution, plus 588 HP. Requires level 6. With both equipped, his cooldown speed skyrocketed to 55%. What used to take time now came almost instantly. Shadow Slash used to have a 12-second cooldown. Now, just 7.7 seconds. On top of that, his stats had jumped. Plus 51 constitution, plus 106 physical defense, plus 1,517 HP. He could now take 3 full hits from the golden arachnid without dying. Add Blacklight Shield to that. His survivability had soared. The mage and a few others came over, still in awe. They praised him for taking down the boss like it was nothing. No one could believe he'd done it solo. Then, the mage asked if he had any gear or skills for mages she was interested in buying. He told her he did. A gold-tier skill book for mages, Frostball Bounce, a powerful area attack. It launched ice balls that could bounce up to 10 times. One-time use price? 800 days of tradable lifespan. She hesitated. Isn't that steep? I saw someone sell a level 5 gold skill for just 400 days earlier. But he looked her dead in the eye. This is level 7. Over 40% more damage than level 5. 800 days isn't expensive. It's fair. She didn't argue further. Deal made. The system confirmed the trade. As the transaction completed, he activated stealth again. Right now, there was no early game boss that could even threaten him. Time to move. He returned to town and posted a message, looking to gather intel on the locations of silver and gold tier bosses. The more bosses he hunted, the faster he could level up. Then, a message from Wang Meng. Zayu, the priestess from your old squad. Want to send you a skill book. That caught his attention. A skill book from Zayu? And it was bronze tier? He was curious, but cautious. Everyone was already whispering that he was the one who killed Jufei. And now she suddenly wanted to send him a skill? Was she trying to get close to him? Spy on him? Or maybe take revenge? He didn't trust it. He told Wang Meng to reject it. Tell her the skill's trash. I don't need it. She can sell it for cash. Then he turned to Wang Meng again. Come meet me in town. I've got something to sell you. And bring some lifespan. Wang Meng gave him a serious look. But instead of agreeing, he asked a direct question. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Are you asking if I killed someone? Then he admitted it. Yeah, I did it. For him, Wang Meng was a friend. So he was honest. During the time of Zhu Fei's death, Shadow had been disconnected from the game. But the motive? The timing? It all lined up. If Wang Meng was asking this now, it meant the authorities were already closing in. They had pieced most of it together. Qin Feng looked him in the eye and asked, Are you trying to arrest me? He knew the truth. Within the next 2 hours, more players would hit level 10. Once that happened, the ability to bring game powers into the real world wouldn't be a secret anymore. He was ready. It would be the perfect moment to see exactly how the Daxia government would respond. Shadow returned to Firefly Town, the familiar streets casting a strange, soothing calm over him. Waiting for him were Wang Meng and the rest of the crew. But the air was thick, still tainted by his recent clash with Song Fei. Yu didn't dance around it. She locked eyes with him and asked flatly, So, are you saying you killed Song Fei? Shadow gave a short smile, sharp, knowing, layered with meaning only he understood. Then he nodded. No hesitation. He owned it. You're the prime suspect now. Yu said, her tone more observational than accusatory. She knew. They all did. The truth about Song Fei and Jiangli wasn't hidden anymore. Everyone in that circle understood what those two were really about. Twisting the system for their own gain, corrupt to the core. The Jiang Industries, the force behind all, had long turned players into pawns. Slavery masked as work. Death dressed as duty. Survival meant doing what had to be done. Shadow remembered his past life. Back then, he followed the rules. Play nice. Trusted the system. It got him nowhere. But now, this time he acted first. Song Fei, Jiangli, gone before they could make their move. How this would shift the game's balance was anyone's guess. Fate was a tangled web, and he just ripped out a key thread. Rebirth gave him another shot. The question now was, could he rewrite the outcome? But bigger questions could wait. He had gear, platinum tier, weapons, armor, skill books. Stuff he didn't need anymore. The Shanghai city officials, though, they'd kill for it. Always hungry for power, always short on supply. With a few taps in the system window, Shadow started unloading it all. Premium loot for top dollar. The team stared, stunned. Their eyes widened as each item appeared. Wait, did you take down a platinum grade boss? Someone asked, practically gasping. Shadow gave a small shrug, smiling like it was no big deal. No global alert, so I guess I got lucky. Xiaoyu can back me up, he added casually. The mage nodded. She'd seen the emerald tier chest, watched the magic pour out of it. Nothing surprised her anymore. Then there was Little Black, trying to keep cool, but clearly agitated as the spotlight shifted to Shadow again. He'd already mocked her earlier by calling her Sue. Now he doubled down. You, he said offhandedly, not even looking at her. Little Black bristled. Call me that again, and you'll regret it. Shadow just smirked. Wang Ming exhaled deeply, sensing where this might go. They'd barely survived a silver-tier boss. Meanwhile, Shadow was pulling platinum and emerald loot like it was pocket change. Breaking the tension, Shadow made his offer. Platinum grade Archer skill book, 25,500 days. Berserker weapon, 1,500. Mage skill book, 3,000. For the full gold set, equipment and skill books, 8,000 days, Shadow said smoothly, like he'd done this countless times before. When he finished tallying everything, including the leftover platinum gear, the grand total hit 16,000 days. Wang Ming blinked, trying to process the number. He turned to Waiyu, voice hushed with disbelief. Just pay whatever he's asking. You're not even going to bargain? He asked. Wanyu gave a calm smile. No need. It's a fair price. Then she added, I'll throw in what Xiao and Wang Ming still owe me. And that was it. Deal closed. No hesitation. Trade complete in moments. Shadow was impressed. Now that's the kind of woman I respect, he said. Direct, decisive, just the way I like it. But even as he complimented her, his mind was already racing through numbers. Once a trade reached 10,000 days, the system converted it into years. That meant this deal was roughly 60 years, or 22,000 days, worth of value. At the current exchange rate, that translated to nearly 400 million in cash. Even for the elite authorities of Shanghai City, that was a heavy cost. But the payoff? More than worth it. With these items, they could fast-track their growth, dominate in the game, and build real-world influence. The stronger they became, the less resistance they'd face. They could even gain the upper hand in global power plays. Still, not everything was smooth. And Shadow's contact within the official ranks brought bad news. The Jiang Industries had started detaining players. A rescue mission was forming, and they wanted Shadow in. He paused, weighing the situation. Was this genuine? Or a veiled attempt to rope him in or cover up his killing of Song Fei? I'm not going, he said finally firm. But I'll be honest with you. Your suspicions are spot on. I used game skills. I killed them. Both of them. No one else could have pulled it off. The weight of his words hit like a hammer. Everyone fell silent. The message was clear. Once players hit level 10, they could use their lifespan to extract skills, bringing them from the game into reality. That's why the Jiang had been hoarding lifespan. Once their agents crossed that threshold, the rescue team wouldn't just face danger. They'd face living weapons. The stakes had just skyrocketed. But, and understood, she always did. Without another word, Shadow faded into darkness, literally, melding into shadow form and vanishing on the spot. En's expression hardened. She turned to Wang Ming, all business. From now on, we split, she ordered. Our 6-person party is too strong. We're crushing weak monsters too fast, no experience gains. If each of us leads our own squad, we'll level up much faster. Wang Ming nodded. It made sense. Everyone needs to hit level 10, and added. Then take a break. Log off. I'll need you to report intel. Just as they were preparing to head out, 2 players nearby in Firefly Town turned their eyes toward them. Shadow had set up his usual stall, but today, something was different. He wasn't selling. He was buying. A system window blinked to life for all nearby players to see. Shadow is purchasing silver boss coordinates, 30 days, gold boss coordinates, 100 days. That caught attention fast. One player, unable to hold back his excitement, strutted over to Shadow. His voice practically buzzed with energy. My lady says if you help her level up, she'll pay you 300 million, plus shares in Dodge Industries. He leaned in, eyes darting around, voice dropping to a whisper. Opportunities like this don't come twice. Nearby players stirred, whispering among themselves. None had heard of any such deal before. What they didn't know was that the lady from Jiang Industries was already dead, eliminated by Shadow. In real life. She's gone, one player whispered stunned. But she was so useful. The man's face darkened, rage simmering behind his forced smile. His mind replayed the betrayal. That woman had tried to trap Shadow, capture him offline, and force him into illegal labor. But Shadow turned the tables, ending it in a single, fatal moment. She never stood a chance. And it wasn't just her. Jiang Lai, her accomplice, was dead too. The man remembered all too well. Jiang Lai had offered him 10 million to help power level her. When Shadow declined, the woman spun another web. She promised him 5 million, lured him in, and the moment he showed up to collect, darkness. He woke up shackled in a basement, tortured daily, forced to grind lifespan and lure others into the same trap. She used him, controlled him, and now she was gone. A low laugh escaped him, bitter and hollow. She got what she deserved, he muttered. Died like she lived. Ruthless. He had mocked Shadow before, called him a fool. Now, he was the fool. Shadow's eyes locked on him, sharp and unreadable. But in that instant, he saw everything. This man had helped trap people, played a bigger role in the corruption than he let on. Panic crept into the man's voice. I was forced into it. I didn't have a choice. Shadow didn't even blink. You're trash, he said, his voice cold and final. Let the officers deal with you. He motioned. Seconds later, the city guard stepped in and dragged the man away. Before the moment could settle, 2 other players stepped forward, eager to make their own trades. We've got silver boss coordinates. 30 days each, one of them said, holding out the info. But before the deal could be made, a sudden shift rippled through the crowd. Someone new had entered the city, and all eyes turned. Ace of Spades, K, and Sure, a name that carried weight both in the game and in reality. A known member of the King group, ruthless, dangerous. Whispers spread like wildfire. Stay clear of her. She's killed players before. She drains lifespan. Be careful. Shunny, better known as Ace of Spades, stepped into the game with her crew in tow. Her smile was sharp, chilling. She looked around with disdain, unimpressed by the virtual world. It's easy, she said, her voice cutting through the murmurs. Buy your way to the top. Load up on gear. Grab the skills. Then target anyone who's sitting on lifespan. Her mood soured as she thought about her delayed flight. She should have been living it up in North America with Max Fackle by now. Instead, she was stuck here, in this game. Her glare swept over the city, then narrowed in on 2 players who trembled under her gaze. She looked at the 2 trembling players like they were insects, small, pitiful things from Dacia. Their weakness disgusted her. Tony, one of her crew, followed her gaze and smirked, full of swagger. Nice eye, he said, his voice oozing arrogance. These Dacia guys, they don't compare to what we've got. Wait till you see us in the real world. Kay and Sure, better known as Ace of Spades, felt her cheeks flush at the thought. Tony's confidence was infectious, and the idea that his men were leagues above these nobodies, it made her smile, her excitement slipping through despite herself. Then she caught wind of the latest news. Songfei's player was dead. She fought him once, barely. He disappeared in under a minute. To her, he'd been a joke, a low-tier obstacle that barely registered. But now, he was dead, and more importantly, Shadow had killed him. A player from Dacia, now sitting at the top of the world rankings. If Shadow could take down someone like Songfei, then wiping out regular players would be nothing for him. The realization made her grin like she'd just uncovered a hidden gem. Eyes sparkling, she gathered her team. I'm stepping out to make a call, she said casually, though her mind was already racing. Reach out to Shadow. He doesn't care about money, fine, but offer him 3,000 days of lifespan. That'll get his attention. She couldn't help but laugh to herself. She could already hear the rejection in his voice, and honestly, she was looking forward to it, because that rejection meant war. Soon, Shadow would be out of the picture. She would take control, and the world, both in-game and out, would learn her name. Elsewhere, deep in the forest, a player had just downed a monster. Its body dissolved into data, converted straight into tradable lifespan. Xiaoyu, the healer, stepped in to patch him up. The man groaned, half limp. Next time, ease up on the healing, all right? I was 2 steps from meeting my great-grandmother. Xiaoyu shot him a sideways glance and smirked. You're still breathing, aren't you? He blinked, confused. I wasn't complaining. Just saying. She cut him off, not missing a beat. My hunger bar is at 90%. I'm logging off. Get yourself some food, too. He watched her vanish with a frustrated scowl. Great, he muttered under his breath. All that attitude, thanks to Shadow. His fist clenched. She used to call him boss. Used to look up to him. But ever since Shadow showed up, it was like he didn't exist. He swore to himself right then. He'd make her regret turning away. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu opened her eyes in the real world. She was back in her new home, her stomach growling. She reached for her phone to order food, then stopped, stunned. Every delivery app was offline. What is this? Has the whole world lost it over this game? She muttered bitterly. He always handled everything, kept her fed, made life easy. Now, nothing. I don't need him, she told herself, jaw tightening. I'll be fine on my own. Her hand curled into a fist. Without him, I'll do even better. I'll show them all. A small crab scuttled from a cave near the shoreline, desperate to escape. It didn't make it far. Shadow's blade flashed, clean, efficient. The crab dropped instantly, dissolving into mist. Another one down, he muttered, a trace of boredom laced with satisfaction. In just over an hour, he'd taken out 4 silver tier bosses. Each one had granted him 16 evolution points. His pace was relentless, his performance nearly flawless. As the crab's remains melted into tradable lifespan, Shadow allowed himself a smug grin. Average silver boss gives about 3,500 days, he mused. Not bad. With every kill, his gear got stronger. Now, every piece was gold tier or better. His cooldowns had improved drastically. Skills that once took 12 seconds were down to 6.8. Shadow Slash, his signature move, had nearly doubled in speed. But still, no platinum bosses near the outskirts of the safe zone. Gold tier was the ceiling here. To go further, He'd need a profession upgrade. And more importantly, a higher stealth level. Platinum bosses had at least level 2 anti-stealth. With only level 1, he didn't stand a chance. He was still more than 20,000 XP away from level 3 stealth. And time was ticking. "I've got to move faster," he muttered, already formulating his next plan. "Let's head back to town. 105 years worth of tradable lifespan. Enough to make serious moves. Time to offload some loot and get ahead." Back in town, a player flagged him down, eyes wide with hope. "Next time you've got equipment to sell, could I get first dibs?" Shadow didn't respond right away. With nearly 40,000 days of lifespan stacked up, selling gear was tempting, but he had plans for that. He needed it for extracting skills. Still, he gave a faint smile. Let them wonder. Before he could respond, a figure stepped from the shadows, a man lurking behind a pillar. His eyes locked on Shadow, and his face lit up in recognition. "It's him," the man whispered to himself, a crooked smile spreading. Shadow didn't stop. He moved like a ghost, unseen by most, untouchable. But the man wasn't letting this chance slip. He stepped forward with a purposeful stride, something sinister glinting in his eyes. "I've got a job for you," he said quietly, slipping a contract into Shadow's hand. "Real-world hit. Name's Foam. The payout's worth your time." Shadow didn't even look at the paper. He kept walking, unreadable. The man grew tense, stepping in front of him. "Wait, just hear me out. It's nothing big. Just a regular guy. Easy work." He dropped his voice. "You took out Song Fei, right? This will be nothing for you. I'll pay well. Don't turn down free money." Shadow's gaze finally snapped to him. "Cold. Cutting. Did I provoke you?" His voice was low and lethal. "Do you want to die right here?" The question wasn't a bluff. It was a warning. The man paled, but forced a grin. "No one's dying. Yet. Just think about it." Then he dangled the bait. 3,000 tradable days. That's the reward. Shadow let out a dry chuckle. 3,000 days. About 50 million in cash. Now that was a serious offer. His eyes narrowed, calculating. He had no idea who this man really worked for. He didn't recognize him, not in-game, and definitely not in real life. But someone powerful was behind this. He tried to recall anyone from his past life who might have been tied to something like this, but nothing came to mind. No old grudges. No familiar enemies. This felt less like revenge, and more like a mission for hire. Whoever wanted Fong dead clearly had deep pockets and zero hesitation about throwing serious currency at a kill. Shadow's thoughts drifted back to his first life. The late-game betrayals, the broken alliances, the faces that had reappeared after years buried. But this guy, the one standing in front of him now, he wasn't part of any of that. Just a courier. A pawn. Still, the man's expression lit up, mistaking Shadow's silence for interest. But Shadow wasn't buying it, not completely. This wasn't just a hit job. There was a message behind it. This has to be Chien, he thought. She had the means, the motivation, and the ego. But if she'd really wanted Fong dead, she wouldn't have waited until the game launched. No, this wasn't about Fong at all. This was about him. She wanted to get close. Fong was just the excuse. A smirk crept onto Shadow's face. "Still salty? I turned her down, huh? Haven't even gone looking for her, and she's already hunting me." Finally, he broke his silence. "I'll take the job," he said smoothly, "but I want half up front, and I'll choose when to strike." The man flinched. "Wait, I need to check with my superiors." Shadow raised a hand, cutting him off. "Do what you need, but I don't move a step until I'm paid." A tense pause. Then the man spun around and made the call. A few minutes later, he returned, reluctant, but holding out a confirmation. 1,500 tradable days. Shadow took it without hesitation. Call it interest, he thought, his grin sharpened. Then he leaned in, voice like a blade. "Tell your superiors I'll be paying them a visit soon." That shook the man. Visibly nervous now, he handed over the target's info. Shadow scanned the details, surprised by the precision. Whoever wanted Fong dead had done their homework. So this guy's not a ghost after all, he thought. He pocketed the file and turned to leave. "I'll be in touch," he said coldly, vanishing into the crowd. The man stared after him, frustration simmering just beneath the surface. "Isn't he supposed to be working for Miss Chien too?" he muttered. But before he could lose himself in thoughts, a new voice called out. "Hey, wait." Shadow stopped and turned. A woman approached with a sly smile playing on her lips. "Heard you're hunting boss coordinates," she said. "I've got one. Gold tier. Interested?" He raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What's the price?" 100 days of lifespan, she replied. "You pay after we find the boss." He thought over. Gold tier bosses were rare. Worth a gamble. "I'm in," he said, a faint smile forming. She motioned for him to follow. "It's north of the city. The boss is called the Plague." That caught his attention. "You've seen it." She hesitated, then gave a slow nod. "Yeah, but I don't think you can handle it solo. It has area-wide poison effects. You'll want a healer." Shadow chuckled. His smile widened. "No healer needed," he said, because he already knew. Shadow already knew the Plague wasn't just any gold tier boss. It dealt poison damage over time, deadly, persistent, but nothing he hadn't faced before. He needed to go all in, unload everything in his arsenal, and it quickly. This fight, it was doable. Still, something about it nagged at him. This wasn't just another hunt. This felt bigger, a thread that would unravel into something far more dangerous. Shadows of enemies he hadn't even realized he had yet. But that would have to wait. For now, the plague was all that mattered. The woman led him through a narrow, twisting path, her steps quickening as they neared the entrance to the cave. The cliffs loomed above like silent guardians, the thick trees around them casting long, creeping shadows. She glanced over at him, her voice barely more than a whisper, urgent tight. My team cleared the smaller mobs, but the boss, it was too much. A real monster's waiting down there. Her eyes narrowed as the cave came into view. Shadow's pace never slowed. His presence was like the terrain around them. Sharp, unyielding, dangerous. He was already calculating every angle, every counter. Dripping water echoed faintly through the tunnel as they descended. The air grew colder, damp, and heavy with the scent of earth and rot. At the cliff's edge, the woman stopped. She raised her hand and pointed downward. There, that's where it's waiting. Shadow stepped up beside her, and what he saw could have been pulled from a nightmare. A swirling mist of toxic green hovered over the ground like it was alive. At the center stood a massive tree-like creature, its bark warped into grotesque, jagged shapes. A fiery red glow pulsed from deep within its core, like a heart-pumping venom. Shadow didn't flinch. His eyes locked on the boss. He studied it, memorizing every twisted branch, every movement of the fog. Then, without a word, he completed a life trade, offering 100 days of lifespan. The woman blinked, caught off guard, but she said nothing. Shadow was already shifting into battle mode. Cool, calculated. The poison would be intense, but his ghost shadow ability had a 75% dodge rate. That would be enough. He stepped forward, but her voice stopped him cold. Wait, there was tension now, real urgency. There's something you need to know, she said, her voice tight. This place, it's a setup. The moment you engage the boss, they'll come for you. Players with advanced tracking gear. You'll be surrounded. Shadow's gaze sharpened, but his tone stayed calm. That's supposed to scare me? He asked. Smooth. I see. I'm not some hero you ambush for glory. She hesitated. It's not just a random ambush. My role was to stall you. Keep you here long enough. They don't just want to kill you. They want your identity. They want to use it. That made him stop. He stared at her, the pieces falling into place. You're being used, he said quietly, voice cold enough to freeze stone. Who's behind this? She met his stare, and for a moment, her mask slipped, regret and fear flashing across her features. It's Dongfang Xuan. His in-game ID is Yen. He's the one who wants you dead. Shadow felt something click. A name from the past. Dongfang Xuan. He remembered now. The man who once tried to steal a golden ghost boss from him in another life. The same one who, he remembered that fake apology, so polished, so hollow. It had come wrapped in smug arrogance. And just like that, Shadow's memory flared, the bitterness vivid. Dongfang Xuan. Shadow let out a dry, humorless laugh. That guy, just a nuisance. Was a nuisance. The woman's voice turned urgent, nearly pleading. He's brought 3 full teams, 18 players. Please, Shadow, if anyone can stop him, it's you. I'm risking everything by helping you. Shadow didn't flinch. His smirk was sharp cold. 18 players, he echoed, almost amused. If Dongfang thinks I'm worth remembering, he's already made his first mistake. He turned his back on her and faced the cave once more. You keep doing your part, he said without looking. Let Dongfang's team come. I'll handle them when they show. The woman stood frozen, anxiety flooding her chest. She remembered. She'd seen this before. Dongfang, confident and ruthless, marching in with 18 strong, only to have them wiped out. All of them, in under a minute. His shadow walking straight into death. The cave filled with a sickly green haze. The plague's poisonous aura leaked out like a flood, thick and suffocating. It stole the very breath from the air. She remembered what happened to the others, how none of them could drop the boss below half health. The constant damage, the suffocating pressure, no one had lasted long. But Shadow? He moved like death itself. His escape skill activated, and in a flash he was airborne, gliding effortlessly through the boss's attacks. Silent, lethal. The boss's weak point, a glowing red core, flared open. Shadow didn't hesitate. Weak point burst. Throat slash. His blade struck like lightning. Massive damage numbers exploded on screen, erupting like a storm of fireworks. A blur of motion. Every strike brutal. Every step calculated. In mere seconds, he dropped the boss's health by a third. The woman gasped. Her hand flew to her mouth. Did he just... She couldn't finish the thought. 80,000 plus damage in one strike. Was this guy even human? The boss reeled, its roar echoing through the cavern. But Shadow was already 2 steps ahead. He stepped back, fluid and controlled, letting the cooldown timer reset on his escape skill. Normally, it would take 25 seconds. With his 75% cooldown reduction, 14.3 seconds. He smiled, cold and calm. The boss isn't the real fight. Dongfang's crew is, and they were walking straight into his trap. Deeper inside the tunnels, Dongfang's squads had finally arrived. Their boots thudded heavily against stone, their movements echoing off the cavern walls. Dongfang barked out orders, his tone sharp and ruthless. Energy radiated off him like a blade unsheathed. Move in. Take the boss down. Show no mercy. Anyone who gets in your way, eliminate them. His team surged forward like a pack of wolves, hungry and eager. He yelled again. No hesitation. Anyone blocks you, deal with them. But just as they pushed forward, one of his men stopped. Eyes wide, jaw clenched. He saw her, standing firm with a golden shield raised in front of her. You, he shouted, pointing in disbelief. You're siding with him now? His voice cracked between betrayal and anger. It was all the confirmation he needed. Their decoy, the one meant to stall Shadow, had switched sides. And now, she was standing in their way. She was meant to stall their advance, buy Dongfang enough time to launch his real attack. But as the enemy forces charged, Shadow couldn't help but wonder. Could she really hold off over 10 attackers by herself? Her eyes burned with resolve. She gripped the massive golden shield tighter, planting her feet and bracing for impact. The enemy slammed into her. Hard, but the shield didn't budge. Blooming curse. A defensive flare ignited as her skill activated. The golden aura flared, halting the attacker's cold. A few feet away, Shadow watched with a razor-sharp gaze. The energy of the battle was peaking, the tension coiling in the air like a drawn bowstring. He wasn't about to let them overpower her. With barely a whisper, he moved. Shadow slash. Blue energy erupted from his hands. Dozens of blades howling through the air like a storm of steel. The barrage ripped through Dongfang's men mid-charge, slicing them apart before they even knew what hit them. Shadow landed silently, calm and deadly. Their bodies hit the ground seconds later, stunned, broken, defeated. Then, without hesitation, he activated his next move. Blooming curse. The air turned crimson. Glowing red petals burst from the ground like a blooming garden of death. With each pulse, enemies dissolved, erased from existence. The girl stood frozen, wide-eyed, the full weight of his power crashing down on her. One move, just one move, and everything was gone. Now she understood. This is why they fear him. A chill ran down her spine as the last remnants of Dongfang's team vanished into red mist. She realized, had she stayed loyal to Dongfang, she'd be lying in pieces like the rest. Trying to hold on to her courage, she stepped forward, her voice wavering but quick. If you add me, I'll give you Dongfang's real-world location. Every detail. All of it. Shadow didn't even blink. Sure, he said coolly, giving the nod without looking at her. Then, as if emboldened by the moment, she leaned in a bit more, her tone shifting. Flirtatious, almost too smooth. If you ever need anything, I'll be permanently free. For you. Shadow finally looked at her, his gaze cold, dissecting. I see, he said dryly. You're from that kind of line of work. His voice carried no emotion, just an edge. That explains the shameless behavior. He didn't linger. Without another word, he turned and leapt back down into the boss chamber. She stood at the edge, breath catching in her throat. Admiration warred with unease. She had no idea what she'd just stepped into. Below, the monstrous, tree-like creature with its glowing red core loomed, waiting. Shadow didn't wait. He struck, everything he had, all at once. The final blow landed like judgment. The boss erupted in a burst of energy, its twisted form disintegrating before it could even react. System message, Blade of Plague obtained. A rush of rewards followed. Experience points, evolution stats, and 555 days of tradable lifespan. Shadow stood among the glowing loot, a smirk forming. That lifespan alone, more than I've earned from dozens of players. He shook his head, scoffing at the wasted efforts of others. They're busy stirring up trouble when they should have been leveling up. He glanced at the orb in his hand. They deserve to die, he muttered under his breath. Then, her voice cut in from above. Shadow, are you still there? His eyes narrowed. That glare sharp, piercing. She hesitated. She waved from above, calling down to him. I'm leaving now. Shadow didn't respond. He was focused, absorbing the glowing orbs of energy that floated around him like drifting embers. His hand pulsed with power as he drew in the spoils of victory. His eyes caught something unusual, something rare, a skilled book for assassins. His pulse spiked. It's been forever since I've seen one of these, he muttered, half in disbelief. The cover shimmered, platinum grade. The skill, Dark Moment. A move that unleashed a wave of darkness from the blade, blinding enemies within range. Shadow's lips curled into a smile. Perfect. He didn't waste a second. He selected the skill, and in an instant, golden energy wrapped around his body, hot electric. If I can rob them of vision, even if they aren't caught off guard, it still triggers double damage. He mused, gears already turning. With this new ability, high-tier bosses could be shredded in seconds. Then he reached for his newest weapon, Blade of Plague, Platinum tier. Its passive effect added poison damage, dealing an additional 50% power 3 seconds after contact. Shadow studied the stats, admiring its lethal potential. A new skill, a new weapon, and rising confidence. He turned away from the dungeon with calm steps and sharp focus. Another victory in the bag. His evolution points had hit 98, just 2 more, and his rare dagger would ascend to legendary status. Outside the dungeon, Shadow paused. His eyes locked onto the horizon. The desert stretched endlessly ahead, bathed in the dying light of the sun. Just a little more experience, he said softly. Then I can advance my class. In the scorching heat of the desert, Shadow moved. 2 desert creatures, awkward, clumsy things, scurried across the sand, oblivious to the storm coming their way. With a confident smirk, he struck. A wide area swept through the air, his energy dancing like a painter's brush on canvas. The startled monsters let out ridiculous shrieks, scattering in every direction like panicked ants. Energy trails flashed across the sky as they tried to escape, only to be struck down one after another by Shadow's relentless precision. The last one hit the ground with a crashing thud. Shadow stood still, catching his breath. Finally, he whispered, wiping sweat from his brow. That's enough. Then it began. A golden vortex swirled around him, pulling air and energy into a focused spiral. The desert held its breath. Light enveloped him, brilliant, blinding, divine. System message, job advancement complete. You have ascended from Tier 0 to Tier 1. Power surged through him like a lightning strike. His stats updated instantly. Strength, 3-9. Constitution, 3-9. Agility, 8-24. Spirit, 5-15. His entire form glowed, wrapped in radiant gold. A sense of invincibility washed over him. A new world had opened. Tier 1 unlocked passive traits that enhanced his stealth and active abilities that allowed him to strike while invisible. His stealth duration increased dramatically. And now, critical hits had a whole new meaning. Multipliers now triggered under certain conditions, and Shadow's eyes gleamed as he took in the full scale of his transformation. As long as I manage my cooldowns, he murmured, a grin tugging at his lips, I can stay hidden permanently. This stealth? Near unstoppable. His body had fully advanced, and with every movement, he felt sharper, deadlier. Attacks launched from outside an enemy's field of vision now dealt triple damage instead of double. Triple damage, he thought, impressed. No wonder this hidden class is ranked the strongest. Then it happened. A system-wide announcement echoed across Shanghai City. System notification. Over 10 players have reached level 10 within the last 10 minutes. Qualified players will now be transported to the Divine Spirit Ruins. Shadow looked up, eyes narrowing. Time to move. He pulled up the leaderboard, scanning quickly. Dark Shadow, his alias, sat at the very top. Beneath him were names he recognized. Players from his past life. Global elites, professionals who had once ruled the rankings. But not anymore. This time, he had changed the game, and with it the fate of the world. As night fell across the city, the real-world authorities were already making their move. In front of a high-security building, a long line of arrested individuals, members of the notorious Jiang Industrial Crime Group, were being let out in cuffs. Heads down, faces blank with shame. One officer stood at attention, saluting as he gave his report. Most of the group's core members are in custody, but 3 key suspects remain in-game. Unconscious in the real world, unreachable for now. The superior officer didn't hesitate. Notify the team. We need to force them offline. If we can catch them logging out, we can arrest them on the spot. A brainstorm followed quickly. Players couldn't be attacked in safe zones, but their real bodies? Still vulnerable, and real bodies needed food. Once those players logged out to eat, they'd be exposed. That was their moment to strike. Shadows made this easier, one officer added. He not only exposed the Jiang's operations, he showed us how dangerous these game abilities can be in the real world. They exchanged grim looks. Explosions had already begun to rock other cities. Unrest was spreading fast. Powers from the game bleeding into reality. Another officer spoke firmly. Our teams reached level 10, thanks to the gear and skill books Shadow provided. He's more than an asset now. He's vital. The commander nodded. Do whatever it takes to keep Shadow on our side. Shadow arrives. He stepped into town just as the warm hum of evening settled in. Peaceful. Almost too peaceful. The quiet didn't match the chaos he'd just come from. A familiar voice rang out, cutting through the stillness. There he is, the defender of justice himself. The girl approached with a big, over-the-top smile. You don't need to be humble, Shadow. The authorities have already gone public with what you've done. He said nothing. His eyes scanned the area, calm but alert. Inside, he understood what this meant. The announcement wasn't just praise, it was leverage. Cooperation with the government would be smoother now, at least for a while. The girl's smile faltered just slightly. Dongfang, he hasn't logged out. I've been keeping an eye on him. Shadow gave a small nod, acknowledging her update. No need for words. He already knew what came next. Shadow moved with purpose, his next stop locked in, Divine Spirit Ruins. He walked toward the teleportation altar at the town center, boots striking the stone path with steady rhythm. The air buzzed with energy around the portal. Players came and went, vanishing to far-off places. Yet one portal stood untouched, the one leading to the ruins. It was sealed off to most. As he stepped onto the glowing platform, a wave of energy pulsed beneath him. His eyes narrowed. A system alert blinked into view. Destination confirmed, teleporting to Divine Spirit Ruins. He gave a quiet smirk. The starter zones were just the warm-up, he muttered. Now the real game begins. A burst of searing light exploded around the platform, crackling with fierce energy. Conversations nearby stopped mid-sentence. Players turned in confusion. No one had seen anyone step onto the altar. Then one player, with a basic stealth detection skill, scanned the area, visibly unsettled. Wait, was that Shadow? He blurted, more to himself than anyone. Whispers spread like wildfire. His stealth, it's beyond level 2. No way. He's invisible even here? It became clear. Shadow wasn't a rumor. He was the real deal. A player beyond their reach, a ghost in the game. All they could do was watch. A glowing portal flared open across a ruined skyline, and from it, Shadow stepped into view. The city before him stretched out in silence, scarred and abandoned. The sun bled orange across the shattered rooftops. He recognized it instantly. Shanghai City, or at least what remained of it. Every player's first visit to the Divine Spirit Ruins began here, in a warped version of their own city, twisted and decayed. Why the cities mirrored the real world, no one knew. Not even him. Something shifted in the air. He wasn't alone. His senses sharpened. Steps slowed. The silence wasn't peaceful. It was loaded. The scent of rot clung to the streets. Then, like a blade slicing through the quiet, a high-pitched screech tore the air. A beast lunged from a rooftop, claws aimed right for his head. Fast, feral, and heavy with killing intent. But Shadow didn't hesitate. He tilted slightly, vanishing just as the claws came down like thunder. The impact shook the pavement, but he was already gone. His body flickered in and out, the ghost shadow blur activating perfectly. The monster's eyes darted, trying to track what wasn't there. Without a word, Shadow struck. Instant shadow flared to life, a sharp arc of blue energy slicing through the air. It hit hard and true, splitting the beast in two. The creature collapsed, a broken mass of limbs and gore. But there was no time to breathe. The ground shook violently beneath him. Shadow turned, just in time to see massive tentacles erupt from the earth. The ground erupted beneath him. Tentacles lashed out in all directions. Shadow reacted instantly, flipping back through the air just as one of them sliced past where he'd been standing. A pulse of red energy surged around him. Graceful escape kicked in, launching him clear of the trap in the nick of time. Landing smoothly, he didn't hesitate. Another instant shadow ripped through the air, this one faster and sharper. The writhing limbs were cut down mid-strike, shredded by pure precision. One after another, the mutated beasts were dismantled before they could even react. His breathing stayed steady, his movements calculated. No more safe zones here, he thought, eyes scanning every dark alley and broken wall. Everything here wants you dead, but if I can find a solid hideout, I can flip the odds. His memory kicked in, sharp as ever. Northwest Quadrant. That's where his former guild had once built their base. In his past life, it had been the strongest holdout in the Shanghai ruins. Hidden, defensible, and rich with tactical options. If he could take it back, he wouldn't just survive, he'd take control. Elsewhere in the ruins, a statue towered above the debris, majestic and untouched, even as the world around it crumbled. A group of adventurers arrived, staring up at it in awe. One girl leaned in, whispering, "Is this the land of divine flames?" Doesn't look like it. Her eyes swept the area, doubtful. Another player's face lit up with sudden recognition. "Wait, look over there." She pointed to the distance. A lone skyscraper, battered but still upright, stood like a beacon. "That's Jianghang City," she said, the name heavy with meaning. Gasps rippled through the group as realization sank in. The ruined buildings weren't just random. They were standing in what used to be a real city. "If this is Jianghang City," the girl murmured, eyes darting across the horizon, then shadows already here. Her voice trembled with excitement, but her companion, older and more seasoned, gave her a knowing look. Don't get too excited. If he is, you won't see him. Shadow doesn't show himself unless he wants to. Before they could say more, the ground trembled beneath their feet. A violent rumble. Two monstrous creatures burst from the earth, towering red beasts covered in jagged scales, eyes blazing with hunger. The air shuddered as their screeches tore through the silence. Incoming. Wang Ming's voice cut through the chaos like steel. Get ready. The mage girl acted fast, staff raised as she chanted spell. A barrier formed around the warrior just in time. One of the monsters lunged, its massive jaws slamming into the shield. The shockwave from the impact rocked the group. Damage indicators flashed violently across the HUD. These things hit harder than the silver-ranked bosses near the starter towns. The mage warned, narrowing her eyes. The archer didn't wait. She drew and fired in one fluid motion. Her arrow glowed with energy as it streaked through the air, piercing the monster square in the chest. With a crackling pulse, energy bands wrapped around the beast, locking it mid-leap. It thrashed in place, struggling, but it was stuck. Now the mage shouted, "Hit it with everything you've got." With a flick of her staff, she summoned two enormous fireballs, prophetic fireball, burning with raw magic. Above her head, the mage directed the twin fireballs with a sharp sweep of her staff. They shot forward, crashing into the immobilized beast. Flames erupted on impact, engulfing the monster in a raging inferno. It shrieked once, then crumpled to the ground, its body scorched and motionless. As the smoke cleared, the team stood in silence, their heavy breaths slowly easing into relief. The leader gave a quick nod, then turned to Xiaoyu. Get your scout in the air. Xiaoyu lifted her staff, summoning her owl with a whisper. The creature soared into the sky, circling high above the ruins. Moments later, it returned. Its sharp eyes had seen more than they'd hoped. Monsters everywhere, Xiaoyu reported grimly. There's no safe zone in sight. A chill passed through the group. One player muttered, feels less like a game now, and more like survival. The girl still searching the horizon spun toward Xiaoyu. Can your owl find Shadow? Her voice trembled with urgency. If he's nearby, we'll be safe. Xiaoyu nodded and sent the owl forward once more. But when it came back, her expression tightened. No sign of him. He's not anywhere close. Just as they were trying to regroup, something caught their eye. A glowing trail of dropped loot leading northwest, like breadcrumbs left behind. That's him, one of them said quickly. He didn't pick it up, probably out of inventory space. They exchanged glances. No words were needed. Together, they followed the glowing trail, hoping it would lead them straight to Shadow. But the deeper they went, the more twisted the ruins became, and the more aggressive the monsters. Dark shapes lunged at them from broken buildings. Stay sharp, someone shouted. Don't split up. Then through the chaos they saw it. A lone figure. In the distance, blue slashes lit up the air, cutting through enemies like paper. Shadow. He moved with impossible speed, his blades cleaving cleanly through wave after wave. The monsters disintegrated before they could even touch him. No ultimates, no flashy boosts, just raw damage, reaching up to 30,000 per strike. For weak monsters, this zone was a gold mine, and he was tearing through it like a reaper. Shadow didn't pause. His feet hit a broken crosswalk, and he stopped just long enough to scan the horizon. This is it, he said quietly, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. My old base. It came back to him instantly. Beneath this part of the city lay something massive, an underground fortress. Hidden, forgotten, a base he'd once called home. A sprawling palace built deep below Shanghai's ruins. Thousands of rooms, dozens of war zones, endless winding corridors. The largest hideout the city had ever seen, home of his old guild god. Back then, it had been guarded by waves of mechanical monsters and a boss whose power scaled with the palace's size. It took 3 elite squads, all maxed out at level 15 and fully geared just to clear it once. They'd nearly failed, but they won. And now, Shadow was back to claim it again. He descended into the hidden chamber, his mind clear and focus absolute. This time will be different. The soul purification zone loomed ahead. The darkness stretched out in every direction. From the shadows, enemies began to stir. Shadow didn't blink. He was ready. His gaze lifted, voice calm but resolute. I can handle this alone. The words hung in the air like a vow, and a system prompt appeared, echoing his intent. Control of the area will be granted upon defeating the Guardian. The atmosphere shifted. A heavy pressure settled over the chamber as glowing figures emerged from the shadows. Guardians, ancient beings of raw elemental power. Their eyes pulsed with a cold, otherworldly light. Shadow didn't flinch. He knew what they were. Elemental spirits, each one radiating a different hue. Red, Blue. Yellow. Level 12. Gold rank. Powerful, but not unstoppable. With no hesitation, he activated Darkest Moment. A wave of dark energy surged outward, blanketing the battlefield. The effect was instant. The elemental spirits staggered, disoriented as chaos erupted around them. He struck. Shadow slash rained down from above, an explosive cascade of blades slicing through the air. The stunned guardians had no time to react. Each swing of his weapon lit up the room with blue arcs of energy, cutting down the spirits one by one. Then he vanished, his form melting into shadows, before reappearing mid-strike. He was relentless, efficient, every slash carved through the elemental spirits like a ghostly executioner. Their glowing bodies faltered. They tried to recover, but it was already over. His attacks hit even harder against stun targets. Shadow's momentum was too much. One after another, they fell, until the last of the 15 guardians crumbled in silence. Breathing steady, he looked out across the massive underground hall. Chambers stretched out into darkness. Thousands of rooms, endless corridors, and within them, monsters, traps, secrets. The challenge ahead was enormous. But he was ready. He approached a raised platform, preparing to move into the next phase. But before he could take another step, the air shimmered. A glowing figure appeared before him, the true protector of this hidden zone. Then, without warning, a blue teleportation circle flared beneath his feet. Light swallowed the space. The world around him twisted, and when it reformed, he was standing on a ruined city street, the sky painted in the golden glow of sunset. The scent of decay and rust hung heavy. Broken buildings lined the street, rubble everywhere. Then he recognized it. From behind him, a stunned voice whispered, This is New York." A girl stood beside him, eyes scanning the devastation. But it's not just ruined, it's twisted like a nightmare version. The Statue of Liberty, it's gone. The city felt familiar but wrong, distorted. A boy behind them looked up, mouth falling open. "This is Mountain City," he said, voice filled with awe. "We're standing in the ruins of our home region." Confusion thickened. Their minds raced. Was this teleportation random? Or was there a pattern? They didn't have time to answer. A piercing screech tore through the air. Two hulking beasts stepped into view, necks long and sinewy, jaws snapping with feral hunger. They froze, only for a second. Run! The ground trembled as the creatures charged, the earth itself shaking under their weight. Without thinking, the duo bolted, panic driving their every step. Behind them, a thunderous explosion ripped through the air, shaking the ruins around what remained of the Statue of Liberty. Dust and fire tore through the skyline as the world collapsed behind them, every second a fight to stay alive. Meanwhile, deep within the Shanghai ruins, glowing orbs hovered just above the surface of murky water, casting soft light over the dark terrain. In a nearby crater, Wang Ming crouched low, eyes sweeping the shadows. The area was eerily quiet, too quiet. "No monsters," someone whispered behind him, relief thick in their voice. "Let's take a breather." Wang Ming gave a subtle nod, eyes never leaving the edge of the crater. "We hold here. No moving forward until everyone hits level 10. We're not ready yet." The group huddled close, catching their breath. Around them stretched a silent wasteland, evidence of a battle far beyond their current level. One girl scanned the carnage, her voice soft with realization. "Shadow." He cleared this whole area. They looked around again, the weight of that fact settling in. "We definitely overestimated ourselves," she added. The mage girl gave a slow nod. "If he hadn't wiped those monsters, we'd be done for. I don't even know where we'd have respawned." Wang Ming's response came steady and practical. "No rushing. We wait. Level 10 first." Above them, the scouting owl circled slowly. Golden motes drifted from its wings as it glided between ruined towers. The girl glanced up, then back down at the empty streets. "Strange," she murmured. "He vanished, not even a trace." Something glinted in the rubble. Loot, left behind from the slaughtered monsters. Temptation tugged at her. Wang Ming followed her gaze and gave a quiet nod. "I'll contact him. If he still wants the drops, we'll hold off." Far from them, Shadow stood at the center of a vast ruin. Glowing golden energy pulsed around him, crackling across the stone floor. All minor monsters cleared. A system prompt flickered in front of him. Over 40 large halls and hundreds of rooms cleared. More than 400 monsters eliminated. 4 bronze tier bosses, 2 silver tier bosses defeated. Experience gained. Massive. Evolution points, 205. A slow smile spread across Shadow's face. What a day. He stood silently, surveying the aftermath, power humming in his veins. The ruins felt empty, conquered. The mission he'd started was nearing its next milestone. 5 more points, he muttered. Then I unlock the next evolution. The thought fueled him, his focus razor sharp. Just then, a message came through from an ally. We found some loot near where you cleared those monsters. Shadow's thoughts flicked briefly to Wang Ming and the others. They'd reached the outskirts. He replied quickly, I'll reach out later. He wasn't done yet. He had gear to unload, equipment looted during the earlier chaos, and now, with his inventory almost full, it was time to sell. But first, the mission. Send your coordinates. I'll head there soon. Without another word, Shadow turned back to the glowing chamber. The ground beneath him crackled with blue electricity, pulsing with dangerous energy. He narrowed his eyes. A surge of power lit up his body. His form blurred as he launched forward, streaking across the electrified floor, swift, precise, unstoppable. The Guardian's here, he said calmly. Blue lightning surged around him, crackling across the stone floor as energy gathered in the center of the hall. A violent electric vortex spun to life. Then, with a deafening burst, the boss emerged. Purifier fail. Level 15. Elite Guardian. The highest tier Guardian of the ruins. Defeating it meant total control over the domain. The air thickened with raw tension as the entity fully materialized, wrapped in a storm of flickering arcs. Shadow's eyes narrowed. He remembered this one. Yeah, I know you well. Back in his past life, this boss had nearly broken him. 750,000 HP. 3 brutal attack phases. Deadly lightning storms. Even with full legendary gold tier gear, he had struggled. But not today. I don't even need to dodge your single target skills anymore, Shadow muttered, lips curving into a cold grin. With a flick of his wrist, Shadow slash activated. Blades infused with lightning erupted in a whirlwind, spinning around the boss like a storm of razors. They struck from all angles, relentless, unforgiving. Purifier fail tried to react, but it was already too late. The electrified slashes tore through its defenses, leaving glowing wounds across its form. One powerful arc cut straight through its chest, blasting dark energy outward. The blow sent the Guardian flying back as lightning exploded around the room. Cracks spidered through its body. Its form flickered, barely holding together. Then the counterattack began. Bolts of lightning rained from above, each one searing, fast, and lethal. Shadow's eyes locked onto them, tracking every strike. He knew one hit could end everything, but he didn't flinch. 75% evasion rate. That gave him room to breathe, but elite bosses like this one still had high accuracy. A 50% hit chance against him. Didn't matter. His agility stat? 182. Sprint speed? Over 40 meters per second. He weaved through the barrage, body a blur of motion. This wasn't luck, it was calculation, precision, raw speed. No more relying on shields. No more hoping for cooldowns to save him. He read the pattern in the chaos, analyzing, adjusting, executing. Then he struck again. With a burst of energy, Shadow surged forward. His blade lit up as he chained skill after skill, unleashing a combo that landed with devastating force. A critical hit landed clean. 250,000 HP gone in an instant. He grinned, sharp and focused. You won't even get a chance to fight back. But the fight wasn't over. The boss shifted, entering phase 2. Shadow's memories came rushing back. This part was the most dangerous. The purifier would now generate floating electric spheres and constant lightning bursts. Leave the spheres alone, and it would go berserk, amplifying its power beyond control. He remembered what had happened last time. Our entire team got wiped. She refused to continue the raid. Afterward, couldn't handle the pressure. The memory stung. The choice to exclude her in the second run had been necessary, and it worked. But left a scar. Shaking off, he moved. With sharp, fluid motion, he unleashed poison, throwing needles. Thin projectiles coated in a lethal toxin. They flew straight for one of the electric spheres. Each hit landed with a hiss. The ore cracked. The boss flinched, lightning flaring wildly around its body. Shadow didn't pause. He remembered the rule. Each destroyed sphere chips away at the boss's HP. A perfect way to deal damage without risking a direct clash. 1 down, 2 left, Shadow murmured, eyes locked on the second orb. The first one shattered, and the boss's health bar dipped noticeably. Momentum was building, and fast. As he launched toward the next target, the purifier fail shifted again, entering its final phase. With a deafening surge, the boss unleashed wide, circular shockwaves of electricity. They rippled outward in all directions, crawling across the floor like living arcs. Shadow didn't flinch. He watched it unfold with chilling calm. Back then, we needed 4 dedicated healers just to survive this phase, he thought, recalling how his entire guild once had to equip specialized lightning resistance gear just to stand a chance. Not this time. His voice cut through the hum of static. I don't need complicated setups anymore. This is mine. The boss roared, charging its most devastating ability, light pulsing in its core. energy flaring wildly. The moment crackled with power, but Shadow was already moving. Levitate. A golden sphere ignited around him, lifting his body into the air with radiant grace. From above, the chaos below seemed distant, controlled. Time slowed. His eyes scanned the field with razor focus. The boss unleashed its final move, but Shadow was out of reach. Elevated, untouched, the electric shock wave tore through the ground in vain, never touching its target. The purifier roared again, this time with frustration. It had nothing left. Shadow hovered, eyes sharp, calm, unshaken. It's over. The storm faded. Silence followed. Shadow descended slowly, his gaze full of fire, already looking ahead, because the next battle was coming. And he was ready. Qingfeng stood tall, calm, and composed. The air around him buzzed with energy as he activated graceful release. A black light flared, shielding his eyes, now sharp with fresh resolve. Everything else faded away, his focus locked onto the platinum tier boss ahead. Without wasting a second, he unleashed Shadow Slash. His weapon danced through the air, slicing with deadly precision. A barrage of glowing blue blades tore forward. In a blink, the boss's head was gone, severed cleanly. The massive creature collapsed, its body thudding to the ground, lifeless. Qin Feng landed softly. A system notification popped up. You have killed the Soul Cleanser, Platinum Tier boss. More messages followed. He'd hit level 11. All 4 main attributes increased by 4 points, plus 10 free attribute points, 20 evolution points, and a staggering 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. A quiet satisfaction settled over him. It was the world's first Platinum Tier boss kill. 10 reputation points earned. All around him, glowing lifespan orbs littered the ground, a silent testament to his victory. But the real prize was even greater. He had claimed control over the sanctified grounds, a hideout with massive implications. This wasn't just a game-safe zone. It was a powerful asset that could be brought into reality. When the game merged with the real world, traditional weapons had started failing. Nuclear bombs became junk. Planes and tanks? Soon to be relics. The future wasn't about bullets anymore. It was about what players could extract from a game. Qin Feng's thoughts turned serious. A hideout, once brought into the real world, would generate a magical defense barrier, total safety, and the sanctified grounds? It was more than just a base. It was a future stronghold, a lifeline. He turned to leave, memories surfacing. In my last life, my guild used the same place as their HQ. Back then, it was filled with good times, but also betrayal and endless backstabbing. His gaze hardened. Not this time. I'm doing this alone. No more leaning on anyone. Then, the sharp sound of rain echoed outside. Suddenly, a violent screech cut through the storm. On the battlefield, Xiaoyu's friend was under attack. She dodged desperately as a monster's massive axe came crashing down. Get out of the way, she screamed, her movements frantic. Too slow. The axe hit. One brutal swing and she was down. Back in town, Xiaoyu got the system alert. Her friend was dead. 14 years of non-tradable lifespan gone. 2 days of tradable lifespan lost. The news hit like a punch. Her chest tightened. Her friend's voice burst through the earpiece, angry and bitter. What the hell was that? Why didn't you dodge? Xiaoyu's hands trembled. Her voice snapped back. Who are you yelling at? You're the tank, not me. It was your job to hold him off. How was I supposed to dodge its skills when you couldn't even hold the boss's attention properly? Xiaoyu snapped. Their voices clashed, the argument escalating fast. Frustrated, her teammates stormed off, abandoning the party in a fury. Panic set in. With him gone, Xiaoyu stood exposed, vulnerable to the boss's next attack. The result was swift. Another death, another chunk of lifespan lost. Meanwhile, in the ruins of Shanghai, a new message echoed across the land. System announcement. Player Shadow from Shanghai City has achieved the world's first Platinum Tier boss kill. 10 reputation points earned. The news hit like a lightning bolt. Players across the region lit up with chatter. No way. He soloed a Platinum boss. Someone gasped. I haven't even seen a gold tier yet, murmured another. The name Shadow spread like wildfire, becoming a whispered legend. Speculation exploded. Who was this mysterious player? How'd he pull it off? Watching it all unfold, Xiaoyu felt a growing unease. Why are so many players still struggling with silver tier bosses? She wondered. Platinum bosses were supposed to be unbeatable, yet Shadow had done alone. Back at Shadow's base, Qin Feng was already busy collecting the glowing lifespan orbs left behind. With his fresh level up to 11, it was time to distribute his attribute points. He didn't hesitate. Agility was his priority. His fingers flew across the system interface, locking in his stats. Every point added sharpened his edge. Combined with his infinite invisibility, a thought struck him. With this setup, I could take down bosses without even getting touched. The idea thrilled him. But what came next was even better. A system notification flashed up. 20 evolution points earned for defeating a platinum tier boss. His heart skipped. That was enough to evolve Greedy Hand again. Joy surged through him. With another evolution, the skill would boost his loot count from 3 to 5. Even better, he'd gain 100 more storage slots. No hesitation. He spent 210 evolution points, leaving just 15 behind. System notification. Greedy Hand has evolved from epic to legendary. The upgrade was massive. The legendary version offered a staggering 500% chance for bonus loot drops. And every extra drop, it now had a guaranteed upgrade by 1 tier. It didn't stop there. A new passive kicked in, 100 slots of greedy space. More room for more loot, all the time. Grinning, Qin Feng activated his new legendary skill. 5 extra drops materialized, just as expected. Among them, the system awarded him another 100 evolution points, bringing his remaining total to 115. He scanned the loot window. 2 pieces of assassin gear and an assassin skill book gleamed back at him. Perfect, but his current level wasn't high enough to equip them yet. No problem. He sent them straight to storage in the Sanctified Grounds warehouse, saved for later. Then he summoned a devout. Qin Feng summoned a believer, instructing them to gather and neatly stack all the loot from the palace. The follower moved quickly, collecting every valuable item scattered around. As the believer worked, Qin Feng turned his attention to the 115 evolution points he still had to spend. He wasn't going to let a single one go to waste. First up, Shadow Stealth. He evolved it 3 times, pushing it to epic. The upgrade was immediate. Stealth duration jumped from 36 to 60 seconds. Even better, attacks coming out of stealth now dealt 300% to 500% more damage. Cooldown dropped too, from 22 seconds to just 15. Next was Backstab Enhancement. Using 34 evolution points, he upgraded it twice, reaching epic. The damage boost from back attacks soared from 50% to 75%. Devastating. Then came Darkest Moment. With just 6 points, he advanced it all the way through Platinum, Emerald, and Diamond to Epic. Now, it unleashed a blast of dark light that blinded enemies within a 50-meter radius. The effect lasted a base of 16 seconds, shorter if the target had a high spirit stat. Finally, he turned to Bloom Curse, dropping 33 points to evolve it to Legendary. And the new effect? Terrifying. He could now cast Bloom Curse on a player's corpse within 60 seconds of death. It would absorb 50% of their remaining non-tradable lifespan, along with any scattered light orbs, and make the body vanish completely. His eyes widened. He hadn't expected that. The skill could now directly consume non-tradable lifespan orbs, perfect for rage zones and heil areas, where that type of lifespan burned away quickly. Essential for survival. Just then, a message popped up from Snowy. She congratulated him on the Platinum boss kill and added news. The Eastern Sage just logged off. His clan's gathering at the Jiangnan Hotel to convert lifespan into combat power. Qin Feng thanked her. No need, she replied coolly. It's my job. Then her tone shifted, serious. You have to beat Eastern Sage. If you don't, I'm done for. Don't worry, Qin Feng said, calm and focused. His mind was already on the next move. He finished storing the loot, grateful for the extra 100 storage slots. Space was no longer an issue. Once everything was packed away, he headed off to find Wang Ming. Time to sell what they didn't need. As he walked through the ruins, someone familiar stepped into view. Shadow had returned. Excitement rippled through the group. Little Black and the others lit up with joy. Xiaoyu was the first to run toward him, her steps quick with anticipation. But just before she reached him, Qin Feng raised his hand, firm but calm. His voice turned businesslike. Same as always. I set the price. If you don't like it, feel free to walk. He scanned the loot, calculating quickly. Over 30 pieces here are just basic bronze and common junk, he muttered. So, I'll give you a discount. 950 days of lifespan for the lot. Xiaoyu didn't hesitate. She smiled, nodding. That sounds fair to us. Deal, Xiaoyu nodded. They had already calculated their earlier loot, worth around 1,000 days of lifespan. To make things easier, she offered, let's just call it 2,000 days for everything. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, eyes narrowing slightly. Hold on, he said, voice steady but pointed. This haul includes silver, gold, and even platinum tier items. The real value is closer to 18,000 days of tradable lifespan. Xiaoyu froze. Her fingers flew across the system interface as she reviewed the list. Her eyes widened. Platinum gear, she whispered, stunned. I only have 1 gold tier item myself. Who would even think of selling this stuff? Her voice trembled with excitement. This changes everything for Jianghai City. This will speed up everything. Qin Feng simply shrugged. Just helping each other out, he said casually, brushing off the praise. But Little Black wasn't so quick to accept it. She narrowed her eyes, suspicious. How do you even have that much inventory space? She asked, voice edged with curiosity. Wait, are you Doraemon? Qin Feng chuckled softly. A subtle smirk crossed his face. I'm not Doraemon, he replied calm, a little amused. Your inventories are probably full already. There's a portal under the statue in the city ruins. Teleports back to the starting town. First use costs 500 lifespan days. After that, it's free. He turned to leave, then added over his shoulder. Think about it. Xiaoyu watched him walk away, smiling knowingly. Told you, she said, her voice playful. Shadow has to be a reborn player. No one else would know about that portal. Wang Ming, a bit lost in the moment, scratched his head. Captain, maybe don't spook him like that. You're going to scare the guy, he said, trying to ease the mood. Xiaoyu blushed faintly. What do you think would happen if I tried flirting with Shadow? She asked with a mischievous grin. But Qin Feng was already focused on the next move. The system chimed in with a familiar prompt. Would you like to consume tradable lifespan to extract a skill into the real world? He didn't hesitate. Yes. The system confirmed 27,000 days of lifespan consumed. Level synchronization and class advancement synchronization complete. A surge of adrenaline coursed through him. The divide between game and reality had vanished. This was power in its purest form. He dove in. First, 1,946 days to bring Shadow Mel to level 10, unleashing its full strength. Then, 900 days to push Backstab Enhancement to Epic. Another 1,000 into Greedy Hand, maximizing loot drops. 3,200 more for Shadow Flash Slash. 5,366 into Ghost Blur, enhancing his evasiveness and speed. A massive 16,999 for Curse of Blooming, adding raw devastation. And 11,313 into Blacklight Shield, fortifying his defense. When it was over, he had 7,480 tradable lifespan days left. But he wasn't done. Next, equipment. 3,600 days went into the Boots of Concealment, Gold Tier. Then 3,394 days on the Pendant of the Devout. More than just flashy, the pendant reduced cooldowns and even summoned a Silver Tier follower. A nearly invincible force in the real world. That's the real game changer, Qin Feng thought, his mind already spinning with plans. After all his extractions, he was left with just 486 days of tradable lifespan. But in exchange, his real-world strength was now nearly on par with his in-game power. He could feel it coursing through him, raw energy and control. This is what it's all about, he thought, then melted into the shadows. Moments later, Qin Feng opened his eyes in the real world. Familiar surroundings greeted him, grounding him with renewed purpose. But a thought flickered. Kyan probably knows where I live now. A hint of unease crept in. For now, it was smarter to disappear, lay low until things cooled down. He knew extracting the Sanctuary of Soul Purification would cost over 1,300 years of lifespan. Too steep right now. First, he needed a temporary base, just until he gathered more resources. His eyes sharpened. He activated Greedy Hand. One by one, every item in the room vanished, sucked into the void. Weapons, gear, random items, all gone. Stored away like magic in his personal inventory. A cheat code come to life. He grinned. This is beyond broken. Like unlocking God-tier inventory in my favorite RPG. In a flash, he leapt to the window, phone in hand, scanning the map. Dongfan's clan was about 15 kilometers away, at the Jiangnan Hotel. Piece of cake, he muttered. 10 minutes. That's all I need. Then he was gone. Cloaked in invisibility, he moved like a sci-fi assassin. No sound, no trail, just pure precision. His route was direct. No stumbles, no distractions. The city passed by in a blur. Before long, he was there, right outside the Jiangnan Hotel. Inside, tension was rising. The Dongfang family gathered, the atmosphere buzzing with ambition. This is our moment, one man said, raising his glass. The game's skills and lifespan affect the real world. Thanks to Siener's foresight, our clan is about to rise to the top. Siener sat back, eyes gleaming with pride. Everything's going perfectly, he said, a little too smug. The family's elder nodded with approval. I'm proud. We've bought up a ton of exchangeable lifespan, all to push our top members to level 10. The goal? Control, both in the game and out. But Siener had no time for talk of legacies. He didn't care about dynasties or the family name. His thoughts were far darker. The old man's barely clinging to life, yet he still wants to play king, he scoffed silently. But once I get my hands on Shadow's secrets, it's over. He already had a plan. Trap Shadow, expose his abilities, then milk him for every ounce of lifespan. Once I'm at the top of the rankings, he fantasized, they'll all follow me. Dongfang will be mine. The old man turned to him, smiling. How's the plan with Shadow? Sienna gave a cold grin. Don't worry. I've already found someone who can uncover his identity. We'll have answers soon. He leaned in, voice low and dangerous. The grandfather says the shadow guy must be captured alive. He tells them to make the shadow serve the Dong Fong family, and that's the only way he can truly be of value. Xian just agrees with his grandfather. Outside their room, our hero has already cleared out the guards, while inside, they're busy chanting "Long live the Dong family," not knowing what's coming for them. Our boy thinks he didn't expect the people in the family to still be armed. The Shadow's stealth mode and Black Shield can dodge all attacks, but he hasn't brought any defensive gear into the real world either. If he gets hit in the heart or head, it's game over. Right then, he summons a devout follower monster with just a flick of his hand. He reminds himself to stay conscious. His devout follower has sharp claws for close combat and green flames for long-range attacks. He commanded to get in there and kill them all, leaving no survivors. As a silver tier boss, this monster has insane durability, even against firearms. It can tank a lot. Just as it's about to bust through the door inside the room, a guy and a girl are drinking. They spot the monster in panic. The summoned monster roars as the security team pulls their guns. Xian yells at them, saying this thing's a monster from some godforsaken game. Shoot it now. On his command, they open fire as the monster charges in. It instantly takes out a guard, green flame, through a distance. Then it pierces its hand straight through another guy's chest, then goes for another one. Xian watches it, killing everyone and sweating bullets. Next up is the Grand Master himself. He cries out for help as the monster pounces upon him, but Xian bolts in the opposite direction while the monster starts devouring his grandfather right there. The guy in a black suit runs outside, thinking he has to escape, and if he can make it into the game, he'll be safe. If he manages to hit level 10, he can extract that power into the real world and come back unstoppable. But then, right in front of him, there's our hero, surrounded by black energy. He's confused for a second as our boy stands inverted. But before he can react, our hero charges in and slices his neck clean off in the blink of an eye. Even after dying, the guy's body runs a few steps before collapsing, his head rolling on the floor, and his soul probably still wondering what just happened. Then our hero casts the curse of the blooming flower, and the whole ground fills with creatures that start devouring the corpse and cleaning the area. He stands on the floor, wrapped in thick red energy, while an interface appears, showing he just absorbed 27,000 days of tradable lifespan and 482 years of non-tradable lifespan. Our hero says this is a massive harvest. Xander's body dissolved into a flurry of blooming flowers, and Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. This time, the blooming curse had truly lived up to its name. It wiped away every trace. No blood, no body, just flowers. More importantly, it drained every last second of Xander's remaining life. His lifespan, once non-tradable, had now been absorbed. An astonishing 2,327 years added to Qin Feng's own. With this buffer, stepping into rage zones wouldn't be nearly as nerve-wracking anymore. Just then, panic broke out. Someone shouted an alarm, yelling for the police. There had been gunshots and screams coming from one of the private rooms. Qin Feng's expression shifted. He remembered clearly. That room belonged to the Dongfang family. Moments later, a group of police officers stormed toward the scene. Based on the reports, they were bracing for casualties. But when they threw the door open, they were stunned. Not a single corpse in sight. It was baffling. The room was a wreck, clearly signs of a violent struggle, yet there was no one there. One officer looked around in confusion. Did anyone see anyone leave the building? He asked. But no one had. It was as if the entire Dongfang family had vanished in a thin air. With no leads, they had no choice but to call on the investigation unit. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had already slipped away from the hotel. His next destination, Qian Corporation. But he knew their headquarters had relocated to North America before the game descended. Only the CEO's daughter, Qian Shishir, remained trapped in Demon City. He needed to eliminate her before she escaped the country. The distance from Jianghai City to Demon City was nearly 300 kilometers. On foot, it would take hours, and that was time he couldn't afford to waste. Deciding he needed rest, Qin Feng began preparing to log out. His plan was to return to the game once recharged. Back in that forsaken game world, Qin Feng appeared in the ruins, quickly spotting a few silver and gold tier bosses still lingering nearby. Time to farm. Just then, Captain contacted him, voice buzzing with excitement. "We got huge news," she said. Xiao Hei found a tomb entrance, but there's a gold tier vengeful spirit guarding it. We couldn't take it down. Surprised, Qin Feng asked how they even stumbled upon a tomb. Captain explained they were heading back to the starting city when they took a small detour to avoid some weak monsters. Somewhere along the way, they realized Xiao He was missing. After some searching, they found him at the bottom of a pit. He'd accidentally fallen into a special tomb zone, one where Team Chad's tech didn't work. They jumped in after him, only to be chased by a level 12 gold boss. Fortunately, they managed to outrun it and escape back to Shelltown. If you want in, Captain offered, I've got the coordinates. Qin Feng chuckled. Talk about luck, finding a tomb just by stepping in the wrong spot. It didn't get more random than that. Still, it was the kind of luck he could use. Tombs like faith temples and cursed ruins were chaotic, unpredictable, and extremely rare. Qin Feng asked Captain to send the coordinates, and she did right away. Turns out the tomb was hidden near the ruins of Shelltown. He thanked her and added, if I find anything I don't need, I'll sell it to you guys, no problem. He couldn't help but admire how sharp Captain and you were. As he reached the location, his attention landed on a massive well. He paused. Was this really the entrance? It looked too obvious. Hard to believe someone could just stumble in by accident. Then again, Xiao He had done exactly that. No second guessing. Qin Feng jumped straight in. The system immediately greeted him. You've entered the tomb of resentment. Long-range communication is now disabled. He landed at the bottom and started walking down a shadowy corridor. That's when it emerged. A towering monster, the Wailing Spirit, a level 12 gold rank boss. Qin Feng stood still, studying the creature in silence. He'd never come across this boss in his past life, but just by looking at it, he could tell it hit hard, covered a wide area, and dealt heavy physical damage. Now he understood why Inu and the others had run. The gear and skill books he'd sold them didn't do much to boost defense. If someone like Wang Meng, a Holy Shield warrior with about 5,000 HP, took a direct hit, he'd probably lose over half his health in one shot. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. One clean strike from that axe would be fatal. He activated Bless and followed it with instant Shadow Slash, darting in and slicing off the monster's arms in one clean combo. The boss had sky-high defense, and instant Shadow Slash only dealt 80% of its usual damage, but that wasn't the goal. He was setting it up for the real finisher. Blessed Release, Throat Slit. The monster's severed arm twitched and shot toward him. He reacted fast. Boom. An explosion rocked the corridor. Qin Feng barely managed to leap back in time. His heart pounded. A corpse explosion. He'd gotten sloppy. If Ghost Blur hadn't triggered when it did, he'd be dead already. The boss's remains crumbled, then transformed into pure lifespan energy. Qin Feng recalled something similar from his past life. His team had once killed an unknown boss, and someone had rushed in too eagerly to loot it. The corpse exploded, taking him out instantly. Entire squads have been wiped like that before, usually by platinum level bosses and above. He hadn't expected a gold rank boss to go out the same way. Using Greedy Hand, he scooped USP the loot. A flood of system notifications hit him. You have slain the resentful ghost, gold tier boss. Rewards, plus 10 days of tradable lifespan, plus 20 evolution points. Bonus from Greedy Hand, plus 63 days tradable lifespan. Platinum tier resentful leather armor obtained. Platinum tier skill book acquired. Knight ring blades. He raised an eyebrow. Gear and a skill he could actually use? The system described it in detail. Dark Knight ring blade, a platinum tier assassin weapon. The skill was exactly what Qin Feng had been hoping for. Dark Knight ring blade, a move that infused the blade with dark elemental energy, striking every enemy within a 5-meter radius and adding 500 points of dark elemental attack. Its cooldown was normally 10 seconds, but his buffs had already pushed it down to 5.7 seconds. The required level? Just 11. Perfect. This was exactly the kind of elemental burst the assassin class needed. The shadow class relied more on spirit than strength, meaning his magic damage far outstripped his physical output. No wonder skills like this one fit him so well. He glanced at his stats. Strength 9, Constitution 9, Agility 24, Spirit 15, He nodded to himself. Time to go all in. Without hesitation, he poured 6 evolution points into the skill, reducing his total to 36. In a flash, Dark Knight Ring Blade evolved, first to Emerald, then Diamond, and finally landed at Epic Tier. The result? Its range shot up from 5 meters to 12, and the Dark Elemental bonus leaped from 500 to 1,300 points. Qin Feng's expression sharpened. He understood exactly what this meant. While the boost to raw damage wasn't overwhelming, the expanded radius made it devastating for clearing mobs. Shadow Slash had a strong impact, but it only slashed forward in a narrow 5-meter line. Dark Knight Ring Blade, however, hit everything in the area around him. Force Swarm Control. It was a monster of skill. The system pinged again, displaying the stats of the armor he'd looted. Resentful Leather Armor, Platinum Tier, plus 55 physical defense, plus 45 to all elemental resistances, plus 42 damage block, plus 777 HP. Level requirement, 11. Special effect, Resentment, gain plus 30 base attack after being hit. Qin Feng eyed the stats. The resentment effect wasn't game-changing, but the armor's defense, resistances, and block rate were top tier. It was more than enough to replace his old golden Ghostfire leather armor, LV5. He packed up the rest of the loot, 20 items in total. Selling everything would net him over 10,000 days of tradable lifespan. Now that he had access to the tomb, he was hoping to strike it big. A rare material would be great, but a mount? That would be even better. Elsewhere, things weren't going so smoothly. A goblin, swinging wildly, sliced straight through Qin Xiaoyu and her teammate, killing them instantly. They respawned back in town, but one of the men was absolutely livid. He lost it, screaming, furious. He stormed over to Qin Xiaoyu, grabbed her by the collar, and shouted in her face. "You're useless. You've grown taller, but your brain's still the size of a pea." He was fuming, blaming her for the entire team's wipeout. "It's always you. Every damn time it's your screw-ups that get us killed. I've only got 2 years of non-tradable lifespan left because of you." Then, with one brutal motion, he threw her to the ground. "If you dare come near me at school," he warned, voice low and dangerous, "I'll make sure you regret it." Someone approached to help her, just as the furious man disconnected from the game. Her friend turned to her, concern in her voice. "Come with me to my parents' village," she said. "They've got a support group for people like us, those who can't keep up with this crazy game. It's mostly for the elderly, but they'll help anyone struggling." But Qin Xiaoyu's hand were clenched. Anger bubbled up inside her. "No," she snapped. Then she logged off without another word, rejecting the offer outright. "Go by yourself, Yin Yin." She jolted awake in her bed, still seething. Grabbing her phone, she messaged Henin. "Can you help me level up?" Henin replied with a smile. "Sure, but it'll cost you. One night with me. I want to see what the school's goddess is like in bed." Her face twisted in disgust. "You disgusting creep," she spat. "Who do you think you are?" But then, as if flipping a switch, she changed her tone. A soft smile crept onto her lips. "Actually, I've always liked you too," she said sweetly. "The only reason I didn't accept your confession before was because my brother Qin Feng wouldn't let me. But now that we're no longer close, we could finally be together." Henin didn't fall for it for a second. "You're really something," he laughed. "Trying to guilt-trip me now? Please, if you've already ditched your own brother, who knows what you do to me." Then he cut her off coldly. "Don't ever contact me again." Still, she didn't stop. She started messaging everyone she could think of. First up was Sharp Young Master. She invited him over, hoping for some company, and maybe a bit of help leveling up, but he instantly saw through her. "Oh, it's you," he scoffed. "I'm platinum level now. Got plenty of women. Don't need you." And he told her to get lost. Next, she messaged Brother Zoma, claiming she was bored and waiting for him in Shelltown. His reply was no better. "Everyone knows how you tricked Zhang Wei," he said. "Try that on me, and I'll test out my new skill on your face." Her chest tightened. She was getting nowhere. She cursed them all under her breath. Men, useless when it really counts. In her frustration, she stared blankly ahead, a sinking feeling settling in. Only 2.5 years of non-tradable lifespan left. She didn't know what to do. Tears welled up in her eyes. She felt completely alone. That's what she thought of Chin Feng. He wouldn't ignore her. He never had. If anyone could help her, it was him. She had to go see him, even if it meant swallowing her pride. Night had already fallen by the time she reached his apartment. As she stood outside the door, she imagined how it would go. She'd step inside, say a few heartfelt words, maybe even apologize. He'd forgive her like always. But the thought made her pause. Why should she apologize? She hadn't done anything wrong. No, she told herself. This wasn't about pride. She just had to play it smart. She raised her hand to knock, rehearsing it in her mind. Act humble, get him to help her level up, and once she was back on her feet, she'd cut ties with him for good. A faint smile played on her lips. Just a little longer, Chin Feng. Once I get what I need, we're done. This was the plan, and Sayo thought she was an absolute genius for coming up with it. Feeling confident, she knocked on the door. Chin Feng, open up. She knocked again, louder this time. Come on, I know you're in there. Are you asleep or what? Then her voice softened. I'm back. Please, open the door. Her knocking turned desperate. Please let me in. When there was still no response, frustration took over. She kicked the door open and froze. The apartment was completely empty. No bed, no table, no clothes, nothing. She stepped inside in disbelief. Where is he? Pulling out her phone, she tried calling Chin Feng. No answer. He was gone. Meanwhile, deep inside the grudge tomb, Chin Feng was tearing through monsters without mercy. One after another, they fell before him. He soon reached what looked like the final chamber. Along the way, he'd taken down over 200 minor monsters, plus several bronze and silver tier bosses. Now, he was nearly level 12. In front of him stood a single, ancient coffin. He summoned a devout follower to aid him and prepared to open it, hoping that the final boss would be platinum tier. But the moment he pushed the lid, something went wrong. Dark energy surged from the coffin, flooding the room. It poured into his follower's eyes and mouth. And just like that, the system declared, your devout follower has been annihilated. Chin Feng's eyes narrowed. Death miasma, a gold tier boss. He cursed under his breath. This was one of the worst ones. It had no physical body, making it completely immune to physical attacks. He remembered this thing from his past life. Someone had released it near a base, and the chaos it caused was horrific. Civilians had died in droves, and anyone possessed by it had almost no chance of survival, unless they had a teammate who could dispel it or access to rare invincibility type skills. No hesitation, Chin Feng activated Dark Knight Ringblade. Shadows whipped around his body, swirling fast. And then, he saw it. The true form of the boss, hidden deep inside the miasma. Without wasting a second, he struck with his dagger. The system window flashed. You have slain the gold tier boss, Death Miasma. Chin Feng let out a breath. This boss was listed as gold tier, but its strength was clearly above platinum. The fact that it dropped only gold grade loot was disappointing, but at least the magic type damage of his new skill had worked. The boss's form dissolved into a glowing lifespan orb. He used greedy hand to claim the loot. He sighed. After all the effort it had taken to clear this tomb, he really hoped something valuable would drop. Then he saw it. Rare item obtained. Mount Bell. Chin Feng's eyes widened. It was real. He'd actually gotten a mount drop. So the rumors about Lin Lu's koi-like luck weren't exaggerated after all. This wasn't luck, it was destiny. According to the system, the Mount Bell, Ghost Nightwolf could summon a level 11 Ghost Mount. Not only could it assist in battle, but it could also be ridden, perfect for fast travel. The only requirement was to be at least level 11, and Chin Feng knew exactly what this was. The Ghost Nightwolf, one of the fastest and most effective early game mounts anyone could get. The Ghost Nightwolf was no ordinary mount. At level 11 in gold grade, its stats were impressive. Strength, 148. Constitution, 155. Spirit, 135. Agility, 191. It wasn't just fast, it was powerful. Better yet, it leveled alongside its owner, getting stronger over time. But there was a catch. If its Mount Bell was ever traded, the wolf's progress would reset back to 0. Its abilities, though, were what really made it shine. Dash boosted mounted movement speed by a whopping 245%. Nightwalk. At night, it stayed in permanent level 1 stealth. Attacking broke the effect, but dealt plus 120 reveal damage, with a 60-second cooldown before re-entering stealth. Pounce. A triple strike leap on a single target, each hit adding plus 267 physical damage, with a 12-second cooldown. Wolf Howl buffed all allied units with plus 35 attack, plus 35 physical defense, and plus 35 elemental resistance for 180 seconds. Cooldown, 600 seconds. Qin Feng realized this wasn't just a mount, it was a combat companion. And with stealth on top of that, it was a massive win. Night had fallen as he rode the ghost Night Wolf out of the tomb ruins. His next goal was clear. Hit level 15, gather enough lifespan, and extract the mount for real-world use. Then, he'd log out and head straight to Magic City to eliminate Qian Shishir, wiping out any chance of future threats. As he rode through the quiet night, he passed by the towering Jianghai Coliseum, a massive structure with 2 underground floors, forming a tangled, monster-infested labyrinth. Perfect for grinding levels. With light jumps, the ghost Night Wolf scaled the outer wall of the Coliseum. Powerful monsters stared up at them from within. Then, without warning, the wolf leapt high into the air. Qin Feng and his beast dropped from the sky, descending directly into the monster horde. His eyes flashed with focus. Shadow instant slash. And just like that, he began massacring everything in sight. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the ruins, Anyu swung her sword, cutting down a nearby monster. The creature's body dissolved, transforming into lifespan energy. She breathed a sigh of relief. Her teammate, Man Naliang, son of a department head from Jianghai City, began clapping. "That's what I'm talking about, Captain," he said. "Your damage is next level." He praised the raw power of the hidden class, Dragon Swordsman, and made it clear he had his eyes set on her. Anyu shook her head. "That was just a level 8 gold boss, and it still took us more than 10 minutes to kill. I really don't get how Shadow soloed a platinum boss." Ma Naliang brushed it off. "Please, Shadow's just a stealthy assassin. He probably just ran circles and whittled the boss down over time. That kind of fighting style won't ever lead to greatness." Still, he felt smug. Anyu didn't have any major background, and with his political family ties, winning her over would be simple. At least, that's what he believed. Anyu tilted her head. If slowly chipping away at a boss is so mediocre, wouldn't that make you an archer, even more suited for it? Ma Naliang stumbled back, falling flat on his rear. I'm not like that," he stammered, scrambling to defend himself. "I'm an upright person. I wouldn't stoop to that." Trying to regain composure, he added, "Besides, I heard Shadow's a real piece of work in the real world. Guy's got a nasty reputation, cold-blooded. Ruthless." Ma Naliang crossed his arms smugly and said he had a plan. He knew a hunter from the Metropolitan Police, someone with level 3 anti-stealth skills. If they worked together, they could expose Shadow's real identity in the real world and then force him under control. "Someone like him can't be trusted unless he's under us," Ma Naliang said coldly. "Otherwise, we'll just keep seeing more disasters like what happened with Song Fei and Zhang Li. I'm tired of cleaning up his messes." But Anyu and Wang Ming glanced at each other and burst into laughter. "You really don't get it, do you?" Anyu said, wiping a tear from her eye. "This isn't about Shadow asking for favors," Wang Ming added. "We're the ones cleaning up his aftermath. That's the only way to keep him from turning on us." They reminded him of the facts. The first global solo kill of a gold tier boss. The first solo platinum kill. Both by Shadow. Ma Naliang's face twisted with fury. "He's just a fragile assassin," he spat. "As long as we can match his stealth level, he's nothing." He scowled at the two of them. "You nobodies have a nerve to lecture me?" Then he turned to Anyu, his voice sharp. "Watch closely. I'll destroy his reputation and bring him down myself. When that happens, you'll be on your knees, begging me to forgive you." Wang Ming tried to steer the conversation back to the present. "What did the boss drop anyway?" Anyu thought for a second. A gold tier priest item, a silver equipment, and a silver skill book. She touched her chin, her thoughts drifting. Come to think of it, Shadow sold us gold tier gear before, even platinum. Makes you wonder, how many bosses has he actually killed? Or maybe he's just insanely good at finding treasure chests. Wang Ming's expression turned serious. That's what worries me, he admitted. You remember the Zhongyun restaurant incident? The whole Dongfang family slaughter during a private meeting. He looked at Anyu. What if Shadow was behind that too? Are we seriously supposed to keep covering for him? Wang Ming's voice dropped lower. We don't even know what kind of person he really is. What if he's an actual killer in real life? Anyu nodded slowly. She knew the case. The higher-ups were investigating it heavily, and rumors were swirling about Shadow's possible involvement. But then she smiled, calm and confident. Even if he did do it, she said, I'd still back him. Wang Ming blinked. What? I know the top brass won't clean up his messes anymore, she continued. But I will. Personally. Why? Wang Ming asked, still puzzled. She looked him straight in the eye. The real question is, who wouldn't support Shadow? Just then, one of their subordinates appeared. He looked rattled. We found something ahead, he reported. It looks like an arena, but all the monsters are already dead. His tone turned serious. There are bodies everywhere. I don't know who is strong enough to wipe out the entire place. Anyu's eyes lit up with interest. Let's go check it out. Wang Ming looked at her, even more confused than before, but followed her anyway. They arrived at the Jianghai Coliseum, and what they saw stopped them in their tracks. Lifespan energy scattered across the battlefield. The remains of a massacre. They stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the sheer amount of loot scattered across the Coliseum floor. There must have been hundreds of monsters here. The question hit them all at once. Who could have wiped out this entire area? Captain Anyu had no doubts. Shadow's been here, she said confidently. Ma Naoyang raised an eyebrow. How can you be so sure? Easy, she replied. He's number 1 on the leaderboard. We're right behind him, and even we couldn't pull this off. If we can't do it, that only leaves him. Ma Naoyang scoffed, clearly irritated. I've got invisibility too. I could do the same thing. It'd just take more time. Anyu smiled, not even bothering to argue. Instead, she opened up communication with Shadow. Given how many monsters he'd wiped out, she figured he must have picked up a pile of gear and skill books he didn't need. Want to sell us the extras? She asked casually. Then it happened. Ma Naoyang's eyes shot wide open. A shadow loomed behind him. Qin Feng, mounted on the ghost Nightwolf. Startled, Ma Naoyang dropped to the ground in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. Anyu, on the other hand, lit up with excitement. Where did you get that mount? Qin Feng answered calmly. Thanks to the coordinates Little Black gave me. Little Black turned red instantly. Why you don't have to mention that. Qin Feng didn't press. Instead, he made an offer to Anyu. All these items on the ground, they're yours. One package. Same deal as always. She nodded. Understood. And as usual, if I'm not happy with the deal, I'm free to walk away. Shadow's terms were always clear and fair. But Ma Naoyang, he was boiling inside. His face twisted with rage as he watched Qin Feng ride off, calm and untouchable. The humiliation burned deep. He clenched his fists, swearing silently that one day, they'd all pay. Meanwhile, Qin Feng continued through the ruins on his mount. The system chart showed he'd just hit level 13. Trailing behind him at level 10 were Justice Enforcement, Wang Ming, and even Black Goblin Big Lies. He now had 245 years of tradable lifespan and 255 evolution points in the bank. And the loot? Solid. Among the drops was a gold tier skill book, Silent Concealment. This ability let him enter stealth without moving. As long as he stayed still and didn't attack, he remained permanently invisible. If he attacked from this state, it added plus 300 detection penetration damage. The cooldown was 120 seconds, and the skill required level 13 to use. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. This wasn't just a stealth enhancer. This was game-changing. If used correctly and combined with invincibility states from the game, he could vanish entirely, even in the real world. No more hesitating. He spent 11 evolution points to upgrade it. From gold, platinum, emerald, diamond, epic. The effect was immediate. Stealth attack bonus increased from plus 300 to plus 800. Cooldown dropped from 120 to 60 seconds. But he wasn't done. Next up, Venomous Dart. He poured 34 evolution points into it, and it began to evolve from Emerald to Venomous Dart evolved to Epic, and the upgrades were undeniable. Its range expanded to 20 meters, its hit damage rose to 400, and it now inflicted a Venom status that dealt 100% damage per second for 5 seconds. The effect didn't stack, but it didn't need to. Next came the heavy investment. 200 evolution points to take Graceful Release from Legendary to Mythic. The result? Plus 300% bonus to weakness attacks. Weakness multiplier doubled. Remained at level 5. Throat slash effect. Dealt 200% damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown reduced to 15 seconds. And with his buffs, it was down to just 9.7 seconds. Qinfeng grinned. This was the power of Mythic tier skills. Every strike, unless against special monsters, was now a direct weak point hit. He then took out a necklace and studied it carefully. The Deceiver's Pendant, a platinum-grade assassin accessory, granted. Plus 45 physical attack, plus 20 strength, plus 20 constitution. Required level 13. Its special effect? It boosted stealth level by 1. Combining all his gear and skill bonuses, Qinfeng had now reached stealth level 4, practically undetectable at this stage of the game. And then there was the Shadow Veil, a gold tier assassin item. Plus 5 constitution, plus 5 spirit, plus 32% evasion rate. With everything stacked, his total evasion now sat at a staggering 83%. That's what happened. A small explosion echoed nearby. Qinfeng paused. Something was coming. From the rubble, a towering figure emerged. A giant boss, its arms made of chains, hands replaced by razor-sharp blades. He narrowed his eyes. The Steel Saintess. Qinfeng couldn't believe it. Who the hell unleashed her? He remembered her from his past life. She'd once appeared right here in the ruins of Jianghai City. Over 1,000 players had tried to take her down. The result? Over 4,000 deaths. She wasn't just a random boss. She was the guardian of Church Sanctuary, the second largest refuge in the ruins of Jianghai. Originally, Qinfeng had planned to deal with Qian Shishir first before challenging her. But now that she was here, he wasn't going to let the opportunity slip. He jumped, and his ghost Night Wolf leapt onto the nearest building. From above, he watched as chaos erupted below. The boss spun her bladed arms, tearing through players like paper. One fell, then another. Panic set in. Before anyone could organize, she lunged forward again, butchering them mercilessly. Qinfeng frowned. They're overestimating themselves, he muttered. One player, mounted on a tiger, charged in to fight her. Qinfeng's eyes narrowed. Dong Wuing, also known as Chun Wuming, a player with a hidden class, Paladin, a face from the past. Qinfeng had fought him for 9 years in his previous life, yet neither had ever claimed a decisive victory. Chun Wuming was cunning and slippery, always escaping with some underhanded trick when defeat was near. He also remembered something else. In that past life, it was Chun Wuming's guild, Knight's Sanctuary, that finally brought down the Steel Saintess. They say West-West God, East Sanctuary, because the two guilds control the western and eastern zones of the Jianghai City ruins. The Guild Knight's Sanctuary, founded by Chun Wuming, had a brutal recruitment system. Every new member had to sign an ironclad contract. While it offered protection, it came at a steep cost, up to 50% of their lifespan taxed directly. Most of these recruits ended up as virtual slaves, forced to grind and serve the elite members at the top. Qinfeng's eyes lit up. This was exactly the kind of setup he could use to his advantage. This time, he muttered, Chun Wuming isn't escaping. The Steel Saintess boss started whirling her massive chain-blade arms, locked in a frenzy. While her focus was elsewhere, Qinfeng cloaked himself in invisibility and closed in. His eyes gleamed with deadly intent. In one fluid motion, he unleashed Dark Knight Ringblade, and in an instant, the nearby players dropped dead. Now cloaked in a glowing red aura, Qin Feng spun through the battlefield, cutting down players like blades of grass. Chen Wuming watched in horror. When he realized who it was, he shouted, "Shadow, why are you attacking us? We've never even had a conflict." Qin Feng appeared right behind him. His tone was cold, his eyes ruthless. "Because I don't eat beef." Chen Wuming's eyes went wide with disbelief. He didn't even have time to react. Instant shadow slash. It was over. Qin Feng extended a hand and activated Blooming Curse. Not long after, all the players were respawning back in their hometown, stunned and angry. Chen Wuming was furious. What the hell does not eating beef have to do with anything? One of his subordinates was pale with panic. His lifespan had dropped to 0. Chen Wuming gritted his teeth. This had to be another one of Shadow's hidden skills. "We regroup," he ordered. "Level up, recover lifespan." Then we hit back. In that same group was Xiaoyu, her eyes filled with tears. Why is Shadow attacking me directly?" she whispered. Her lifespan was nearly gone. Back at the battlefield, the system flashed a message for Qin Feng. "Blooming Curse has absorbed. +4 days tradable lifespan and +1 year non-tradable lifespan from Xiaoyu." Qin Feng smirked. So, she joined Knight's Sanctuary too, clearly out of desperation. No surprise there. Becoming a black-labeled slave in Chen Wuming's guild? To him, it was exactly what she deserved. At that moment, the Steel Saintess turned on him. A smoke screen burst out as she launched an attack, but once it cleared, Qin Feng stood untouched, thanks to Ghostly Blur. He knew her patterns well. In Phase 1, she relied mostly on spinning chainsword attacks, either direct strikes or wide-range AoEs. As her arms tensed and began spinning again, Qin Feng made his move. He leapt high into the air, then dove toward her, activating a deadly combo. Blessed Release. Plague Blade. The first hit triggered Throat Slash, causing a critical burst of bleeding damage over time. 3 seconds later, Plague Blade exploded, unleashing a wave of toxin damage. Qin Feng landed cleanly and watched the numbers stack up. Thousands of points in damage. And the fight was just beginning. A clean slash to the throat. In an instant, the Steel Saintess's HP dropped to below half. Her eyes glowed with rage. But Qin Feng remained perfectly calm. He knew what came next. This boss was infamous not for her first phase, but for what awakened after. Phase 2. Once her HP fell below 50%, the demon sealed inside her awakened, and that changed everything. From that moment on, all damage taken would be reflected back to the attacker, split evenly. On top of that, a strange legend surrounded her second form. They said a portal existed inside the demon's stomach, and anyone swallowed by her would be teleported to some unknown place, rumored to be the bottom of a volcano. But in Qin Feng's past life, no one ever confirmed that story. He chalked it up to gamer folklore, probably players confusing it with mechanics from other titles. A group of players observed the battle from a distance. They were stunned. Shadow's brutal. One of them muttered, "That boss was summoned by Knight's Sanctuary, and he just wiped them all like it was nothing. And then with one skill, bam, half her HP gone." Straight into Phase 2. Up on the cliffs, Qin Feng, now cloaked in invisibility, watched them silently. His gaze sharpened. He knew the Steel Saintess had a specific weakness in her second phase. During her attack animations, the damage reflection temporarily deactivated. If timed perfectly, he could land hits without getting punished. But there was a major problem. All of his key skills, Shadow Slash, Throat Cut, Plague Blade, Poison Dagger, inflicted damage over time, which meant even if he timed the hit, the lingering damage would still be reflected. And at his current level, just one hit of that feedback would kill him instantly. He narrowed his eyes toward the players still chatting on the ridge. He had an idea. Down below, one of the curious players stepped forward. "Move aside. I want a better look." His name was Anyu. The others seemed energized by his presence. His subordinate explained that they'd been watching the fight for a while. They'd already memorized the boss's attack patterns. Apparently, she only had a few core moves. Grinning, a girl beside him raised her hands. After the boss drops below half HP, she pauses briefly. Her body changes slightly. Looks like she gains new skills. And just when she entered that second phase, she added, shadow vanished. Anyu clenched his jaw. No way. He was fighting her solo. His expression darkened, eyes glowing with frustration. Xiao, activate Red Eye. Find him. The girl nodded and began channeling her skill. A small spirit rabbit materialized and hopped toward the boss unnoticed. She scanned the area and frowned. I can't detect him, she said. If he's still here, I can't see him. Level 3 anti-stealth. And still nothing? Anyu's face stiffened. That could only mean one thing. Shadow had a level 4 stealth skill. And if that were true, then he really had left. Still, he wasn't taking chances. Keep watching, he ordered Xiao. If he comes back, I want to know immediately. She nodded firmly. Anyu leapt down from the building, landing with a heavy thud. His blades drawn, confidence brimming. A smile crept onto his face. The other players stared, whispering to each other in disbelief. He's crazy, one of them muttered, going after a platinum-tier boss solo. But none of them had expected it, but someone recognized him. He'd seen that guy back in the starter town, effortlessly taking down a gold-tier boss without even getting scratched. It all made sense now. His class? Soul Warrior. A rare one with a crazy ability. 100% dodge chance while rolling. And that wasn't all. He was none other than the legendary player known as Safety First. Word was, he used to be a top-ranked global streamer in Souls-like games, famous for lightning-fast reflexes. The boss locked eyes on him. Her blade-like arms slashed forward, but Anquin didn't flinch. He slid low, skimming across the ground, slipping past the blow with razor-thin timing. She wasn't done yet. Energy arms burst from her body, aiming to crush him, but again, he rolled away just in time. She lunged again. Another roll. Another perfect dodge. His squad could hardly believe what they were watching. The way he moved, so precise, so calm, it was unreal. They started praising him right there, marveling at how he never got greedy for an extra hit, never slipped up. His discipline was unmatched. One of them smiled and said it. He was next level, dodging every single attack without missing a beat. Even more shocking, they noticed something strange, flashes of slash effects lighting up around the boss every time he rolled. Could this class really be that broken? A black-haired woman finally explained it. Every dodge wasn't just defense, it was offense. The Soul Warrior's passive let each successful roll trigger a counterattack, dealing real damage. That's why her health kept dropping, even though he hadn't swung a blade yet. Then Shirao too grinned. She said the perfect dodges were just the beginning. What truly made Anquin terrifying was what came after. His offense wasn't just strong, it was brutal. Each strike was timed to perfection, his combos flowing seamlessly. It wasn't just about surviving the fight, it was about ending it fast. The boss, now frustrated, was frantically trying to land a hit. Xiaodu's eyes lit up. She revealed another secret. If a dodge landed perfectly, Anquin's next attack would ignore half the boss's defense. That's when Anquin turned to face her, blue energy crackling across his body. His team immediately recognized the glow. It meant he was about to drop a massive hit. 4-digit damage, easy. His eyes gleamed as he dashed forward. In a blur of motion, he struck. One move, split into 3 shadowy slashes, ripped through the boss like shooting stars. He weaved between her defenses with flawless precision, landing devastating cuts. Her HP bar, it plummeted, half gone in seconds. Cheers erupted from his team. Before they knew it, the boss was already down to just 1/3 of her health. Anquin turned his back on her, confident. A smile tugged at his lips. And that's when it happened. Out of nowhere, a savage strike came crashing down on him. Massive slashes tearing through his HP, wiping out over 34,000 in a flash. He dropped instantly. His squad froze. What just happened? They were sure he dodged. No attack should have landed. Even stranger, when they attacked right after, the boss didn't lose any HP at all, even though her health had just been sliced in half. Something wasn't right. Not far away, the real story started to unfold because there stood our guy, watching it all silently. Anquin's lifespan, orbs dropped. and Qing Feng silently thanked him. The Soul Warrior's flashy antics had forced the boss to burn through many of her key skills. Qing Feng's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. While all that chaos unfolded, he never stopped attacking. And now, finally, the boss's health had dropped to a third. Sure, Anquin's performance had looked impressive, but in the end, his showboating got him killed. His class had its limits. The Soul Warrior couldn't attack while rolling, and every hit he landed came with punishing reflected damage. It was a curse in disguise. Against someone like the Steel Maiden, that kind of trade-off was fatal. Now, the boss began turning away, and Qing Feng immediately understood what was happening. With her HP so low, she was trying to retreat to the church sanctuary. If she made it there, she'd fully heal, wiping out all their hard-earned progress. His gaze swept over Anquin's team. They looked shaken. His death had rattled them. Qing Feng could tell they weren't going to attack again, and unless someone forced the boss to fight, her damage reflection would stay active. It was time to act. Qing Feng stepped forward, blocking her path. He wasn't about to let her escape. The other players looked stunned. To them, Anquin had been a clown. The real threat? Shadow. It was terrifying to think those brutal cuts the boss had taken earlier, that hadn't been Anquin. That had been him. Xiao was in disbelief. Her level 3 anti-invisibility skill hadn't picked him up at all. That could only mean one thing. Shadow's stealth was level 4 or higher. Then, one player's eyes locked onto something. Anquin's lifespan orb still lay on the ground. Temptation took over. He licked his lips, plotting a way to grab the loot. But Qing Feng had already activated a skill. Blacklight Shield. Golden light flared around him, forming a 10-layer shield, each layer able to block one instance of damage. The moment he triggered it, the boss zeroed in on him. Her arms morphed back into blades, and she lunged. Qing Feng was ready. He launched instant Shadow Slash, delivering rapid, cutting strikes. While the boss attacked, he counted the layers left on his shield. 7 remained. He remembered, out of those 9 slashes, the last 3 had landed just after her attack ended, during her damage reflection window. If it hadn't been for the shield, he'd have been wiped out. Now, the boss began to gather energy at her core. Then she leapt into the air and unleashed waves of purple flame. Qing Feng immediately pulled back. His shield was gone. Every layer burned away in seconds. She stared him down, eyes glowing with menace. Even with a dodge rate above 80%, that flamethrower had chewed through all his defenses in an instant. A half-second slower, it would have been game over. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw it. One player trying to sneak in and snatch Anquin's loot. Big mistake. Without hesitation, Qing Feng flicked a poison dart. It struck the thief straight in the forehead. Instantly eliminated. He made it crystal clear no one was taking that loot but him. Then the system message appeared. You have obtained 612 days of tradable lifespan and 67 years of non-tradable. Qing Feng had claimed the lifespan dropped by safety first. On top of that, Blossom Curse had absorbed 355 days of tradable lifespan and 20 years of non-tradable from clean hands and feet. He raised an eyebrow. Safety first had been sitting on a massive reserve. That likely meant he'd never died before. Interesting. Qing Feng decided then. He wouldn't use Blossom Curse on him just yet. The boss let out a furious roar, but Qing Feng stayed composed. He knew how this would go. He'd have to rely on Blacklight Shield and his basic Shadow Slash to chip her down safely. She struck with raw force, but Qing Feng sidestepped cleanly. Her blade slammed into the ground instead. It wasn't the fastest strategy, but it kept him alive. While the duel raged on, Xiao kept her eyes locked on the fight. She was stunned. Shadow's ferocity was on another level. Only now, watching his movements up close, does she finally understand how he got those first kills. His power was undeniable. That happened. His eyes lit up with resolve. This was it. Time for the final blow. Qing Feng darted forward, his blades flashing. He carved through the Steel Maiden like it was nothing. The system message echoed in his ears. Boss defeated. Steel Maiden. Plus 48,000 EXP. Plus 120 evolution points. Church Sanctuary key acquired. The crowd stood frozen. Shadow had soloed her. Completely. No backup. No hesitation. That's why he was number one. Without a word, Qing Feng activated Greedy Hand and scooped up the loot. The reward? A rare Emerald Tier Assassin leather armor. Black Flame's gift-piercing leather armor. Plus 95 physical defense. Plus 120 to all elemental resistances. Plus 77 damage reduction. Plus 77 constitution. But what stood out was its special passive, Black Flame's gift. Each time he hit or got hit, it applied a stack of Black Flame, up to 5. Each stack chipped away at the enemy's defense and resistances by 7%. Even bosses weren't fully immune, though the effect was weaker on Emerald Tier or higher. Qing Feng couldn't help but grin. This single armor piece gave him more defense than most full sets, and it came with a killer debuff too. It was miles better than the loot dropped by the Soul Purifier earlier. He wasn't done yet. He had also scored the Emerald Tier skill Assassin's Instinct. It let him partially detect hidden enemies and granted a +2 bonus to his anti-invisibility level. Without hesitating, Qing Feng upgraded the skill. It cost him 33 evolution points, leaving him with 97. The result? Assassin's Instinct leveled up from Emerald to Diamond, then Epic, and finally, Legendary. His anti-invisibility bonus climbed from +2 to +5. And with the Legendary boost, he gained a new effect, the ability to pinpoint weak spots with extreme precision, increasing critical damage by a massive 50%. An anti-invisibility skill, now legendary. Level 5 stealth detection, a 50% boost to crits. Combined with the passive graceful deliverance, it brought his total crit multiplier to 350%. At this point, he could hit weak points even with his eyes closed. Still sitting on 97 evolution points, Qing Feng moved on to his next upgrade. He targeted Ghostly Blur, evolving it to Legendary. The cost? 80 points, leaving him with just 17. The upgrade was worth it. Ghostly Blur was now something else entirely. The Ghostly Blur upgrade boosted Qing Feng's evasion rate from 75% to 85%. And more importantly, it granted full immunity to damage every time the evasion triggered. Right then, Captain Anu and her group showed up. She greeted him with a friendly grin and asked if he'd scored anything good from the boss. Qing Feng blinked, slightly confused by her cheerful tone. Anu smiled knowingly. She admitted she hadn't checked the leaderboard before and definitely didn't expect him to hit level 13 in a single night. Insane, she said. Absolutely insane. Wang Ming chimed in, still catching his breath. We've been grinding nonstop since last night, and we're not even halfway through level 11. Captain Yu smacked him on the back of the head. Stop complaining. Men always level faster anyway. Qing Feng wasn't sure what to make of the conversation, but he brushed it off. He casually mentioned that he had picked up some loot. In total, he'd appraised it all at 45,000 days of lifespan in a single package. Without hesitation, Anu transferred the lifespan to him. A system alert confirmed the trade had gone through. Then Qing Feng's tone shifted. He had something else to offer. With a serious look, he asked if she knew about hideouts. Captain Anu's eyes lit up. She smiled and said they'd already heard rumors. Apparently, in the ruins of Jianghai City, there were no safe zones. But player groups could claim hideouts as operational bases, places to store resources and activate magic barriers when enemy waves surged. Qing Feng assumed she was referring to the smaller hideout dropped by the Golden Tier boss. But she shook her head. Jianghai's officials hadn't secured any hideouts yet. She added that in Modu, the government had already taken over a medium-sized hideout, and that's how word had started to spread. That's when Qing Feng pulled it out, a gleaming golden key from his inventory. He laid it out plainly. This was a sanctuary hideout key, dropped by the Steel Maiden herself. The hideout covered over 800 square meters. He told them they'd talk numbers after they returned to base. Depending on the offer, he'd consider selling. Captain Anu and Wang Meng stood frozen. They knew exactly what that meant. The bigger the hideout, the stronger its defense and infrastructure. At that size, every member of Jianghai's official forces could have their own private space. She extended her hand with a mix of curiosity and urgency. How much do you want for it? Qin Feng stayed calm. He said he'd wait to see what the officials could put on the table. He already knew. In his past life, a hideout like this had sold for 2,000 years of lifespan. If he could pull that off now, combined with what he already had, it would be enough to extract all his gear, skills, and levels into the real world. Captain Anu's expression turned serious. She accepted his terms and promised to report to her superiors immediately. But she had one more thing to ask. They'd just received urgent news. 7 gold-tier bosses had appeared together in Dark Moon Town. The casualty count was already rising. If Shadow was willing to step in and take them down, she said they'd pay him 10 years of lifespan for the job. Hearing the request, Qin Feng shrugged. 7 gold-tier bosses? Didn't sound like a big deal. Even if they were grouped up, the official forces should be able to handle them with enough time. Which meant there had to be a catch. He raised an eyebrow and said as much. Captain Anu gave him a thumbs up, clearly impressed. Exactly. She explained that they had managed to isolate and defeat one of the bosses. But the moment it died, it came back. And worse, all 7 bosses suddenly had their stats spike off the charts. In the next instant, her entire squad was wiped out. Qingfeng's eyes narrowed. That sounded familiar. He recalled the special type of group-based boss that could resurrect. And more importantly, synchronize power among each other. That could only mean one thing. They might be puppets controlled by the cursed slate, one of the infamous ancient god slates. If that was true, then this wasn't just a simple mission. It was something he couldn't afford to ignore. I'm going, he said. Send the coordinates. Anu wished him luck as he turned to leave. He had to admit, Inu was the genuine type. Most would try to lowball him on rewards, but not her. The loot from 7 gold-tier bosses could easily fetch 40 or 50 years of lifespan. On top of that, she was offering him an extra 10 just for showing up. That was more than fair. Mounted on his ghost Nightwolf, Qin Feng began racing through the ruins. As he passed a worn-down statue, his eyes suddenly locked onto a scene below. A group of players was surrounding and attacking someone. His expression shifted. It was Xiaoyu. A woman from the group smirked and slapped her hard across the face. Trying to seduce the guild leader already? You just joined. Xiaoyu's face was already swollen with bruises. She began to cry. The woman glared and hissed. This is a warning. Get close to him again, and I'll tear that pretty little face apart. The beating continued. From his vantage point, Qin Feng watched in silence. He understood right away. Xiaoyu had been pulled into the kind of petty, poisonous drama that often festered inside big guilds. She'd joined the Knight's sanctuary, and now she was paying the price. In his past life, he'd always cleaned up these messes for her. This time was no different. He dropped down from the rooftop. Xiaoyu sobbed, begging them to stop. It hurts. Please, I think I'm going to die. The women ignored her. We should kill you. Who knows how many men you've seduced already? Qin Feng turned and walked toward the massive statue in the city center. He remembered something few did. Beneath that monument was a secret chamber, one that allowed teleportation back to the starter town. A hidden shortcut known to only a handful of players. The moment he stepped inside, a magic circle lit up. He knew the cost. Nothing came free. First teleport, 500 days of lifespan. Second, 1,000. Third, 2,000. Each time the price doubled. Over time, the starter town itself would evolve. Monsters would become bosses, secret loot would emerge. And now, with the appearance of the ancient god slate, this was a prime opportunity he couldn't pass up. A system prompt flashed before him. Teleport to the abandoned land of the gods, Dark Moon Town. He paused. Dark Moon Town, a place that never existed in his previous life. Without hesitation, he chose yes. The system deducted 500 days of lifespan, and in a flash, Qin Feng was teleported to Dark Moon Town. To his surprise, the place wasn't as bleak as he'd imagined. The town was bustling, with elderly folks everywhere chatting and laughing like it was a community center instead of a war zone. That caught him off guard. Not far ahead, he noticed a small group of players assisting an older woman to her feet. She looked relieved to be back in the safe zone. One of the players reminded her that, just as promised, they'd helped her reach level 3. In return, she'd received 72 days of lifespan. Now it was time to hand over the tradable portion. The old woman's mood shifted fast. She snapped at them, asking why they were demanding payment if this was supposed to be a charity. She was furious. With a calm smile, one of the players tried to explain. We didn't ask for money. When we partied up, part of the lifespan dropped by the monsters was automatically shared with you. Another added, all we want is the agreed portion, just the part that came from those kills. But the woman wasn't having it. What agreement? I never signed anything. You're seriously trying to scam an old woman like me? The players stayed patient, insisting that they only asked for the portion earned together. Without forming a party, she wouldn't have gotten the XP or the lifespan they shared. She stepped back, waving her arms and yelling, "Don't touch me. Someone help. The Manga River Guild is harassing an old lady." Then it happened. Someone suddenly slammed her to the ground. Everyone turned, stunned. It was Qin Feng. No hesitation. No warning. He grabbed her by the neck, eyes cold and sharp, and in one swift motion, slit her throat with his dagger. Silence. Even the players stood frozen. Her lifespan orbs dropped to the ground. Qin Feng looked at them. There you go. Her lifespan's on the ground. Take it. Still in shock, the players finally snapped out of it and began to cheer. Who? Who was that? Which expert just helped us? Qin Feng was already walking away, just lending a hand. They picked up the 72 days of lifespan and thanked him over and over. But for Qin Feng, it was a nuisance that PvP was restricted in town zones. He frowned, annoyed. His thoughts drifted to the Manga River Guild. They were based here in Dark Moon Town. He remembered, originally founded to help the elderly survive in the abandoned land of the gods, they operated as a charity. Eventually, they gained official backing and massive support. Now, in terms of membership alone, Manga River was the largest guild in all of Heikia. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed with interest. In a world collapsing into chaos, it was exactly groups like these, naive, well-meaning, and vast, that could change everything. Meanwhile, deep in the night, somewhere in the forest, a battle was unfolding. A massive mud creature roared, thrashing wildly. Two mages were fighting back. Mother, use lightning strike now. On it, she replied, beginning to charge her spell. The staff pulsed with energy, and a thunderbolt ripped down from the sky, slamming into the mud monster with a deafening crack. Seeing the opening, the party's swordsman dashed in and sliced the creature clean in half. Its body dissolved into glowing orbs of lifespan. He exhaled in relief. They'd won. The girl clapped her hands and smiled. You guys are amazing. The player called Mother responded with a calm nod. If you just follow good tutorials, even small fry like us can take down monsters. The group began moving through the forest again. The boy glanced over at Yin Yan. Hey, is it true your friend Xiaoyu joined Knight's Sanctuary? I heard their entry fees are insane. Yin Yan nodded. Yeah, I invited her to join Manga River with us instead. She spoke earnestly, explaining that Manga River was a charity guild, a place where people like them, who weren't exactly game pros, helped each other. Veterans even volunteered to guide newcomers. But Xiaoyu had refused. The other player chimed in. She's already level 10, right? Probably got power leveled by Knight's Sanctuary. She'd also heard that anyone who signed with them got locked into a 3-year contract. Basically slaves for the whole term, she muttered. The boy frowned. So they just used her, raised her level just to turn her into a tool. He sighed. For people without skills, it's better to just grind slowly. Kill low-tier mobs, back off when you see a boss, and don't attract attention. Yin Yin nodded quietly. She knew Xiaoyu thought she was special. Maybe she was thanks to her hidden class, but that didn't mean she was safe. Then, without warning, arrows rained down from above. They were invisible until the last second. Too late. The man in front gasped as the arrows tore through his body, dropping his HP by 1,200. He collapsed instantly, dissolving into lifespan orbs. Yin Yin's heart dropped. Dad! Her mother screamed, rushing to his side, but there was nothing left to save. From the treetops, the archer smirked. One shot. Clean kill. The masked men with him laughed coldly. Seriously? Experts in Manga River? What a joke. They're just trash. Who'd waste their time babysitting old people. Scum like that should just uninstall. They walked toward Yin Yin and her mother, slow and confident. The archer grinned. All right, hand over all your lifespan. Now, Yin Yin froze. She remembered the system rules. Player killing was forbidden. Murderers would be flagged and hunted by bounty squads. But these guys clearly didn't care. The archer pointed straight at her, smiling wide. 3 seconds, then we take it by force. Mother gave in immediately, reaching into her inventory. Yin Yin stepped forward and grabbed her arm. Don't. Send an SOS through the guild channel. Now. I'll hold them off. The archer's expression twisted. Kill the old one. Keep the kid alive. Might be fun. The masked thugs lunged forward. But just then, out of the shadows, a massive wolf appeared. Its jaws clamped down with a crunch. Yin Yin stood frozen, unsure what had just happened. The archer's face twisted in confusion, unable to process the sudden turn of events. Before he could react, before he could even take his next breath, his head was severed in a single, clean strike. Qing Feng had arrived. While his wolf tore through the remaining masked attackers, Qing Feng stood over the fallen archer, staring silently at the lifeless head. It didn't take long for him to realize the truth. This guy had been Shadow. Back in town, the archer and his men respawned. Their rage boiled over. One glance at their HUDs, and the fury turned to shock. They didn't just die, they'd lost everything. Every single bit of lifespan gone, and somehow, a massive portion of it had dropped and was now marked tradable. How? Even with killer status, that shouldn't have happened. Nothing made sense. They bolted toward the forest, desperate to kill monsters and recover what they could. If this continued, they were finished. But just as they neared the tree line, a strange energy swept over the area. In the next second, a massive sword made entirely of light slammed down from above, locking them in place. They couldn't move. Footsteps approached. 2 priests stepped out from the trees. The man in front was holding a skill book, calm and firm. We're official bounty hunters, he announced. Under system law, you're under arrest. He demanded their real-world IDs. The second priest stepped forward with a glare. Resist, and we'll drain your lifespan to 0 on the spot. Back in the forest, flowers began blooming from the archer's corpse. Yin Yin's eyes widened. She felt overwhelmed with relief. She turned to Qing Feng. Thank you. If you hadn't shown up, we would have died. He didn't reply right away. His gaze dropped to the ground. Chu Yan, she's something else. Brave, kind-hearted, strong, so unlike Qin Xiaoyu. How had the two even become friends? But it didn't matter now. Their paths had already split. And just like that, Qing Feng vanished. No sound, no trace. Yin Yin and her mother looked around in confusion. Where did he go? Her mother asked. Yin Yin stared at the orb of lifespan on the ground, wondering quietly, is this Dad? She had no answer. Her mother scanned the area. Where are the others? And how did Shadow just disappear like that? I don't know, Yin Yin said softly. All I know is he's the #1 shadow boss in the world. Meanwhile, deep in another part of the forest, a group of players huddled near a glowing ruin. One of them glanced at the time. Captain Anu said Shadow would be here any minute. It's been almost half an hour. Think he chickened out? Someone asked. Another shook their head. No way. But still, these bosses revive over and over. Even Shadow can't win against that. As they talked, an unseen figure passed silently between them, completely invisible. It was Qing Feng. He was already on the move. He knew exactly what he was walking into. The ancient god slate, an item that could apply both a blessing and a curse to your equipment. With luck, it could even change class mechanics entirely. He'd once seen the 7th-ranked player in the world use 7 slates to summon the spirit of an ancient god and take down a legendary tier boss in one strike. Sometimes these bosses didn't just hide. They vanished completely, ultra-high stealth, deadly quiet. Whole teams would drop before they even realized they were being hunted. The group-type bosses spawned by the ancient god slate came with dangerous, unpredictable mechanics, each one armed with unique skills. As Qing Feng scanned the battlefield, he spotted several monsters standing still, eyes gleaming with eerie malice. He knew better than to underestimate them. Sometimes, these bosses remained hidden, completely invisible, cloaked in absurd levels of stealth. Players died before they even realized a fight had begun. Other times, the visible boss was nothing more than a puppet, while the real one, a summoner-type sorcerer, lurked somewhere in the shadows. In those cases, the fake boss would just keep respawning endlessly. According to official reports, killing even one boss caused all of them to revive, with a stackable berserk boost. Each time they came back, they got stronger. But what if he killed all of them at once? Would they still come back? It was a risk worth taking. To test the waters, Qing Feng equipped the follower's pendant and summoned a devout follower. Without hesitation, the follower charged into battle and landed a clean hit, dealing over 1,400 damage. That was enough to get their attention. One of the bosses turned with glowing eyes, snarling. Moments later, the follower's body exploded into nothing. The others didn't even blink. Qing Feng narrowed his eyes. All of them were level 10. No damage reflection. Stat-wise, they were only about twice as strong as normal gold tier bosses. Manageable, but definitely not normal. He made his move. Shadow Ringblade. Crimson energy began swirling across the area, carving a path toward the enemies. Then came the poison darts, fast and precise, embedding directly into their throats. The bosses dropped one by one, but something fell off. No loot. Their corpses began to vanish, and then the ground trembled. The bosses were merging, combining into something far more dangerous. A massive form began to take shape. Qing Feng stepped back, eyes locked on the evolving monstrosity. He guessed right. Killing them all together had triggered the next phase. A giant boss now stood before him, its body covered in symbols. It let out a thunderous roar and charged. Qing Feng dodged, narrowly avoiding the blow. His eyes focused on the glowing markings across its skin. He recognized them. Ancient God script. One by one, he read the characters. Disaster, Sky, Ancient Tuwu Gods. It clicked. Rearranging the characters revealed its true name. Yuthos, the Calamity Ancient God. As the monster loomed closer, Qing Feng hesitated. He didn't know how to deal with this. Then a thought struck him. What if the symbols had to be targeted in sequence? He'd poured countless hours into studying ancient god script for this exact kind of moment. It couldn't be coincidence. Without wasting time, he slipped beneath the giant's legs and struck at the symbol on its lower limb, then the one on its arm, then the chest. Suddenly, black poison began to seep from the boss's body. It let out a guttural roar of pain. Its form began to break apart, then collapsed into the nearby water. Qing Feng stayed sharp, uncertain what came next. That's when coffins started rising from the water's surface, each one detailed with glowing inscriptions. Yuthos floated upward, its body shifting, mutating violently. Then monsters began pouring out of it, roaring into the night. Qing Feng studied the coffins closely. The carvings on each one matched perfectly with the monsters now emerging. This phase was different. To end it, he needed to kill each monster next to its matching coffin. And just beyond them, barely visible under the haze of dark mist, was the ancient god slate. Exactly what he came for. The monsters surged toward him. Qing Feng stood his ground, eyes gleaming with cold resolve. Above the battlefield, a murder of crows circled ominously, drawn by the chaos erupting from the final phase of the ancient god slate. Across the valley, players began to feel the tremors. Something massive was happening. They couldn't tell if it was an earthquake or if the boss had entered some kind of berserk state, but one thing was clear: it wasn't normal. Curiosity got the better of them. "We should go check it out," one of the mages said, narrowing her eyes. Her friend scoffed. Why bother? Shadow's not showing up. No way he could take on a boss like that. But then the swordsman gasped. "Guys, come look at this." The battlefield was empty. No sign of Qing Feng. No trace of the boss. Nothing. They fanned out in disbelief, scanning the ground. Cracks had split the terrain apart. It looked like the land itself had been torn open. "What the hell happened here?" one asked. "Did an earthquake kill the boss?" A voice crackled through their comms. It was Captain Anu. "Stand down. Shadow already handled it." The group froze. Wait, what? They stare at the broken chains hanging from the open coffins. Just minutes ago, they had been convinced he wouldn't even show up, that no one could solo those 7 bosses. And now, in less than 10 minutes, all of them had vanished without a single sound. It was starting to make sense. Every decision their leader had made, every risk taken, it was all building toward this. Meanwhile, under the quiet moonlight, Qing Feng walked alone, the ancient god slate in hand. This run had been more than worth it. A grin tugged at his lips. Not bad. He'd hit level 14. Between taking down all 7 bosses and using Greedy Hand, he'd earned a massive 294 evolution points. But the slate, that was the real prize. He knew the system well. The authorities wouldn't be able to crack its code for at least a month. In that time, the losses would be staggering. But not for him. The real treasure is not the loot scattered around, but the ancient god slate itself. Its active power is simple yet dangerous. Attach a curse to any piece of equipment, and it will grant a random positive affix based on the gear along with a matching negative one. He decides right away that the curse will go on the gift of Black Flame, a bone-chilling leather armor. Lightning flickers faintly around him as he explains that this emerald-grade armor can cut a target's defense and elemental resistance by up to 35%. When the curse fuses with the gift of Black Flame, the black flames coil out from his body in a swirling tide. At the same time, a system prompt blinks into view, listing the newly gained positive effect and the accompanying negative affix. A thought hits him. Could the maximum stack limit of Black Flame really have jumped to 15 layers? If so, he can crush a boss's defense and elemental resistance into the negatives. This is exactly what he expects from an ancient god slate. Its positive affix is monstrous, and the downside is barely worth mentioning. Then our guy glances at his hand, now wreathed in yellow mana over a flicker of fire. He speaks the next words. Skill evolved. In an instant, Shadow Slash ascends to legendary rank. Now it is time to see exactly what new power it holds. He used 210 points on one upgrade, leaving him with 115. Shadow Flash Slash evolved, epic to legendary. The results were game-changing. Blink range increased to 40 meters. Stealth duration, now 15 seconds. Cooldown, reduced to 8.8 seconds. Slash count, 9 total, wider 6-meter area. Attack power, plus 700 per hit. But the biggest change? Each slash now granted a shield equal to 100% of his max HP. Stackable, up to 9 times. Lasting 60 seconds. If he landed all 9 hits, his effective health would be multiplied by 10. Margin for error? Practically gone. Qing Feng vanished into stealth, light on his feet, completely invisible once more. At this pace, he estimated he'd hit level 15 in just 5 more hours. And once that happened, it would be time. Magic City was next. Several hours later, Qing Feng arrived at the same ruins where the guild women were still beating Xiaoyu. To his surprise, they hadn't stopped. They were actually still at it. Ruthless didn't even begin to describe them. The white-haired woman casually stretched her arms, taking a break like it was just another day's work. She groaned as she slowly got up, her back and waist aching from the ordeal. Her friend, clearly annoyed, looked down at her swollen hand, grumbling that it felt like it was on fire after all the hits she'd thrown. Both of them spat near Xiaoyu, declaring they'd done enough for today. This beating should be a wake-up call. Bruised and battered, Xiaoyu struggled to sit up. Tears rolled down her cheeks. In her mind, all of this, every bit of suffering, was Qin Feng's fault. She had told him to cut things off, but he'd actually gone and done it. Didn't he know that when girls say stuff like that, they don't always mean it? Leaning on her magic staff, she slowly rose to her feet. Thankfully, she had already signed a contract with a knight's sanctuary. For the next 3 years, survival wouldn't be a problem. Though she had sacrificed half her lifespan, she'd still have enough to live and grow stronger, faster than Chu Yin and the rest. She activated her holy healing skill, a powerful spell that fully restored the target's health. One day, she swore she'd rise up and make sure everyone who mocked her paid for it, Qin Feng included. And those crazy women, they wouldn't get away either. But then, something unexpected happened. The healing spell activated and started restoring someone else. To her horror, it was Qin Feng, still hidden and invisible. Xiao Yu collapsed to her knees, stunned. She thought she'd failed the spell again and couldn't figure out where the healing had gone. Meanwhile, deep within the ruins of Magic City, a team of players faced off against a massive stone boss. The creature swung hard, but the tank stepped up and blocked it with a shield. Nearby, 3 hidden players watched the fight unfold. One of them was Chang Shirshir. She scoffed. So that's Daxia's elite? 18 of them for one boss, and they still don't dare to go all in. Her friend chuckled and told her to be nice. They were putting in work, so Shirshir's team didn't have to. We should at least act grateful, he joked. With a grin, she blew him a kiss. You're such a gentleman. But seriously, these pigs from Daxia hit like toddlers. A gold tier boss, and they're still not done. The battle raged on, and the boss's HP bar was already under halfway. The team's mage called out to push harder. It was almost down, and one final effort could finish the job. But just as he raised his staff to cast, a spear pierced through his chest. In an instant, his body disintegrated into pure lifespan. Standing behind him was a man from Chang Shirshir's crew, grinning coldly. Thanks for the free loot, he said. Chaos erupted. The Daxia players realized who they were up against. The Spade Gang, a ruthless group of female-led mercenaries made up of locals and foreigners alike. No one could believe their own kind would help outsiders slaughter their people. Still, the Daxia team refused to back down. Their leader rallied them. There's only a few of them. Let's take them out now. But she wasn't impressed. I'll wipe every last one of you pigs out, she snapped. Her second-in-command stepped forward, twin hammers in hand. With a roar, he activated Thunderous Tremor, slamming the ground and triggering a mini-quake that locked their enemies in place. Then, she calmly drew her. Her daggers flashed like lightning, swift, deadly, unstoppable. In just seconds, the players were down, lifeless on the ground. She scoffed at their weakness, shaking her head. Daxia's warriors? Nothing but trash in her eyes. Her gaze darkened. She knew the authorities in Daxia had already flagged their group. Not that it mattered. To her, Daxia was just a festering dump, crawling with worthless fools. One of her teammates pointed out that they were just regular players, no match for a crew backed by serious money. As the Fallen turned into glowing lifespan orbs, she reminded them they were still incognito, but just to be safe, it was time to move. North America was their next destination. Eyes scanning the battlefield, she made a decision. Once they got there, they'd start a new guild with one mission: hunt every last Daxia player down. The dark-skinned man with her liked the plan. The other asked what they'd name the guild. She held up her dagger, smirking. We'll call Alice. She dropped to the ground, relaxing and letting her thoughts drift to wild daydreams. That was enough for one day. Time to log out and celebrate the birth of Guild Alice with a proper party. Later, Captain and Yu appeared, waving at Chinfeng. With a sly smile, they invited him to discuss the cost of the hideout. They'd arrived at a price. Chinfeng asked for the number. 1,500, you said. He raised an eyebrow. Way too cheap. You chuckled, admitting she thought the same. She'd pushed back hard in negotiations and finally got the boss to agree on 2,000. Chinfeng agreed. The statue in the ruined center would seal the deal. He respected Anyu's sharp thinking, even if she'd tried to undercut him first. A bit later, he arrived at the statue. Captain Anu was already there, flanked by armored knights. She blushed slightly and explained, with a smile, that she was carrying too much lifespan. The higher-ups didn't feel safe and had sent her with a military escort. Qin Feng's eyes sharpened. It didn't faze him. These guards barely scratched the surface of what he was truly capable of. They knew a few tricks, nothing more. He handed over the key. A system notification confirmed it. The deal was done. He'd traded the church sanctuary hideout key and received 2,000 years of tradable lifespan in return. Captain Anu waved him off, and he left. Meanwhile, the knights stared, clearly baffled. Why would she pay that much for just a hideout? She looked at them and spoke plainly. You don't get it. This isn't just a base. It's a fortress that could hold hundreds, maybe even thousands. And only someone like Shadow would give it up willingly. The deal couldn't have come at a better time. With a new lifespan, Chinfeng was ready to gear up before diving into Magic City. He got to work fast. He burned 71.2 years to hit level 15. Then came the skills. He grabbed Blessed Liberation, a mythical tier ability, for 161.7 years. Next was the legendary Assassin's Instinct, costing 71.12 years. And for epic tier power, he took Shadow Ring Blade, Silent Concealment, and Darkest Hour for 36.35, 23.71, and 34.65 years each. Finally, he spent 113.89 years on an item called Mount Bell. By the time he was done, everything was set. Except for gear, his entire level and skill set had been transformed. Now that everything was synced, Qin Feng's real-world strength nearly matched what he had in the game. A system alert popped up. His hunger level had hit 90%. He hadn't eaten in ages. Time to log off and refuel. As he disconnected, his vision shifted back to reality, waking up in a cage at the Hoi Lun Hotel. A group of armed men noticed he was awake. Weapons drawn, they demanded he hand over all his lifespan or end up like the other bodies scattered across the motel. One of them laughed darkly, saying the apocalypse was the best thing that ever happened to him. It gave him the freedom to kill as he pleased. Qin Feng stayed silent, locking eyes with him, his stare sharp as steel. One thug snapped, yelling at him to stop glaring and cough up the lifespan. Another begged his leader to let him be the one to rip him apart. One guy, gripping a bat, figured the silence meant Qin Feng was frozen in fear. Screw it. Let's just kill him. But before any of them could move, something changed. A strange force started to hum in the air. Qin Feng activated Shadow Ring Blade. Within moments, the entire hotel shook, then crumbled into chaos. Standing amid the destruction, Qin Feng calmly picked up a pack of instant noodles. The more power he pulled into the real world, the more energy it drained from his body. Ordinary food? No longer enough. But for now it would do. As he ate, he knew what had to be done next. Chang Shirshir and her guild, Alice, they were a real threat. And after dealing with them, he needed to get his hands on the divine gifted book. Mounting his wolf, he took off. Shirshir wasn't like Song Fei. She was clever, slippery, and dangerous. But maybe he could use the Kill Fong mission he'd taken earlier to draw her out. Stomach growling, he headed toward Magic City, hoping to find something decent to eat on the way. Elsewhere, in the heart of Magic City, Chang Xi was throwing a wild party. She laughed and clinked glasses with her crew, praising her men. Wrapped in the arms of two dark-skinned teammates, she told them there was nothing better than dozing off into the game right after a legendary battle. They hyped her up, calling her the baddest of them all, crazy, hot, and unstoppable. Mid-celebration, a subordinate approached with news Shadow had messaged. Qin Feng was dead. Shadow wanted to meet in Magic City, in the real world. He said he'd bring Qin Feng's head and collect the last part of his payment. But Xi hesitated. Meeting Shadow face-to-face was a serious risk. Forget that, she said. Tell him to just send a photo. The man replied that Shadow didn't use phones, too paranoid about getting tracked. She smirked. So he's anti-authority too, huh? With the authorities tightening their grip lately, pulling Shadow into Guild Alice might be their golden opportunity. If he joined, the Dachau pigs wouldn't stand a chance. But she needed to be sure. So she hatched a plan, just a small performance to figure out where Shadow truly stood. Instead of a real-world meeting, she invited him to meet inside the game first. She sent him a set of coordinates and made her way to the ruins. There, she opened voice chat. Skywalker, she purred. Are you there? I've been missing you. She spoke sweetly into the mic, asking Skywalker for a favor. She needed his help dealing with someone still alive. Meanwhile, Qin Feng sat silently in meditation, deep within the shadows. He was using silent concealment, a skill that let him remain in permanent stealth as long as he didn't move an inch. Hearing her request to meet in-game, he smirked. Kyung, she wasn't just bold, she was smart. The coordinates she sent pointed to Spectre Academy, just outside the Magic City ruins and conveniently close to where he already was. Without wasting time, Qin Feng logged back in. He was curious. What game was she trying to play now? Hours later, he arrived at Spectre Academy, still cloaked in invisibility as he slipped off his mount. That's when a new development hit. A squad of government agents appeared before Chang Shi. They weren't there to talk. They formally announced that her gang had been located. She was identified as Spade A, and they demanded her immediate surrender. If she resisted, they'd be forced to act. Military-grade force. Shi smiled, cool as ever. She turned to their leader, Tianning Jian, and told him to go back with a message for Daxia. This wasn't the Spade Gang anymore. They were now Guild Alice. And Guild Alice? They specialized in wiping out Shirao's lackeys. She even flaunted her curves to drive the point home, taunting them with a wink and a smirk. Tian Xingjian and his troops flushed with embarrassment and rage. They cursed her out, vowing that the officers of Great Zia would drag her to justice. "You've got no shame," they shouted. But Shi only grinned wider, eyes gleaming with mischief. She dared the Daxia pigs to come at her, and hinted that if they put on a good enough show, maybe she'd reward them with something even bolder. All of this, Qin Feng watched from above. Tian Xingjian, fists clenched, shouted that this madness had gone far enough. He swore to bring her in, and Qin Feng, he recognized that name. Chu Hanan, alias Tian Xingjian, a well-known informant. The man who once secretly fed intel to the Alice Guild, and who wouldn't fall until the 7th year of the game. Seeing him so early working with Shi made one thing clear. This was a setup. They'd planned this entire encounter to test him. If he stepped in now and sided with Shi, he'd be marking himself as an enemy of the authorities. But if he stood by and did nothing, Shi might never trust him. She might never agree to meet Shadow in the real world. There was only one move to make. Qin Feng leapt from the sky, blades at the ready. He unleashed Shadow Ring Blade and made his decision. A crimson aura swept across the battlefield, wrapping around Tian Xingjian and his squad. One by one, their health drained to 0. System alert. Tian Xingjian and his men defeated. Lifespans rose from their bodies and scattered into the air. Shi and her people blinked, startled. What just happened? Then Qin Feng stepped forward from the shadows. Our hero calmly introduced himself simply as Shadow. Hearing this puts Shi on edge as all washes over her and a flush rises to her cheeks. This is the powerful man she always dreamed of meeting. She wept that fate-cursed Shadow as a Daxia pig and wondered why the strongest man alive had to be from there. To her it was unfair, saying Daxia did not deserve him. Her subordinates saw Shadow deal over 40,000 damage in one strike and gaped. They rushed to greet him with respect, nearly tripping over themselves. Moving with the speed and finality of a thunderclap, our hero severs the head of 2 men on the spot, their bodies dissolving instantly into shimmering orbs of lifespan. His expression stayed cold as he pretended not to understand, though he guessed they were talking trash. She was stunned and quickly explained they hadn't insulted him, only greeted him. Our boy just shrugged and gave a sly apology, suggesting everyone stick to Daxia in this part of the world to avoid accidents. Then, he said it was time to begin the exchange. But before anything else, he told her to put some clothes on. She asked with a grin if he had brought Qin Feng's head. Inwardly, she found Shadow's eccentric attitude bizarre, but that only made him more interesting. Our hero said he did have Qin Feng's head, but couldn't show it in the game. If she wanted proof, she would have to see it in the real world. She said there was no need since Shadow had already proven himself and confirmed the deal in the system, transferring him 1,500 days of tradable lifespan. Our guy was ready to leave, but she called out, asking him to wait. Smiling, she proposed a partnership. She had the money, he had the skills, and together they could handle any job. She brought up a new assassination target and invited him over that night, promising to satisfy him. Our boy asked her directly who the new target was and what sort of reward was on the table. As she logged off, she told him to meet her in person for the details. The reward would be several times what he earned tonight, and she would wait at Magic City's port. He wondered if her place at the city port meant a private yacht, the kind of high-stakes meeting he expected from her. Meanwhile, not far from the statue, Haonan and his crew were using some magic circles. Haonan was furious, cursing our boy and convinced he would betray the authorities sooner or later. Still, he had to admit that getting Shi and Shadow to team up was a win of sorts. He pinned the whole mess on Jianghai City's short-sighted leaders, who kept provoking Shadow again and again. He told Lin to gather the team's lifespan fast, with action coming and every edge needed. Lin, calm as always, only nodded. She knew that if Shadow had really joined forces with Spade A, they might have to take him out even at the cost of their lives. But she also knew the gap was huge. She hadn't even seen him move before the fight was over. Hours passed until just past midnight, when a lone figure boarded the yacht in Magic City's port. He introduced himself to the guards as Shadow and said he had come for Spade A, and they recognized him at once, greeting him warmly and saying they had been waiting with everything ready for departure. After a while, the ship sailed deep in the ocean, and Shurshur made her entrance. She wore a stunning red dress and carried 2 glasses of wine. She handed our boy a glass with a playful toast to their first real-life meeting, teasing that she never expected the infamous Shadow to be just as mysterious off-screen. Our hero wasn't one for small talk and asked straight out who her target was. She only grinned slyly and dodged the question, teasing that it would be a waste to talk business on a night like this. Better to enjoy the moment, she said, since there would be plenty of time for deadly deals later. Raising her glass, she urged him to toast to their beautiful evening. Shadow grabs the glass and drinks it all in one go. As soon as he drinks, Shurshur's smile turns a little mischievous, and she pushes our hero onto the sofa and moves closer to him, wrapping her arm around his and asking if he was feeling anything yet. She said the drinks contain her secret recipe that could make even a tough guy like Shadow follow her commands. This baddie just got to her knees looking wild. She told him he needs not to remove his cloak until they both would reach their peak. She literally started sucking out the talent of our boy. As he keeps doing that, our hero, strangely, doesn't stop her, but sweats up as she cries out loud for him to come out. Suddenly, blazing green flames burst from Shadow, heat blasting out in waves. Shurshur jumps back in pain as the flames catch her completely. Suddenly, a figure materializes from thin air beside her and snatches the gold-tier protective pendant from her neck, the one that saved her from deadly attacks every 300 seconds. It's Qin Feng, exuding an overwhelming dark energy. Shurshur freezes and asks, didn't Shadow kill him? Our boy calmly tells her that if Shadow didn't kill him, then there's only one explanation, that he is Shadow. She backs away, looking at the man she is riding wild. As his cloak slides, the hooded figure pretending to be Shadow is just a summoned minion, who might be blushing from what freaky happened moments ago. Seeing all this baddie drops to her knees, saying, Daddy, please forgive me. In this slaving pose, she cries for mercy and confesses her wrongdoings and offers her life in a last-ditch effort, pledging to be his slave if he just lets her live. Our hero shrugged her off and asked about the 5 foreigners she had with her. In a pitiful attempt to appease him, she barks like a dog, begging him to let her live. But before she humiliates herself even more, our hero twists her neck and breaks it within a split second. The system interface notes that he obtained 659 years of tradable lifespan. As she dies, he takes a quick look at her phone. On the other side, we see many boats sailing towards a ship. Without hesitation, our hero calls the authorities using her phone, reporting the grisly massacre. A mass murder tied to the heirs of the Qian group is no small affair. Whoever makes the call claims the suspect matches Shadow for Forsaken by the Gods. The investigation unit scrambles. Haonan is one of the first to arrive, and he's furious. He can't believe Shadow has gone too far this time and says no one is above the law. To him, it feels personal and like an attack on the whole nation. As his boats swarm the yacht, he orders them to open fire to kill everyone on it. As they reach the yacht, the officers examine Shurshur's death and find a snapped neck, burn marks, and unknown DNA in her mouth. Haonan boils with anger, convinced Shadow has done more than take a life. Using her final words, he places a shaky hand on Shurshur and glimpses intel about her killer. Something feels wrong. He whirls around with his gun raised and calls an assault on 6 o'clock. But the warning comes too late. A venom dart shoots from the shadows and strikes his head. His glasses break, and he falls beside the body he meant to avenge. The officers are stunned, frozen by the surprise attack. But the female captain keeps her cool. She conjures a protective shield, shouts orders, and launches a counterattack. She demands to know if Shadow is really trying to start a war by killing an investigator. Our hero spoke with an icy voice that the real reason Haonan is dead is because he was a traitor selling info to Shurshur for cash. He tells him to check the phone for proof. One officer takes a look, and the evidence comes pouring out where he finds Shurshur with Spade A in game. The captain says he needs to look herself too. The office tells her to wait, but she snatches the phone anyway. As she scrolls down and finds intimate photos of Haonan and Shurshur together, the truth hits hard. Her face goes red as she realizes that Shadow words are indeed true. He gained Shurshur trust just long enough to take her down, then exposed the corrupt investigator in front of everyone. In one brutal night, he wiped out a crime queen and a dirty cop. The officers stay silent, caught between fear and gratitude, while the captain stares at the phone in shame. She knows now that if Shadow turned on them, it would be a massacre. With trust in her eyes, she thanks our boy and admits she was wrong. Then, without warning, she raises her gun and shoots herself in the leg. Officers shout in alarm, rushing to her aid, but she waves them away despite the blood running down her uniform. With tears in her eyes, she says her debt to Shadow is paid and asks our boy to stay with them. The officers are shocked, but she dismisses their worries. Better to take the hit than risk doubt with Shadow. They carry her off. Meanwhile, our boy was watching from the roof. He couldn't help but be impressed by her act. He ponders she might become a top leader of Magic City's official force in future. Meanwhile, chaos is the norm elsewhere in the game. Near the ruins, monsters start popping up and attack two players who are struggling. A dude raises his shield and calls his healer to buff him up. The female healer, feeling clumsy and panicked, lifts her staff, but totally messes up as the monster devours his companion. Instead of healing her teammate, her spell hits a monster and the Melanine monster starts to heal. Suddenly, the monster fires a beam of energy that cuts through them. Her mistake empowers the monster and wipes out both of them. When they respawn, embarrassment covers their faces. She weeps and says it must be Shadow messing with her because she wanted revenge for Brother Song. Her friend slaps her on the head, almost throwing his eyeballs out her face. He says that Shadow wouldn't waste his time on a fool like her and points out that it was the Platinum Boss, the headless assassin, that took them down just because she strengthened it by a crappy mistake. Her teammate says if the guild leader picks her for the party again, he would rather die than let her make things worse. Before their argument can escalate, the Platinum Boss, the headless assassin, swoops down with a chilling, swirling aura. Her partner wants to flee, but she stays frozen in fear. The scene's shifted to a huge villa. Suddenly, a porcelain plate crashed to the floor and shards scattered across the shiny surface. A girl from the Eastern Clan stormed into the hall and yelled at the man on the phone. She called him worthless for blowing the chance to take down Shadow. After years hiding in the ranks, he failed when it mattered. Shadow had wiped out her family, and she could not let go of the weight. She vowed he would pay for every life he took. She reminded the man, even though his father-in-law was gone, and pushed him to act instead of sitting idle. Then out of nowhere, a young boy strolled in with an unsettling smile and wild eyes. It was her son, Tan. Behind him lay the body of a maid, a clear sign of how far he had fallen. She turned, suspicion in her gaze, but Tan only grinned. He said age meant nothing, and even though he was not yet 18, he was clever enough to outsmart Shadow. With a casual shrug, he laid out his plan. If Shadow loved killing, then Tan would feed him cannon fodder. Once Shadow arrived, he would lure him into the family's fireworks factory rigged with explosives. The whole world would witness Shadow's final fireworks show, and if he survived, he would never touch them again. Their family name would remain untarnished. The woman's face softened as she said Tan was far more useful than his father. Her scorn shifted to her husband, who listened nervously. He reminded her the officials still relied on Shadow, and his brothers couldn't step in. Whatever happened would fall on them alone. She brushed him off, determined to handle it her own way. She asked about the peasant who refused to give up her lifespan. Tan smirked with a twisted apology, admitting he lost his patience and that the woman would not be a problem anymore. Far away in the wreckage of a once demonic city, chaos erupted in the game, forsaken by the god. The healer girl, one of the last standing players, got taken down brutally. One by one, players dropped dead, invisible blades slicing through them without mercy. Panic spread like wildfire as everyone scrambled to escape, convinced that Shadow had gone off the rails and was taking them out. While chaos raged in the ruins, Shadow stood calm on the shore, facing the endless sea. The beach was breathtaking, a sharp contrast to the choice before him. He was about to bring his greatest treasure, his underground hideout, out of the game and into reality. The cost was steep, 1,315 years of his lifespan. The system asked for confirmation. As he accepted, the sea trembled and a massive underground fortress erupted into existence. A vast crater yawned at his feet above the waves, and the ocean surged back in. A system notification rang in his head, extraction complete. Shadow knew what was coming next. It was time to secure the Divine Tomb. Just as Shadow was about to jump back into the game, his screen lit up with an incoming call from Fong. Rumors were spreading that Shadow was on a killing spree, but Fong knew better. Shadow hadn't even logged in. After digging around, he discovered the real culprit, a platinum-level boss known as the Headless Assassin. It was so stealthy that even level 3 anti-invisibility couldn't detect it. Fong pressed him hard. Was Shadow going to step in? Because if anyone could take down a monster like that, it was him. Back in the ruins, adventurers were dropping like flies, their blood staining the stones as the assassin struck from the shadows. Even Fong's usually chill teammates were shaken. One of them vented in frustration, wondering what kind of insane platinum boss could waltz past their defenses like that. Her anti-invisibility should have caught the assassin, but it moved like a ghost. No signs, no warnings, just pure death. Everyone was on edge as another member warned them to stay quiet or risk becoming the next target. They scrambled to higher ground, desperate to spot her before it was too late. But fate intervened. One man slipped on a stray banana peel and spun out of control before he realized what had happened. At that instant, the monster struck, severing his companions into pieces. He shouted what was coming, but they were already dead. When he turned, the monster was behind him. He roared, demanding it use every move it had, unafraid. The assassin raised its arm to strike, but he leapt aside to dodge. It didn't pursue, just waited, patient as a predator, until exhaustion dragged him down. When he finally stopped and looked up, the monster still loomed with its blade ready. As he gave in, it ended him with a stealth-shattering strike, his head torn away by its brutal strength. The silence that followed was broken by blue flames crackling through the darkness above. From the sky, Shadow dropped like a phantom, landing on her back and driving his blade straight into the monster's core. He sneered, mocking her title as the so-called Headless Assassin. Moments earlier in the ruins, Shadow's sister had really messed things up, and everyone was fed up with her. One healing spell accidentally triggered the Headless Assassin, and her whole team went down because of it. No amount of pouting or begging could fix it. They told her she was useless and a burden, not worth the air she breathed, let alone their lives. Even the president, who usually kept his cool, had lost it this time. He told her if she wanted to be of any help, she should find a hideout, maybe a golden one in 3 years or platinum one in 10. His words had a mix of strategy and disappointment. Her hidden class, which used to seem like a big deal, was now just dragging everyone down. Even with all the resources and extra help, she kept failing against the weakest monsters, wasting supplies and letting them all down. Still, the president gave her a tiny bit of sympathy, throwing in 2 extra days of tradable lifespan. She was grateful, but that left her with just 2 days and 13 hours total. The others were fuming, wondering why she kept getting special treatment and why the president still cared about her. Their jealousy turned into plotting, trying to figure out how to win his approval for themselves. But then, everything went downhill. Out of nowhere, Shadow swooped in like a bolt of lightning and took down the Headless Assassin looming over them in one clean move. The whole group just stood there stunned. The president, totally losing it over the whole mess, lashed out and hit one of his own guys. This kind of thing should never happen. But then the ground shook again. Something heavy was closing in, and everyone's eyes turned to the healer. The president, acting on instinct, kicked her away from the group as bait to test how many monsters were hiding nearby. She was snatched midair by something unseen, and suddenly a swarm of headless assassins descended on her. The players watched from a distance, trying to count. Maybe there were 5 in total. Shadow had killed one, but 4 still remained. The healer girl looked at the Shadow watching her, grateful that she was finally about to be saved, and cried out for his help. Our hero's eyes lit up as he activated his Shadow Flash/Slash skill. When a monster lunged for the healer, he zipped through it in a blur of blue aura, unleashing a storm of slashes that dealt massive damage in seconds. When it was over, he had racked up 48,000 experience points, 20 evolution points, and 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. But the sad part was that the healers still couldn't make it out alive in the deadly slaughter. Shadow barely flinched, more annoyed by the lackluster loot than her death. Without a second thought, he used Greedy Hand to grab everything of value. In addition to the lifespan he found in the bosses, there were orbs filled with life stolen from other players and resources waiting to be snatched up. Just then, Captain Anu and Wong showed up, their usual cheerful selves, ready to buy whatever loot he didn't want. Their constant presence got on his nerves, but it worked out for him today. He had the inside scoop on a treasure vault, and if the price was right, he'd take them there. Anu's eyes lit up with excitement, but when she tried to tag along, the system shot her down. The vault was for men only. Anu, never one to back down, playfully teased Shadow, asking if he was in a guise and assuring him she wouldn't take it personally. Shadow flicked her forehead, calling her a bad girl, and then headed off with the guys. Frustrated, Anu decided she'd level up and come back to show those sexist NPCs who's boss, rallying the women to tackle the monsters in the mountains instead. Meanwhile, Shadow was busy putting his team together. The guys were feeling the pressure, nervous about keeping up with the best player. Meng tried to lighten the mood, saying it was a rare chance to learn from the top dog. But honestly, keeping pace was tough. Shadow looked chill, but he was miles ahead before anyone even noticed. Only Meng was able to keep up while the others were lagging behind. While he waited, Shadow went through his loot. Out of the 20 items he'd found, 2 really stood out. First was the Forest Bone Blade, a cool emerald-colored weapon meant for assassins that boosted strength, agility, and attack, plus gave him a sweet evasion effect. It was way better than his Poison Blade. The second one was even more lethal, the Shadow Blade, a platinum dagger crafted from pure, dark elemental essence. Every hit added 600 dark elemental damage and stripped a random buff from whatever he attacked. Shadow didn't waste any time. He dumped 56 evolution points into it, boosting it to legendary status. The upgrade made it seriously powerful. Every time he hit a weak spot, it refunded his cooldown time, so his special attack was basically instant. It felt like he could unleash it over and over. When he glanced around, everyone was left far behind him, and he wondered where they were. Now about 2 kilometers behind our boy, Meng rests on the rock, exhausted from trying to keep up while the other complains to keep up. Meng pulls his companions, but they act all drained of stamina. Qin Feng and his crew finally made it to the legendary Tower of Divine Authority, hidden deep in this ancient forest. Qin Feng turns to Meng and warns him that inside, they'll run into an NPC notorious for being insanely greedy. The stronger they fight, the higher the prices for his items, so he suggests holding back and using only a fraction of their power. Their real goal? Just take down the gold tier boss. Meanwhile, Meng and his guys are sprawled out on the grass, panting and soaked in sweat after trying to keep up with him. But Meng manages to raise a shaky thumbs up to show he's all in for the mission. As they reach the ancient doorway, Qin Feng gives one last reminder. Stay in team chat and don't let the NPC hear them, because the better they perform, the more the NPC will drain their resources. The doors creak open, revealing a floating, hooded NPC who greets them with a creepy cheer. The NPC mentions how heavy the weight of the Forsaken Gods must be for them. He explains that this is the Tower of Divine Authority, and they have to pass his test to earn the right to trade with him. The team exchanges uneasy glances, surprised by how lifelike the NPC is, especially since it knows their names. Someone asks what kind of boss they're up against, and Qin Feng calmly replies that they should just follow his lead. The party swordsman can't help but freak out. He bombards Qin Feng with questions. How long the fight will last, how many phases it'll have, what skills the enemy will use, whether they should focus on mechanics or just hit hard, if there are any instant kill moves, targeted attacks, or weak points to exploit. Wang Meng sighs and explains that the swordsman's been on edge ever since a past mission went south, and 2 members ended up losing their lives. Without wasting any time, Qin Feng tells the NPC they're ready to roll. The swordsman isn't exactly on board yet, but it's too late for that. The NPC bows his head with a sneaky gleam in his eyes and announces that the fun is about to start. Suddenly, a wild portal opens up, unleashing their opponent, a level 20 gold tier obsidian skull-splitting puppet. Even the experienced swordsman looks a bit freaked out, especially since their highest level is only 11. But Qin Feng isn't sweating it. He tells everyone to chill and reassures them that they've got this. With a nod, he signals Meng, who charges in with a shield and sword. Wang lands a solid shield bash on the puppet's jaw, making a loud thud. Furious, the puppet strikes back hard, sending Meng flying. But Qin Feng rushes in just in time to catch him. The swordsman and archer hesitate, but Qin Feng stays locked on the boss. He tells the archer to fire the starshine shot. Arrows whistle through the air and slam into the puppet, staggering it a bit. Then he instructs the swordsman to go for a triple ground slash, and the swordsman responds with a flurry of attacks that chip away at the puppet's obsidian skin. Dark goo starts oozing from the monster's mouth, which just makes it angrier. The puppet slams its fists on the ground, shaking the whole area and sending dust flying everywhere. But Qin Feng keeps his cool. He reminds everyone to stay sharp, saying that while the puppet hits hard, its attack patterns are pretty predictable. An intense aura starts radiating from the puppet as it enters berserk mode, and black energy wraps around the swordsman. Qin Feng quickly points it out and warns everyone to steer clear of the spreading black oil. The swordsman panics and scrambles away, while the archer barely dodges a massive blow. Qin Feng takes advantage of the distraction, jumping up and throwing the shadow blade at the puppet's face. The attack connects perfectly, taking off 4,500 HP. The furious boss roars, but Qin Feng immediately breaks its berserk state, leaving it wide open. Meng grins, saying that the hit really exposed the monster, while the swordsman beams with excitement at Qin Feng's spot-on move. The archer, still trying to catch his breath, wonders how Qin Feng figured out the NPC's prices would shoot up if they showed too much skill and when he learned these tricks. Qin Feng chuckles a bit, saying the game is full of secrets, ruins, and hidden clues. He adds that the real question is whether players actually explore and learn or just cruise along swinging their weapons. The swordsman and archer go quiet, but there's no time to ponder things. Suddenly, the golem's jaw cracks open and fire starts swirling around, forming this massive, destructive orb. Qin Feng is already on the move, recognizing the telltale spin indicating it's about to blast flames. He shouts at the team to dodge right away, warning that fire and oil together could turn them to ash in no time. Meng spots the swordsman running the wrong direction, but the warning comes way too late. Qin Feng quickly tells Meng to activate invincibility. Trusting his leader, Meng raises his shield just as the firestorm hits. The shield glows with power, holding back the flames and saving everyone from being toasted. Qin Feng gives a nod of approval and tells everyone to unleash their best skills. The party goes all out. The archer unleashes a storm of arrows, while the swordsman hacks into the puppet with wild precision. Meng keeps protecting his teammates from counterattacks without missing a beat. Their combined attack rips through the golem, racking up over 25,000 points of damage until the obsidian puppet finally crashes down with a huge thud. A system chime sounds, congratulating them on the win. They're all exhausted but thrilled, taking a moment to breathe easy, but Qin Feng is still on edge. He remembers that when the boss drops below 70% health, it goes into berserk mode. It won't calm down until that effect wears off. Up above, the floating NPC reappears, looking pretty pleased with themselves. The NPC gives a shout out to the chosen blue star for being the first to finish his trial. As he laughs, rare items pop up in the air like magic. He breaks down the next step. If they want to snag that divine gifted tome, it's going to cost them their lifespan. Looks like the real game is just getting started. The NPC raises his hand, and glowing runes float above his hood, spelling out the name Wickley. The party's swordsman freezes, but it's not the name that shocks him. His eyes are locked on Wickley's hands. He counts them again. 6 fingers. Wickley's gaze sharpens, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Out of nowhere, a thunderbolt slams down, striking the swordsman. The system flashes a damage count, 99,000. His body shatters in a glowing lifespan, orbs drifting away. Wang Meng stumbles back, shouting in confusion, demanding to know why the NPC attacked without warning. Qin Feng stays calm and explains. Wickley carries a taboo. For him, it's his fingers. Just pointing them out gives him the right to attack first. Without breaking a taboo, NPCs can't start fights on their own. Wang Meng asks if they can take him down, but Qin Feng shakes his head. Not yet. The system flickers, dropping a chilling truth. These NPCs aren't just game code. They're beings from other timelines who became divine, bound by old rules, wandering blue star to feed on players' lifespans. Wickley gives them a smug look, then waves his hand, revealing a spread of glowing tomes. He tells them to pick a divine skill book, pay with their lifespan, and get lost. Meng's eyes nearly pop out when he sees the collection. Some of the books can conjure food and water, perfect for survival and protection during disasters. The archer, on the other hand, is losing his mind over a divine mechanical made he spots. Qin Feng steps forward and calmly offers up 9,000 days of his tradable lifespan. In exchange, he walks away with a full set of the 9 Zhonghai City Divine books, a haul that not only secures his survival, but also boosts his progress toward leveling up in the Tower of Divine Authority's reputation. Once the deal is sealed, Qin Feng locks eyes with Wickley and declares he wants the hardest challenge. Wickley's curiosity turns into amusement. He laughs, saying Qin Feng wouldn't even make it past the first tier with his current skills, yet he still dares to aim high. He explains that the top difficulty comes with 5 levels, and the final one is guarded by a monstrous golden grade obsidian golem. Its attack, health, defense, and cooldown are all boosted 5-fold. The idea alone makes Meng and the archer pale. They struggled against the golem before, and now, with stats cranked up like that, it feels impossible. Wickley adds one last warning. If Qin Feng fails, every bit of lifespan he spent drops straight into Wickley's hands. But Qin Feng doesn't hesitate. He accepts instantly. Wickley's magic flares, morphing the broken golem into its terrifying, supercharged form, its golden armor gleaming with a deadly shine. Qin Feng knows Wickley's power runs deep. Boosting at 500% isn't even close to his limit. He once made his creations 2,000% stronger. Instead of backing down, Qin Feng sees it as the perfect chance to test how far he can go. With a flick of his wrist, Qin Feng fires off a poison dart. Black Flame's gift activates, cutting the golem's defenses and elemental resistances by 7%. Gripping the emerald bone blade, he gains a burst of speed, double his usual, for 5 seconds. Flames erupt from the boss, but before they can touch him, Qin Feng vanishes. The golem freezes, confused, until Qin Feng reappears on its head. His dagger plunges deep into its skull, triggering the emerald bone feather special effect. The monster roars, but Qin Feng is already gone, darting away at insane speed. Wang Meng and the archer can't believe their eyes. At first, they think it's invisibility, maybe just a super short cooldown. But then it clicks. It's not invisibility at all. Qin Feng is moving so fast, it looks like he's disappearing. His eyes flash as he chains Blessed Liberation into Throat Slash. In a blink, Shadow Dash lands clean, blasting over 100,000 damage in one strike. Black Flame's gift surges again, slashing the boss's defenses and resistances by 64%. Even with that, the boss's health barely moves, but Qin Feng isn't phased. He realizes the ancient Godstone tablet is amplifying Black Flame's gift far beyond its normal range. Normally, Shadow Dash would only deal around 18,000 damage, yet now it's dropping a third of the monster's HP in one go. The archer finally manages to follow his movements. It's not just the usual 3-strike cap. Qin Feng's attack looks like a storm of endless shadow slashes, each faster than the last. From the sidelines, Wickley frowns. The game on Blue Star has barely started, yet this player is showing strength and skill far beyond what should be possible. Qin Feng doesn't care. Throat Slash keeps doubling its damage every second. The golem shrieks as its HP plummets, blood spraying from deep cuts, until it finally collapses into a rain of lifespan orbs. The system announces the Tower of Divine Authority, cleared on 5th level difficulty with 15 reputation points and 75 more for the first solo clear. Across Blue Star, players are stunned. Most didn't even know a hidden tower existed in their city ruins, but Shadow is already miles ahead of everyone. Wickley, meanwhile, is fuming. To him, the whole deal feels like a scam. He curses himself for not charging 10,000 or even 100,000 days of lifespan for each Divine Authority book. Snarling, he summons a massive sphere of blinding magic and shouts at them to get lost, swearing he never wants to see them again. Meng and the archer shield their eyes, thinking they're about to be wiped out. But when a blast hits, they suddenly find themselves outside the tower, completely unharmed. That's when they realize NPCs can attack unless provoked, just like Qin Feng said. Their mission is over. Qin Feng calmly says he's logging off to eat. Meng thanks him, hoping he'll take them along next time, and Qin Feng nods as the archer waves goodbye. When Qin Feng logged back in, he was in his hideout. The system had taken the 9 divine gift books for 90 days of lifespan. He then spent 106 years on luxury furniture, fine ingredients, and a multi-purpose mechanical maid. A moment later, an actual maid appeared, bowing politely, ready to handle everything in his home. Qin Feng settled into a comfy velvet sofa and told her to clean up. The maid moved around with precise efficiency, tidying up the hideout before saying she'd whip up a fancy feast next. Meanwhile, in Shanghai City, fear gripped the authorities. In just 1 week, a 3rd corpse had been discovered. Like the others, the victim's limbs had been severed and her eyes gouged out, leaving little doubt the same killer was at work. Investigators reported that the murderer understood police procedures well, discarding bodies just beyond the reach of forensic tracking. The superior pressed for answers, demanding to know how long before the forensics team's next upgrade, warning they couldn't afford another failure. When an officer asked to share what he'd found, the boss listened up, his face turning serious. The officer pointed out that Shadow's login and logout times almost perfectly lined up with the murders. It wasn't solid proof, but it was enough to raise eyebrows. To make things worse, rumors were flying around that Shadow was the killer and that the authorities were covering for him out of fear. The boss brushed off any grudges, reminding Xiao Ma that even if Shadow had embarrassed him in front of Anu, personal stuff didn't belong in their work. He promised full tech support would be on the case nonstop until they caught the killer. Xiao Ma stayed quiet, his eyes downcast, anger bubbling just beneath the surface. Back in the game, Qin Feng found himself in front of the crumbling outline of a castle in the Demon City ruins. The view sparked a memory. The Academy of Evil Spirits was a well-known top-tier hideout, infamous for its unbreakable barrier. Even though it was exposed, the system confirmed he'd bought 2.74 years of lifespan to set up the Guild Shadow. His plan was straightforward: take over the sanctuary and connect it to Jianghai for instant travel. Activating his invisibility, Qin Feng quietly slipped in and made his way down to the 3rd underground level. It was completely empty, no monsters around, which meant someone had already cleared it out. Suddenly, a sharp scream broke the stillness. A woman was trapped on a narrow bridge with a bubbling river of lava behind her. A few guys were closing in on her, grinning like predators ready to pounce. The orange-haired one stepped forward, mocking her fear. They weren't here to kill her, at least not yet. Madame Dongfang wanted her alive, and his son had plans for her. They demanded her real-world location, warning that if she refused, they would hunt her endlessly until her lifespan drained to nothing. Suicide would not save her either. Members of their guild had already occupied her respawn point. The orange-haired man grinned and made his offer. Since she had killed Madame Dongfang twice and lost 30 years of lifespan, she could just hand those years over and keep them entertained for a while. Her voice shook as she asked what they meant, but their smirks told her enough. One tugged at his trousers while the orange-haired man sneered that this was their kind of game. Her cheeks flushed, and she whispered for a promise that they'd release her afterward. He gave his word, inviting her to start with him, while the bald man laughed that he'd be next. She stepped forward, trembling, but then her eyes hardened with a sharp glint. In an instant, she whipped out a poison dart and fired. Before it hit, the blindfolded man slammed her into the stone with a golden cauldron quake, the bridge shuddering under the impact. He scolded her for fighting back, while the orange-haired one leaned close, licking his lips and warning her to open her mouth or lose her last chance. But her expression shifted. Fear vanished, replaced by a cold, merciless calm. With one ruthless slash, she cut the bald man and the orange-haired one clean in half. The blindfolded man froze in shock, only to feel a talisman wrapped tight around his neck. A sharp crack followed, and his head burst like an overripe melon. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed as he recognized the class, called Chainblade. She glared at the corpses with raw fury and crushed them into nothing but lifespan orbs. In her grip gleamed a weapon that made Qin Feng's pulse quicken, the blade of the underworld. Standing over the carnage, her voice rang out with venom. She swore that Dongfang would die by her hand. The ghost shade stood amidst the blazing lava, wielding her blade of the netherworld. The story revealed that, just like the hero, she too belonged to the only hidden class in the assassin path. He remembered that in his previous life, Ghostblade had ranked 10th among the world's top powerhouses. As he followed behind her, he recalled how she had once opposed the true ruling family of the Demon City. When her real identity was exposed, she was surrounded and hunted from all sides. Even then, she took down thousands before finally succumbing to exhaustion. Back then, everyone in his guild had deeply regretted her death when they heard the news. He never expected to run into her again. When he called her name, she froze in surprise. He remembered that she had once mentioned the name Dongfang, a clan he should have wiped out. Yet her furious reaction came as she accused him of having an accomplice. He firmly denied it. Enraged, she lashed out, demanding that he cut the nonsense and die immediately. She unleashed her netherblade and summoned the chains of the netherworld, binding and swirling around him. The chains tightened, but he shifted into shadow and reappeared behind her, startling her completely. With calm confidence, he told her that he would toy with her for a while. She leapt up again, striking with the netherblade, and activated Shadow Dive, vanishing into ash before his eyes. He mirrored her move, disappearing as well. Both assassins now hid, lurking unseen. She grew unsettled, realizing she could not detect him. Yet her blade of the netherworld had a level of anti-stealth detection, and with it she still sensed his presence. She gasped in disbelief, wondering if this man could truly be Shadow himself. But before she could think further, he appeared right behind her, whispering that he was standing there all along. Startled once again, she turned sharply and unleashed another attack, this time wielding Spectre Pursuit, a mana-infused weapon that locked onto him. As it spiraled around him, he admired the way her chains could track his position. She pointed at him, stating that even if her eyes could not see him, her weapon could. Once marked by Spectre Pursuit, she warned there was no escape. He swiftly maneuvered to evade, realizing that this class ignored stealth detection levels when tracking targets. With a smirk, he admitted that her moves were not bad. He circled her, dodging strike after strike, and soon realized her movements were less refined than they appeared. By continuously circling, he forced her to bind herself with her own weapon. She cried out in frustration, but before she could recover, he seized her and held her still. He told her to listen, explaining firmly that he had not been sent by the Dongfang. If he had truly wanted her dead, she would already be gone. Trembling, she admitted that she believed him and begged him to put her down. When pressed about the Dongfang she had mentioned, she admitted her origins in the Dongfang family of Jianhai City. She confessed that her ties to the clan were weak, since Dongfang had married into the Chu family. Hearing this, he remarked that one fish had slipped the net after all, and that when he destroyed the Dongfang clan, Dongfang herself must not have been there. Relief flashed across her face as she declared that it was good, because he and Dongfang were enemies too. She insisted that the enemy of her enemy could be her friend, that they could work together, and demanded again to be released. But Ario slammed her down instead, insisting that they would discuss cooperation later. For now, he demanded to know why she wanted to kill Dongfang. Tears welled as she revealed the truth. Her vengeance was not born of rivalry, but of loss. In the flashback that followed, the tragedy became clear. Before the godforsaken game descended, Dongfang had killed her mother in a drunk driving accident, yet escaped punishment when the Chu family arranged for someone else to take the blame. Her father, devastated, discovered solid evidence that could convict Dongfang. The very next day, he was found dead at the riverbank. The official conclusion claimed a mental breakdown, suicide by drowning. Crushed, she had gone to Dongfang Yu to demand justice, only to be beaten half to death by the Chu family's guards. Despair consumed her as she nearly took her own life. Then came a second game. From the moment she entered, her only goal was to kill Dongfang. But in this world, killing meant more than striking down the body. One had to drain away an enemy's entire lifespan to end them for good. Even after Dongfang revived, she had hired countless mercenaries to hunt her down. That was the path that led her to this moment, this battle. Finally, broken and weeping, she pleaded with Shadow to help her end Dongfang. Yet after a long silence, he refused her request with profound finality. She argued desperately that he did not need to worry, for she was not asking him to help for free. Whatever he wanted, as long as she had it, she would give it to him. She promised to serve him like a beast of burden, to offer all her lifespan, her higher equipment, her skills, everything she owned, if only he would help her kill Dongfang. She went so far as to declare that even if he made her his slave, she would gladly obey. Yet the hero, a king in his own right, refused her plea. He told her that the matter of killing Dongfang was her event, something only she could end herself. He would help her until that time came, but how far she would go would depend entirely on her own fortune. Still, she pressed him to explain how he would help her. He replied that she needed to join his guild and become one of his. Only then would he lend her his support for her revenge. At that moment, a system notification appeared, showing that Shadow had invited her to join the Guild of Shadow. She noticed that he was the only member in it and realized that all she needed to do was accept. At last, she joined and also accepted his friend request. The hero remarked that it seemed she had agreed, but there was only one thing left for her to do: class advancement. He turned away, but she stopped him, asking what class advancement was and how she should go about it. He told her that once she succeeded, she should find him again. If she could not even achieve that, then she might as well abandon her revenge. The narration then revealed that the blade of the netherworld contained boundless potential. With only a bit of guidance, she was destined to grow far stronger, and once she matured, she might even prove useful to him. In the depths of the Spectre Academy awaited the mutated witch Stana with a platinum grid. The hero stood before her, observing with quiet anticipation and acknowledging that this was the guardian of the Spectre Academy. He launched his Dark Knight Ring Blade, striking heavily and inflicting significant damage. This marked the first phase of the battle, when only one of the boss's 4 heads was active and immune to physical damage. Forced to adapt, the hero relied on weaker elemental skills instead. He summoned Shadow Blade, a dark purple weapon that appeared in his hand. Equipped with pale bone blades that enhanced his movement speed, and aided by Shadow Blade's ability to refund cooldowns on hit, he created multiple blades and hurled them at the enemy. The witch screamed in agony as hundreds of weak point strikes pierced her in a single second. Blood gushed forth, and the battle entered phase 2 as all 3 heads activated simultaneously and, bizarrely, began to dance. The 3 heads then unleashed indiscriminate area attacks. Colored laser beams rained across the base, but Hayo evaded swiftly and retaliated with another devastating blow, causing blood to spurt from one of the heads. He summoned Shadow Blade once more, preparing to end the discord, when suddenly a massive explosion erupted. The system declared that Hayo had slain the mutated witch Stana, gaining 50,000 experience points and obtaining the key to the Spectre Academy hideout. Another notification appeared, announcing that his Shadow class had advanced to Tier 2. His strength, agility, and spirit soared. His stats increased exponentially, and dark blue mana swirled around him as he unlocked a passive stealth skill. He reflected that his class attribute boosts were now tripled, and that his attacks no longer broke after 12 strikes. His evolution into Tier 2 Shadow was a complete transformation. Meanwhile, outside the Spectre Academy, a few minutes earlier, Ghost Shade was in danger. Several thugs had returned. One sneered that he had been careless before because he did not know she wielded chain blades. But this time, they had brought reinforcement from the Azure Hall Guild. He challenged her to see where she could run now. Another leapt at her, boasting that they would not hold back like last time, and unleashed an Earth Slam. Ghost Shade leapt back quickly, using her Shattered Ice skill to avoid the impact. They then hurled a flare grenade, catching her off guard and leaving her wounded. One of the attackers rolled toward her with the intent to teach her a lesson. She declared she would not give them the chance, and pulled out a ring. Her bruised hand bled as she gripped a green object. One thug noticed and exclaimed that it was suicide poison, something that would cut half her lifespan and send her back to the respawn point. Another mocked her feistiness with vile words, even going so far as to lick her in disgust. At that moment, a system notification rang out. The Platinum Shelter, Spectre Academy, was now under the guild shadow. The mocking thug froze in shock as a barrier activated, designating all non-shadow guild members as intruders. The cleansing process began instantly. Electric currents surged through the area, electrocuting all intruders and killing them instantly. Within moments, they were wiped out. Ghost Shade stood in shock. The Spectre Academy was a shelter, and it now belonged to their guild. That meant Shadow had not only slain the Guardian and obtained the key, but had also claimed the shelter as his own in mere minutes. The treasure didn't just fall into anyone's hands. It belonged to Shadow. But before that shock could settle, the scene snaps to Qin Feng, who had struck gold in his own way. He had secured a Jade tier item, the Errant Witch's Ring, a piece of gear any class could use once they hit level 14. And this thing wasn't just good, it was downright unfair. All attributes plus 22, cooldown speed plus 30%, area of effect range plus 25%, area damage plus 10%. A ring like this could change a player's entire combat philosophy. But fate wasn't done spoiling him yet. Qin Feng also pulled a platinum-grade virulent poison trap, a deadly assassin/hunter skill. The trap disappeared under level 5 stealth, allowing up to 3 active traps, each with only a 4.65-second cooldown and a duration of 3,600 seconds. In other words, pure battlefield control. He stared at the loot, eyes sharp. 2 assassin-type items in a single haul? That was rare, and both matched his build perfectly. But the ring was different. With his instant Shadow Slash and Dark Knight Ring Blade, both AoE killers, this ring would push his damage radius to a whole new level. A faint grin tugged at his lips. He still had 363 evolution points, just enough to push his backstab enhancement into legendary territory. He spent 340, leaving himself with a tiny 23. And then, the world shifted. The skill's passive backstab damage shot up from 75% to a full 100%. But the true monster was the legendary effect. While stealthed, every hit counted as a backstab. A complete rewrite of the way he fought. More lethality, more survivability, more dominance. His pulse steadied. He had just taken his assassination path to another plane. Just then, Little Black's voice chimed in through the link. She'd found another set of ruins and wanted him to take a look. Qin Feng asked for details, and she answered immediately. She was at the ruins of Jianghai City. Strangely, the stone murals near the temple looked exactly like the ones from the beginner village. His brows furrowed. Why hadn't she gone inside? At her level, they should have been able to take a platinum boss. Little Black hesitated, then confessed. They wiped every monster in their path until a teleportation orb appeared. But when they activated it, the system rejected them. Only a fated person could enter. Her voice softened. She believed he was that person. Qin Feng didn't deny it. He simply told her to wait. He was coming, and she should prepare her tradable lifespan, since he planned to gear her up afterward. With the Shrine Teleport Network opened, jumping from Magic City to Jianghai took barely a moment. Little Black was already waiting outside the ruins, sitting on her lazy white llama, munching away at grass. She nearly jumped out of her skin when Qin Feng suddenly appeared behind her. She scolded him, flustered and annoyed. He flashed a smug grin and apologized half-heartedly, promising to be more careful next time. She pointed toward the cliffside entrance, and when he asked how they even managed to find it, she chuckled. You won't believe it. It's a long story. And just like that, the next chapter of their journey began. Little Black pointed toward the cliff and finally revealed how she discovered this place. She had gotten her llama mount here, though at first, she'd mistaken the poor thing for a sheep. While she was busy playing with it, a silver-grade boss suddenly spawned behind her. Startled out of her soul, she slipped and rolled straight off the cliff. If not for a lone tree catching her mid-fall, she would have respawned instantly. And right beneath that tree, she found a hidden cave. She guided Qin Feng carefully down the cliffside, warning him not to slip like she had. She admitted that after respawning, she immediately called Captain and Uncle Wang Meng to help explore it. Qin Feng leaped down the rocks in one smooth motion, landing like it was nothing. Little Black puffed her cheeks at him. Show off, she teased. He chuckled. Typical of you to find treasure by falling off a cliff. She shot back without missing a beat, praising his acrobatics, but also mentioning how Wang Meng tried the same heroic jump, completely misjudged it, and died on the spot. Together, they entered the cave. As they walked through the dim hallway, Little Black explained they had already cleared every monster inside. Qin Feng's expression hardened. His voice dropped, calm but absolute. From now on, no more careless deaths. If your non-tradable lifespan ever hits 0, you know the result. She nodded with a confident smile. She wasn't afraid, because she had a secret. Earlier, she mentioned knowing a method to drain lifespan, but she also had a way to restore it. Intrigued, Qin Feng pressed her. Is it reliable? Her eyes glimmered mischievously. She raised one finger and explained. Inside the city ruins, certain monsters had absorbed non-tradable lifespan. Her group lured those monsters into an isolated spot, killed them, and collected the lifespan orbs they dropped. Over time, they built up a small reserve. Whenever anyone needed replenishing, they returned and restored themselves. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened instantly. He recognized that tactic. This was a used method. He asked if you came up with it. Little Black blinked in shock. How did you know? But Qin Feng only fell quiet, remembering his previous life, where this strategy spread across countless players after Yu pioneered it. Not long after, they reached a glowing teleportation orb at the end of the temple path. Little Black placed her hand on it, and the system rejected her immediately. Access denied. You are not the fated one. She glanced at Qin Feng, hesitating only for a moment before urging him forward. Everyone suspected this temple was connected to the beginner's village ruins, so if anyone could enter, it was him. Qin Feng stared at the orb in silence, thinking. Then he placed his hand on it. The moment he touched it, the orb erupted in blinding light. When Little Black's vision returned, both the orb and Qin Feng were gone. Her breath caught. Her suspicion was right. He was the fated one. Meanwhile, Qin Feng reappeared deep inside a secluded cavern, the cave of the Ice Tide. His communicator wouldn't connect. No signals. No outside contact. He was sealed in. Without hesitation, he slipped into invisibility and scanned his surroundings. Then the system message echoed through the cavern. New mission. Protect the Ice Tide crystal. At the center of the cavern, a massive crystal pulsed with freezing blue light, exhaling a frigid aura that chilled the entire chamber. And Qin Feng realized, whatever came next would not be simple. Qin Feng instantly understood where he was. The Ice Tide crystal, a legendary nightmare. In his past life, he had studied this place well. If the crystal was struck, even once, it erupted in a devastating frozen tide that wiped out everything nearby. And worst of all, the monsters never stopped coming. Wave after wave would flood out of the tunnels, all with one goal: shatter the crystal and fail the mission. And if he failed, he would never return to this place again. The reward would vanish forever. Dying wasn't the issue. Failure was. With a breath, he pulled out the virulent poison trap from his inventory. If he wanted to survive, this trap needed power, real power. Qin Feng dumped his evolution points into it, burning through everything until only 17 points remained. The platinum trap ascended. Epic grade. Its stealth jumped from level 5-8. Its damage skyrocketed. 1,200 instant poison damage. 8 seconds of slow, continuous venom damage equal to 100% of his attack power. And now he could deploy 9 traps instead of 3. Perfect. He placed 3 traps at the 3 major cave entrances. A system notification flickered. Errant Witch's Ring effect active. Area of effect increased by 25%. Exactly what he needed. Moments later, glowing eyes emerged from the darkness. The monsters surged as one, snarling, frothing, rushing for the crystal like a demonic tide. The moment they crossed the trap boundary, boom! Vine-like thorns burst from the ground, wrapping around the creatures. Poison detonated in waves. The damage counter spiked past 100,000 in an instant. Dust and venom choked the cavern, but Qin Feng didn't move. This was under control. Then, fweet! A sharp whistle tore through the air. His instinct screamed. An arrow sliced through the darkness straight toward him. Without thinking, Qin Feng raised his barrier. Clang! The arrow shattered against it. His gaze snapped toward the far tunnel. Archers. So this wasn't a blind horde. It was a coordinated assault. His face darkened. This fight was just beginning. Meanwhile, outside the ruins of Magic City, far from the icy cavern, Dongfangya was having her own confrontation. She stood before an orange-haired man, blocking his path with her golden staff. So that's it, she demanded. You're abandoning the hunt for Ghost Spirit, just because she joined Shadow's guild? The man sighed heavily and nodded. We can't touch her anymore. Shadow is a bigger threat than me, she cut in sharply. Her eyes burned with rage. She stepped forward, voice dripping poison. You dare call him a greater danger than me? Don't forget, I have every detail of your real life. Ending you outside the game would be nothing more than a child's game. Her arrogance snapped the final thread of restraint. The man's expression twisted. All the humiliation, all the insults burst at once. Before she could speak again, crack! His fist smashed into her cheek, sending her flying across the ground. She barely had time to gasp before he pounced, dagger flashing in his hand. He straddled her, striking again and again, each blow fueled by years of swallowed anger. I'm done with you, mouth. You call me a peasant? Fine. I may not beat Shadow, but I can end you. His screams echoed, filled with hatred, pride, and raw desperation. And Dongfangye, for the first time, felt true fear. Each punch, each stab, each frantic strike from the orange-haired man landed with one crazed intention. Die, die, die. Dongfangyu's avatar couldn't endure it. Her fragile body broke apart, bursting into glowing lifespan orbs that scattered across the ground. Her eyes snapped open in the real world. Dongfangyu sat upright in her luxurious room within the Chu family residence, heart pounding. Her golden case phone was clenched so tightly her knuckles had turned bone white. Humiliation, fury, hate, it all surged through her like wildfire. Those wretched peasants of Azura Hall, she hissed. They dare to kill me? Mobilize the men. I want every last one of them dragged before me now. Her husband blinked in shock, startled by the sheer venom in her voice. Azura Hall? The same people you hired to kill Ghost Spirit? He asked carefully. Her expression twisted darker, uglier. Ghost Spirit is useless to me now, she snapped. She's joined Shadow, and those cowards backed off because they fear him more than they fear me. Her husband raised both hands, trying to calm the storm. It's already been handled. Men from Black Dragon Hall and Magic City are moving. Soon, they'll hunt Shadow down. Your honor will be restored. Her eyes widened, fury mixing with a sick, trembling excitement. Shadow, Ghost Spirit, Azura Hall. She hated them all. With a manic smile splitting her lips, she whispered, I'll see blood spilled. I'll avenge the Dong Fong name myself. Back in the cave of the Ice Tide, Qin Feng's short blade sliced through the freezing air, burying itself into the eye of a bow-wielding monster. The creature dropped before it could even cry out. Range mobs were nothing. With every weak point strike, his Shadow Blade skill instantly reset its cooldown, letting him chain kills endlessly. But even as he fought, the Ice Tide crystal trembled violently. Cracks spider-webbed across its surface. One more wave, and it might shatter. And then, ding! A cold system voice echoed through the cavern. Guard mission complete. Claim your reward. Qin Feng froze for half a heartbeat. Already? Before he could fully process it. CRRRAC. The Ice Tide crystal exploded into glittering fragments, scattering like frozen stars. In its place, a golden chest slowly materialized, glowing with the brilliance of a miniature sun. His eyes sharpened instantly. Another epic treasure chest. The last one had gifted him graceful release. This one could be even greater. He stepped forward and lifted his hand. The chest creaked open. A flood of golden light burst out. And within that brilliance, a silhouette took shape. A woman. The same mysterious NPC who had appeared beside a previous epic chest. Her feet hovered just above the ground. Her eyes closed. Her presence overwhelming, like a being carved out of starlight. She spoke in a language both ancient and alien. A tongue that no mortal should understand. But the meaning poured into Qin Feng's mind effortlessly, as if whispered directly into his soul. The language of the old gods. His eye of judgment pulsed, helping him grasp every word. You have passed the second trial, she intoned. You are the chosen heir, the one destined to inherit the mantle of judgment. As she continued, her voice echoed with divine authority, and her body began to twist, warp, reshape, as if shedding one identity and revealing another. Qin Feng watched, heart steady, knowing that whatever emerged next would change everything. Qin Feng could only stand there, breath still, as the golden radiance rippled across the chamber. The woman's form twisted and reshaped, revealing a truth that had been buried since the fall of the old gods, and the power they had left behind for him alone. Then her third eye opened, a vertical pupil igniting with divine brilliance. A wave of overwhelming aura blasted outward, shaking the cavern to its core. Her voice followed, calm, echoing, yet absolute. I am Asahi's, she declared, every syllable ringing like the decree of the heavens. The chamber fell silent under her divine presence. From this day forward, I shall follow you, Qin Feng, and witness your rise as the true god of judgment. She extended her hand. A shape materialized, shimmering, ancient, and heavy with authority. A bell forged of pure light, pulsing with celestial power. The Asahi's summoning bell, crafted by the Herald of Judgment using the raw power of order itself. With this bell, Asahi's explained. At level 25, he could summon her. At level 35, summon her again. At level 50, summon her once more. Each summon would transport him to a unique ruin. Each ruin a trial crafted for gods, not mortals. And if he conquered all three, Asahi's herself would permanently reside in his hideout, bringing with her the power to upgrade skills beyond mortal limits. Qin Feng's grip tightened around the divine bell. His heartbeat hammered with exhilaration. The significance was colossal. He thought back. The last temple he cleared was only level 5. This one was level 15. And yet, Little accident-prone Little Black, had stumbled across both. Her luck truly defied every law of the universe. Asahi stepped closer, her expression a perfect balance of serenity and authority. You have one chance, she said softly, to upgrade a skill freely, to match your current level. Qin Feng focused immediately. Every skill's true existence rested on two foundations. Quality, level requirement. Quality could be pushed endlessly through evolution. Even the weakest skill could become mythic if he poured lifespan into it. But the level requirement defined a real monster inside a skill. its scaling, its stats, its raw destructive power. He knew exactly what he needed. With unwavering confidence, Qin Feng raised his hand and pointed to his greatest treasure, graceful release. A faint smile curved Asahi's lips. She took his hand gently and pressed a divine kiss upon it. Light exploded around him. His mythic skill surged, ascending from level 10, level 16. The weak point correction sword, plus 300%, plus 410%. A monstrous leap in lethality. A step deeper in an untouchable power. Asahi's form began to dissolve, fading like mist at dawn. I look forward to our next meeting. My air of judgment. Her voice whispered, echoing like the last hymn of an ancient god. A swirling blue portal appeared, his way out. Qin Feng turned to step into it, but paused. Something pulsed faintly within the golden chest. A presence. A hidden treasure. He reached inside. His fingers closed around an unfamiliar object, and the next secret of the old gods waited in his grasp. Inside the chest, Qin Feng's fingers brushed against something cold, and when he pulled it free, his eyes gleamed. An epic tier item. Baffich's equivalent exchange agreement. Assassin class leg armor, level 15 requirement. But its true value wasn't in its stats. It was in its terrifyingly broken ability. Art of equivalent exchange. By sacrificing any epic grade item or epic skill book, he could instantly trade it for another of the same grade and type. Automatically optimized for his class. Only a 1-hour cooldown. A gambler's dream. A min-maxer's heaven. A loot lover's cheat code. Qin Feng tightened his grip. Today's gains were beyond anything he imagined. He turned toward the portal at last, reminding himself silently he owed this fortune to Little Black's ridiculous, world-breaking luck. Outside the cave, the scene shifted to Little Black, sitting near the entrance with her tiny llama chewing lazily at weeds. She hadn't left. She hadn't used the hour to grind levels. She stayed, guarding the exit, waiting for him. When Qin Feng finally stepped out, she exhaled in relief, eyes softening, tension fading from her shoulders. Her reason was simple. I didn't want someone ambushing you while you were still inside. Her loyalty struck him more deeply than her words. Amused and mildly touched, he decided she deserved a reward. He reached into his inventory and handed her a skill book he'd picked up earlier. She opened it. Her breath caught. Her eyes trembled. A level 13 platinum skill, Magic Shield. Her voice cracked with gratitude as she thanked him over and over, knowing it was a massive upgrade to her survival. Excited beyond measure, she hopped on her tiny llama, waved enthusiastically, and bolted off to train her new skill. Qin Feng watched her leave, a small smile on his lips. Then his avatar began to fade. He was logging out. His real body demanded food. Meanwhile, in the ruins of Shanghai City, another story was unfolding. Inside the shining walls of a newly discovered silver-grade sanctuary stood the Knights Templar Guild. Their leader beamed with pride as he faced his jubilant members. Today is a day of celebration. We finally have a sanctuary of our own. Cheers shook the hall. The sanctuary wasn't massive, but it offered something priceless. Safety. No more surprises. No more worrying about bosses jumping the mid-rest. No more fighting for a place to sleep. For this victory, the leader continued, we have one person to thank. Xiaoyu. The hall erupted again as she stepped onto the stage, overwhelmed by applause. Her hands trembled as she began her speech. She thanked her master for guiding her, her friends for supporting her, even the people who mocked her, because their contempt only strengthened her resolve. Tears welled in her eyes. Finally, with a voice full of longing, she thanked her late parents, wishing they could witness her accomplishments. The leader cut in gently, smiling. Xiaoyu, tell everyone how you found this place. She hesitated, then revealed the strange truth. A while ago, I had a dream. I saw a warrior, powerful, glowing, leading me to a sanctuary. The dream was blurry, but it felt real enough to follow, and the crowd fell silent, sensing that fate had guided her more than luck. Acting on nothing more than instinct and the faint pull of her dream, Xiaoyu had ventured into the ruins, and somehow, a sanctuary had truly existed. Her honesty drew laughter from every corner of the hall. Members snickered and nudged each other. Some mocked her softly, calling it absurd to trust a dream. Even the guild leader struggled to keep a straight face, though he forced himself to act supportive. Did you dream again last night? He teased, half smiling. Xiaoyu nodded earnestly. Yes, I saw another sanctuary. Vast. Glorious. I think it was platinum grade. The hall erupted. Members laughed so loudly the walls shook, joking that at this rate, they'd soon be living in a royal palace if they followed her sleeping visions. Feigning seriousness, the leader raised a hand. Well then, these dreams are valuable, he declared dramatically. More laughter, but he rewarded her all the same. 1 full year of tradable lifespan, and a warm hand on her shoulder. Let Xiao Yu inspire all of you, he proclaimed. Stay united, stay devoted, and one day the Knights Templar will become unshakable, no matter how chaotic the world grows. He told her to keep searching for hideouts. She nodded with bright, hopeful eyes, overflowing with determination. Hours later, Jianghai ruins. Xiao Yu returned alone, clutching her magic staff tightly. Her steps were small and anxious as she followed the pull she remembered from her dream. But something was wrong. The sanctuary she saw should have been right here, yet nothing matched. Unbeknownst to her, several guild members had secretly tailed her. They noticed how she'd marched straight back to the ruins right after the meeting, and assumed she was chasing that platinum-grade sanctuary dream. When she slipped into a decrepit stone building, they exchanged looks and followed. Inside the ruins, Xiao Yu walked deeper into the old tunnel, her footsteps echoing ominously. With every step, unease pooled in her chest. The air, the silence, the darkness. It all felt almost like her dream, but twisted, incomplete. And then she felt it. Someone, something, was following her. She closed her eyes and whispered to herself, "You're a life priest, a hidden class. You're safe. Nothing can hurt you, nothing." She opened her eyes, and her breath died in her throat. Standing before her was a nightmare given flesh, a grotesque monster, its jaw torn unnaturally wide, and inside that gaping maw stared an extra set of eyes, watching her, studying her, hungry. Her scream tore through the tunnel, but the monster didn't attack her first. It threw her aside and lunged toward the guild women who had been secretly trailing her. Their faces twisted in shock and disgust. "Kill it! Quickly kill it!" But their voices shook with terror. They tried to gather themselves, but fear made their legs tremble. Too slow. The creature's tentacles shot forward, writhing, coiling, and snatched one of the women. Before she could even scream, the monster's mouth clamped against hers. Its tentacles crawled inside. Her lifespan was drained in an instant. Her body collapsed like an empty shell, and the nightmare had only just begun. The remaining women shrieked, the truth finally slamming into them. This monster could consume their lifespan. Their courage shattered like glass. Survival crushed loyalty in an instant. Without hesitation, they abandoned their dying companion and bolted, screaming as they fled deeper into the ruins. But the creature didn't let prey escape. Its twisted limbs writhed, its hollow eyes gleaming with hunger, and it chased after them, relentless and insatiable. Xiao Yu's nightmare deepens. Xiao Yu stirred at the echoes of their screams. Her heart pounded as she looked over her shoulder and froze. The monster was feeding. Its tendrils burrowed into the women, sucking away their lifespan, their bodies shriveling as if time itself rejected them. Her lips parted. No sound came out. Terror stole every breath. Silently, barely daring to move, she stepped backward. One step, another. Clutching her staff, she turned and ran. Her legs carried her through a narrow passage until she reached a spiraling staircase. She descended too fast. Crack! She tripped. Her forehead slammed into the stone floor. Pain exploded in her skull, tears blurring her vision. But then her breath caught. In front of her was a door. The door from her dream. Her heart hammered as realization struck her. She had truly found it. The platinum-grade hideout. Hands shaking, she opened her interface and messaged the guild leader. At the Knights Templar sanctuary, the leader, mid-celebration, froze in shock at her report. "Stay right where you are. I'm bringing reinforcements immediately." To track her, he ordered her to join his party. Xiao Yu accepted without hesitation. Relief washed over her. For a moment. Then, a sound. Soft. Wet. Wrong. She turned, and her blood turned to ice. The monster stood behind her again. Jaw split open, eyes staring from inside its mouth. That grotesque smile stretching wide. Her knees trembled, but she forced herself to stand. "No, I'm not the same girl as before," she whispered to herself. She was a life priest, a rare hidden class. She could fight. She gripped her staff and struck first. Xiao Yu's counterattack. Venomous vines. Her staff glowed. Thorned vines erupted from the ground, lashing around the monster's body and constricting tightly. Minus 500 HP. Her eyes widened with hope. It worked. Toxins spread across the creature's skin, sizzling like acid. Seizing the moment, she raised her staff again. Corrupting poison mist. A thick, venomous fog burst outward, engulfing the monster entirely. This wasn't normal poison. This was corruption, a toxin designed to rot even the hardest defenses. For the first time since entering the ruins, Xiao Yu's heart lifted. She could win. She was finally fighting back. But then, her lungs burned. Her vision swayed. Her throat tightened. Horror dawned on her. This was an enclosed chamber. Her own poison was killing her. Her hands shot up, desperately waving away the fog, but it was useless. She couldn't hold her breath much longer. Panic clawed up her throat, until she remembered. She was a life priest. She had a cure. With trembling hands, she raised her staff. Antidote. A burst of clean magic erupted, sweeping away the poisonous mist. Her throat loosened, breath returning to her body. But the monster, it breathed freely again too. Its body twitched, and then it stepped toward her. The poison had stopped eating at the monster's flesh, and now every ounce of its twisted attention was locked onto her. Its split mouth slowly curled upward, forming an impossibly eerie smile. Xiaoyu's eyes filled with tears. Her breath hitched. Panic smothered all reason. And in that moment of chaos, she inhaled a trace of her own fading poison mist. Instantly, her body collapsed. Her form shattered into shimmering orbs of lifespan. A cold system alert echoed through the chamber. Player Xiaoyu has committed suicide. Respawn, Knights Templar hideout. Light swirled. Xiaoyu respawned back in the guild's hideout, dazed and trembling, but alive. Almost immediately, the guild leader's voice crackled through the party chat, confusion sharp in his tone. Xiaoyu, why are you back already? What happened? Her voice quivered as she answered. I died. A monster inside the ruins killed me. The leader's brows knit together. That's impossible. We already dealt with the soul-sucking hag in the area. It was only a silver-grade threat. For the first time since collapsing in the ruins, Xiaoyu allowed herself a tiny smile. No, I didn't survive it, she confessed softly. I ended my own life first. If I let it catch me, it would have drained me completely. There was a long pause, then the leader burst out. Xiaoyu, you're a genius. Heat rose to her cheeks at the praise. She thanked him shyly, promising she was already heading back. But inside, a wave of satisfaction rippled through her. The three women who mocked her, followed her, and doubted her were gone for good. Their arrogance had led them to their deaths. This is what happens when you underestimate me, she thought, her lips curling slightly. Xiaoyu was no fool. Back at the ruins, the platinum door. Moments later, Xiaoyu arrived at the massive stone door she had found earlier. She pointed at it with confidence. The platinum-grade hideout is right behind this. The leader's face lit up with pride as he clapped her on the back. He turned to his men, voice thundering. Clear the perimeter. No interference. Data stepped forward, chest puffed out. Even if the intruder is Shadow himself, we'll kill him. Excitement surged through the knights as the leader raised his massive axe toward the stone door. War cries erupted, echoing through the ruins, vibrating the earth beneath their feet. They were ready to claim their sanctuary. But then, a shout broke the rhythm. Wait, the door won't open. The cheering died. Confusion rippled through the group. Murmurs spread like wildfire. The leader froze. Then his eyes narrowed as realization struck him. Every hideout has a guardian, he muttered. His lips curled into a confident grin. That means the guardian is the door itself. To confirm it, he nodded to a nearby warrior. The man raised his axe and struck the stone. A damage number flickered above the door. Minus 320 HP. The guardian had awoken. The moment the damage number appeared, the truth was undeniable. The door itself was the guardian. Cheers erupted instantly. The guild members praised their master as if he were a prophet. This hideout is practically a gift, the leader proclaimed triumphantly. Bring it down. Weapons rose. A storm of steel crashed against the stone door. Sparks flying, dust clouds bursting with every strike. But far away, another window flashed open. Qin Feng, system alert. Qin Feng's expression hardened as the system message appeared before him. Warning, the land of purified souls is under attack. Entrance durability, 99.3%. Magic barrier, 100%. Teleportation, blocked. War teleport. 1 use remaining today. Perched atop his wolf mount, Qin Feng didn't hesitate. With the attacker's weak damage output, it would take them months, maybe even a year, to break through. But he still wanted to see with his own eyes who had dared raise a hand against his sanctuary. He activated the war teleport and rushed toward the ruins. When he reached the outskirts, his eyes darkened instantly. A scene of cruelty. Ahead, 2 men were chasing a woman through the ruins, shouting threats, swearing they'd kill her if she didn't stop. A burly fighter wielding a spiked mace intercepted her escape route. Before she could even scream, he smashed the mace into her ribs, her body flying across the ground like a broken doll. As she writhed in agony, a purple-haired man stepped forward. He raised his hand. Sacred chains, for radiant blades of energy fell from the sky, pinning her wrists and knees to the ground. Her scream ripped through the silent ruins. One of the men sneered and spat. This territory belongs to the Knights Templar Guild now. Trespassing has consequences. The woman pleaded desperately. saying she was only passing through. Anyone could see they were using it as an excuse to rob her. From the shadows, Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. He recognized her. Yang Xiaoya, a colleague from his old job, someone who had once shown him kindness, and even warned him about dangers others kept hidden. His suspicions solidified like ice. The ones attacking his sanctuary, the ones torturing innocents, were the Knights Templar. The purple-haired man smirked at his comrades. If we say she's trespassing, she is. That's the rule here. Grinning, he licked his lips. By our usual rules, I get her first. The second man laughed. Then I'll take her after you. Their laughter echoed crudely through the ruins, until a blur tore through the night. A shadow moved with the force of thunder. Steel flashed, cold, merciless, absolute. Splash. 3 heads fell to the earth. Bodies slumped forward, lifeless, blood pooling beneath them. Their laughter died with them. Yang Xiaoya stood frozen, breath trapped in her chest, as the figure stepped into the moonlit rubble. His eyes glowed, cold, sharp, and merciless. Her heart pounded violently. "Shadow," she whispered, but the next heartbeat twisted her certainty. "No, this presence, this killing intent, it's too overwhelming. This isn't the shadow I've heard of. This is something far more terrifying." After massacring every last Templar dog foolish enough to block his path, the figure finally turned toward her. Yang Xiaoya trembled, expecting death, but instead his hand extended outward, not to strike her, but to activate blood flower bloom. A crimson vortex ignited around the corpses. The technique bloomed like a monstrous flower, devouring every ounce of lifespan the fallen carried. The bodies shriveled into nothing. Only hollow white orbs drifted upward like dying embers. When the glow faded, Shadow turned back. Their eyes met. For one breathless moment, the world stopped. The shape of his face, the angle of his jaw, those eyes, she knew them. Fong. It was Fong. Qin foamed beneath the mask of Shadow. Her chest tightened. Her legs shook. But before she could speak, before she could even breathe, blue flames erupted, engulfing him completely. In a blink, he vanished, leaving only drifting sparks where he once stood. Yang Xiaoya stood alone, staring into the empty air. Fong? Was that truly him? The resemblance was too perfect. The eyes, the expression, the aura, everything screamed the truth. But her mind rejected it. She shook her head hard, forcing the thought away. No, impossible. I must be mistaken. Fong's foolish little sister joined the Knight Sanctuary branch of the Templars. If he were truly Shadow, would he allow his own blood to be enslaved by them? Her voice trembled. Impossible. Or so she desperately convinced herself. Inside the Sanctuary of Pure Souls, Templar Guild, tension hung thick in the air. Surviving Templars gathered behind their furious leader, eyes lowered, bodies stiff. His roar cracked through the hall like a whip. "Idiots, robbing travelers on the main road. Do you have a death wish?" His boot slammed into one man's chest, sending him sliding across the floor. 1,000 deaths wouldn't punish such stupidity. But beneath the rage, there was something else. Relief. Because the man who dealt judgment tonight was Shadow, and the leader remembered. They all remembered. Once, long ago, Shadow had saved them from the Headless One. Since that day, the entire guild whispered his name with awe. Shadow wasn't just a hunter to them anymore. He was an ideal, a symbol of strength, a righteous blade, a man who crushed corruption and betrayal wherever he found it. The leader had even told his people to look to Shadow as an example to follow. But as the room filled with words of admiration and flattery, Shadow's expression darkened. His voice, when he finally spoke, felt like ice over their spines. The chill was unmistakable. "The hideout you're attacking," he said slowly, every word carrying lethal finality, "is not a forgotten ruin." The moment the truth hit, the leader's face turned ghost white. Everyone around him went rigid, shock tightening the air like a noose. Shadow's eyes burned with flickers of yellow lightning, his anger slipping through the cracks. The leader tried to scramble for an excuse, his voice shaking. But the rumors say your hideout is in Magic City. A person can only claim one hideout and forsaken by the gods. Isn't that the rule?" A nervous voice chimed in, the purple-haired brat. It's true, unless a guild is officially formed. Then the guild itself can own one too." Shadow didn't need to raise his voice. His silence alone sliced straight through them. And then he confirmed it, plain, merciless, without hesitation. He owned a personal hideout in Magic City. And this one, the Sanctuary of Pure Souls, belonged to his guild. The survivors unraveled instantly. Some shook their heads in disbelief. Others sank to their knees in outright terror. Fong's sister collapsed into sobs, her cries echoing through the chamber. She had never once seen Shadow appear in her dreams here, never imagined this sacred place belonged to him. The leader's legs finally gave out. drenched in sweat. He fell forward and slammed his forehead against the floor, begging like a dying man drowning for air. We didn't know. Shadow, we swear we didn't know. Please forgive us. Tell us what to do. What can we do to make this right? His words tumbled out in panic, each syllable soaked with a desperate instinct to survive. Shadow didn't even blink. Calm, unmoving, deadly. He pulled up his status window, eyes glinting with cold calculation. You've already drained the durability of my hideout's door, he said, his voice sharp as a lightning strike. Repairing it will cost a fortune. He closed the window and looked down at the fallen leader, delivering his verdict without pause. To settle this, the price is 500 years of tradable lifespan. The weight of that number crushed the room. The leader's eyes rolled back. His body went limp as he collapsed into unconsciousness. Chaos erupted instantly. His lackeys swarmed him, shaking him, shouting his name, turning to Shadow with trembling voices. Please, he fainted. Have mercy, Lord Shadow. He didn't mean it. But Shadow's aura only grew heavier, towering over them like a blade suspended at their throats. Then his gaze snapped toward the purple-haired brat. Those lightning-sharp eyes pinned him in place. Do you even understand how much it cost to repair that door? Shadow asked quietly, too quietly. Every word crackled with suppressed fury. The boy opened his mouth, but no sound came out. His throat locked. His breath died. Shut your mouth, Shadow said, cold enough to freeze blood. You're only making it worse. The brat stiffened, pale and shaking, as silence swallowed the chamber, broken only by the faint crackle of lightning dancing in Shadow's eyes. Meanwhile, the guild leader lay half-conscious on the ground, sweat dripping down his temples as his thoughts spiraled into madness. Why me? Why does misfortune chase me like a curse? He wanted to scream, wanted to tear the world apart, but instead rage took over. His trembling hand shot out, grabbing his so-called dumb sister by the throat. His voice cracked with fury as he roared. This is all your fault. Your ridiculous dream brought us here. Were you planning to destroy the guild? His grip tightened, shaking from anger, desperation, and fear all at once. But then, her expression changed. Gone was the timid, empty-headed girl they all mocked. Everyone in the chamber stiffened as her eyes sharpened, clearing of the foolishness they were used to. It's true, she said, voice trembling, but no longer weak. I dragged everyone down. I am to blame. If punishment is needed, let it fall on me alone. She lifted her head, conviction burning through her fear. I'll be whatever Shadow demands. A cow, a horse, the pig. Every lifespan I earn, I'll hand it over until the debt is paid. I'll endure pain, abuse, anything. From this moment on, I am his to command. Just spare the others. Her vow echoed through the chamber, raw and desperate. For the first time, the onlookers felt something from her. Something like sincerity. A few lowered their heads, moved to spite themselves. They truly believed she was willing to sacrifice everything for the guild. But Shadow? He didn't budge. His expression didn't soften. His gaze didn't even rest on the girl. His eyes locked onto the leader instead, cold, precise, lethal. Chun. The man flinched as if stabbed. Why, yes. Shadow's voice sliced through the silence. Tell me, Chun, do you truly believe this girl is worth 500 years of lifespan? The question landed like a hammer on his skull. His mind cleared instantly, crushed by Shadow's pressure. Worth? His lips twisted with bitter clarity. Worth? She's useless. She's always been useless. Without hesitation, he slapped her, hard. The crack echoed viciously as her body hit the stone floor. She gasped, cheeks swelling instantly, and yet no one stepped forward. Not a single person moved to help her. You menace. Chun spat, pointing at her shaking form. You dragged us into Shadow's hideout with your pathetic dream, and now you dare pretend to be some noble saint? Trying to impress him? Trying to win his favor? His voice roared through the chamber, dripping with venom. Becoming Shadow's servant is an honor anyone here would kill for. But you're not worthy of even being considered. The girl lay still, her tears splashing onto the cold stone. Rejection crushed her more brutally than the strike. For a moment, she had hoped, just for a moment, that her desperation might earn her even a sliver of attention from Shadow. But her gamble shattered. She was nothing, and through it all, Shadow didn't move. Not a step, not a breath out of place. Just watching, silent, unreadable, like a storm gathering behind calm eyes. Shadow didn't move. His gaze stayed locked, steady, cold, unshakable, his aura pressing over the room like a silent executioner waiting for the final command. Chun, still trembling from humiliation and fear, forced himself to bow lower. His forehead scraped against the cold stone as he begged. Lord Shadow, please. Our guild is small. There is no way we can gather 500 years of lifespan. I beg you, have mercy. There must be some middle ground. For a long moment, Shadow said nothing. He stood there, half veiled in the dim glow of the hideout system lights, the faint shimmer outlining him like a figure carved from the darkness itself. Then finally, his voice broke the silence. Calm, steady, not loud, not cruel, yet every syllable carried the weight of a verdict. I'm not as ruthless as the world claims, Shadow said, eyes fixed on Chun. I will not demand more than necessary. The entire room stiffened, all eyes locked onto him, waiting, terrified, for the reduction or the doom. Instead of 500, Shadow continued, you will hand over 100 years of tradable lifespan. Immediately, gasps echoed across the chamber. But he wasn't finished. As for the remaining 400, lightning flickered faintly in his pupils as his voice sharpened. You will gather every member of your guild who bears the killer status. Each life they've taken will count as 1 year. 400 killers, 400 deaths. And with it, my own killer status will be erased. The explanation stunned them. Not a single person spoke. It wasn't just punishment. It was terrifyingly calculated. Shadow using their blood-stained hands to wash the stain off his own. A perfect, merciless transaction. Chen's shoulders slumped with relief. Twisted, desperate relief. Why, yes, of course, he said quickly. Our guild has over 2,000 members. To sacrifice 400, harsh, yes, but it will not destroy us. He lifted his head, nodding like a frantic puppet. In the 100 years, I'll send it right now. He didn't hesitate. A trade window pulsed to life. A warm glow shifted hands, then faded, absorbed cleanly into Shadow's status. It was done. Chun immediately spun on his men, barking orders through a trembling voice. Move! Gather every killer in the guild. Now, Lord Shadow must not be kept waiting. His men scattered in a frenzy. Only after the chaos died, down did Shadow, finally turned back to the real source of all this trouble, his hideout. He summoned his system menu. A translucent panel unfolded before him. His eyes narrowed as he scrolled. Repair cost, 7 days of lifespan. A ghost of a smile tugged at his lips. What others saw as a crushing debt, a mountain impossible to climb. To him, it was nothing but 7 days. A week. A flick of his finger confirmed the repair. Ding. 7 days deducted. Hideout fully restored. Shadow cut down every adventurer who dared cross his path. Each kill another step toward purging his own killer status. Every strike cold. Every death efficient. Every moment drawing him closer to complete absolution. And through it all, not once did he look back. The ground was carpeted with glowing orbs of lifespan, scattered like dying embers after a wildfire. Then the system spoke. A chilling notification echoed through the air. 400 slayers have fallen. To anyone else, it would be terrifying. But to Shadow, it was liberation. A surge of experience and lifespan roared through him. The kind that shakes the soul and rewrites fate. Another notification flickered. Killer level 4-3. The guild captain's face turned pale. Shadow exhaled slowly. For him, it was a step toward freedom. And as the system records updated, the truth unfolded. Every single slain member had been breaking guild rules in secret. Thieves, liars, traitors. Corruption buried deep in the guild's bones. Shadow's blade had simply cleaned house. The captain felt a bitter relief crawl through him. Better they died by Shadow's fury than let their rot fester and destroy the guild from within. But Shadow wasn't finished. His presence thickened the air as he turned, his voice calm, yet edged with something sharp enough to cut bone. From this moment on, he declared, this sanctuary will be guarded by my guild. No one enters without my will. Chun blinked, stunned. Shadow's eyes hardened, yellow sparks crackling faintly. Rule breakers in your ranks will learn discipline. You will guard this place in shifts. And if this sanctuary is ever attacked again. He paused, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper. I will come for you personally, Chin. The captain's breath hitched. That wasn't a warning. It was a promise carved in stone. Before he could even speak, another system notification tore through the tension. Warning. Shadow's hideout is under attack. Location, Evil Spirits Academy. Attacker, Yuna. Barrier durability, 99.8% dropping. A second prompt followed. Word transmission available. Usable once every 24 hours. Activate. Shadow frowned. The term was strange, but the meaning was clear. A teleport. He didn't hesitate. His body ignited into blue flame, dissolving into streaks of light as he vanished from the sanctuary. Only when the flames faded did the leader finally exhale, long and shaky. Relief lasted all of 3 seconds. One of his fat guildmates tugged his sleeve nervously. We were supposed to guard the sanctuary for Lord Shadow. Remember? Reality slammed into him. He turned to the dumb sister, his expression cold and unforgiving. You, this is what you dreamed of, isn't it? Then you'll guard it. If anything happens, it's on your head. Abandon your post, and you lose your lifespan. Her eyes widened, but she said nothing. She couldn't. Like the rest of them, she was trapped, bound by Shadow's decree. Meanwhile, at the ruins of the Evil Spirits Academy, chaos erupted. Attackers marked with a dragon emblem etched into their foreheads pounded at the barrier with everything they had. Its durability had already crashed to 51%. Nearby adventurers stared, whispering in disbelief. Are they insane? They're provoking Shadow. Are they trying to die? Their voices trembled, but the Black Dragon Hall pressed forward, unrelenting. Then, Shadow appeared at the edge of the ruins, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Black Dragon Hall. He racked his memory. He'd never crossed paths with them. Not once. So why here? Why now? At the front of the attackers, a massive man raised his arms and roared. All power into one strike. The ground shook. Mana surged. Shadow's gaze sharpened. The storm was about to break. Dragon break. Black miasma surged upward, swirling above the mercenaries like a corrupted spirit bomb. With a thunderous roar, the burly commander hurled it at the barrier. The world shook. The ground cracked. Dust erupted like a volcanic blast. The barrier trembled, its durability plummeting to 13%. Yet somehow, it held. Keep pushing, someone screamed. We're close. Don't stop. Another voice chimed in, slick with greed. 100 years of lifespan for this job, easy money. Shadow's gaze hardened. So that's it. Hire dogs. Mercenaries. He exhaled slowly. This isn't personal. The only one with a grudge that deep is Dong Fangyu. Before he could move, a deafening roar tore the sky open. Heavy stomps thundered across the ruins, each one shaking stone, bone, and soul. The mercenaries spun around and froze. A dragon lumbered out of the shadows. Not majestic, not elegant, not intimidating in any traditional sense. It looked ridiculous, goofy even, but the pressure rolling off its scaled body crushed the battlefield into silence. Even absurd creatures could kill. Shadow's lips curled faintly. The dragon stomped, spun, and twirled like a grotesque parody of a dance, its weight shaking the entire arena until seasoned adventurers nearly toppled over. Then, the sky dimmed. Something massive ripped through the clouds. For an instant, it looked like a colossal skull descending from the heavens. But as it fell closer, the jagged outline told the truth. A meteorite, enormous, unstoppable. It slammed into the ground with a world-ending boom. The shockwave tore across the battlefield. Mercenaries were flung like ragdolls. Buildings split open. Dust spiraled into the sky like a storm. The earth itself sounded like it was screaming. When the dust thinned, the guild leader of Black Dragon, Hall, staggered to his feet. His armor was scorched, his eyes unfocused, but he was alive. He blinked at his health bar. Only 3,000 damage. With a smug laugh, he wiped the blood from his lip. Pathetic. I can handle. He never finished. A flash of steel ended him. Too fast to see. Too perfect to react to. His head separated cleanly from his neck, launching into the air before crashing to the dirt. His body collapsed and burst into orbs of lifespan scattering like broken stars. From within the drifting smoke, a voice cut cold and sharp. The guild leader is dead. The mercenaries froze. Their blood turned to ice. None had seen the killer. None had even sensed her. A woman stepped out of the haze. A mage, beautiful and deadly, her wide-brimmed hat casting a shadow over piercing eyes. Her expression was pure seriousness. Such precision, only Shadow could do this. She moved cautiously, scanning the ruins. She saw nothing, but Shadow was right in front of her, fully cloaked in perfect invisibility. The onlookers felt their hearts drop. His stealth, it wasn't time-limited. It was absolute. It was terrifying. It was Shadow. Shadow could have watched them forever, silent, unseen, a phantom slipping through the air without shape or shadow. And he recognized her instantly. Zhang, her in-game name, marked by the distant green mountains behind her avatar. A member of Sky Vault Guild. And more importantly, one of the rarest and most terrifying hidden professions. Soul Painter. Unlike ordinary mages who relied on chants and spellbooks, soul painters created magic with brush and ink. Their strength was determined not by mana, but by their art. That ridiculous dragon? That colossal meteorite? Her work. Soul painters dominated defensive wars, long sieges, and battlefield control. With a single stroke, they could twist terrain, shift momentum, and rewrite the flow of battle. But Shadow also remembered their fatal weakness. Solo fights. They needed time to sketch. Against an assassin, they had none. Now, despite the ruins around her and the corpses of her allies cooling in the dirt, Zhang lifted her chin and called out, Shadow, I know you're here. Show yourself. I need to speak with you. Her companion stiffened. A calm voice answered from the air, everywhere and nowhere at once. Shadow had spoken, but remained invisible. Zhang didn't falter. She stepped forward, her words cutting cleanly through the dust-filled silence. My profession is soul painter. To advance, I need rare materials that exist only inside the Evil Spirits Academy. I know this hideout belongs to you, and I am willing to compensate you. Name your price. Shadow's gaze sharpened. So this was the turning point. In his past life, the Evil Spirits Academy had eventually fallen into Sky Vault Guild's hands. It must have been Zhang who discovered it during her advancement quest. But this time, he had arrived first, and he remembered her story well. Zhang was the granddaughter of Old Yang, Sky Vault's guildmaster, a former hardcore gamer who became a legendary streamer. Even at 73, when Godforsaken descended, Old Yang returned to the battlefield and rebuilt Sky Vault around the granddaughter he cherished. Under their leadership, Sky Vault captured the Evil Spirits Academy and clawed its way into the top 10 guilds of the Z Empire. Shadow, in his previous life, had admired them quietly, watched their streams, followed their wars. For the briefest heartbeat, warmth rose to his cheeks, a ghost of his old fanboy embarrassment. He crushed it instantly. With a flick of his hand, the ground trembled. A hidden door tore itself out of the earth. The entrance to the Evil Spirits Academy, revealed in full. Her team gasped, stunned, speechless. The scene shifted inward. Shadow sat upon his throne inside the hideout, cloaked in darkness, his gaze fixed on the woman who had once been his favorite streamer. His voice was calm, sharp, controlled. Why meet me directly, Zhang? The soul painter straightened, refusing to flinch before the invisible terror surrounding her. Because I must, she said. My profession relies on the academy. The materials inside are vital for my progression. She took a careful breath before delivering the final blow. Since you once sold this hideout to the officials 2,000 days ago, I'm making the same offer now. Sell it to me, and I will pay whatever price you demand. Her voice carried through the chamber, bold, unwavering, and utterly sincere. The deal hung in the air, bold and daring. Even so, Shadow remained calm, unshaken. Tyan's offer was impressive. 500 years of tradable lifespan wasn't something most guilds could even dream of raising for a rental. Only someone from Sky Vault, someone molded by Old Man Yang's ruthless creativity, would dare propose something like that. But even then, Shadow shook his head. Selling the Evil Spirits Academy was impossible. Instead, he granted Zhang guest access to the ground floor, a gesture generous enough to let her complete her advancement. But Zhang wasn't done. She adjusted her stance, eyes sharp, voice steady. I want to rent the first floor for 3 years. I'll pay 500 years of tradable lifespan up front. Shadow froze for a moment. He had already given her access freely, so why offer such an absurd price for a rental? Then it clicked. Sky Vault didn't want resources. They wanted him. A connection. A bond. Networking in the bloodiest MMO fashion possible. Buying influence from the strongest player in the Z Empire. Zhang strengthened her pitch. To show sincerity, she added, her tone darkening, I'll eliminate the guild that attacked your hideout earlier. Every member. Every trace. Shadow raised a brow behind the veil of invisibility. You won't consult your grandfather first? He asked. Attacking a guild openly can ignite a war. Zhang smirked, amused he even knew Old Man Yang's name. My grandfather listens to me, and eliminating a small guild won't cause a ripple. No one will care. Her confidence was sharp, her ambition unmistakable. At her age, she already carried the aura of a future guild master. Shadow finally nodded. I accept. Her reaction was instant. She practically bounced across the hall, her mage hat wobbling as she signed the rental contract with both excitement and relief. The system chimed softly, plus 500 years of lifespan gained. Shadow laid out the rules. Sky Vault may use the ground floor however you like. You may even damage it, but you are forbidden from harming the core structure. Zhang lifted her chin, triumphant. Understood. Pleasure doing business. With a cheerful wave, looking more like the streamer he once admired than a guild officer, she departed the academy with her team. Shadow's face heated the moment she left. Meeting his favorite streamer in person. Seeing her laugh, move, argue, negotiate. She was livelier, more charismatic, more real than she had ever appeared on her broadcasts. It was surreal, but he forced the embarrassment down. He had bigger priorities than fanboying over his idol. The cool down for equivalent exchange had finished. Now it was time to gamble. The system allowed him to offer up one item and receive another of equal grade, but one designed specifically for his class. Without hesitation, he placed his intelligence training manual into the exchange. Light shimmered. Magic spiraled. The offering dissolved. And in its place, a weapon descended. Emerald grade, crimson blade. A breathtakingly sleek, murderous weapon dripping with blood-red energy. Its special effect was terrifying. The lower the enemy's HP, the stronger its damage. Up to 200% bonus once they fall below 30%. Shadow's fingers wrapped around the hilt. This wasn't just a weapon. This was a death sentence waiting to be unleashed. The Crimson Blade wasn't just powerful. It was terrifying. Every strike restored HP equal to 200% of the damage dealt. If his health was already full, the excess solidified into a protective shield. Shadow's eyes widened. This wasn't a weapon. This was broken. And then he noticed the hidden ability. A limit break. Once charged, it could unleash a single target finishing attack, capable of erasing almost anything in its path. He didn't hesitate. He dumped his evolution points into the blade, pushing it from Emerald Legendary. The weapon roared to life, reshaped by raw power. Every strike now carried plus 9,000 blood element attack, the kind of boost that turned battles into massacres. After the upgrade, he still had 555 evolution points left. He knew exactly where to spend them. Shadow funneled 500 points into his mythic stealth skill, and the battlefield changed forever. A new monster was born. The moment those points were consumed, his stealth ability mutated into something nightmarish. Cool down 1 second, meaning he could vanish almost nonstop. The darkness itself elevated his stealth level even higher. A passive buff granted him plus 3 levels of permanent stealth. His skill break spell now tore through enemies with plus 300 bonus damage. But the last upgrade, that was the true horror. Lifespan consumed during stealth decreased by 90%. Shadow could now stay invisible indefinitely. He wasn't an assassin anymore. He was a phantom, a ghost, a walking catastrophe. Now, at level 17, Shadow equipped the emerald gear he had collected. ASPI Veil of Emerald Glass, plus 133% headshot accuracy for 30 seconds. Fragile white gloves, sacrificed 12% maximum HP, but boosted base attack by 30%, with physical defense raised to 75 and elemental resistance to 60. Translucent socks, added plus 2 stealth levels, plus 27% movement speed, and for 3 seconds allowed him to phase through all collision. Cooldown, 27 seconds. Odd resistance charm, a bizarre trinket adjusting itself to his emotions, granting random defensive buffs that even he couldn't predict. Combined together, the emerald gear made him look less like a deadly assassin and more like a breakdancer ready to spin under neon spotlights. Shadow stared at himself in disgust. With a sigh, he switched back to his Shadow class appearance. The ridiculous colors vanished behind the familiar silhouette of death itself. Reality shift. The story cut back to the real world. A jeep rumbled into the outskirts of Magic City, rolling to a stop before a massive mansion. Four figures stepped out. A burly, scarred man grumbling about not being allowed to sit inside the vehicle. A goofy-looking man with thick black glasses, deceptively harmless. A serious-faced man whose patience looked dangerously close to breaking. And a small, silent girl, the kind whose quiet presence felt heavier than steel. They stare at the mansion, muttering among themselves. Show off. Arrogant, rich woman. Looks down on us just because we're poor. The serious man clicked his tongue. Let's leave. We'll find another buyer. But nearby, a soldier hiding a smirk shook his head silently. They had no idea. They were about to regret those words. Moments later, the Dongfang lady appeared. Steps sharp, expression carved from ice. Beside her walked a psychotic little boy, his gaze twisted with something unhinged. Without offering a single coin, she issued a command. Convert your lifespan into light orbs. Leave them on the ground. The 4 travelers froze. The scarred man scoffed outright. Give up their lifespan. Without payment? Without negotiation? Her eyes didn't flinch. Her voice sliced the air like a blade. Hand over your lifespan, or die here. Soldiers flooded out from the mansion, rifles locked on the 4 strangers. A firing squad in seconds. Tension thickened, ready to snap. Then the goofy-looking man removed his harmless mask. His expression sharpened. His posture shifted, and with terrifying speed, he leapt. He tore through the soldiers like paper, ripping bodies apart with bare hands. Blood sprayed. Screams erupted. His secret was out. He wasn't ordinary. He wasn't even close. He was a hidden class user, a bug manipulator. From beneath tiles, cracks, gutters, and shadows, swarms of insects surged out. They moved like living weapons, buffed like high-level pets, equipped with their own skills and traits. They crawled over armor, under helmets, sinking fangs, claws, and mandibles into flesh. Soldiers dropped in waves, devoured alive. The balance flipped instantly. What began as a shakedown turned into a slaughter. The 4 strangers weren't victims. They were predators. Their eyes shifted to the Dongfang lady like hunters smelling fresh prey. And then, the silent girl at the back twitched. Her face twisted unnaturally, skin stretching, muscle spasming. Something broken inside her woke up. Her aura spilled out, deranged, suffocating, murderous. Everyone felt it. Even a boy beside her went still. Chaos exploded through the Dongfang Mansion's courtyard. The burly man grinned, bloodlust dripping from him, as he strapped a platinum-grade shield onto his arm. The soldiers cursed when their bullets clattered uselessly off the gleaming surface, each impact ringing like firecrackers on steel. With a roar, he charged. When the ammo-depleted soldiers tried to reload, he swung the massive shield in a crushing arc. Bodies flew, bones shattered, blood sprayed across the courtyard. He plowed through them like a truck through cardboard, leaving only wreckage behind. Beside him, the blond man in glasses turned the battlefield into a circus of death. His fingers sparked, each digit humming with a different destructive caliber. With a snap, a scorching laser burst from his index finger, punching through helmets and skulls. Headless bodies dropped. He twirled his hands like pistols, shifting finger to finger, each snap firing a new type of round, a new attack, a new death. He laughed while soldiers fell like dominoes. The truth unfolded. He wasn't flashy. He wasn't performing tricks. He was a gunman, a rare hidden class. Each finger, its own weapon. Soldiers panicked, screaming for reinforcements. But they never arrived, because before the messages could reach anyone, a black-hooded girl appeared behind them. Silent, unseen, death given form. Her arrival froze the air, and every soldier who turned toward her regretted it instantly. Her blade whispered through the shadows, finding throats before screams could even form. One after another, the soldiers fell, silent, gagged by death itself. The messenger didn't even turn before her dagger slid between his ribs. A phantom, a reaper, a shadow of murder. She drifted toward the Dongfang lady, aura sharpened to a killing edge. The air chilled as she approached, invisible, hunger for blood gleaming in her eyes. Victory felt certain, until a massive boot exploded out of nowhere and smashed into her face. Her skull cracked against the ground. Her invisibility shattered like broken glass, flickering once before, dying entirely. Her pale face twisted in a mix of pain and disbelief. Standing over her was an absolute giant, a wall of muscle wrapped in cold bandages covering his mouth. Eyes sharp and dead calm. He didn't even look angry, just assessing. He turned to the Dongfang lady and spoke in a gravel-deep voice. These opponents have stealth classes. You must not underestimate them. The Dongfang lady's eyes gleamed with vicious delight. Capture them alive, she commanded, voice like cracked glass. Alive, so she could drain their lifespan, so her son could feast on their stolen years. But her bodyguard didn't blink. Even with chaos exploding around them, his posture stayed relaxed, unbroken. Inwardly, he weighed the battlefield, measuring strengths, weaknesses, tempo. 50%. That was the chance of success, he calculated. And still, he stepped forward without hesitation. His presence radiated the confidence of a walking calamity. The burly man with the shield tensed. This wasn't just another guard. This one was dangerous. The bodyguard strode closer, voice low and steady. That so-called one-hit kill gear you flaunt, it isn't just for blocking. I know your kind. Scavengers. Parasites who hunt rich players and steal their treasures. He tilted his head, studying them with almost bored curiosity. If you truly leveled yourselves properly, this might even amuse me. The misfits exchanged uneasy glances. They had wiped out soldiers with ease. But this man, alone, radiated the calm certainty of a monster. Then his voice snapped across the field like a whip. Arrogant brats. The insult was gasoline on the bug controller's rage. His body twisted, unraveling into a screaming mass of wings and mandibles. Fury shrieked from every buzzing limb as he launched himself forward. A storm of insects slicing through the air at terrifying speed. Nearly 200 kilometers per hour. A blur no human should ever react to. But the bodyguard simply pivoted and caught him midair. His thighs clamped shut like a steel trap, snapping around the writhing swarm. The insect boy screamed as wings cracked, bending under the pressure. Then, slam, the bodyguard whipped him downward, smashing his skull into the ground in a brutal counter that flipped his entire body over like a broken doll. Gasps erupted. The gunman froze. The burly man stared in horror. How? How did he catch a stealth swarm mid-charge? Then, the smell hit them. A rotten, acidic stench that rolled across the courtyard. A vile purple mist seeped from the bodyguard's body, twisting around him like living miasma. Not smoke. Not poison. Him. Realization crashed into all their minds. His hidden class was one of the rarest and most feared. Poison gas master. His own body was a walking hazard. A fog of death that suffocated everything it touched, revealing all stealth, corrupting the air, poisoning the land itself. Grass wilted. Dust shimmered. Even the air seemed to recoil. And the misfits finally understood. They weren't fighting a guard. They were fighting a nightmare. Nothing escaped him. Not a breath. Not a tremor. Not a heartbeat. The battlefield was his web, and every enemy was nothing but shaking flies stuck in the strands. Poison mist curled around his massive frame like a living aura, and for the first time, the bandaged mouth beneath that monstrous face stretched into a grim, knowing smile. Only then did the misfits understand. They hadn't been fighting the Dongfang Ladies Guard. They had been trespassing inside the killing field of a monster. And the monster finally got serious. The bodyguard bent his knees, muscles bulging, and then launched himself into the sky, propelled by the sheer, explosive pressure of his own toxic gas. The grotesque propulsion sent him soaring upward like a cannonball fired from hell itself. Legs spread wide, he aimed downward. Then, boom, a devastating burst of corrupted force slammed into the burly man's platinum shield. The indestructible, gray metal warped instantly. Then it cracked. Then it shattered like brittle tin. The shield bearer was blasted backward, his body broken and limp, crushed by the very shield he trusted his life to. He hit the courtyard like a corpse. The bespectacled gunman panicked. "Get your weapon ready," he shouted to the insect controller, sparks dancing around his fingers as he aimed at the airborne monster. Energy beams tore upward, but the bodyguard twisted in midair with inhuman agility, weaving through the shots as if being guided by the toxic mist that wrapped his body. Each dodge was followed by a burst of foul propulsion, launching him unpredictably through the air, like some grotesque demon bouncing through the sky. The gunman sneered. "Idiot, jumping in the air against a gunman? You've signed your death warrant." He steadied his glowing fingers. He smirked, ready to fire the killing shot, but the bodyguard stopped moving. He drew his legs inward. Pressure built. Then, Krayak, a thunderous shockwave exploded outward. Not just poison, not just gas. A sonic boom of toxic force. The blast ripped through the sound barrier. The gunman's glasses shattered. His eardrums burst. His throat collapsed. He dropped instantly, dead before his knees ever hit the ground. His frozen expression of horror was the only thing left intact. The bodyguard landed lightly, the ground barely cracking beneath his weight. From behind the bandages, his muffled voice rumbled. That was only a low-level release. A real human dies instantly. Silence suffocated the battlefield. Then, his gaze shifted. The last surviving gunman, the one with black goggles, was trying to slink away, trembling like a cornered rat. Too slow. In a single, blurred movement, the bodyguard materialized in front of him. A massive hand clamped onto his skull, forcing him to look up, face to face with pure horror. Please," the man stammered, voice cracking. The bodyguard's tone was disturbingly calm. "No need to kill you today. 2 of you died. 2 of you survived just enough to fulfill my lady's order." His grip tightened slightly. "But I want answers." His voice lowered, cold as death. "Where is the invisible assassin who nearly reached my mistress earlier?" The man shook like jelly. "There's no one like that. We have no such ally. I swear." But the poison mist tightened around them, and the bodyguard wasn't convinced. His mind raced. His 2 comrades were already dead, crushed under the bodyguard's overwhelming strength. And then a spark of realization struck him like lightning. Their group had arrived with 4 people, hadn't they? But the 4th one, the short, silent figure from the Jeep, he wasn't with them. He had simply tagged along. Just another stranger hoping to sell lifespan. A stranger whose face none of them even remembered. His blood ran cold. If he wasn't one of them, then who was he? And where had he gone? Before the answer could form, the perspective shifted, and the story plunged back into Forsaken by the Gods. Magic City, the Leaning Tower. At the fractured ruins of Magic City, atop the leaning magic tower, a strange glow pulsed through the night. A colossal purple magic circle churned above the structure, swirling with ominous sigils that twisted the sky itself. At the tower's entrance, Shadow stood, silent, unseen. A predator wrapped in darkness. His eyes narrowed. The guardian monster that normally guarded the gate was gone, killed, erased. Someone had beaten him to the tower. Shadow slipped inside, footsteps non-existent, presence erased by mythic stealth. The tower's interior stretched endlessly. A colossal labyrinth of spiraling shelves, an ancient library folded into a 3-dimensional maze riddled with traps. The air vibrated with forgotten magic. Shadow's instincts sharpened. He remembered the legend. The Princess of Despair, once a human princess, corrupted into a monster by the evil white dragon. The ransacked halls told him others had already carved a path deep within. Then something flickered in the corner of his vision. A single book, pulsing with strange energy, hidden among thousands of dusty tomes. Shadow's lips curved. The trigger. He reached out, pulled it free, and the teleportation spell ignited. Blue light tore him from the library and hurled him upward. Top of the tower, chaos unleashed. Shadow materialized at the summit and froze. A massive guild team was already waging war against the Princess of Despair. Dozens of adventurers clashed against the monstrous figure, and dozens more died instantly, collapsing into orbs of lifespan scattered across the rooftop. Bodies fell like leaves in a storm. But the insane part? More adventurers kept coming, dying, respawning, rushing back in without hesitation. Shadow narrowed his eyes. What kind of guild could accept casualties this extreme? Who could burn through manpower like disposable ammunition and still press forward relentlessly? Then, a sharp female voice cut through the battlefield. Rearguard, advance. I don't care if you die. Respawn and push again. Shadow's attention snapped toward her. Recognition struck instantly. Huang, leader of heavy industries. Even in this world, that corporation had adapted at terrifying speed. Through their wealth, converted in a lifespan, they had militarized their employees into a guild. Heavy industry union. He watched as Huang stepped forward, her profession flaring to life. A shimmering blue portal blossomed behind her, linking the rooftop battlefield to a distant respawn point. Adventurers who had just died moments ago charged back through the portal, fearless, unbroken, ready to be fed into the grinder again. Her hidden class, illusionist, and her signature skill, portal, the ability that made heavy industry union strategy so horrifying. Place the entrance near the respawn point. Place the exit at the boss. And then, sacrifice, respawn, repeat, forever. A human conveyor belt of death and revival. A tactic only a megacorporation could afford. Shadow exhaled slowly, watching the madness unfold. The princess roaring, the guild dying, the portal glowing, the union pressing forward like a machine that refused to stop. The fallen players kept popping back into the battlefield, returning the very same second they died. Wave after wave, bodies dropping, resurrecting, and charging again. As long as the portal stood untouched, Heavy Industries was basically fighting an infinite army. But Shadow, he wasn't looking at them. His gaze slid right past Huang, locking on the real threat towering above the chaos. The Princess of Despair, a level 18 platinum tier monstrosity, her twisted body thrashing like something dragged out of a nightmare. Tentacles lashed out wildly, smashing adventurers into the dirt with bone-cracking force. Her power alone was terrifying, but Shadow knew her real horror. She devoured lifespan directly. Every kill she made wasn't just experience or loot. It was a straight, permanent drain. The victim's lifespan turned into her fuel, healing her and pushing her power higher. And unlike normal monsters, her victims left nothing behind. No corpse, no reclaimable lifespan. Shadow's memory tightened like a fist. He knew exactly what she was capable of. If she kept feeding, she would evolve. Right there, mid-battle, straight into Emerald tier. And when that happened, Heavy Industries wouldn't just lose. They would be erased, lifespan and all. Shadow didn't hesitate. He stepped off the cliff and dropped into the war zone like a thunderstrike, landing beside Hang. His presence hit the field like a storm front, silencing the noise around him. His voice cut through the battlefield. 1,000 years of tradable lifespan, up front. I'll kill the princess. But every assassin class drop belongs to me. No bargaining. No exceptions. The guild froze. Huang stared at him, breath trembling, awe and fear tangled in her eyes. Facing the Shadow wasn't something even high-level guild masters took lightly. His reputation wasn't rumor. It was a threat carved clean through the entire game. Shadow leaned in, voice dropping to a cold edge. Your strategy is pointless. Without me, she evolves to Emerald tier. Your guild dies. All of you. They needed him far more than he needed them, and he made sure they understood it. But before Huang could respond, an adventurer pushed forward, face red with rage. He shouted at Shadow, demanding what right he had to claim they couldn't win. Challenging him, mocking him. Shadow's eyes narrowed, and the battlefield seemed to exhale in fear. The man didn't stop, not even when Huang tried to silence him. He called Shadow a fraud, scoffed at the demand for 1,000 years of lifespan, and told him to get lost if he had nothing useful to offer. That was the last mistake he ever made. Shadow didn't bother replying. His hand shot out. He grabbed the man and hurled him straight into the active portal. Before the transfer could finish, Shadow severed it. A wet, horrifying rip echoed as the portal sliced the man clean in half. Gasps exploded across the field. Half the body appeared at the resurrection point. The other half dropped onto the arena floor. Huang screamed, her face drained of all color. She knew her son's arrogance was dangerous, but even she hadn't expected this level of ruthless precision. Struggling to recover her composure, she tried to reason with him, saying if he only meant to teach a lesson, breaking her portal wasn't necessary. Shadow's smirk was hidden behind his mask, but the razor-sharp amusement in his voice made it perfectly clear. He disagreed. Shadow didn't flinch at Huang's panic. His voice stayed cold, almost bored. as he told her she'd understand very soon why the portal had to be destroyed. Then, with that same calm ruthlessness, he repeated his deal. 1,000 years of tradable lifespan. I kill the despair princess. No pressure, no shouting, just fact. Before Huang could even gather her thoughts, his body blurred and vanished. The entire guild watched the space where he'd stood, stunned in his silence. From atop the tower, Shadow descended once more, his presence slipping through the chaos like a predator stalking wounded prey. Heavy Industries still didn't understand the danger they were facing. The princess wasn't just strong, she was seconds away from evolving. Landing softly, he snapped his fingers. His wolf materialized instantly, and in one smooth motion, he vaulted onto its back, racing across the battlefield. Then he saw it, a faint, unnatural gleam shimmering at the peak of the tower. His instinct spiked. That glow wasn't decoration. It was the unmistakable sign of a boss nearing promotion. Every player dying below. Every ounce of lifespan they lost. It was pushing the princess closer and closer to Emerald Tier. Shadow's eyes narrowed. If she evolved, he'd come back, not to save Heavy Industries, but to harvest an Emerald Tier monster for himself. But just as that thought settled, a voice cracked into his mind, tight with fear. Ling. Her tone trembled as she reported her discovery. She had found the Dongfang lady hiding deep in the mountains, inside a secluded mansion. But she barely escaped alive. Her foe's bodyguard had nearly killed her. Shadow stilled. So the short girl he saw earlier, she had been lying all along. He told Ling to breathe, calm herself, and meet him at the bone graveyard. The scene shifted. In the graveyard's suffocating silence, surrounded by mountains of skeletal remains, Ling recounted everything. Her voice shook as she described the bodyguard. Fast, brutal, and covered in a constantly spreading poisonous mist. Shadow's eyes sharpened. He recognized the class immediately. The source of plague. A walking death zone. The plague's fog extended nearly 10 meters, sensing every shift of movement, completely shutting down stealth classes like Ling's. Worse still, the plague strengthened the user's body, regenerating wounds instantly. Some even whispered the class could grant near immortality. Ling's face darkened, despair weighing heavy on her shoulders. Does someone like that have no weakness? Is my revenge impossible? Shadow's reply came low and steady, cutting through her fear like a blade. Every power has a flaw. The plague made the body monstrous, yes. But the mind? It corroded it slowly. The stronger the bodyguard grew, the weaker his mental defenses became. That was his fatal crack. And then Shadow turned, eyes gleaming beneath the mask. Ling's hidden class, the blade of the underworld, wasn't just rare. It was on the verge of awakening its second tier. The moment he said it, a massive spectral demon materialized behind her, green flames rippling across its body, its gaze cold and commanding. Ling's breath caught. Realization hit her like lightning. She wasn't helpless. Her class had the potential to cut through plague itself, and one day, claim the revenge she believed impossible. Shadow didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. The truth alone carried all the weight. You're not powerless, Ling. Your blade simply hasn't awakened yet. Shadow didn't soften the truth. If Ling wanted revenge, if she truly wanted to face the plague-born monster that nearly killed her, then she had one path. Evolve. Fast. Tier 2, no delays. Only then would she unlock the skill that countered the source of plague's hidden weakness. His certainty rattled her. How could he know her secret class so clearly? Its nature, its future, its evolution, when even she barely understood it. Before she could speak, he stepped away, rising onto a cracked stone pillar. His silhouette framed against the graveyard's sickly moonlight made him look less like a player and more like a master addressing a disciple. Shadow's voice echoed like steel. The God's game is ruthless. Grinding without thinking will bury you. Every level, every point, every hunt must be intentional. He pointed into the sea of bones stretching endlessly around them. Strength, he said, wasn't just power. It was knowledge sharpened, patience forged, skill refined. Then he explained what Ling had never considered. The monsters here, these bone fiends and death-born elites, were perfect for awakening the deeper power inside her Hades chainblade. 3 times the health, 3 times the defense, 3 times the punishment for every mistake. But if killed properly, they would feed her class's secret growth mechanic. Lethal, yes, but the perfect crucible for evolution. Shadow lifted his hand. With the right technique, every swing finds a weak point. Then he vanished. A blur of motion tore through the graveyard. Lines carved in the air, each strike clean, economic, beautifully lethal. By the time Ling blinked, he was already standing behind her, as if he'd never moved at all. She froze. This wasn't brute strength. This was precision, deadly, elegant, terrifyingly controlled. His hand settled on her shoulder, anchoring her breath. "No holding back," he said quietly, voice dropping into steel. "If you want vengeance, fight like it's the last thing you have left." For a brief second, something shifted in his eyes, something cold, ancient, and bruised with old rage. Even Ling felt the temperature drop, and then he was gone. No smoke, no sound, just absence. Ling released a shaky breath, unsure if the chill crawling up her spine was her imagination or a glimpse of the abyss that had shaped him. Across the ruins of Magic City, the mood snapped into something far lighter. Little Black lounged beside her mount, which munched lazily on grass like life had no deadlines. Meanwhile, Ling's stomach was ready to declare a full rebellion. She stared at her worn-out map and groaned. She'd strip-mined the entire zone. Not a single quest, not a single mob, not even a side dungeon. Then she saw it, a glossy red fruit, almost black, round, plump, practically glowing with juice. She didn't think. She didn't hesitate. One bite. Sweet, cool, addictive, ding, plus 50 EXP. Her eyes exploded wide. Food that gave experience. She looked down and noticed something insane. A trail of the same fruits stretching deeper into the bushes. Ling abandoned all dignity and followed it like a starving gremlin, stuffing plums in her mouth one after another. Each bite gave another neat little plus 50 EXP jump. By the fourth fruit, she was grinning. By the fifth, she was whispering, "Okay, what are you?" As if the plum might suddenly turn around and answer. Little Black's bracelet buzzed. Hard. Captain and Yu's voice blasted through, sharp and urgent. "Get to the corrupted coast. Now, Manel's been captured by boss." Little Black nearly choked on her plum. Captured? By what? And then the real problem hit her. Manel was carrying over 500 years of lifespan. To a monster, that wasn't a hostage. It was a buffet. If they didn't move fast, the boss would drink him dry. Little Black flicked open her map and blinked. She was practically standing on the corrupted coastline already. She told Yu she'd hold position, and you told her to stay put. The team was incoming. Little Black nodded and kept eating. Well, if she had to wait, she might as well level, right? Between bites, she muttered that Manel was a spectacular idiot, and if his family didn't have pull, no one would party with him. A tiny stab of guilt poked her, but another juicy plum took care of that. These things were outrageously good, and the EXP ticks were addictively clean. The dotted trail of black-red fruit led her across a ridge and onto the corrupted coast proper. The smell changed instantly. Brine, rust, and something faintly rotten threaded together in the air. Then she saw it. She stopped mid-chew. Half a plum dangled from her lip. A hulking mass crouched in the shadows ahead. Its body a twisted canvas of mouths layered on mouths, all muttering wet clicks in different tones. Her blood went cold. "Main boss," she whispered, slipping instinctively behind a patch of salt-twisted reeds. The thing twitched. Hundreds of teeth rippled across its flesh like grass bending under a breeze. Little Black forced herself to look past it, and her heart dropped. Manel lay limp and ashen on the ground. Several soldiers were sprawled around him like discarded dolls. The sweetness of the fruit died on her tongue. The monster, truly monstrous, stood deeper inside the corrupted coast. It held another creature in one grotesque hand, while the other stirred something inside a massive earthen pot. There was no hesitation in its movements, no mercy in the way it ripped shanks from its prey. A system scan flickered across Little Black's vision. LV 20 Soul Eater Emerald Grade. This wasn't a fight. This was a massacre. The Soul Eater tore apart the monster it held, then tossed the shredded remains into the bubbling pot. Flesh boiled, bones cracked, the brew churned. Little Black stared, horrified. It wasn't just eating. It was cooking, mixing bodies, blending them, shaping them, until she finally understood what it was making. Handmade monster balls. Fresh ones. Her skin crawled. Just then, Captain and Yu and Captain Mang appeared beside her, sliding into a crouch with silent precision. And Yu hissed, "Why are you hiding? Did you see Manel? Did you see the boss?" Still absent-mindedly chewing the last of her fruit, Little Black pointed at the horror ahead. "Boss is disgusting. It's eating its own kind." Both captains froze. That wasn't just disgusting. It was impossible for a normal monster. Recognition hit them like a punch. This wasn't a platinum or gold tier threat. This thing was emerald grade, a natural catastrophe. Then the beast moved. Slowly, painfully, it heaved its bloated mass upright. Its countless mouths gurgled into scorned chatter. Then, in some grotesque parody of prayer, it sat back down in a ceremonial posture. Its entire body began trembling violently. Little Black felt her brain scream no. A wet, horrible sound escaped the creature. Then something small and perfectly round squeezed out from beneath it. The three of them stared in gut-twisting revulsion. The Soul Eater was defecating, and from beneath it rolled out a perfectly round sphere, glowing faintly with a sinister purple aura. A monster ball, fresh made, straight from a source. Captain Yu's breath hitched. Her voice trembled, not with fear, but a strange awe, as she stared at the glowing sphere rolling from beneath the Soul Eater. "It's strangely beautiful," she whispered. Then her gaze slid sideways to Little Black, who was still chewing her fruit, and the realization detonated behind Yu's eyes. Those glossy red plums, those sweet, addictive, juicy fruits she'd been popping in her mouth all afternoon. They were monster droppings. Specifically, this monster's. Little Black froze. The color drained from her face. Her jaw locked around the half-chewed plum. Then the truth hit her like a sledgehammer. Her eyes bulged. Her hands trembled violently. "NGHH, no, 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 no." She gagged, clawing at her mouth as if she could scrape the corruption out, tears flooding her eyes. She bent over, retching hard, horror ripping through her every nerve. No amount of EXP in the universe could wash away that trauma. And you hissed, "Quiet. Shut up." Too late. The Soul Eater's massive head snapped toward them. Its smile cracked wider, then split into dozens of writhing mouths crawling across its flesh. A chorus of wet, gurgling laughter filled the air. It had heard her. The monster roared. A shock wave blasted outward like a sonic quake, shaking the shoreline, rattling the bones of the dead, making the very fog vibrate. The two captains staggered, and then they screamed, because the Soul Eater's power wasn't just strength. It was corruption. A foul influence seeped into their minds, twisting logic, drowning thought. Their pupils dilated, breaths turning ragged, bodies trembling as something parasitic wormed into their instincts. Then came the hunger. Captain Yu and Captain Mang collapsed to their knees, shaking uncontrollably. Their eyes gleamed with madness. And before Little Black could even reach for them, they lunged, straight toward the bubbling pot of monster stew. "Stop, don't," she choked. But both captains were already shoving fistfuls of the foul sludge into their mouths, slurping, gulping, drooling like rabid beasts. Disgust didn't matter. Sanity didn't matter. The hunger had consumed them. They clawed the edges of the pot, ramming more filth down their throats like addicted animals. Then another body moved. Mantle, eyes dull, face empty, mind gone. He staggered forward, and with a deranged blankness, plunged his hands into the stew and joined them, devouring filth with desperate, sloppy greed. These were warriors she respected, hunters she trained beside, heroes of the squad, now reduced to pigs at a trough. Little Black's entire body trembled as she hid behind the rocks. Why wasn't she affected? Why was she the only one still sane? Her hand pressed to her chest, panic swelling. Then she saw it. The captains' bodies were bloated, swelling, inflating grotesquely with every bite. This was no hypnosis. This was fattening. The Soul Eater's feeding ritual. The monster reached out one enormous arm, snatched Mantle effortlessly, and dozens of mouths opened across its body like blooming horrors. With one horrific motion, it swallowed him whole. Little Black slapped a hand over her mouth, nearly screaming again. The realization struck her like a nightmare she couldn't wake from. This thing didn't kill its victims. It fed them. It plumped them. It fattened them like livestock, then devoured them at their peak. Tears blurred her vision, and Yu and Mang were already lost. Mantle was gone, and she couldn't fight an emerald-grade calamity alone. Her voice cracked apart as terror finally overwhelmed her. "Shadow, please, please save us." Her scream tore through the corrupted coast, through the map, through the void itself. Far away, deep in the ruins of Magic City, Shadow paused mid-strike. A monster fell at his feet, and Ling's leveling trail froze behind him, because Little Black's desperate voice had just slammed into his mind like a spear. A call for help, a cry soaked in fear, and a name spoken only when death was moments away. "Shadow." The system carried Little Black's scream straight to Shadow, and her trembling voice followed fast behind it. Emerald level boss, Soul Devourer, a servant of the ancient gluttony god, both captains on the brink of being eaten alive. Shadow froze mid-step, not in fear, in focus. His eyes narrowed, a spark cutting through the darkness. A servant of gluttony, a bloodline monster, exactly the kind he had been hunting. His heart thudded once, heavy, eager. Once again, Little Black had stumbled onto something priceless. Once again, she proved herself as impossible good luck. He didn't hesitate. "Send me the coordinates." "Hold on, I'm coming." His tone was calm, unshakable, dead certain. Moments later, he arrived. Little Black gasped. She'd known he'd come fast, but this was unreal. Shadow's presence washed over the battlefield like a storm front, cold, suffocating, in total control. She pointed ahead with a trembling hand. The Soul Devourer was squatting in the muck, its mouths murmuring as it prepared to expel waste again. Both captains were gone. Eden and Mantle. A wet glorp echoed. Mantle's bloated, half-digested body was spat out of the creature's flesh and thrown aside like trash. Even the monster itself found him worthless. Shadow's expression cooled to ice. This thing wasn't a god, just a twisted servant. A parasite that preyed blindly on anyone with lifespan, hypnotizing them into endless hunger, forcing them to gorge on its waste until their bodies ruptured. So, Shadow murmured, voice like a blade, "Your gluttony's servant. Perfect. I've been looking for you." The truth clicked instantly. Little Black had resisted its hypnosis because she'd already eaten its waste. Her face burned red as she stuttered that she never wanted to talk about it again and begged him to save the others. Shadow didn't waste a second. He grabbed the squishy waste ball that used to be Mantle and hurled it with sniper precision straight at the Soul Devourer's gut. The monster convulsed violently. Then it vomited. Captain Mang and Captain and you exploded out in a flood of slime, battered but alive. That was the opening. Shadow stepped forward. His eyes glowed. His presence sharpened. And then he activated Gift of Liberation. His aura erupted like a storm breaking loose, pressure flooding the battlefield. Shadow blurred. His dagger flashed. And every strike detonated massive damage numbers. 5,000, 40,000, 60,000. Chunks of the Emerald Grade boss tore free under the assault. Then he widened his reach. Shadow slash. Darkness wove around his blades, extending his strikes in jagged, lethal arcs. His attacks became a hurricane of black and crimson. His ultimate gauge ignited. Shadow tightened his grip on the crimson dagger. Every ounce of power flowed into that one blade. Every stat, every buff, every ounce of killing intent. And with a roar that shook the corrupted coast, he unleashed his crimson ultimate. The dagger blazed blood red, carving the air itself apart as the final strike dropped like a divine executioner's verdict. The impact hit the earth with a sound that split the world. The moment Shadow's crimson ultimate landed, the world detonated. Damage numbers didn't just pop up. They erupted across the battlefield in a blinding cascade. 1,000,000 plus. Critical strike. Then the system's voice boomed across every nation. A world announcement. World first, Shadow has slain the Emerald Grade Gluttony Servant Boss. Plus 30 global reputation. All across the globe, adventurers paused mid-hunt, mid-trade, mid-conversation. Some were jealous. Some were speechless. Some cursed their luck. But all of them, every last one, recognized a single truth. A monster named Shadow had just stepped onto the world stage. And the future, now, tilted toward him. Little Black just stood there frozen stiff. Eyes wide, jaw slack, half traumatized from eating monster poop, half awestruck by the man who just erased an Emerald Grade calamity with brute annihilation. How do you even hit numbers like that? Her voice was barely a whisper. To her, Shadow's power wasn't human. It wasn't even fair. It was divine. Then the system showered Shadow with rewards. Plus 50,000 EXP. Plus 60 evolution points. Total, 696 EP. 5 equipment drops. 6 new skills. But then a notification appeared. One so rare it made even Shadow halt mid-breath. You have obtained Soul Devour Bloodline. Activate? There was no hesitation. Activate. Power roared into him like a tidal surge. His stats twisted, rewrote themselves, evolved into something beyond human limits. Every point of strength now transformed into triple special attack. Every point of physique exploded into plus 50 HP, plus 5 defense, plus 30% movement and cast speed. His mental stats surged into pure elemental terror, multiplying his attack and resistance threefold. New abilities ignited inside his veins. Soul Devour, passive consume skills. Increase appetite by 200%. Gain blanket resistances. Crimson Jaw, eat enemy projectiles. Convert them to HP, 27-second cooldown. The synergy was disgusting. Broken. Game-shattering. Shadow realized it instantly. With Devour, he could stack stat conversions infinitely. Every point turning into a double, triple, exponential multiplier. He checked the loot. One of the skills was a low-tier poison blade. Pathetic on its own. Shadow devoured it without blinking. Conversion rebalanced instantly. 3.3 attack power per strength point. Still not enough. He fed the skill 242 of his evolution points. And the system shattered another ceiling. Poison Blade, Legendary Poison Blade, Strength, Attack Conversion. 5 ATK per street. Satisfaction flickered in his eyes. This was it. The path. A road no one else could walk. Where Devour and Evolution fused into an infinite loop of growth. He could stack, and stack, and stack again. until his attributes dwarfed the world by hundreds of thousands. The Soul Devourer had fallen. Its bloodline was his, and the unstoppable monster named Shadow. The battlefield lay in ruins. Smoke coiled over the shattered coast where Shadow stood alone, the last echoes of chaos fading into the wind. Leader Wong could barely keep his knees steady. When he finally looked up at Shadow, his voice trembled with gratitude. Bowing deeply, he managed to thank the mysterious assassin who had pulled them all back from the brink of death. Even Captain In, always sharp, proud, and composed, spoke with rare honesty. "If you hadn't shown up," she said, "none of us would have made it. We'd be gone just like Fatty." Her tone dropped lower, or worse, inside that beast. Before the silence could thicken, Little Black bounced up beside her, as if the near-death battle hadn't even happened. "Captain," she teased with a grin, "even if you've put on a little weight, you're still adorable. You don't even need makeup." And blinked, utterly thrown off. Of all moments, Little Black had chosen this one for a joke. Surviving a monster's rampage was one thing. Surviving Little Black's mouth was another. With a weary sigh, and refocused on Shadow, her tone steadied. "At the moment, none of us have any lifespan left," she admitted. "We can't offer you a proper reward." Shadow's reply was calm, detached. "Don't bother. Just help me find a few assassin skill books when you can." Without waiting for thanks or praise, he faded into the darkness, his figure dissolving like mist until only a faint ripple of distorted air remained. And straightened, her command voice returning. "Mission complete," she called out. "We're heading back." Her sharp gaze landed on Little Black, who tried to hide behind an awkward smile. "And remember," and said coldly, "no one talks about what happened here. Not a word." She grabbed Little Black by the collar, pulling her close. "Especially you. I know how fast that tongue of yours runs." Behind them, Fatty lay half buried in the dust, barely conscious. He lifted a trembling hand and muttered weakly, "You forgot me again." No one turned back. The squad's silhouettes faded into the drifting fog, leaving only silence and the smell of battle behind. The scene shifted back in time to the leaning tower of magic. Just after Shadow had leapt from its edge, the platinum-ranked boss was staggering, her health bar flickering at 1/3. "Activate the divine tree now," the president's voice rang through the tower, sharp and commanding. Her student obeyed without hesitation. A surge of green light burst from her staff, and from the earth rose a colossal tree of life. Golden roots spread outward like veins of light, wrapping the battlefield in healing radiance. All around, the adventurers' health bars turned a steady green. "Excellent work," the president shouted, her voice rising with renewed fire. "Even without the portal, we can win this. Don't hold back, full output." Her confidence ignited the guild. The exhausted players rallied, hearts blazing. Some surged ahead too fast, weapons flashing as they charged straight toward the towering monster that loomed above them. The president turned to her student, her sharp command softening into warmth. "You did well," she said, her voice calm but proud. "Your control over the divine tree was flawless. With that skill, we'll claim this hideout for sure." Her student's face brightened with quiet pride, yet the moment shattered in an instant. A scream ripped through the hall. One of the adventurers was yanked off the ground by a flailing tentacle and crushed before anyone could blink. The Despair Princess convulsed violently. A sinister glow erupted across her body, veins of blue light carving deep scars along her skin. Her dark eyes twisted into a chilling shade of orchid yellow, burning with madness. "She's devolving," the president whispered, her voice trembling as the horror took form. Before anyone could react, a blinding explosion tore through the tower. The blast swallowed everything, steel, spells, screams, until nothing was left but silence and drifting motes of fading light. Lifespans scattered like dust in the air. And from that silence, something began to stir. A massive egg-like structure rose from the wreckage, black root-like tendrils coiling tightly around it. It pulsed faintly, feeding on the lifespans floating through the air. Then, the system's voice echoed coldly through the void. "Artifact discovered. Egg of Despair. Level 30 HP 1000. The egg's glow deepened, greedily drawing in every flicker of life essence. Within its translucent shell, a faint outline took shape, human-like, serene, even beautiful, yet disturbingly wrong. Meanwhile, the surviving members of the Heavy Industry Guild were ripped from the battlefield, forcibly teleported back to their base, the courtyard beneath the great facial recognition tree. The air around them shimmered with the unstable remnants of failed teleportation spells. The president's son stumbled to his feet, dazed and pale. How do we all die in one hit? Do we at least kill it?" His mother didn't answer right away. When she finally spoke, her voice was calm, but heavy with disbelief. "No, we didn't. Her gaze drifted into the distance. We brought her down to her final breath. Then she regenerated completely. Before that, she unleashed an area skill that wiped everyone out in a single instant. Her expression darkened as realization dawned. Full recovery only happens during a boss evolution. The weight of her words hung heavy. Then her eyes widened. Shadow, he knew. Her tone trembled, part regret, part awe. He warned us, and we ignored him. Her son's voice cracked. Then the boss. She's Emerald now. The president nodded slowly. Yes, a platinum tier evolving into Emerald. That's power beyond any ordinary guild's reach. Her hands curled into fists. Only one person can face her now, Shadow. At the top of the leaning tower, the wind howled softly. Cloaked in invisibility, Shadow stood watching the pulsing light below. The egg of despair glowed faintly, waves of emerald radiance shimmering across the ruins like dying stars. The air twisted under its power, every breath humming with unstable magic. So this is what you've become, he murmured, eyes fixed on the swirling mass. An emerald tier boss, the despair egg. A faint smirk curved his lips. There was no fear, only calm curiosity, and that familiar spark that came before every hunt. Shadow's hand tightened around his dagger. The blade gleamed faintly red beneath the cloak of darkness, a pulse of lethal light cutting through the gloom. Let's see, he whispered to himself, voice low and steady, if despair can bleed. The egg of despair continued to writhe, pulsing with an uneven rhythm that made the air tremble. By now, it should have stabilized into its emerald form, but it didn't. Instead, it just sat there, glowing softly, almost serene. Shadow's gaze narrowed. Strange, you should have finished evolving by now, he muttered. So, were you really? Half evolved or broken? To test his theory, he raised his hand. Darkness surged, and his blade reformed beside him, its edges dripping with shadow energy that shimmered like liquid night. Without hesitation, he hurled it straight at the egg. The strike landed with a deep, echoing crack that shook the tower. Bright numbers flashed before his eyes. Minus 28,000 damage. Shadow frowned. Epic tier durability. Not bad, he murmured, assessing the result. But the egg didn't react. It pulsed quietly, repairing itself, the damage vanishing almost instantly. So, you could take a hit and keep evolving, he said softly, curiosity sparking in his tone. But you're blind. No detection. No stealth awareness. You can't even sense me. His aura flared crimson as he drew power into his blade. The dagger burned with red fire, humming violently. The first slash came swift and precise. Minus 100,000 critical damage. Cracks spiderwebbed across the egg's surface, glowing with fiery veins of light. Yet the creature inside kept pulsing, relentless, determined to emerge. Persistent little thing, Shadow muttered. His words were calm, but his movements turned brutal. Then he unleashed hell. Blow after blow rained down in a storm of crimson fury. Each strike came faster, sharper, louder, echoes of thunder shaking the tower itself. Minus 150,000. Minus 180,000. Minus 200,000. The cracks spread like wildfire until, with one final slash, the entire shell shattered. The explosion of light washed over him, embers scattering into the air like dying stars. Shadow exhaled slowly, lowering his dagger as the last echo faded. No matter how much health you've got, he said quietly, his voice cutting through the silence, a kill's only ever a matter of time. Then he froze. In the middle of the glowing fragments lay a girl. Her skin was pale as snow, her long hair spilling across the cracked stone. She looked human. A system prompt appeared before his eyes. Target identified. Princess of Despair, level 1. Shadow blinked once. The monster that had wiped out an entire guild now lay before him. Fragile, human-shaped, with only 10 HP. Her breathing was soft, shallow, almost childlike. He remembered the old legends whispered across the lands. Tales of a princess cursed by the white dragon, condemned to become a vessel of endless sorrow. Could this really be her? His fingers tightened around the dagger's hilt. One strike. That's all it would take. He angled the blade downward. Then, the air shifted. Heavy. Electric. The clouds above twisted violently, and thunder cracked like a roar of gods. A purple rift tore open in the sky above the tower, swirling wider and wider, like the eye of a storm ready to devour the world. The wind screamed through the ruins, shaking what was left of the ancient tower. Dust spiraled upward as a sound unlike any other ripped through the sky. A roar, deep and primal, shaking the world itself. From the violet rift above, a colossal dragon descended. Its scales were pure white, gleaming like carved marble beneath the stormlight. Twin eyes, burning with a fury older than the heavens, fixed on the ground below. Every beat of its wings sent shockwaves tearing through the air. System alert. Cursed white dragon. Level 100 mythical monster. Warning after warning flashed before Shadow's eyes, but he didn't move. His cloak whipped violently in the wind, the sheer pressure of the dragon's aura pressing down like the weight of a mountain. The creature landed with an impact that split the earth, its enormous claws carving through the stone. Its gaze drifted past Shadow to the small, motionless figure lying behind him. Shadow's eyes widened. Mythical boss, he muttered under his breath, taken aback. This was beyond anything he had expected. But as the creature's hollow roar filled the air, understanding dawned on him. This wasn't a random spawn. This was the truth behind the legend, the curse that had bound the Princess of Despair for centuries. Below, the girl who had once been a monster stirred weakly. Her fragile human form reappeared, silver hair glinting in the ghostly light as she slowly rose. Without a word, she drifted upward, toward the dragon. Shadow readied his blade, every muscle coiled for the strike. But then she didn't attack. Instead, she reached out and pressed her small hand against the dragon's snout. Tears slipped down her pale cheeks. "You suffer enough," she whispered. Her voice carried softly through the storm, trembling but resolute. Light blossomed around her chest, spreading outward. Flames, gentle, crimson, and sorrowful, consumed her body until only a radiant red heart remained, pulsing within the glow. The dragon shuddered as that same light flowed into its bones. Its wings cracked, splintered, and finally crumbled into dust. Both master and cursed soul faded together, two bound spirits dissolving into the quiet brilliance of release. When the light vanished, a single object floated before Shadow, the heart of the curse, still beating faintly in midair. Then came the system's voice, cold and mechanical. "You have prevented the resurrection of the ancient god, Cthulhu. Reward, heart of the curse. Choose your path. 1. Use it to become Cthulhu's servant. Gain immense power but risk corruption. 2. Destroy it to obtain a mythical grade item." Shadow stared at the glowing heart. The temptation was real. Unimaginable power pulsed within reach. But the cost? His will, his freedom. He smirked faintly. "A servant to a god? No thanks," he murmured. "I carve my own fate." He clenched his fist. The heart shattered between his fingers, bursting into blinding light that swallowed everything. The tower, the sky, the world itself. When the radiance faded, the silence was absolute. Shadow blinked and looked around. The same tower stood before him, but whole again, radiant and untouched by time. Then he looked down. Black armor covered his body, intricate and gleaming with faint red veins of power. From his temples, curved black horns emerged, sharp, regal, and terrifying. The air around him pulsed with an ancient energy unlike anything he'd ever felt. The evolution was complete. This wasn't his body. The realization struck like a whisper in the dark. Shadow glanced down at his armored hands. Unfamiliar, foreign. Then a soft voice called out through the haze. "Arts!" He turned. A young princess ran toward him, her long greenish hair flowing behind her like silk in the wind. Her face glowed with warmth and innocence, untouched by sorrow or fear. On a castle wall above, a white-haired man stood waiting, tall, regal, and smiling gently. His wings, faintly silver in the sunlight, folded neatly behind him. "Arts!" The princess called again, pouting as she reached him. "Are you leaving again?" He nodded, his tone calm but kind. A monster appeared near the harbor. "I have to protect the kingdom." "You liar," she snapped, stamping her foot. "You promised to teach me how to ride the wind today. The harbor's 7 days away. You won't come back." Her voice cracked. "You're just like father. All men are liars." Arts blinked, then laughed softly, rubbing the back of his neck. "Where did you even learn to say that?" He reached into his armor and pulled out a small, shimmering silver scale. It glowed faintly between his fingers. "This," he said, placing it in her hands, "is the scale of promise. Anyone who breaks their word under its witness will lose their wings and never fly again." The princess's anger faded instantly, replaced by worry. "Then I don't want it," she said quickly. "If you lie, you'll lose your wings forever." Art smiled gently. "Then trust me," he said, spreading his radiant white wings. Sunlight scattered off them like shards of glass. "I'll be back for dinner." Her eyes lit up. "You always look so cool when you do that." Arts chuckled and pointed toward 3 shadowy guards standing nearby. "They'll keep you company while I'm gone. Then I'll make your favorite food," she said proudly. He laughed again, then leapt skyward, soaring beyond the castle walls until he vanished into the horizon. The princess stood at the window, determination shining in her eyes. "If he's working hard, I can't fall behind. Come on, let's make a feast." Shadow watched silently as the memory unfolded. The young princess spent the day laughing with the shadow guards, picking mushrooms, fishing by the lake, humming songs under the warm sunlight. In the distance, the leaning tower of magic stood tall and gleaming, a beacon of peace before the chaos that would one day come. By dusk, she returned to the castle, arms full of strange ingredients. In the great kitchen, she worked tirelessly until the table was filled with the strangest meal imaginable: steamed rock, volcanic ash pizza, lava stew. These are Arts's favorites, she said cheerfully, setting everything down with pride. Then she waited by the window by the fading light. Shadow understood now. This was the memory hidden inside the heart of the curse. The tragedy that birthed despair wasn't born of hatred, but of love, faith, and a promise time refused to let her keep. Night fell. The grand dining hall stood silent, the flicker of candlelight casting long shadows across the marble floor. At the end of the long table sat the princess, her small hands resting beside the dishes that had long gone cold. The warmth of her feast had faded, replaced by the heavy chill of waiting. At last, the great doors creaked open. An elderly man entered quietly, Scholar Ruin, his steps slow but sure. Seeing the young princess slumped over the table, he sighed softly and placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. "Your Highness," he said kindly, his voice a blend of affection and exhaustion. "It's very late. You should rest. The food will not stay warm forever." The princess stirred awake, blinking as though torn from dream. "Late," she murmured, rubbing her eyes. Then the realization hit. She shot upright. "Where's Arts? Why hasn't he returned?" Her voice trembled as her gaze darted toward the moonlit windows. Panic crept into her chest like a tightening vice. Scholar Ruin's expression darkened. "Word has arrived from the front lines," he said carefully. "The battle is not going well." He hesitated before continuing. "General Arts may be delayed." The princess shook her head sharply. "No, that's impossible." Her words came fast, desperate. "Arts is the guardian of the kingdom, the strongest of them all. The enemy wouldn't dare stand before him." Her voice faltered, caught between faith and fear. But Ruin's eyes were heavy with something she didn't want to hear. "The enemy nation has performed a forbidden ritual," he said in a low, strained tone. "They sacrificed tens of thousands of their own to summon a creature from the depths, a horror the size of a city, with countless eyes and tentacles. They say even a single glance at it drives soldiers mad." The words cut through her like a blade. "No," she whispered, her hands trembling. "Not even Arts." Then, crack, a sharp sound split the silence. She looked down in horror. The scale of promise in her palm had fractured, a jagged line running through its silver surface. Her breath caught. The scale, it broke. Her voice rose in panic. "That means Arts. He broke his promise. If he doesn't return by midnight, he'll lose his wings forever." She grabbed Ruin's arm desperately. "Take me to father. Now, he'll know how to lift the curse." "Your Highness, please, calm yourself." But she was already running. The old scholar stumbled after her, trying to keep up as her slippered feet slapped against the marble floor. "If Arts loses his wings mid-battle, he'll fall," she cried, her voice echoing down the empty corridors. They burst through the tall doors at the end of the hall, and she froze. There, standing beneath the golden light of the chandeliers, was Arts, unharmed, calm, smiling. "Arts," she breathed, disbelief flooding her face. He tilted his head slightly, that familiar warm smile never fading. "Why such panic, princess?" Tears welled in her eyes. She ran to him and threw her arms around his chest. "You're back. You're safe," she cried, clutching him as if afraid he might vanish. Arts chuckled softly, wrapping his arms around her. "I told you, didn't I? I come back. A promise is a promise." Still sniffling, she looked up at him. "But they said the battle was terrible. I was so scared." Scholar Ruin arrived a few moments later, breathing heavily from the chase. He bowed deeply. "General Arts, may I ask, how fares the front?" Arts turned to him, smiling lightly. "It was troublesome, I'll admit, but the threat's been dealt with. The soldiers are finishing the cleanup now." Ruin exhaled a shaky sigh of relief. "As expected of our kingdom's guardian." Arts's gaze drifted to the table, and he laughed softly. "Speaking of battles, I'm starving. Did you make all this yourself?" The princess nodded shyly, her cheeks flushed. "I did, though it's probably cold now." "Cold food, hot food. It doesn't matter," he said, already taking a seat and grabbing a fork. "It's perfect." The princess smiled faintly, watching him eat. "At least eat slowly, or you'll choke," she scolded playfully. Ruin stood back, watching them quietly. For the first time that night, the corners of his eyes softened with warmth. Outside, the moonlight washed over the castle spires. From the balcony of the leaning tower of magic, Arts spread his arms wide, gazing out over the sleeping kingdom below, unaware of the shadow that was already beginning to stir. "Well, princess," Arts said with a teasing grin, "a promise is a promise. Time to learn how to ride the wind." The princess rubbed her sleepy eyes and yawned. But I'm tired, she murmured. Can't we do it tomorrow? Arts chuckled softly. You worked hard today, I'll give you that. But tomorrow, he looked toward the window, his voice dropping. Who knows where duty will call me? Her eyes widened. She grabbed his leg, her voice breaking into a pout. Then take me now. You came home late, and I waited all day. Art sighed in defeat, shaking his head. All right, he said, smiling faintly. But you can't tell your father. If he finds out, I'll never hear the end of it. Her face lit up instantly. Deal, she said with glee. Closing his eyes, Art drew a slow breath. Blue light began to swirl around him, spiraling upward in streams of radiant energy. The air thickened with power, humming like a storm about to break. Then, flash, the world lit up. His form expanded, bursting into a magnificent white dragon. Scales like moonlit crystal shimmered across his body. His wings stretched wide, vast enough to eclipse the stars. The princess froze in awe, her eyes wide, every breath stolen by the sight before her. You're incredible, she whispered, her voice trembling with pure wonder. Under the endless starlit sky, she stepped closer, reaching out with a trembling hand to touch his snout, the guardian she adored more than anyone. Arts lowered his head gently, a low rumble echoing in his chest. A soft green aura enveloped her, lifting her weightlessly into the air before placing her atop his massive head. Hold on tight, he warned, his deep voice rolling like distant thunder. Then, with one powerful beat of his wings, Arts launched into the sky. Wind tore past them as they soared higher, slicing through the clouds until the entire kingdom spread out beneath them, glowing gold and silver in the moonlight. Below, on the balcony of the Leaning Tower of Magic, Scholar Ruin and one of the shadow guards stood silently, watching the two figures disappear into the horizon. The princess clung to Arts's mane, laughter spilling from her lips and vanishing into the wind. So, this is what you see from above, she said, her voice filled with awe. Arts chuckled, his vast form gliding effortlessly through the stars. It is beautiful, isn't it? She nodded, eyes glistening. Super beautiful. They passed a tall bell tower, its chimes echoing softly through the night air. The princess tilted her head. Will you protect this place forever? Arts hesitated, his tone turning quiet and solemn. I will, he said. As long as these skies exist, I'll protect them. Satisfied, the princess smiled. She leaned against his cool scales, whispering a sleepy thank you before her eyes fluttered shut. The memory shifted. Now Arts stood beside the princess's bed, carefully tucking her beneath a soft blanket. He placed a small teddy bear by her side, the toy's worn stitching catching the candlelight. For a long moment, he simply watched her peaceful face, his fierce eyes softened by something rare, tenderness. At last, he straightened, exhaling quietly. He turned to leave, glancing back one final time before the heavy door closed behind him. That same night, deep within the heart of the castle, Arts was summoned before the king. Moonlight streamed through the stained glass, painting streaks of deep blue across the marble floor. The king stood silent, his expression heavy as his gaze fell upon the dragon warrior's battered armor. You're hurt, the king said quietly. Was the creature truly that strong? Arts, bruised and bloodied, managed a faint smile. I've had worse, your majesty. It's nothing fatal. The beast is gone, its ashes scattered across the sea. But the king's frown only deepened. Arts, I fear this was no ordinary battle. My scouts speak of strange magic, ancient forbidden rituals. I can feel it, a shadow awakening across the continent. Even you, of dragon blood, may not withstand what's coming. Arts turned toward the window, the storm clouds reflected in his silver eyes. Then I'll stand where I must, he said firmly. Whatever comes, I'll protect this land. The king gave a slow nod, though unease lingered in his gaze as the light around them dimmed. The scene shifted. A tower of magic rose beneath a raging sky, lightning splitting the heavens apart. Shattered armor littered the marble floor, slick with blood. Amid the wreckage, Arts knelt, struggling to breathe, his armor torn, his strength fading. In his chest pulsed something unholy, a crimson heart, alive with corruption. Black veins spread outward like crawling roots, consuming him inch by inch as thunder rolled above. 5 years later, the Golden Kingdom was gone. Now nothing more than a nightmare made real. The skies burned red, the air thick with smoke and screams. Chaos reigned as monstrous creatures surged through the streets, red, skinless horrors that tore through stone and flesh alike. Men, women, soldiers, none could stand against them. Their cries were swallowed by the roars of beasts that knew no mercy. From the highest balcony of the citadel, the king watched his realm collapse into ruin. His once golden crown glinted dully under the fire's glow. The Moraga Empire, he muttered, disbelief heavy in his tone. They've gone mad. His gaze darkened as a black flag rose over the battlefield. They'll drag the entire world into destruction with them. Below, in the burning streets, the princess ran through the smoke, her gown torn, voice hoarse from shouting. Arts! Arts! She cried. The walls had been breached. The city was falling. Through the haze, she finally saw him. Arts, seated calmly atop a high wall. Two shadow guards stood at his sides, silent and still. He looked down upon the burning city, unmoving, as though lost in thought. She rushed to him, panic cutting through her voice. Arts, why are you just sitting here? The army, those monsters, our soldiers can't stop them. They're being slaughtered. Arts turned to her, his tone quiet but steady. I was just about to find you, he said. Go to the magic tower. It's the only place still safe. Stay there, no matter what happens. The princess froze, disbelief written across her face. Safe? She cried, her voice breaking. What are you talking about, Arts? You're the guardian of this kingdom. You swore to protect everyone, not just me. Her tone rose, trembling with anger as she pointed toward the burning horizon. Look at them. The city's in flames. Our people are dying. If you just sit here, the capital will fall. She turned sharply toward the battlefield, where soldiers were being crushed beneath monstrous claws. You have to transform, turn into your dragon form, and burn those creatures to ash, like you always do. Her gaze flicked to the two shadow guards at his side. I'll be fine with them protecting me. You don't have to stay here. But Arts lowered his head. Silence stretched between them, heavy and suffocating. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, almost sorrowful. You don't understand, he said. 5 years ago, we uncovered the truth about the Moraga Empire. They've been using an ancient curse, a ritual known as forsaken by the gods. He turned his eyes back to the city below, smoke and lightning reflected in his silver gaze. Through that ritual, a person can offer their own lifespan to summon monsters. The more years they sacrifice, the stronger the creature they call forth. That's what you're seeing now. Men and women trading their lives for power. The princess froze, disbelief flickering across her face. They're sacrificing themselves for monsters? Arts gave a slow, grave nod. It's a forbidden art, one no sane being would ever touch. But for the Moraga Empire, it was their last hope. He raised a hand, and a glowing map of the archipelago appeared in the air, lines of red light tracing across the sea. The Moraga Empire lies across the inland waters, a chain of islands once rich with a rare magical plant called the blood flower. It was their lifeblood, the reason their people lived for centuries, some as long as 700 years. The image shimmered, revealing fields of crimson blossoms glowing under moonlight. The flowers shone in the dark, he continued quietly. They gave life where there should have been none. His tone turned distant, almost as if he were speaking from memory. Thousands of years ago, when war spread across the continent, Moraga sought peace. We sent envoys, people like me, to serve other kingdoms bound by sacred contracts. Our duty was to aid the weaker side in every war, to maintain balance, to keep the world from collapsing into chaos. The princess stood speechless, listening as his voice hardened. But jealousy spreads faster than peace. The kings of other nations began to fear us. They couldn't stand the thought of mortals living beneath those who might never die. His gaze darkened. So they united under one purpose, one mission, to erase Moraga completely. They unleashed curses, plagues, and betrayal. They turned our own allies against us. They stripped our lands bare, stole our secrets, and left us to wither. His hand closed into a fist as the light from the map dimmed. When the blood flowers began to die, so did we. Our lifespan shrank, our power faded, and when the last petal fell, he paused, his voice barely above a whisper. We lost everything. He looked away, his next words sharp with quiet bitterness. The allied kingdoms invaded together. The Moraga Empire burned in a single night. Fire, blood, and betrayal, all from those we once protected. They destroyed us because they couldn't stand a gift they were never meant to have. A heavy silence settled between them before Arts spoke again, his eyes darkened by memories that refused to fade. In the end, he began, our people turned to the only thing left to them, the ritual forsaken by the gods. His voice echoed low against the distant thunder. In the ruins of our dying empire, they gathered in chambers built of bone, surrounded by purple fire and the stench of decay. They offered what remained of their lives to the darkness, and the ritual began. Arts's hands clenched tightly, but it wasn't salvation. It was the end. He paused, gaze fixed on the burning city below. Every man, woman, and child of Moraga was branded. Their lifespans drained away, their bodies twisted, warped, until monsters were born inside them. Monsters that tore their way out. His words hung like ash in the air. The creatures ravaging our kingdom now. He lifted his eyes. They were once my people. Their only purpose now is vengeance. They exist for one reason, to destroy all humanity. Turning back to the princess, Arts' expression softened with quiet sorrow. That is the price of despair, he said quietly. The curse's final consequence. The space between them grew heavy. Slowly, Arts raised his hand to his face. The princess's breath caught as the firelight revealed what he had been hiding. The proud features she once knew were gone, replaced by grotesque, blood-red growths that throbbed faintly beneath his skin, alive and sickly. I can't transform anymore, he confessed, his voice breaking the silence. If I try, I'll only become one of them. The princess stumbled back, disbelief in her eyes. Arts, what happened to you? He exhaled, the weight of buried years in every word. There's something you were never told, he said. A truth only a few still know. His gaze met hers, cold and steady. We are not human. The princess's eyes widened, realization hitting her like a blade. The world once called us the dragon race. Arts continued. The envoys you humans worshipped as guardians were us, the descendants of dragons who took human form to protect your kingdoms. His voice grew quieter, tinged not with pride, but with grief. But that legacy is dust now. The darkness we once kept sealed has consumed everything. The tide can't be stopped. He turned, facing the flames that swallowed the horizon. Humanity's end has already begun. Then, more softly, he added, That's why my only wish now is to protect you. The princess stood frozen, her world shattering with every word. The truth stripped away everything she thought she knew. Every legend, every promise, every lie. Below them, chaos reigned. Monsters stormed through the streets, tearing through stone, fire, and flesh. The cries of the dying filled the air, drowned only by the roars of the cursed. From every alley, every collapsing tower, new horrors emerged. An endless tide of red, skinless beasts that devoured the last remnants of the kingdom's defenses. High above, on the castle's outer balcony, Scholar Ruin stood beside the king. His robes were scorched, his hands trembling as he clutched his staff. Your Majesty, he shouted through the roar of the storm and screams. The monsters keep multiplying. We can't hold them back. The capital has fallen. You must retreat while we still have time. But the king did not move. His gaze was fixed on the inferno consuming his realm, the crown on his head dull beneath the firelight. His face was firm, resolute, even as ruin closed in from every side. There's nowhere left to retreat, the king said grimly. The magical leaning tower is the core of our arcane defense. If it falls, our mages will lose their power, and the kingdom will be completely overrun. Determination flared in his eyes. Then I'll fight, he declared. I'll join the battle myself. Before Scholar Ruin could stop him, the king leaped from the balcony. His sword ignited with radiant light as he descended into the inferno below. The blade cleaved through a red-skinned monster in a single, flawless stroke, its flesh hissing as it disintegrated into ash. The king landed hard upon the scorched ground, gripping his sword tightly as smoke and dust swirled around him. Explosions thundered in the distance, shaking the ruins of the once golden city. For a heartbeat, his thoughts drifted back through the years. How quickly time has passed, he thought bitterly. He remembered the first time he had met Arts, how the dragon warrior had appeared no older than himself, though he had already lived for nearly a century. For Arts' kind, 100 years meant nothing. For them, it was merely the dawn of youth. A monster lunged from the shadows, but the king cut it down without hesitation, his mind still trapped in memory. He saw the echoes of battles long past, himself and Arts fighting side by side, laughing in victory, sharing wine under starlit skies. For a time, they had been brothers. Then came a blast of purple energy. It struck him like thunder, sending him crashing backward. He struggled to his feet, breath ragged, his body aching beneath the weight of years. He was old now, fragile, mortal, while Arts had not aged a day. That difference had carved a wound between them, one that time could never mend. Arts could never understand humans, the king muttered under his breath. And we could never understand him. He stood amidst the burning remains of his kingdom, the flames painting the ruins in hues of crimson and gold. Everything he had built, every wall, every dream, was turning to ash. And yet, his thoughts found their way back to the one thing that had ever given him peace, his daughter. He remembered the night she was born, the way Arts had held her, awe in his eyes, hands trembling as though he were touching something sacred. That moment had filled the king with hope. Hope that perhaps their two races could coexist, that peace could truly last. But hope had long since burned away. The ground trembled violently beneath his feet. From the smoke, a massive shadow took form. A creature of pure nightmare, towering and vast, its eyes glowing with a malignant purple light. The king watched as it lifted its claws, gathering a sphere of swirling blue energy that pulsed brighter with each heartbeat. He tightened his grip on his sword. His face was calm, not with fear but acceptance. "So, this is it," he whispered. The creature roared, unleashing its power. A blinding light swallowed the battlefield. For one fleeting moment, silence. Then came the explosion, a deafening blast that tore through the entire castle, consuming everything in its path. From the magical leaning tower, the princess screamed as the shockwave shattered the night sky. "Father," she cried, her voice breaking, tears streaming down her face as fire and debris rained around her. Beside her, Art stood motionless. His eyes, cold and distant, reflected the ruin below. "The capital has fallen," he said softly. "They'll come for us next." Even as he spoke, the heavens above began to darken, the first sign that the true storm had only just begun. The night split open with a shriek of thunder. A swarm of black-winged creatures descended from the clouds, blotting out the stars. "Monsters incoming," one of the shadow guards shouted. The first of the beasts struck the tower's shimmering blue barrier with bone-shaking force. The impact sent tremors through the stone, the air crackling with energy. The magical shield rippled, but it held firm. "Do not fear, princess," said Neitz, one of the guards, his voice steady. "This barrier is among the strongest ever forged. It will not break easily." Then, cutting through the chaos, a weak voice echoed from above. "Princess!" She spun around, eyes wide. "Scholar Ruin!" she cried. The old man staggered onto the tower's wall, his staff trembling, robes torn and soaked with blood. He bowed low despite his wounds. "General Arts, I come by His Majesty's command, to escort the princess to safety." The princess ran to him, horror flooding her face. "You're injured. You shouldn't have come here." Art stepped forward, his tone calm, but commanding. "Then we'll follow the plan," he said. "I'll use my wind magic to send you both to the designated coordinates. Are the preparations complete?" Ruin nodded weakly. "Everything is ready." But before the spell could begin, the princess's voice rose sharply, breaking through the storm. "Wait, what are you talking about? Why do we have to leave?" Ruin hesitated. His lips trembled as he forced the words out. "Princess, your father, the king, has fallen." Her world shattered. "No," she whispered, her knees giving way beneath her. "That can't be true." Ruin's eyes glistened with grief. "Before he died, His Majesty gave one final order, for you to escape, to live on in the neighboring kingdom. It was his last command to keep you safe." The princess turned to Arts, desperation in her voice. "Then you'll come with us, won't you?" "You have to." Arts met her gaze, and a faint, sorrowful smile touched his lips. "Where could I go?" he said quietly. "The monsters below, they're my people, the Moraga. To humans, I am their enemy now. Wherever I run, I'll be hunted." He walked toward the edge of the wall, the flames below painting his armor in crimson light. "The final resting place of this night," he murmured, "will be the dragon's tomb." He turned slightly, his voice calm, almost tender. "This is where I belong. I'll remain here until my lifespan fades away." The conviction in his words struck deep. The princess stood frozen, her sorrow twisting into something stronger, resolve. Her trembling steadied. She drew in a breath, eyes fierce with newfound determination. Then, in a flash, she summoned her wind magic. Air spiraled around her feet, lifting her from the tower floor. Before Ruin could react, she leapt from his side, soaring back toward Arts, a streak of light cutting through the night sky. "If you're staying," she cried out, her voice echoing through the storm. "Then I'll stay too." She landed beside him, wind whipping through her hair, her stance unwavering. "I'll become your dragon knight," she declared. "This is my home, and I'll protect it by your side." She raised her chin proudly, her voice clear and bold against the roaring chaos below. "My wind riding skills are perfected," she said with a confident smile. "So tell me, Arts, how do we form the contract?" For a moment, Arts simply stared at her, stunned. His composure, unshaken for years, finally faltered. Then, slowly, he extended his armored hand. The metal glinted under the lightning's glow as he took her hand in his touch cold, yet impossibly gentle. A faint smile curved across his lips, one filled with both sorrow and pride. "Very well," he said softly. "Then our contract will be sealed." Arts said softly, just like in the old days. From within his armor, he drew out a small, glimmering object, a silver scale that shimmered faintly beneath the pale moonlight. "This," he said, holding it between them, "will be our bond." The princess's eyes sparkled, her smile radiant and full of hope. "That's all?" she asked joyfully. "Then let's seal it right now. From this day onward, we'll—" But before she could finish, Arts gently cut her off. His voice was quiet, fragile, like wind before a storm. "Our promise," he said, "is to never see each other again. The word struck like a blade. The princess froze, her expression collapsing into disbelief. What? She whispered, her voice trembling. Before she could speak again, Arts raised his hand. The wind howled to life around him, swirling violently as his power burst forth. A blinding gale erupted from his outstretched palm, engulfing both the princess and Scholar Ruin in a raging torrent of air. Go, he shouted, his voice breaking through the storm. The princess screamed his name, shock and betrayal mixing in her cry as the winds carried her upward. Arts! Her voice was swallowed by the storm as she and the scholar vanished into the sky. Below, Arts's gaze softened. Protect her, he whispered. Keep her safe, far from this tomb. But his plea was answered not by peace, but by horror. As the spell carried them through the air, the magic faltered. The wind flickered, unstable, and Ruin's expression suddenly twisted. His pupils glowed crimson, burning like molten fire. Scholar Ruin, the princess called, confused. Without warning, his hand shot toward her. His voice came out eerily calm, cold enough to chill the night. You have a place where you belong, he murmured. Before she could react, his hand plunged deep in her chest. The princess gasped, eyes wide with agony and disbelief. Blood sparkled in the air like falling rubies as Ruin ripped out her still-beating heart. Her scream tore through the sky, echoing over the storm. Below, Arts froze, then roared in fury. Ruin! The scholar's body convulsed violently, his face twisting in pain. Between choking breaths, he rasped, Arts, be careful. The Moraga were not the only ones cursed. Dark veins crawled across his skin as his form began to warp. A grotesque red growth burst from his chest, consuming what remained of him. In the next instant, his body tore apart, replaced by a monstrous, tentacled abomination that writhed and screamed with madness. It seized the princess's heart in one clawed hand, the organ still pulsing faintly between its fingers. The creature's voice slithered through the air, cruel and mocking. Such a rich lifespan, it sneered. Tell me, dragon, does killing the one you love taste like revenge? Its eyes gleamed with deranged joy. After all, it hissed. Weren't you the one who burned me with your dragon flames back then? The world fell silent. Art stood motionless amid the ruin, his mind blank, his breath caught in his throat. Before him, the tentacled monster threw back its head and released a guttural, twisted laugh that echoed through the shattered tower. The grotesque creature lifted the princess's limp body high into the air, her hair flowing lifelessly, silk-like strands dancing in the storm's cold wind. In one claw, it held her heart, still bleeding, still beating faintly, a cruel mockery of life. The monster turned toward him, its grin wide, its voice a blend of venom and delight. Tell me, Arts, it sneered. Does this satisfy your wrath? Is this enough? The monster hissed, its grin twisting wider, to repay the pain your flames once gave me. Then with a sickening crack, it clenched its clawed fist. The princess's heart burst in its grasp, a spray of crimson scattering into the storm. For a moment, the world stood still. Then rage erupted inside, Arts like wildfire. His vision turned red, his pulse thundering in his ears as raw energy tore through the air around him. The winds howled in fury, spiraling into chaos. At his sides, his two shadow guards materialized, eyes glowing with shared anguish and wrath. The one known as the Shadow of Sorrow let out a cry that split the air, a sound of grief so deep it shook the heavens. His form dissolved into a storm of dark energy, surging downward in a blur of blue light. He caught the princess's falling body midair, wrapping her in a radiant aura as he shielded her from the debris. Meanwhile, the second guard, the Shadow of Wrath, charged straight toward the creature. His blades blazed as he tore through its writhing tentacles, slashing them apart with inhuman speed. But the monster only laughed, a sound that scraped the soul. Its wounds closed instantly, flesh knitting back together as it sneered. Useless, so fragile, just like your hearts. Below, the Shadow of Sorrow knelt with the princess in his arms. His fading aura bathed her in a gentle blue glow, one last touch of peace amid the carnage. A single tear slid from beneath his dark helm and fell onto her pale cheek. The princess stirred faintly. Her lips parted, voice barely a whisper. Arts! And then, the light in her eyes dimmed. Her breath faded. Her body went still. Even as her soul slipped away, the monster's laughter filled the night. It spread its grotesque limbs wide, its grin stretching unnaturally across its face. Do you understand now, dragon? It mocked. The lifespans of your kin, the pitiful sacrifices of your people, barely amount to a fragment of me. Its voice deepened, echoing in layers, like 1,000 whispers speaking as one. You've only seen a shadow of what I am. The rest of my essence lies scattered across this world. hidden, waiting. Every host, every body you see, each carries a seed of me, waiting to mature, waiting to burst forth, just like your precious scholar. Arts's eyes widened as realization struck. The scholar, the monsters, the ritual, they were all pieces of the same horror. The creature's laughter twisted into a guttural roar. I am Cthulhu, it declared, its voice reverberating like thunder through the ruins. The Ancient One, forsaken by the heavens. And your precious Moraga people were the fools who brought me back. Cthulhu's tone shifted, smooth now, almost gentle, dripping with false warmth. You know this feeling, don't you? It whispered. The rage, the despair, the hatred burning inside you. It leaned closer, voice slithering like silk. Such beautiful emotions. You wear them so well. Arts's hands trembled, fist clenching tight. The creature's eyes gleamed brighter. Let me end your suffering, it murmured, voice low and tempting. I can change everything for you. A faint, almost melodic hum filled the air. I can give you back what you lost, it promised. I can even bring her back. Arts's head snapped up, disbelief flashing in his silver eyes. Yes, Cthulhu purred. Not only can I help you destroy the monsters that infest your world, I can return your beloved princess to you. You could be together again, forever. All it requires, Cthulhu murmured, its voice deep and echoing through the storm, is one simple exchange. A pause followed, a silence so heavy that even the wind seemed to stop and listen. My price, the god continued, calm and cold as the abyss, is your heart. Art stood alone upon a crumbling wall, lightning flashing across the raging sky. The storm howled around him, and above, a swarm of black-winged monsters circled, waiting, watching, like vultures over the dead. His breath came slow and uneven. Cthulhu's words echoed inside him, filling every corner of his mind. Two choices lay before him. Let the princess remain dead, her body cold, lost forever in this tower of despair, or surrender to the voice of the ancient god, the same being that had destroyed his world. Time is slipping away, hissed the fading host of Cthulhu, its body cracking apart. My vessel will not hold much longer. Decide, dragon. Save her, or lose her forever. Arts's gaze drifted to the still form lying in his shadow's arms. The princess looked peaceful, untouched by the chaos that raged around her. His eyes softened. Love and sorrow battled within him, breaking what was left of his resolve. His decision was made. Forgive me, he whispered, and then silence. Arts plunged his hand into his own chest. Blood burst from the wound, crimson against the blue light of the storm. His fingers closed around his heart, still beating, still glowing with life, and tore it free. His shadow guard screamed his name, but he didn't hear them. He stood firm, his lifeblood dripping onto the cracked stone beneath his feet. From above, Cthulhu's laughter rolled like thunder. Magnificent, it roared. You made the right choice. The heart rose from Arts's palm, glowing brighter, brighter, until its light eclipsed the night itself. I will bless it, Cthulhu declared. Your heart shall beat for eternity. A surge of divine energy exploded upward, painting the entire tower in violent shades of violet and blue. Your beloved will awaken with its power, the god promised. You will not die. You will not fall to madness. You will become her guardian forever. The beam of light struck the princess's body. The spirit of the guardian dragon descended, its ancient essence swirling into her chest. Her body arched as the light consumed her, her eyes fluttering open for the briefest of moments. At the same time, Art screamed. His cry tore through the heavens. His body convulsed violently as Cthulhu's energy ripped through him, twisting flesh, splintering bone. His wings shattered, reforming into skeletal limbs wreathed in blue fire. His armor melted away, fusing into the bone beneath. His once noble form became something neither dragon nor man, but a cursed fusion of both. The tower quaked. A massive pillar of violet light shot into the clouds, piercing the storm. Arts had transcended mortality, reborn as a guardian dragon bound by Cthulhu's curse. He roared, a sound that shook the heavens, a scream of fury and sorrow bound as one. Then he leapt from the tower, wings unfurling in a blaze of spectral flame. His blue fire swallowed the sky. Below, the battlefield erupted in chaos as torrents of dragon fire rained down. The flames consumed everything. Monsters, soldiers, the innocent and damned alike. His wrath showed no mercy. Cthulhu's laughter echoed through the heavens, resonating like a hymn of ruin. Its power surged unchecked, spreading across the land like a black storm that devoured even the stars. The once golden capital became an endless sea of fire. And amidst the inferno, Arts, no longer man, no longer dragon, raged against the dying world. His skeletal wings beat furiously, scattering ash into the darkened sky. Blue flames poured down with each beat, burning through stone, steel, and soul alike. Below, the kingdom's heart, the very land he once swore to protect, burned bright and terrible beneath him. Its cries vanished beneath the roar of his fury. From above, Cthulhu's voice thundered through the inferno, each word dripping with venomous mockery. And thus, it hissed, "Our bargain reaches its truth." Purple lightning split the heavens, tearing through the storm as bolts struck the shattered magical leaning tower. The ground trembled. The sky itself seemed to scream. "All that you've slain," the god whispered, its tone heavy with amusement, "all that you've burned, every life consumed in your flames, flows to one place." The revelation struck Arts like a curse. Back on the tower, the resurrected princess suddenly screamed. Her body convulsed violently as waves of dark energy burst from her chest. The same cursed heart, the one Arts had torn from his own body, now pulsed within her. Black veins crawled across her skin like spreading shadows. Her eyes widened in terror as monstrous shapes twisted free from her body. "Stop, please," she gasped, her voice breaking apart as the darkness swallowed her whole. In an instant, she was gone. Where the princess once stood now towered a colossal abomination, a writhing, tentacled mass of shadow and light. The creature's core glowed with sickly violet energy, pulsing with every echo of her heart. The princess had become its living nucleus. Her curse complete, Cthulhu's laughter rolled through the heavens, shaking the world itself. "Magnificent!" it cried triumphantly. "All the lifespans you harvested, all the souls consumed by your flames, now belong to me." The ancient god's voice softened, contemplative and cruel. "Still," it mused, "my strength is not yet whole. I cannot yet parasitize the true dragon race. Not while this vessel remains so pitifully weak. A human host is but a stepping stone." Its words dripped with certainty. "But no matter, the dragon will serve his purpose. In time, he will gather all the lifespans I require." On the tower, the monstrous princess lifted her gaze toward the crimson horizon. The light of destruction painted her warped form in shades of violet and black. Above her, the skeletal dragon still circled, silent, distant, his blue flames flickering weakly against the night. She tilted her head, confusion momentarily piercing through the madness. "Why hasn't he returned?" she whispered. "The kingdom is gone. The enemies are gone." Her gaze fell, and there before her, two faintly glowing objects drifted through the air. Silver scales, shimmering in defiance of the surrounding darkness. Cthulhu's many eyes widened in realization. "The scales of promise," it whispered. "The vows of the white dragon." The first scale pulsed with cold, silver light, the vow never to see the princess again. The second glowed faintly blue, the vow to forever guard the tower of the kingdom. And then the truth dawned. The air trembled with the god's fury. "You fool!" Cthulhu roared, its voice shattering the clouds. "You bound yourself to the tower." It understood now. Art had foreseen everything. In his final act of defiance, he had turned his own vows, his sacred promises, into chains. A self-forged prison, bound forever to the tower, locked away for eternity, guarding the ruins he once swore to protect, forever parted from the one he loved. "You chose death over servitude." Cthulhu screamed, its rage shaking the heavens. "You turned yourself into a hollow shell, rather than serve me." Lightning tore across the sky, purple fire spilling from the clouds as the god's roar echoed through the ages. "Very well, dragon," it bellowed. "If this tower is your cage, then it shall become my nest." Cthulhu's tone darkened, cruel and resolute. "I will feast on every soul that dares approach this place. Their lifespans shall become my nourishment. And when the time comes," its voice dropped to a whisper, cold, eternal, and final. "I will rise again, reborn to rule this world." As its final words faded, the flames died. The winds fell silent. The once golden kingdom, the heart of all life on the continent, crumbled into dust. Only the magical leaning tower remained, standing defiantly against the void, a black monument piercing the endless sky, a relic of a fallen world, a tomb for gods and dragons alike. Ages slipped away like fleeting shadows. Empires rose and crumbled. Civilizations thrived and vanished. Yet through it all, the magical leaning tower endured, a black monument defying time itself. Then the vision dissolved. The roar of storms and gods faded, replaced by silence. Reality snapped back. Shadow gasped. He stood once more atop the desolate rooftop of the tower, his body trembling, his breath uneven. The night stretched quiet around him, broken only by faint wisps of violet energy flickering across his hand. His thoughts spun wildly. Was that truly a vision? Or did I just witness history itself? The fall of the Dragon Guardian, the birth of this cursed tower, it felt too real, too vivid, too heavy to be legend. Before he could make sense of it, the air around him began to distort. Dark violet energy swirled and gathered, condensing like mist. And then, system notification. Congratulations! You have obtained a new mythical grade skill, Shadow of Sorrow. A glowing system window materialized before his eyes, its text pulsing with faint light. Skill effect. Creates 3 shadow clones for 7 seconds. Each clone replicates the user's skills and deals 100% of total damage. Below the description, a single line appeared, one that sent a chill through his chest. These shadows were born from the will of the White Dragon, Arts, who sustained them for 15 years with nothing but his own spirit to protect what he loved. Shadow stared at his hand, now wrapped in luminous violet energy. This is his power, he murmured. He could still see it. The moment those shadows shielded the princess standing against a god. And now, that same sorrow, that same burden pulsed within him. For just an instant, he felt it. The dragon's endless grief, the weight of eternal guardianship. So this is what a mythical skill feels like, he whispered, almost reverently. Terrifying. More notifications followed in quick succession. Trial completed successfully. Hidden objective cleared. Key to the magical Leaning Tower's hidden area acquired. Level up. Level 19 reached. Evolution points plus 400. New items obtained. Equipment/skill books/gate key/map fragment. One after another, the messages flashed before his eyes. Shadow opened the newly acquired ancient map. A glowing projection spread before him. Vast seas, scattered islands, and on one of them, a city built entirely from bleached bone. He narrowed his eyes. The withered bone ruins, he muttered. That must have been part of the Moraga Empire. The thought lingered as the last of the violet light faded around him. The tower's ancient hum vibrated faintly beneath his feet, like the pulse of something that had never truly died. Though the system marked the next area for level 20 players, Shadow's lips curved into a quiet, eager grin. Soon, he said, tucking the map away. I'll go soon. But for now, his gaze shifted to the ornate golden key glinting in his palm. The key to the tower's hidden chamber. It shimmered faintly under the moonlight. This should fetch a good price, he mused with a faint smirk. Better sold than kept. The scene shifted. Inside the FICA Heavy Industry Guild hideout, the air hung thick with defeat. Dim light flickered across exhausted faces. Players sprawled across chairs and crates, recovering from the chaos of their failed raid. Huang Huan sat at the center, her expression calm but heavy, her hands clasped tightly on the table before her. No one spoke until one voice broke the silence. Leader, what should we do now? A guild member asked quietly. We can't beat that new Jade Grade boss. It's too strong. He hesitated, then added, Maybe we should ask Shadow for help. Inside the FICA Heavy Industry Guild hideout, Huang Huan sat in silence. The weight of their defeat hung over her like a storm. Around her, tired faces watched, the firelight flickering across their expressions of disappointment and quiet shame. Perhaps you're right, she finally admitted, her voice low but steady. I'll contact our allies in Shanghai City. They have ties with Shadow. Maybe they can reach out to him. But before her words could fade, a familiar voice cut through the air behind her. There's no need for that. The entire room froze. Every guild member turned sharply. A figure stood in the shadows, tall, silent, the dim torchlight catching on his cloak. His presence was so sudden, so absolute. It was as if he'd simply materialized there. A few weapons clattered to the floor in panic. Shadow, one of the players, Hang, shouted, stumbling back. When did you get here? Huan Ziqing's face twisted in anger. You sneaky bastard, he snapped. What do you want this time? Shadow didn't even blink. He walked forward at an unhurried pace, hands tucked casually in his pockets. Relax, he said evenly, his tone smooth as glass. If I meant harm, you'd all be corpses already. The room fell silent. Even the bravest among them paled. Shadow's gaze swept over the group, calm and unreadable. Your barrier, he said after a moment, isn't invincible. It can be opened from within. That's how I came in. Uneasy murmurs rippled through the guild. Huang Huan's voice broke the silence, steady but wary. Then what do you mean by a trade? Shadow stopped. Slowly, he turned toward her, and in his hand, an ornate golden key gleamed in the torchlight. Its surface shimmered with faint magical patterns, glowing softly like living metal. I'm here to sell this, he said simply. The key to the magical Leaning Tower's hidden chamber. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then the disbelief erupted. The tower's key, one member stammered. That's impossible. You'd have to defeat the J-grade boss to get that. Their words trembled with awe. To them, such a feat was beyond imagining. But the proof gleamed right there in Shadow's hand. Huang Huan's exhaustion vanished. Her eyes sharpened instantly, her tone turning crisp with focus. "Name your price," she said. "Whatever it is, we'll consider it." Shadow didn't hesitate. "The same as before," he said calmly. 1,000 years of lifespan. Gasps rippled through the room. Before Huang Huan could respond, Huan Ziching exploded. 1,000 years, he roared, veins bulging in his neck. "You shameless vulture. You planned this from the start." He jabbed a finger toward Shadow, fury twisting his face. "First you ambush me and destroy our portal. You cut off our reinforcements and left us to die. Then, while our team's wiped out, you sweep in and take the loot. And now," his voice cracked with anger, "now you show up here acting like a hero, selling us the key to our own raid for a ridiculous price." "Ziching," Huang Huan's voice cut through the air like a blade. "Enough." But he ignored her completely. "You think we'll just roll over and let you profit from our loss?" He spat. "That key should have been ours." Shadow didn't even glance his way. His composure didn't waver. "Then what do you suggest?" he asked quietly, his tone polite, almost too polite. Huan Ziching sneered, mistaking calm for weakness. "Simple," he said. "You hand over the key, and you compensate the guild for our losses. Say 800, maybe 1,000 years of lifespan. Fair trade, isn't it?" For a moment, silence. Then Shadow tilted his head slightly and gave a faint, humorless smirk. "You have quite a son," he said dryly, glancing at Huang Huan. Huan Ziching puffed out his chest, mistaking the remark for hesitation, for surrender. To his shock, Shadow nodded slowly. "Very well," he said. "I'll do as he says." The room fell silent. Every guild member froze, eyes wide, breath caught, staring at Shadow in disbelief. His voice was calm, but the weight behind it pressed like iron. Then his tone shifted, low and cold. "But in that case," he said, "the price changes." He turned his gaze toward Huan Ziching, eyes like twin blades in the dark. 1,800 years, he said flatly. "Not a single day less." Huan Ziching blinked, confused, then barked a laugh, thinking it was a bluff. "Huh, now that's more like it. That's how you deal with snakes like him. Right, mother?" But the laughter died as fast as it came. The words settled, sinking in like ice water. He stared. "Wait, what did you just say?" Shadow clasped his hands behind his back, calm as ever. "I came here in good faith," he said quietly. "To do business. I tolerated your insults because I respect your leader." His voice hardened, each word cutting with precision. "But your attitude changed that. The discount is gone. The new price stands. Take it or leave it." The silence that followed was suffocating. Then, crack, Huang Huan's hand struck her son's face with all her strength. The sound echoed through the hall like thunder. "Enough," she shouted. "You've shamed this guild long enough." Her fury filled the room. She turned to the stunned members around her. "Take him out," she ordered sharply. "Make him grind levels until I say otherwise. He doesn't return until he's earned it." "Mother, what are you doing? Let go of me." Huan Ziching struggled, his protest fading as two guild mates dragged him from the chamber. His voice vanished down the corridor. When the door finally slammed shut, the hideout fell silent once more. Huang Huan stood still, shoulders tense. She took a long breath, forcing her composure to return. Then she turned toward Shadow and bowed her head slightly. "My apologies for his behavior," she said quietly. "Perhaps we can." Shadow cut her off, his tone calm but final. "The offer remains the same," he said. 1,800 years of lifespan. I won't repeat myself again." Huang Huan met his gaze. The weary strength of a guild leader replaced the anger that had burned moments ago. After long silence, she nodded. "Fine," she said steadily. 1,800 years it is." Her voice softened slightly. "I've heard you've sold other hideouts for 2,000. Considering what we've lost, this is fair." She hesitated. "But we can't pay it all at once. Would you accept an installment?" Shadow's expression didn't shift, but his eyes glimmered faintly with consideration. After a pause, he gave a single nod. 1,000 years up front, he said. "I'll return in 10 days for the remaining 800. Relief swept through the room like a fresh breeze. Huang Huan's shoulders loosened. She bowed again, more deeply this time. "Thank you," she said sincerely. A faint chime rang through the air. Transaction complete. Key to the magical Leaning Tower's hidden area. Ownership transferred to FICA Heavy Industry Guild. Lifespan plus 1,000 acquired. The golden key in Shadow's hand dissolved into light, reappearing in Huang Huan's inventory. Meanwhile, a faint glow spread across Shadow's body as his newly gained lifespan merged with his form. He gave her a small nod. "Do well with it," he said simply. "Your guild has potential. Consider this a start, something to rebuild your strength on." Then, with a ripple of dark mist, he vanished, the air where he stood folding in on itself. Silence lingered for a long moment before Huang Huan straightened, her voice sharp once more. "Listen up," she commanded. "The platinum-grade hideout is now ours." A murmur of awe rippled through the guild. "But," she continued firmly, "we owe Shadow a debt, and we'll repay it." Her eyes swept over her guild members, unflinching. "Effective immediately. Every member will contribute. A 50% lifespan tax until the debt is cleared. No exceptions." The members exchanged nervous looks, but none dared to object. The firelight flickered across their faces, painting them in shades of resolve and fear. Outside, the night wind howled against the steel walls of the guild hall, a low whisper that seemed to carry a warning. Some debts, once made, never truly end. The magical leaning tower will be the foundation of our rise. Work hard, and the rewards will be greater than anything we've lost. Cheers filled the hideout. Then the scene cut outward past the walls into a dense forest washed gold by the setting sun. Huan Ziqing walked ahead, silent. A girl in the group finally spoke. "Ziqing, don't blame your aunt. You were wrong this time." He scoffed without looking back. "Wrong," he muttered. "You don't know what you're talking about. Shadow humiliated me. One day he'll pay." A scout at the front froze, calling out sharply. Silver-grade boss sighted. The human-faced Spider Emperor. Weapons were drawn, and spells readied in an instant. The team formed up. Huan Ziqing, someone called, "Stay back and watch for poison. Be ready with detox spells." Yeah, I know," he said, waving them off. But as the others charged forward, Huan Ziqing stepped back, then turned and sprinted into the woodline. "Huan Ziqing," someone shouted, but he was already gone. Branches slapped at his face as he ran, breath heavy. He came to a halt in a secluded clearing and crouched, hands on his knees, the sounds of battle fading behind him. He muttered to himself, "My entire guild, a bunch of cowards. They crawl through levels like frightened rats." Shadow understands the truth. Power isn't given. It's taken. He reached into his inventory and pulled out a dark, ornate vase etched with writhing runes. A single crimson eye blinked in its surface. He set it on the ground and whispered, "My treasure." The system identified it instantly. Abyssal vase. Reach into the void to draw out a random, powerful skill. Cool down, 48 hours. Huan Ziqing held his breath and plunged his hand into the swirling darkness. Cold energy shot up his arm. When he withdrew his hand, he held something small and grotesque. A pulsing, fleshy mass that twitched between his fingers. A notification appeared. Epic grade skill acquired. Abyssal Puppet Curse. Allows the user to turn any corpse into a controllable puppet, retaining its original abilities. He laughed, voice echoing through the trees. "This is it. This is power. If I kill Shadow, I can control him. Make him my puppet. I'll be unstoppable." The vase pulsed again. Its single eye glowed a deep purple as dark energy coiled around it like smoke. One last line of text faded into view, faint but ominous. Warning. The abyss holds extraordinary power, but when one gazes into it, the abyss also gazes back. Night settled over the shattered demon city, draping the ruins in a thick veil of darkness. Moonlight cut through drifting fog that twisted around collapsed statues and piles of ancient bones. Deep in the center of the boneyard, the faint clash of metal rang out in steady rhythm. A lone girl stood among the skeletal debris, her chain talisman glowing with a dim red hue as it sliced through the air. Every swing smashed through undead skulls, one after another, sending splinters of bone scattering across the ground. With every falling creature, her experience meter shot upward. Then ding, a crisp notification lit up before her. Weapon advancement complete. Silver tier upgraded to gold. Class advancement available. She lifted her head slightly, as if acknowledging a long-awaited signal. "It's time," she said quietly. She raised her arm, calling upon the system. The ground beneath her quaked as a massive summoning circle erupted with radiant runes, spreading outward in a blazing ring. The air vibrated, her chains spiraling around her like coiled serpents responding to the surge of power. Class advancement initiated. Lines of system text streamed across her vision, outlining the transformation of her abilities. Her chain blade, now a gleaming golden weapon, shimmered with new potential, capable of shifting its form freely. Her ghost companion advanced to Tier 2, gaining a second level of invincibility, and a strange new glow sparked within her eyes. Skill acquired. Eye of the Underworld, an illusion that traps its target inside their own fears. The stronger the target's willpower, the longer the skill binds them. Another alert appeared. Item obtained. Touch of the Underworld. Hand Gauntlet. Tracks enemies by scent. 50% chance to deal double damage to lower-ranked foes. Applies Dark Flame Burn. She tightened her hands, testing the strength flowing through her body. Her strikes would now be quicker, sharper, far more destructive than before. She recalled a certain fart master, once a psychic rival to her. Not anymore, she said. You're nowhere near my level now. Her gaze steadied. Mom, Dad, she murmured. I'll settle everything. That man won't escape what he deserves. Opening her system chat, she sent a message with calm certainty. Shadow, I've reached second stage. I'm ready to return the favor for all your guidance. The message sent, and before a reply arrived, she logged off. Shadow let out a quiet chuckle as her notification vanished. Still unbreakable, just like before, he said. But the amusement faded as an old memory drifted back. Yuan, her former self. He remembered how she'd taken vengeance in that past life. How her kindness had become her undoing when she spared a dog belonging to her enemy. Unaware the creature carried a tracker. The hunters traced it straight to her. Mercenaries descended, and the battle that followed raged for days. Official forces lost countless elites in the chaos. And when everything finally fell silent, Yuan's body was discovered at the heart of the battlefield, her spirit drained beyond recovery. That single loss had thrown the magic capital into months of chaos. Shadow released a slow breath, the memory of that history settling heavily over him. Even with all her new strength, he thought, she's still inexperienced, still too gentle. He came to a conclusion. I have to check on her. I won't let her repeat the same mistake. The digital world faded from view. The scene shifted to reality, landing at the outskirts of the magical city, where the dim glow of lanterns outlined Lady Dongfang's isolated manor. Crickets filled the night with their steady chorus while two guards wandered along the gravel path, barely paying attention to their surroundings. I swear, one muttered, kicking a pebble aside. How long do we have to babysit this place? I'm dying of boredom. When do we get to head down the mountain and enjoy ourselves with the ladies? His partner let out a short scoff. Forget the brothel. Lady Dongfang isn't exactly lacking. For her age, she's still got plenty going for her. You ever take a good look? She's impressive. The first guard laughed. Yeah, maybe once we're strong enough, we'll get rid of that useless fart master and claim the lady for ourselves. That'd be real entertainment. Before the last word fully left his mouth, the second guard stiffened and pointed ahead. Hold on. Look, through the rolling mist, a figure slowly came into view. Lady Dongfang, kneeling on the path. Her silken robe clung to her form, glimmering under the lantern light. Lady Dongfang, both guards rushed toward her. What are you doing out here alone dressed like that? She turned her head, offering them a slow and deliberate smile. I couldn't stand my weak, useless husband any longer, she said, her tone soft and wavering. I want someone stronger. Maybe even the two of you. Her robe slid slightly as she leaned forward. Well, are you ready? The guards exchanged quick, eager glances. Any semblance of caution vanished. Oh, we're ready, one said, already tugging at his belt. But before they could move another step, her voice shifted, flat and ridiculing. Fools, she said. You actually believed I wanted you? Their confidence shattered instantly. A sharp crimson flare erupted. Chains whipped out of the darkness like striking beasts. The guards had no chance to react. Their heads were torn from their bodies in a single, brutal instant. The sound drowned beneath the metallic ringing of the chains. The illusion broke apart like shards of glass, revealing Yuan standing in the open, her chains slick with the aftermath. A faint underworld glow pulsed from her eyes, the very force that had dragged the guards into her illusion. She let out a slow breath. For my parents, for everything you stole. The night swallowed the scene, leaving behind nothing but silence and two headless bodies scattered across the dirt. As the view shifted again, the atmosphere thickened. Inside his chamber, the fart master abruptly opened his eyes. The faint disturbance in the air, one only he could sense, shifted. He stiffened. So, a little rat decided to sneak in, he said, coated in what he proudly labeled his odorless detection field, a technique that let him track even the slightest movement. Unaware she had already been noticed, Yuan slid through the shadows, her body cloaked by invisibility. She advanced quietly, each step controlled and weightless. Then, without warning, the air exploded. A sudden blur streaked across her vision. The fart master materialized behind her, his hand closing around her neck. With brutal speed, he slammed her to the floor. The entire room trembled with the impact. Did you really think you could slip past me? He said, tightening his hold. This entire space is my barrier. Every breath in here responds to me. Nothing escapes my senses. He lifted her easily by the throat, eyeing her with a growing smirk. At first, I thought it was someone else, he said. But to find it's you, the little girl who fled that day. What unexpected fortune. He examined her suspended form, his tone shifting to a twisted sort of approval. You've improved, he said. Given time, you might have even turned into a challenge. He held her there, caught between the urge to crush her instantly or toy with her longer. His arm tensed as his mind wavered. Then, without warning, there was a sharp crack. Before he even registered the sound, Yuan's body went slack in his grip. Her neck had snapped under his own strength. He froze, staring at the limp form in disbelief. The rush of battle abruptly twisted into regret and fury. "Stupid!" he roared, throwing her to the ground. I wasn't finished. His shout was cut off by a sudden stabbing pain in his chest. He staggered, clutching his ribs as confusion washed over him. Slowly he turned and froze. Yuan stood behind him, completely uninjured. Her chains hovered in the air like silent blades, and a ghostly glow burned faintly in her eyes. His voice cracked. What? How?" He looked from the body on the ground to the figure in front of him, unable to comprehend. Yuan's tone was steady and cold. "You were inside my illusion from the beginning," she said. "Nothing you saw was real." His jaw tightened as disbelief surged through him. "An illusion?" She stepped closer, her voice low and precise. "The moment you met my eyes," she said, "you assumed you had control. But from the very start, you were the one trapped." The realization hit like a sudden blow. His hand trembled. The room around him twisted and folded, the walls bending out of shape as the truth settled over him. He had never laid a hand on her. A slow, twisted grin spread across his face. "Impressive," he rasped, his tone dropping into eerie amusement. "Looks like you really did grow into a proper opponent." But his words cut off the moment Yuan lifted her hand. A cold, razor-sharp edge filled her voice. "Now," she said, "your time ends here." Her chains constricted. The fart master's chuckle collapsed into a broken gasp. His body jerked once, then hit the floor, motionless. The last traces of his arrogance faded into the night air. A few moments later, Lady Dongfang pushed open her window, irritated. "What is all that noise?" she shouted into the courtyard. "Can't those guards stay quiet for one night?" She peered into the darkness, expecting to see her men patrolling as usual, but her gaze landed on the fart master lying still on the ground. Her posture stiffened. "What? Intruders!" she yelled. "Guards! Someone has entered the manor. Move immediately." The estate erupted into chaos. Every surviving guard sprang into action, shouting orders as they rushed across corridors, walls, and walkways. Amid the commotion, a door upstairs slid open. Tan, Lady Dongfang's son, stepped out, rubbing his eyes. "Mother, what's happening?" She turned toward him, steadying her voice. "There's been a breach," she said. "Go back inside. I'll call your father at once." Tan shook his head. "It's fine, Mother. I'm 18 now, a trained professional. I can protect you if something happens." Her tone softened slightly as she stepped closer and pulled him into a brief embrace. "You've become a dependable young man," she said. "If your father had even half that backbone, our home wouldn't be this exposed." A distant crash cut her off. Glass shattered somewhere nearby. The door to their chamber burst open as several guards were thrown inside, lifeless bodies sliding across the floor, armor rattling loudly against the ground. Lady Dongfang inhaled sharply. "No." A faint blue glow drifted through the doorway, chains sliding along the ground in a slow, deliberate crawl. She stood frozen among the fallen guards, unable to understand how the situation had collapsed so fast. Her thoughts raced in every direction, and the first conclusion she reached was that Shadow must have known something long before this moment. Maybe her son had sensed a flaw in their plan. Maybe their actions had already been exposed. But before she could settle on any idea, a calm voice sounded behind her. "What plan are you talking about?" She spun around but saw no one, only a vague presence lingering in the air. Confused, she tried to make sense of who was speaking and why they would target her family, insisting there was no conflict between them, no reason for anyone to assault her home. The air rippled. Yuan stepped into full view, dissolving her invisibility with controlled precision. She looked directly at Dongfang. "Have you truly forgotten who I am?" she asked. As Yuan's eyes shifted, the clear glow within them deepened into a sharp crimson, a surge of long-held hatred and grief rising like a tide ready to break. She stepped toward Lady Dongfang and told her to look closely, to focus, to recognize the truth standing before her. The moment Lady Dongfang's gaze settled on Yuan's features, she halted. Recognition struck instantly. She understood who the girl was, the daughter of the man she had personally killed. How the girl was still alive was beyond her understanding, but there was no time to ask. The chain talisman shot forward, driving straight through her chest. Blood scattered across the floor as Yuan's voice rose, cutting through the air, calling Dongfang a demon hidden in human form and declaring that this was the judgment she had earned. Lady Dongfang let out a scream that rang through the damaged manor. Yuan's own voice followed, louder, sharp from the weight of everything she had endured. She demanded Dongfang atone for her actions, to face the same suffering she had forced on Yuan, to feel agony in front of her own child, just as Yuan had been made to watch her parents die. Lady Dongfang pleaded for her to stop, insisting her son had no part in this and should not be drawn into the conflict. But Yuan only stepped closer. The chain talisman pierced Dongfang's chest again as Yuan asked what right she had to request anything. She demanded to know whether Dongfang had thought of innocence when she cut down Yuan's parents in front of their child. Yuan didn't wait for further words. She summoned spike after spike from the chain talisman, each strike extinguishing what remained of Dongfang's life. Her body dropped heavily onto the floor, unmoving. Not far away, Tan and the family dog had seen everything, watching from the shadows. Yuan shifted her attention toward them, her killing intent still sharp, but instead of attacking, she turned and began walking away, leaving the fallen body behind her. The silence broke as the dog barked sharply. Tan's voice followed, low and unsettling. He let out a short, irregular laugh as he murmured that he had finally escaped his mother's control, thanking Yuan for doing what he had always wanted done. Glancing at his pet, he added that tonight would be his night to enjoy. Before Yuan could respond fully, several figures appeared around her, undead bodies dragging themselves forward with unnatural precision. They formed a tight circle with coordinated movements. Understanding hit instantly. Tan was a user of the undead lich profession, capable of raising corpses as combat undead with all their original strength and skills intact. Even his mother's body had been revived and now moved at his command, swaying forward in silent obedience. Tan pointed toward Yuan and ordered his undead to seize her alive. He stated plainly that he intended to take his time with her. The undead charged forward, their collective force slamming into Yuan and launching her through glass and stone. She struck the ground with heavy impact, blood spilling from her lips as the undead closed in to attack again. The mansion echoed with cracking walls and shattering marble as the assault continued relentlessly. Just as the undead prepared to strike once more, their bodies abruptly collapsed where they stood. The psychic command controlling them had vanished. Through drifting dust, Yuan saw a hand emerge, steady, deliberate. A familiar voice followed, telling her that sparing enemies only invited harm back onto oneself. As the haze lifted completely, she saw him. Fong, present in reality rather than inside the game. He had already eliminated Tan and the dog, ending the threat before it could escalate. Yuan observed him silently as the realization settled over her. She was no longer facing everything alone. The scene shifted. Yuan's spirit form lay on the ground, motionless, the battlefield's remnants hanging in the air. Through the shattered window above, she noticed a figure outlined by moonlight. Weakened, she looked up and asked for his identity. From the shadows, Qin Fang's voice responded, calm, firm. He repeated that mercy toward enemies led only to cruelty against oneself. Then he lifted his hand and invoked his blooming curse. From Nanshan's decapitated corpse, blood-red spider lilies burst upward, their petals unfurling as a crimson mist flowed through the ruined courtyard. Understanding settled over Yuan as she recognized that this mysterious figure was the one who had saved her and ensured her revenge could be completed. She lowered her head and offered quiet thanks, addressing him as master. Crimson flowers spread endlessly around them, each bloom symbolizing vengeance carried to its end. Her posture shifted as the weight of the moment overtook her. She stated that her parents had finally been avenged. As the red flowers consumed the remaining life energy in the air, a system notification appeared. 788 years of tradable lifespan absorbed. Qinfang stepped closer, his tone steady yet unyielding, and asked what she planned to do now that her revenge had been fulfilled. Yuan's voice wavered as she confessed she had no clear path. With her purpose completed, she whispered that perhaps she should simply let go and reunite with her parents. Qinfang's tone sharpened. He told her that revenge always ended in emptiness, and that anyone unprepared for that emptiness had never truly understood vengeance. If she intended to sink into despair, he said, then there was nothing further he could teach her. He raised his hand. A vision unfolded before her eyes, a vast panorama of the world known as the godforsaken game. Qinfang explained that the world held countless mysteries and concealed truths, and among them, there might even exist a method capable of bringing the dead back. He stated that as long as one continued forward, endless possibilities would unfold. But if Yuan believed her life concluded with revenge, then nothing he said would matter. Turning away, Qinfang began walking through the field of red lilies. His voice remained steady as he told her that the choice now rested entirely with her. If she wanted to continue on a new path, she could follow, only by her own decision. Yuan remained still for a long moment, the night air settling around her. Then, as if something had reignited within, she pushed herself upward and ran after him beneath the moonlit sky, her footsteps sounding softly across the sea of crimson flowers. The scene shifted to reality, arriving at Qinfang's hidden sanctuary in Magic City, known as the Soul-Cleansing Land. The two stepped into a vast, tranquil space that glowed like liquid light. Yuan looked around, taking in the surroundings, and asked where they were. Qinfang answered that this was his private base in the real world. He guided her toward an opulent mansion illuminated by floating lanterns, its golden doors opening silently as they approached. Inside, a graceful maid greeted them with a respectful bow, welcoming her master home. Yuan paused, surprised that he had a maid at all. Qinfang ordered the maid to prepare dinner for two and explained calmly that she was not a normal attendant, but a construct created by the Divine Authority Book, an artifact capable of manifesting anything its wielder required. He added that he would soon take Yuan to challenge the Tower of Divine Authority in Magic City, where she could obtain a book of her own. Yuan offered her thanks again, her voice steady but soft. The narrative shifted once more, this time to the Chu family manor in Magic City. Chu Kunchen, Dongfang Yu's husband and a senior military officer, rushed through the gates, shouting orders and demanding that no harm come to his wife. The urgent call he had received from her moments prior replayed in his mind as he advanced, tension rising with each step. At first, he suspected Shadow, thinking their hidden fireworks factory scheme had been exposed, but quickly set the idea aside as unlikely. Inside the manor, soldiers searched every room. The estate bore unmistakable signs of conflict: fractured walls, shattered windows, traces of blood, yet not a single body. When a subordinate reported that no survivors or corpses had been located, Chu Kunchen's rising anger shifted into something heavier. He demanded to know where his wife, his son, and the household staff had gone. The officer hesitated before confirming that the manor was completely empty. Not even a lingering sign of life remained. Standing within the wreckage of his home, Chu Kunchen finally understood what had happened. The fate that had consumed the Dongfang family had now reached his own. In that instant, the foundation of Chu Kunchen's world fell apart. The realization that both his wife and son were gone struck Chu Kunchen with overwhelming force. He stumbled back, releasing a raw scream. His grief shifted into fury as he shouted that Shadow had murdered his family, ordering an immediate warrant for the hunter's capture. Lin Xingyu, who had been observing quietly, stepped forward with precise control. She asked how he could be certain Shadow was the killer. Kunchen snapped back, insisting that Shadow was responsible because the Dongfang family, his wife's relatives, had been destroyed by him as well. Unmoved, Lin Xingyu countered that no concrete evidence linked Shadow to the Dongfang incident, and that Kunchen's conclusion seemed rooted in personal assumptions rather than verifiable proof. Her gaze sharpened as she pressed further, asking whether he possessed inside information about these events, perhaps even a personal vendetta against Shadow influencing his accusations. Her words struck with direct force. Kunchen responded sharply, warning her to watch her statements and reminding her of his status as a military staff officer. But Lin Xingyu remained composed. She stated that his rank held no influence over her judgment. Then she revealed what he had not expected. The Sky Dome Guild had recently captured several members of the Magic City Black Dragon Hall and turned them over to authorities. During interrogation, the captives had admitted to a critical truth. Chu Kunchen had ordered the assault on Shadow's hideout. They had also confessed to a plan intending to lure Shadow to a fireworks factory and detonate it, killing him in a massive explosion. The authorities had originally prepared to arrest everyone associated with that operation. However, with Dongfang Yu now missing, she was formally suspected of escaping justice. Lin Xingyu's voice remained steady as she declared that Kunchen had abused his authority and conspired to commit a terrorist attack. She signaled her officers forward. Two guards seized Kunchen by the arms. He struggled violently, demanding an explanation, his voice rising in volume. He shouted accusations at Lin Xingyu, calling her a traitor and claiming she was collaborating with insignificant guilds to frame an official. She responded that rank meant nothing to her. She acted only in accordance with justice. Kunchen continued fighting against the guards, yelling for his release. Lin Xingyu's tone stayed cold as she instructed him to cooperate, explaining that if he were truly innocent, he would have the opportunity to prove it. Then she declared the final directive. Kunchen would be transported to Magic City Prison for interrogation, a facility where lifespan drained at 100 times the standard rate. Her voice carried a final warning. "Prepare yourself," she said. As the armored truck doors slammed shut, Chu Kunchen shouted frantically that they had no right to do this and that he would report every one of them. The convoy of armored vehicles moved down the dark forest road, headlights carving through the mist. From the branches of a nearby tree, two figures observed the scene in silence, their bodies hidden within the darkness. One, a tall man with a polished pompadour, confirmed that the man being transported was indeed their target. Chu Kunchen, the military staff officer. The second, a short, blue-haired girl, let purple energy pulse around them as she exchanged a firm nod with her partner. Their fists tapped together once, power flaring as they prepared to act. Moments later, deeper along the forest road, the convoy pushed forward. Inside the lead armored truck, Chu Kunshin continued shouting at Lin Xingyu, insisting on his innocence and demanding answers. A guard replied calmly that the order for his arrest came from higher authorities. The word struck Kunshin still. This was beyond Lin Xingyu's rank. Then, without warning, a blast of violet energy erupted across the night sky. The explosion slammed into the vehicle, hurling it off the road in a violent roll until it crashed into a twisted mound of metal. Lin Xingyu, dazed and pinned beneath debris, struggled for air. She turned her head and saw the guard beside her lying motionless, his body rigid. The roof groaned loudly before being torn open. A hand reached inside and lifted the unconscious Chu Kunshin by his collar, pulling him out with ease. Above the overturned truck, the two attackers stood outlined against the moon, the pompadoured man holding Kunshin's limp form while the blue-haired girl watched. "Mission complete," he said, his voice carrying a sharp edge of triumph. Chaos erupted once again. From the southern road, another armored vehicle raced toward the wreck. Reinforcements spilled out, weapons drawn, aiming directly at the pair atop the overturned truck. "Release the prisoner and surrender," an officer commanded. The two attackers only answered with brief, mocking laughter. Before the soldiers could fire, one officer glanced upward in sudden alarm. The branches overhead split apart as a massive figure dropped from the treetops. A giant man with glowing red eyes and a colossal hammer blazing with fire. With a thunderous roar, he swung the weapon downward. The impact triggered an explosion that engulfed the reinforcement vehicle in a wave of flame and shattered metal. Screams cut through the forest as fire consumed the wreck. Among the burning debris, the pompadoured man and the blue-haired girl watched with clear satisfaction. The man with the styled hair remarked that the force of the blow proved Mr. Theodore's claims had been accurate. The hammer-wielding brute landed amid the flames. Laughing his blue lifespan, orbs drifted upward from the fallen officers like faint lights. He raised a glowing card, declaring that Theodore's artifact had multiplied his stats fivefold, granting him the strength of a level 50 player despite being only level 10. He clicked his tongue, however, noting that the dead soldiers had dropped very little lifespan. His companion dismissed the complaint with a wave, reminding him that the true reward would come later, the 1,000 years of lifespan promised by Mr. Theodore. Nearby, beneath the overturned truck, Lin Xingyu's battered body shook uncontrollably. Her thoughts raced quickly. She understood now. With Theodore's rising influence, Shadow would be targeted next, all in retaliation for Qilian Chi-Chi. As the attackers prepared to depart, the blue-haired girl suddenly halted. A sharp smile formed as she commented that she could sense a small mouse still hiding in the wreck. Lin Xingyu stiffened. Her passive detection screamed a single warning: danger. She had been found. Without pausing, the girl launched a massive fireball straight at the crushed vehicle. The resulting explosion tore through the night, stronger and hotter than the first. Flames swallowed the wreckage completely. The blue-haired girl turned away with a satisfied smirk, declaring that no official watchdogs would remain alive. While moving deeper into the forest, she teased her companions, asking if they still thought about Qian Shishir. Wasn't she beautiful enough for them? The pompadoured man chuckled, answering that although she was attractive, their fallen comrade had been important to them, and their guild's code demanded her vengeance. With that final exchange, the three vanished into the forest shadows, their fading laughter carried by the wind. Behind a scorched tree trunk, a naked, injured Lin Xingyu crawled out of the burning wreck, coughing heavily. Pushing through pain, she activated her killing intent perception. The faint red outlines lingering in her vision confirmed her suspicion. They were members of the Alice Guild, following Theodore's command to capture Chu Kunshin. Her squad had been erased without exception. Shaking, Lin Xingyu stared up at the burning forest canopy. She understood she had only one task left: survive long enough to report everything. Meanwhile, in an entirely different realm, Shadow returned from the real world, bringing the ghost spirit with him into the Tower of Divine Authority. Standing before the ruins of Magic City, he explained to the astonished Yuan that the tower's guardian was known simply as Old Mom, a being rumored to hold the secrets of divine creation. Inside the mist-shrouded ruins of the Tower of Divine Authority, Shadow disclosed the truth about the one who ruled this place. Her real name, he said, was Queen Virginia of the Waxing Moon, once a sovereign of unmatched grace whose story had ended in tragedy. Long ago, Queen Virginia had watched her own son and daughter slain before her. The event fractured her mind, leaving her trapped inside a fragile illusion in which her children still lived, always waiting for their return. As they neared the tower, Shadow explained quietly that most players failed her trials because she issued impossible quests shaped by this delusion. But there was a method to use her condition to their advantage. If a young man and woman entered together, Virginie would mistake them for her lost children, making the challenge far more manageable and the rewards far greater. Ghost Spirit stared at him, unsettled by the strategy. Shadow told her plainly that once inside, she needed to call the Queen Mom. That was why players referred to her as Old Mom. He instructed her to stay in character while he handled everything else. After a moment of hesitation, Ghost Spirit nodded. Together, they approached the radiant golden gates. The doors opened, flooding them in light. Inside, a shimmering path of starlight extended endlessly. At the far end stood Queen Virginie, cloaked in silver robes, her presence calm and lunar. The moment she saw them, her posture shifted with sudden enthusiasm. "My children, you've returned," she said, asking softly if they had come back for the Divine Authority book. Shadow bowed slightly, answering that they had indeed come for it, addressing her as Mom. Ghost Spirit, affected by the Queen's gentle tone, spoke through trembling breaths. She told the Queen she had missed her and mentioned that she, too, had lost a parent. Queen Ver responded with warmth. She said she wanted to give them the book, but that divine rules prevented it until they completed her test. Raising her hand, she summoned her avatar, an enormous spectral being, a level 20 J-tier entity radiating moonlit power. "Defeat her," Ver instructed. "Show your worth." A system prompt appeared. Mother's blessing activated. All stats plus 20%. Ghost Spirit barely braced herself before shadows thickened around them. 3 dark figures emerged, circling the boss like concentrated storms. They were clones formed by Shadow's mythical ability, Shadow of Sorrow. In perfect unity, the clones launched a blinding assault. Each strike carried Shadow's full destructive strength. Within seconds, damage numbers in the hundreds of thousands burst across the air. The towering avatar shattered into drifting fragments of light before Ghost Spirit could fully process the attack. The system chimed. Challenge complete. Victory achieved. Ghost Spirit remained still, staring at the aftermath. She struggled to form words as the 3 identical shadows dissolved back into the darkness. "DW, what just happened?" she managed, overwhelmed by the sudden destruction. Ghost Spirit could only stand there, frozen, her wide eyes locked on the empty space where the towering boss had existed just moments ago. The arena had fallen into a strange, unnatural silence, broken only by the faint hum of residual energy still crawling through the air. Her mind struggled to catch up with reality. Something that powerful had been erased in an instant, as if it had never existed at all. 3 identical shadows had appeared, struck, and vanished like phantoms slipping back into the dark. Her thoughts shattered when Shadow moved again. She stared at the disintegrating fragments, her head spinning. How could anyone possess power with such terrifying precision? This wasn't brute force. This was control taken to an absurd extreme. What kind of skill could end something like that so cleanly? Before she could voice the question, a gentle glow washed over the chamber. Light descended from above, warm and soft, and a familiar figure drifted down through the air. The NPC the players lovingly called Mom. Queen Ver appeared, her presence calm and radiant, her smile filled with unmistakable motherly affection. She looked at them as though she were seeing children she had not held in ages. "Ellen, Anna, you've grown so strong," she said, her voice trembling with emotion. Her gaze lingered on Ghost Spirit, eyes shining. "Especially you, my little Anna. You've grown into such a beautiful young lady." With emotion filled with care, Ver conjured 9 radiant tomes. They floated before them like sacred relics, glowing softly as if alive. One by one, she placed them into Ghost Spirit's arms, telling her to cherish them, to use them to shape her future. Something inside Ghost Spirit cracked. The gesture was too sincere, too gentle. It reminded her painfully of her real mother, of warmth she hadn't felt in a long time. Emotions surged uncontrollably. She stepped forward and wrapped her arms around the NPC, burying her face against her shoulder as sobs spilled out. Ver, lost entirely in her role, stroked her hair and whispered softly that she had always been proud of her child. Shadow watched quietly from the side. There was no ridicule in his eyes, only understanding. He knew better than most how deep Ver's affection ran. Countless players hunted her relentlessly for that very reason. She had once burned through her entire remaining lifespan to forge the book of divine revelation, dying with not a single day left to her name. When Ghost Spirit finally steadied her breathing, Ver turned toward Shadow. "And you, my son," she said gently, "what is it you desire?" Shadow's answer was calm and direct. He asked for a divine tome in exchange for his communication bracelet. Ver took the item and examined it closely, sorrow flickering across her expression. "I do not have that tome at the moment," she admitted softly, "but I can create one for you." Ghost Spirit's eyes widened as Ver began to burn through her own remaining lifespan. Ethereal flames danced around her form, numbers flickering as the divine tome slowly materialized in her hands. Then, halfway through the process, it stopped. Her lifespan counter trembled, then rose. 150 days restored. Shadow accepted the newly forged God-granted communication tome. His voice was low, steady, as he told her to treat those restored days as his gratitude. Then he turned and walked away. As they headed for the exit, Ver called after them, her smile gentle yet tinged with sadness. "Take care of each other, my children." She looked at Ghost Spirit one last time. "And Anna, if danger ever finds you, your big brother Alan will protect you. Never stray from his side." The world beyond was filled with threats that could not be seen. Ghost Spirit blinked at the words, momentarily stunned. Big brother. The thought echoed in her head, warmth creeping up her cheeks. She followed a step behind Shadow as they left the glowing chamber, quietly wrestling with the idea. By the time they reached the exit, she finally gathered the courage to speak, half shy, half genuinely curious. Should she call him Master or Big Brother? She admitted that the second option sounded surprisingly nice. Shadow stopped. His reaction was immediate and sharp. The calm mask hardened, irritation flashing beneath the surface. "Call me whatever you want," he said coldly. "But not brother. Not Big Brother." The edge in his voice froze her in place. It wasn't simple annoyance. There was weight behind it, something bitter and buried deep. She felt it instantly. Before she could ask what had caused it, his calm link vibrated. Chief Anna's voice came through, brisk but carrying her usual teasing tone. She asked if he was logged in, saying she needed to review his friend list. She quickly added that this wasn't jealousy or nonsense. This was serious. Then her tone shifted. They had a problem. A serial killer was active. 7 victims so far. Online chatter had already started pointing fingers at Shadow. Shadow let out a low groan. Why was it always murder cases with him? Anna explained the real issue. The deaths aligned perfectly with his login and logout times. Whoever the killer was, they knew patrol routes, left no evidence behind, and were deliberately feeding suspicion toward him. Only people who could see his activity times could do that, meaning the culprit had to be someone close, or someone pretending to be. Shadow immediately listed everyone with access. The police team, the Knights Temple Guild leader, Milky Snow, the Savage Player, the Sky Dome Guild Master in Demon City and her granddaughter, and his newest companion, Ghost Spirit. Anna confirmed they would begin investigating immediately. Shadow asked the only question that mattered. Were the bodies found? The answer was grim, scattered across the entire city. She asked if he intended to examine them himself. Shadow agreed without hesitation. Anna's response was instant, her confidence flaring as if the outcome had already been decided. The moment he stepped into the case, the killer's time was running out. She forwarded every file, report, and timestamp to him without delay. With the situation escalating, Shadow logged out of the game. Before disconnecting, he gave Ghost Spirit precise instructions. She listened carefully, then assured him she was ready. In the quiet real-world hideout, Shadow handed her the communication bracelet, the rare device that linked the game and reality. He even entrusted her with his Ghost Wolf mount, so she could move quickly and track the killer. She stared at him in disbelief. The mount wasn't just rare. It was practically part of him. And yet, he passed it to her without a second thought. Shadow explained calmly. Someone was deliberately synchronizing the murders with his login times, crafting a flawless narrative to frame him piece by piece. He had reviewed his friend list carefully. None of them were responsible, which meant the leak didn't come from friends at all. It came from inside the official's organization. Someone with quiet, unquestioned access to his records. And that was exactly where her strength mattered most. With her touch of the underworld, she could trace scents, auras, and lingering energies with a precision Shadow had never seen in anyone else. He told her she had followed him long enough, endured enough, and survived enough. Now, she was ready for a mission that truly mattered. Ghost Spirit didn't hesitate. She swore she would not fail. She would find a real murderer and clear his name. The scene shifted. A dim, shadow-soaked hotel deep within the demon capital swallowed all light. Inside, the purple-haired man who had earlier shouted for Mr. Theodore dragged Cheween forward like a captured trophy. A cold-eyed woman stood nearby, her gaze sharp and detached, studying the bound official the way a scientist examined a specimen. Theodore lounged comfortably, relaxed as if this were a casual meeting. His voice carried calm amusement as he greeted them, calling the purple-haired man Tony and praising him for completing the task. The moment Theodore spoke, Cheween stiffened. Recognition hit him like a hammer. This was the same man from the embassy gathering. The bald man in the room turned toward him, a lit cigar glowing between his fingers. He smiled darkly and confirmed it. They had shared a pleasant little conversation back then, he said, and seeing Cheween treated so unfairly today had motivated them to retrieve him. Color drained from Chu Yin's face. Everyone in the room was familiar. The bald man, Tony, the blue-haired girl. All of them were fugitives tied directly to Chun Shershur's case. Whether Theodore intended to strike at Shadow, the authorities, or both, Cheween couldn't tell. But one thing was painfully clear. This rescue was not an act of kindness. Theodore smiled, casually dismissing the turmoil twisting through Chu Yin's mind. To him, there was barely any difference between the government and Shadow. They were practically working hand in hand anyway. The words shattered what little composure Chu Yin had left. He exploded, shouting about his wife and child, about how they had died brutally, how the officials had refused to issue a warrant for Shadow. Instead, they wanted to imprison him, and knowing Theodore's reputation, he understood perfectly well that this rescue came with strings attached. The bald man cut through the outburst with a single, simple question. What is your profession? Chu Yin froze. Then he laughed, a hysterical sound, tinged with bitter pride. Of course, this was why they wanted him. He was the only hidden class Fui in the entire game. His first skill, Yin-Yang Harmony, could distort enemy emotions and amplify damage dealt to spirits and monsters. Combined with his geomantic senses, he could read land structures, trace aura flows, locate treasures, and detect powerful figures long before they revealed themselves. He was a support type player, but in the right hands, he was irreplaceable. To prove it, Chu Yin activated Yin-Yang Harmony. The effect was immediate. Tony and the muscular brute beside him turned on each other without warning, shouting insults, eyes blazing as they lunged with murderous intent. Chu Yin explained smugly that they would remain like that until one of them collapsed. There were limits, he admitted. The skill couldn't affect enemies more than 5 levels above him. Still, the result was undeniable. Theodore applauded lightly, clearly pleased. Before the fight could escalate any further, the bald man flicked a burning car between his fingers, the ember glowing as it spun through the air. With a single, calm command, he told them to stop. The moment the crescent mark on the card ignited, the emotional distortion shattered instantly. Tony and the brute collapsed to the floor, bodies bruised and lungs heaving, as if they had been dragged back from madness itself. The woman clad in a tight bodysuit laughed openly, remarking that the damage had been far more impressive than she expected. Theodore called her Miss Mei Jing, instructing her to tend to the 2 fighters and casually praising them for their effort. She walked away with a wicked grin, clearly enjoying every second of it. Chu Yin could only stare. His technique wasn't supposed to be neutralized by ordinary purification magic, but one look at the bald man's knowing smile told him the truth. This wasn't ordinary magic at all. The man was a hidden class fortune teller, wielding enchanted cards capable of enhancement, purification, teleportation, and countless other effects. Each one activated flawlessly, without delay or backlash. The scene snapped back to the real world. Ghost Spirit tore through the city atop Shadow's Ghost Wolf Mount, moving at terrifying speed. Her touch of the underworld spread outward, tracing lingering spiritual imprints across rooftops, alleys, and deserted streets. Fragmented trails twisted and crossed until they finally converged into a single path. The moment the route became clear, she leaned forward, and the wolf surged ahead, slicing through the night like a bolt of gray lightning as she closed in on the serial killer's escape route. The scene shifted again. Qin Fang's old apartment complex stood silent, its dim corridor lights flickering weakly along the narrow hallway. A sudden knock echoed through the quiet. Inside, Fang's oblivious sister hurried toward the door with her usual unguarded excitement. The moment she opened it and saw Yin standing there, her face lit up instantly. She waved her friend inside with childlike enthusiasm, barely letting her step through the doorway. Yin greeted her with a familiar warm smile. Before she could say anything, the sister launched straight into her newest plan, rambling excitedly about selling her brother's apartment to make quick money. She bragged that Yin had already found a buyer, gesturing proudly behind her. The so-called buyer was a strange man, standing quietly in the hallway, smiling faintly. Yin quickly corrected her. He wasn't a buyer at all. He was a fortune teller who had agreed to help locate her missing brother. The man stepped forward smoothly and introduced himself, Azran too. His posture was polished, his voice calm and refined, the kind that naturally lowered defenses. None of it mattered. Fang's sister waved it all off dismissively. She insisted her brother disappeared all the time and would wander back whenever he felt like it. There was nothing to worry about. Yin exhaled slowly and tried again. She reminded her that she herself would be moving out soon. Her guild had finally received approval to relocate to their new platinum rank hideout, the Sanctuary, and all members were required to live there together. If Fang wasn't found soon, his sister would be left alone in the apartment with no one to rely on. The reaction was immediate and dramatic. She wailed as if the universe itself had betrayed her, clutching at Yin and demanding to know why she was being abandoned. Her arms flailed wildly, her performance so exaggerated it felt as though she were playing to an invisible audience watching from the shadows. Patient as ever, Yin explained that she had no choice. It was mandatory for her guild's advancement, and she reassured her calmly that Master Ren's divination had never been wrong. With his abilities, finding Fang was only a matter of time. Still, Yin offered one final suggestion. If she simply reached out to Fang politely, he would come back to help her. He was her real brother, after all, not like Shadow, whom she only saw occasionally outside the hideout gates, and had quietly begun fantasizing about as a replacement sibling. The sister rejected the idea immediately. She puffed herself up with misplaced confidence, insisting that Shadow's guild would recruit her sooner or later. Once that happened, she claimed she would gain protection, status, and the chance to avenge herself for whatever petty grudges she believed she carried. Enin could only sigh. She gave her one last chance to reconsider, then turned to leave, her expression silently admitting she had done all she could. After Enin left, Ren shifted his attention to the sister. With polite interest, he asked whether there was anything her brother used frequently. An item would help his divination lock on a Fong's location. She stubbornly waved him off, claiming she didn't need any fortune-telling at all. Ren ignored her protests entirely and stepped into the apartment anyway. When he learned the siblings had shared the same living space, he nodded in quiet satisfaction. That alone was enough for his technique. She blinked, confused as to why he wasn't listening. Ren was already drawing a glowing divination card. With an almost cheerful tone, he announced that he would read her fortune for free. Whether she liked the result or not didn't matter. She could witness it herself. The card floated upward, its surface shimmering with faint starlight. Then the image formed. A chilling omen appeared upon it. The star god sign. Ren translated it without hesitation. A man dressed in black lay motionless at the bottom of the sea. The sister stared at him blankly, her mind refusing to accept what she was hearing. Ren sighed softly, almost pitying her, and explained it plainly. According to the omen, her brother had burned to death, and his body had been cast into the ocean. Somewhere far away, completely unaware of this declaration, Qin Feng sneezed repeatedly for no apparent reason. Back in the apartment, the sister shook her head violently. She refused to accept it. She declared her brother would never die without first apologizing to her properly. Ren kept his expression gentle, like someone soothing a frightened child, and offered an alternative. Since she had been in contact with Shadow, she must know the location of his hideout. If she agreed, Ren could use a teleportation card to take them there immediately. Even if her real brother was dead, he suggested smoothly, she could simply treat Shadow as her new brother. It would be a clean, satisfying closure. Too naive to sense the danger, and far too greedy to see beyond her own fantasies, she agreed without hesitation. Ren activated the teleportation card. The world warped violently around them, walls stretching and twisting as the apartment dissolved into streaks of pale, blinding light. She felt the ground vanish beneath her feet as the magic seized them and tore reality apart. In her mind, she was already picturing her future, entering Shadow's guild, gaining protection, prestige, a place to belong. Even becoming a servant wouldn't matter, she told herself, as long as she could stay close, as long as she could survive. Then the light faded, and reality crushed her fantasy in an instant. She wasn't standing before the grand gates of Shadow's hideout. There were no guards, no towering walls, no sign of civilization at all. Instead, she found herself in a deserted, unfamiliar wasteland, an abandoned place swallowed by silence, devoid of life. Only then did the truth begin to sink in. Her heart lurched. Confusion and dread clawed up her spine as she looked around wildly, trembling as she muttered to herself, asking where Shadow was, why the teleportation had brought them here instead. Panic crept in her voice, rising with every unanswered question. Before her words could even settle, Ren changed. The polite smile tightened, then sharpened, twisting into something cold and predatory. His body shifted subtly, the pleasant facade peeling away as naked malice flooded his eyes. There was no time to react. Ren lunged. His fist drove into her stomach with savage force. The impact crushed the air from her lungs, blood spilling from her mouth as she folded helplessly to the ground. She barely had time to gasp before he spoke, his tone disturbingly casual. He said he believed in perfect equality, pain for everyone, no exceptions. Moments later, her body was lifted upside down, dangling like prey caught on a hook. Ren hovered before her, wearing a grin far too pleased for what he was doing. Terror overwhelmed her. She sobbed uncontrollably as he demanded everything she knew about Shadow. His hideout, his movements, his habits, every detail. Between choking gasps, she insisted again and again that she knew nothing. She had never been involved in anything important. She was just standing there, just watching. Her ignorance only fueled his anger. He struck her repeatedly, irritation spilling over as he cursed the absurdity of it. Someone so profoundly clueless had stood guard outside Shadow's hideout gates, acting as though proximity alone meant relevance. Another blow landed, then another, until her eyes rolled back and the world slipped away. Her body went limp. Ren stopped. Only then did realization dawn. He had abducted a complete fool, someone with no power, no skills, no real connection to the world he was trying to tear open. She didn't even possess a single extracted ability to defend herself. Annoyance twisted his expression. He pulled out his communication device and informed the person on the other end that the prey had been captured. Then, with disturbing casualness, he asked when the next killing would begin. It had been 2 days since the last body dropped, and his tone carried the impatience of an addict denied his fix. Dragging the unconscious girl across the floor, he threw her onto a cold concrete slab. The voice on the line responded sharply. He could amuse himself however he wished, but he was not permitted to kill her without explicit orders. Rin clicked his tongue in frustration, but he agreed. He slid out a gleaming knife, the blade catching the dim light as he admired it. There was still plenty of time, he murmured to himself, plenty of time to enjoy the process before the final command arrived. Elsewhere in the city, a police officer stared at his phone, eyes widening as realization hit. It had been 2 full days since Shadow had last logged out of the game. Anyone who extracted stats into the real world required an enormous calorie intake. Staying logged in that long was practically impossible, unless the timestamps were being forged. The thought struck him hard. Anna must have noticed the inconsistencies already. But instead of concern, a slow, malicious smirk crept across his face. He was the same man Shadow had once humiliated, and the timing couldn't have been more perfect. The rumors, the fear spreading online, the suspicious alignment of murders and logins. It all fit too well. Soon, people would believe Shadow was a serial killer hiding behind power and reputation. Panic would spread like wildfire, and when the public demanded blood, the authorities would have no choice but to arrest him. The officers savored the fantasy. Vengeance, at last, felt within reach. Far from the corruption and schemes, the ghost lady tore through the city atop Shadow's ghost wolf, her form cutting through the streets like a streak of silver-gray light. Her touch of the underworld traced faint, lingering auras through alleys and intersections, guiding her unerringly closer with every step. At last, the trail ended. A rusted metal gate stood before her, nearly swallowed by darkness. Without hesitation, she slipped inside. The wolf melted back into the shadows as if it had never existed. The underground passages were cold and damp, echoes carrying through the narrow tunnels. Ragged laughter drifted ahead, warped beyond sanity. The deeper she went, the clearer it became. Whoever was down here was enjoying this. When she stepped in the final chamber, the world seemed to freeze. Her breath caught. Qin Fong's sister was hanging from the ceiling in a grotesque, mutilated state. Her legs were gone, severed completely, and the floor beneath her glistened slick with blood. Below her stood Run, drenched in crimson like a nightmare made flesh, his shoulders shaking with manic delight as he indulged in torture for no reason other than pleasure. Tears streamed down her face so heavily it felt as though her entire world was collapsing in on itself. On her screen, attempt after attempt to enter the game flashed by, each one rejected by the same cold message. Entry blocked. Active combat. The truth sank into her like ice. She wasn't locked out. She was the one trapped in combat. Hanging helplessly in that nightmarish room, she stared at the deranged butcher looming over her, unable to comprehend how her life had spiraled into this. All she had wanted was to sell a house, make some quick money, nothing more. Terror swelled as realization fully took hold. No one was coming. She whispered for help, her voice barely audible, but the darkness offered only silence in return. For a brief, fragile moment, a single thought surfaced through the fear. If her brother Fong were still alive, he would have torn the world apart to save her. But she believed Fong was dead now. With that thought, the last fragile strand of hope inside her finally snapped. At that exact moment, a mysterious green aurora bloomed around her body, warm and gentle, like a miracle descending from the heavens. Her breath hitched. For a split second, she believed salvation had arrived. Then laughter tore through the air. Jagged, cruel, inhuman. It wasn't a blessing. It was a spell. The psycho stepped closer, eyes burning with sick delight as he proudly introduced himself. The butcher, a priest by profession. He explained it calmly, almost cheerfully. His class allowed him to restore any injury as long as the victim had not yet died. To a twisted soul like his, that power was divine. He promised her death would not come quickly. He preferred to stretch suffering until it became art, to savor every second of terror, every scream, every broken breath. Only after he had consumed all of it would he finally grant death. To him, prolonged torment was the most exquisite pleasure life had to offer. His gaze slid downward, lingering without shame, and he muttered what he planned to mutilate next. The words shattered what little remained of her sanity. Her mind collapsed. She fainted instantly, consciousness fleeing before the horror could continue. The butcher clicked his tongue in disappointment. Too weak, he muttered. Barely worth the effort. Still, he reached for his tools, eager to continue regardless. Before his fingers could touch her again, the air behind him rippled. Killing intent sharpened. A talisman ignited with cold, ghostly light. In the next heartbeat, the ghost lady appeared. Her blade fell in a devastating night slash, power exploding outward as it carved into the butcher's body. Blood sprayed across the chamber. The impact sent him staggering, but it didn't stop him. He shuddered, breath ragged, then grinned. He admitted he enjoyed the pain. A masochist. A monster. The ghost lady didn't react to his delight. Her voice was cold as steel as she demanded answers. Why had he slaughtered the victims? Why had he framed Shadow? She sensed it instantly. His hands were glowing again, healing. She moved without hesitation. Talisman papers spiraled through the air with surgical precision, wrapping around his body and slamming him into the ground with a thunderous crack. The spell was severed. His regeneration cut off completely. The confidence drained from his face. Immobilized and helpless, the butcher finally understood the situation. The ghost lady crouched beside him, her voice low and razor-sharp. She warned him that if he refused to speak, she would let him experience exactly what it felt like to have his legs severed. Slowly, just like the girl hanging above them. The madness in his eyes shattered. Genuine terror replaced it. For the first time, he understood fear. He broke instantly, his voice trembling as he agreed to confess everything. The scene shifted once more, returning to the godforsaken ruins of the shattered city, where Captain Anna stood with her team amid the rubble. She explained that the moment they stopped reporting Shadow's login and logout times, the serial killer went completely silent. No new victims, no new crimes, nothing at all. Captain Mang pointed out that Shadow himself was still logging in and out normally, which only confirmed what they already suspected. This wasn't coincidence. Someone inside the authorities had been deliberately crafting a frame job. Little Black spoke firmly, his tone absolute. Shadow would never commit such crude murders. And any true expert wouldn't dump bodies like trash. They would reduce them to ash and leave nothing behind. Captain Anna agreed. Every one of them knew Shadow was innocent, but public opinion no longer cared about truth. Rumors had spread like wildfire. Once fear took hold of the masses, the authorities would be forced to act. Innocent or not, Shadow would become the sacrifice used to restore order. Captain Mang shook his head slowly. If the government ever pushed Shadow into a corner, the result would be catastrophic. The country itself would fracture long before the fight ended. They had no choice. His name had to be cleared, and fast. And now that they were certain the setup originated from within the system, Captain Anna narrowed her eyes. With the existing grudges and political tension, only one name fit perfectly. The scene cut instantly. A fat brat sat staring at his phone, checking it for what felt like the 100th time. His face twisted with impatience. 2 full days had passed, yet there was still no update on Shadow's logout time. That wasn't how things were supposed to go. The killer he had hired should still be playing with the prey. The silence unsettled him. A creeping unease gnawed at his thoughts. What if Anna had already pieced everything together? Deep down, he harbored a twisted crush on her. He knew he was nowhere near her league, but that awareness only warped his feelings into obsession. In his delusional mind, there was only one way to win her heart. Eliminate Shadow, no matter the cost, even if it meant standing against his own country. Just then his phone buzzed. He lunged for it, heart pounding, convinced it was finally news of Shadow appearing offline. Instead, his expression darkened as he read the message. The prey had escaped. Worse still, the killer required 3 years of lifespan to extract her tracking skill. An address followed, ordering him to appear immediately. Rage boiled over. He cursed under his breath, furious that the butcher couldn't even control a single helpless victim. If this situation spiraled further, everything he had planned would collapse. The scene shifted once more. We returned to the same suffocating tunnel where death clung to the walls like mold. Lang, the pampered brat, stepped inside, drunk on power and entitlement. He shouted impatiently for the butcher, irritation dripping from his voice as he mocked the killer's incompetence. How could a helpless prey possibly escape? Muttering curses to himself, he stomped deeper into the dim corridor. Then his steps slowed, and finally they stopped. There, hanging grotesquely from the ceiling like butchered livestock, were both the priest and the dumb girl. The sight struck Lang with a sudden, icy realization. He was no longer the hunter. He was trapped. Before he could form a single coherent thought, a talisman sliced through the air and pierced straight into his jacket. It tightened instantly. Paper seals spiraled around his body, locking him in place like an iron vice. From the darkness, the ghost lady stepped forward. Her presence carried the stillness of a winter night just before a storm. Her eyes were cold, her voice colder, as she asked him one simple question. Was he the one who sought to harm her master? Panic exploded across Lang's face. He immediately fell back on the only weapon he had left. His background, his power. He barked at her to release him at once, shouting that he had powerful connections within the authorities. Crossing him, he warned, would ruin her life. She didn't react. She had already heard the priest's confession. With terrifying calm, she recited his crimes back to him. His full name, Lang, son of the city's mayor. The orders he had given to murder innocent people. The way bodies were disposed of during Shadow's offline hours. The careful manipulation that framed everything on a Shadow from the darkness. He was the puppet master, the architect of the nightmare. Her gaze hardened. She turned toward the butcher and stated flatly that since he had fulfilled his part of the deal, she would now grant him the reward he desired most. She ordered him to kill Lang however he pleased. The psycho priest's face twisted into ecstatic gratitude. Delight flooded his expression at the chance to indulge again. Lang screamed at him to stop, but the butcher only laughed, savoring the anticipation of fresh prey. Then Lang moved. In sheer desperation, he activated something unseen. A hidden technique. The ground beneath the psycho erupted violently. He stumbled back as a deafening explosion detonated in front of the ghost lady. Fire and debris tore through the air, the shockwave rippling outward through the tunnel. When the smoke began to clear, Lang was already free. The talisman lay destroyed. He straightened his clothes, his earlier terror replaced entirely by hatred. He sneered at the ghost lady, asking if she truly believed he would walk into a trap without preparation. He revealed that he knew exactly who she was. Shadow's apprentice. Young, yet monstrously powerful. Revenge burned through him now. He declared he would kill her first. Then Shadow. Then every follower was foolish enough to stand beside him. Energy surged violently through his body. A fiery aura wrapped around him as enchantments activated in succession, forcing his stats to unnatural heights. He kicked off the ground, unleashing blazing arrows of fire that detonated the instant they struck stone, explosions tearing through the tunnel. But the ghost lady was already gone. She moved like a phantom, slipping between bursts of flame, vanishing so completely that Lang's eyes widened in dread. He understood at a heartbeat too late. She was never an ally. From behind him, a talisman snapped forward like a hunting serpent, coiling around his torso with ruthless accuracy before punching straight through his chest. Lang's scream tore out of him as the binding sealed tight, pinning him in place. The ghost lady stepped closer, her presence glacial and absolute. She told him plainly that he was weak, laughably so, and that abilities meant to advance had never belonged to someone like him. She demanded the truth. Who was backing him? Lang thrashed uselessly, pain flooding every nerve. He begged her to stop, swearing he would talk if she spared his life. The talisman constricted further, its edge hovering a breath away from his heart. His resistance collapsed instantly. He confessed everything. Foreigners were working with Shar. One of them had discovered him and pulled him in. They had recruited him to help destroy Shadow. They were the ones who gave him the card. 10 people in total. That was all he knew. Desperate and sobbing, he swore that his father, the mayor, would give her anything she wanted if she let him live. The moment he mentioned parents, something shifted. A buried wound stirred behind the ghost lady's eyes. She did not hesitate. Power surged as she unleashed her blood-piercing technique, forcing energy through every vessel in his body. Lang convulsed violently as she ordered him to be silent. Her master had once told her that enemies left alive would never return mercy. She had learned that lesson well. Today, she would not leave her work unfinished. Even as his body spasmed, she sensed it. An armed squad closing in on the building. And beside them, faint but unmistakable, the lingering aura of the mutilated dumb girl. The authorities were seconds away. The ghost lady withdrew, leaving the survivor to their hands. Whether the girl lived or died would be decided by fate, not her. Moments later, officers flooded the tunnel, responding to an anonymous tip. They found the scene soaked in horror. The psycho butcher, Lang. The inspector examined the carnage and concluded both perpetrators were dead. The injured girl was unconscious but stable, her life no longer in immediate danger. A subordinate called out, pointing to writing scrawled on the wall. The message stated that the serial killings were the work of 2 individuals who had attempted to frame Shadow. It claimed evidence was stored on their phones, and that the girl was a witness who had quietly done good in secret. Verification came quickly. Phone records confirmed it all. Lang and the butcher had tried to pin everything on someone else. Worse, there was proof that someone inside the authorities had been leaking Shadow's login information directly to Lang. Orders were issued without delay. The insider was to be captured immediately. The world shifted. Back in reality, far from the chaos of the game, Chinfeng was eating like a man rebuilding himself from the inside out, tearing through meat and protein with focused urgency. The peace didn't last. His device lit up with Captain Anna's name. Still chewing, he answered. Her voice was urgent, but threaded with unmistakable relief. She told him they finally had good news, a real breakthrough in the serial killer case. Chinfeng already knew. The answer had formed the instant she said the truth had been uncovered. That meant the ghost lady had finished her work. Captain Anna confirmed it. The killers were Lang, the mayor's son, and a man named Run, a deranged psycho priest. Chinfeng asked, calm and steady, what had become of them? Anna said both were dead. Their phones had been recovered, filled with evidence that couldn't be denied. The victim girl had been rescued as well. She had lost both her legs and endured torture beyond imagination. She was alive in the hospital, barely holding on. Once she recovered enough to speak, they would take her final statement and officially close the case. Chinfeng nodded to himself, satisfied. Everything had been handled cleanly, precisely as he expected. The ghost lady had not disappointed him. Anna then apologized for the trouble the investigation had caused him. Wanting to make proper amends, she shared critical information. A strange anomaly had appeared inside the city. 5 flying monsters were circling endlessly in the sky. They attacked any player who approached the zone. No matter how many players teamed up and killed them, their number always reset back to 5. It reminded her of the 7 bosses that once appeared in Dark Moon Town, whose presence had pointed to a massive hidden treasure. With her instincts as a captain, she was convinced something enormous was concealed there, and she urged him to investigate it immediately. Qinfeng's gaze sharpened. Another ancient god tablet. He was certain of it. He thanked her for the tip. Based on her description, the tablet was positioned extremely high in the air, far beyond normal reach. Even he couldn't obtain it without a flying mount. His thoughts returned to the Leaning Tower of Magic, where he had claimed the Skull Castle key. If he fully explored that tower, he might secure a flying dragon mount this time. There was only one issue. Entry to that area required a minimum level of 20. He checked his status. Level 19. 1 level short. No time to waste. He logged back into the game, intent on grinding experience at maximum efficiency. The scene shifted to the outer beach of Skull City. Shadow moved like a phantom, completely invisible as he slaughtered monsters at a blistering pace. The salty wind carried the clash of battle, and he noticed a group of adventurers struggling against a massive lobster-like creature. One girl panicked, demanding to know what was happening, while a towering man reassured her. His voice sharpened as he activated his professional spirit. His body transformed into a shimmering soul form, like a guardian made of light. He explained calmly that he couldn't deal damage, but if he managed his defensive skills correctly, he could withstand any attack thrown at him. He urged the others to strike from behind while he absorbed every blow head-on. Watching their coordination stirred something sharp inside Qinfeng. A memory surfaced from his past life, clear and bitter. The Theodore Guild and the Zuma Guild had once colluded in this very region. They orchestrated ambushes, manipulated encounters, and lured city officials into perfectly crafted death traps. The officials were wiped out in waves, unable to maintain even basic order. What followed was 3 months of real-world chaos in Skull City. Businesses collapsed overnight. Law enforcement broke under the strain. Fear spread faster than any plague. More than 100,000 people died indirectly because of that collapse. Qinfeng's fingers tightened almost imperceptibly. He remembered it too well. Chaos born from greed, incompetence, and an insatiable hunger for power. Now, with an ancient god tablet hanging somewhere above the city skies, he pushed forward without hesitation. He had to level up before history repeated itself. The battle against the enormous skeletal lobster surged toward a breaking point. Its hollow roar shook the shoreline, and Lynching's expression hardened the instant she saw its health bar plunge. She shouted a warning that the monster was entering its second phase, but the words barely left her mouth before the beast swelled with an eerie blue glow. Shimmering bubbles erupted violently from its shell, each one bursting open to release swarms of smaller lobster abominations that flooded the sand in a frenzy. The battlefield collapsed into chaos. Their shield bearers staggered backward under the endless tide, shouting that there were too many to contain. Lynching screamed through the din, ordering Zuma, the Soul Walker, to activate his soul conversion ability before they were wiped out. Zuma turned away. His face was empty. He didn't respond. He didn't even look at her. Her heart sank as betrayal struck deeper than fear. The smaller lobsters poured past the faltering front line and lunged straight at her. The formation shattered instantly. Lynching fired both guns wildly, knowing even as she pulled the trigger that the situation was beyond recovery. She shouted at Zuma again, demanding answers, but the moment had already slipped away. The colossal boss reared up, skeletal claws raised high. Its minions converged as Lynching stumbled and fell, staring up in pure terror as the creature descended to consume her. Then the battlefield split open in blue light. A blur tore through the air. A streak of energy ripped into the massive monster mid-strike, shredding joints and armor as if they were paper. Before Lynching could even comprehend what she had seen, Shadow was already there. He moved faster than thought, his blade carving through the swarming minions in an arc that was both precise and merciless. He landed before her, driving a vortex of dark energy into the ground that swallowed the remaining creatures whole. The system window flared into existence. The Jade-grade lobster boss had been slain. A flood of experience surged into him, along with evolution points and more than 9 full years of raw lifespan flowing straight into his inventory. Shadow stood still as loot scattered across the sand, calm and unmoved. Zumi stared at him in pure horror, the truth finally crashing down. The man standing there was Shadow, the infamous one. The shift was instantaneous. Shadow vanished from his position and appeared directly in front of Zuma, as if space itself had folded. His killing intent slammed down harder than any. Roar from the battlefield. Before anyone could even react, Shadow's blade flashed once. Clean. Precise. Zuma's head left his shoulders, his body collapsing as the system calmly announced his death. The corpse dissolved into shimmering particles, fading into nothing. Lynching watched, frozen, her breath trapped in her chest. She forced herself to speak, thanking him for saving her life. But fear bled in her voice as she asked why he had killed their teammate. Shadow's glowing eyes turned toward her, cold and level. He asked her why a Magic City official team was employing a foreigner to begin with. Lynching admitted the truth. Zuma had been hired as external support. His rare class was crucial for handling the boss. She hadn't expected him to abandon them at the most critical moment. Shadow let out a low scoff, heavy with contempt. He told her it wasn't hesitation or panic. It was intentional. He recited an old saying, one that cut straight to the point. Those who do not share the same faction will never share the same heart. The implication was unmistakable. Zuma had betrayed them. Lynching went pale, sweat forming at her temples, as she stammered out the question she couldn't avoid. Why would Zuma want them dead? What would he possibly gain? Shadow offered no reassurance. He turned away, his cape sweeping across the sand like a dark tide, and said flatly that uncovering motives was the official's responsibility, not his. Then he paused. Without turning back, he made an offer. If Magic City officials encounter bosses they couldn't handle, they could contact him directly. He laid out his terms with absolute clarity. He would take the lifespan drops and any assassin class equipment. Everything else would belong to them. It was the same deal he had already established with the Maging High officials. The words hit the survivors like a miracle. Several of them cried out in relief, barely believing what they were hearing. Shadow added one final condition. The agreement applied only to platinum grade bosses or higher, and he would have full looting rights over his share. Lynching, you didn't hesitate. She immediately accepted, fully aware of the value such an alliance carried, and began sending messages to their scattered exploration teams. Within moments, urgent announcements rippled through the danger zones, calling for all teams to report the coordinates of any high-level bosses they encountered. As the news spread that Shadow had agreed to assist, players who had been pushed to the edge of death released cries of genuine relief. Hope returned to the battlefield like a long-lost dawn. Across the danger zones, adventurers realized they no longer had to die again and again just to make it through another day. For the first time since entering Magic City's wilderness, genuine hope spread across the battlefield. Hope to survive. Hope for better equipment. Hope that stepping into a boss zone no longer meant certain death. On the cliffside, Lynching you struggled to keep pace as messages flooded her interface nonstop. She called out to Shadow, telling him that multiple coordinates had arrived all at once. Several platinum-grade bosses had been spotted nearby. Shadow lifted a brow, faintly surprised by how fast the reports were coming in. Lynching you explained breathlessly that Maging High's officials were already thriving because of him, while Magic City's teams were being pushed to the brink day after day. The moment the announcement went out, every desperate squad had sent their coordinates simultaneously. Shadow activated his flight skill. Dark wings unfolded behind him with a low hum of energy. He told her to forward the nearest location. With a single step, he launched into the air, slicing through the sky like a streak of blue light. The officials below waved after him, gratitude and disbelief written across their faces as he vanished into the clouds in pursuit of his next target. The scene shifted to a narrow, rocky canyon. A hulking platinum-grade monster, the long-haired gray miner, lurked behind a jagged boulder. A small party of players hid nearby, bodies tense and shaking. Among them, a red-haired girl whispered shyly that she'd heard Shadow was coming and wondered aloud, her cheeks burning, if he was handsome. Her teammates were far less optimistic. One man scoffed, muttering that killing a platinum boss wasn't that easy. The miner's stats were monstrous, its defenses absurd. Only a fool would believe Shadow could erase it in a single. His sentence never finished. From the sky, a massive vertical beam of blue energy crashed down like divine judgment. The miner didn't even have time to scream. Its colossal body was cleaved cleanly in half, over 300,000 damage ripping through it in an instant. The canyon trembled as the bisected corpse collapsed. A crisp system notification followed, confirming the kill. Experience flowed in. Evolution points surged. More than 5 years of lifespan were added, along with a platinum-grade assassin skill, Smoke Bomb. Shadow glanced at the remains with cold indifference, then turned east, already locking onto his next target. By the time the hidden party snapped out of their shock, he was gone. The skeptical man dropped to his knees, hands shaking as he screamed that Shadow had killed the boss in a single second without even showing his face. The red-haired girl pouted, frustrated that she'd missed him. Shock quickly turned into celebration when they noticed the cluster of lifespan orbs floating gently in the air. Shadow had kept his word. He took the lifespan, but every piece of non-assassin equipment remained untouched. The world shifted again without warning. Massive white spikes erupted from the ground, launching a squad of players screaming into the air. From the shattered earth rose a terrifying jade-gray boss, the noble family's eldest son, the traitor Lulu. Molten black armor encased his body, and a colossal flaming sword burned in his grasp. A player screamed in terror, realizing far too late that they had disastrously underestimated the monster's detection range. The knight raised its burning blade high, bringing it crashing down toward a frozen player who could only stare in helpless terror. Death never reached him. A streak of purple light ripped through the air, severing the boss's arm cleanly at the shoulder. The flaming sword and mangled limbs spun away as Shadow descended in a blur, landing with lethal precision. His Shadow of Sorrow skill detonated instantly. For Shadow, clones burst forth, forming a perfect ring around the Jade Knight. They moved as one, blades flashing in a relentless storm of dark slashes that shook the canyon itself. The boss didn't survive even a single breath. It collapsed under the crushing assault. The system announced the kill. Experience surged. Evolution points poured in. More than 10 full years of lifespan were added, along with a Jade grade, Great Assassin skill. Merge into darkness. The rescued players stood frozen in stunned silence. Each Shadow clone had inflicted over 300,000 damage. Voices dropped to whispers as they stared at Shadow, trembling, questioning whether they were even playing the same game. One player, face burning with awe, declared the gap between them and Shadow was no different from the gap between humans and gods. Others nodded, caught between fear and reverence. As the final boss fell, a new system message lit up Shadow's interface. Level 20. Dark energy spiraled around him like living smoke as he remarked calmly that boss grinding was still the fastest path to leveling. Another chime followed immediately. The natural disaster, Ancient God Curse Slate, had reached full charge. Shadow's eyes flickered with a sharp yellow gleam as he steadied his breath, anticipation tightening in his chest. With the slate fully awakened, it was time to draw a new arc, one powerful enough to reshape everything ahead. Shadow immediately poured his evolution points into his newly acquired skills. The system window flickered rapidly as notification after notification appeared. More than 300 points vanished in moments, pushing Merge into darkness from Platinum straight into Mythical grade. Standing alone in the howling wasteland, wind tearing at his cloak, Shadow examined the skill and understood its true value. It wasn't an upgrade. It was a replacement, a superior form of stealth. The realization hit hard. His stealth level surged to 21, rendering him undetectable even to most diamond grade bosses that would have spotted him instantly before. Shadow's attention shifted to the smoke bomb skill card resting in his inventory. He dumped his remaining points into it, forcing the skill upward until it reached legendary grade. The upgraded card formed in his hand, radiating that unmistakable legendary glow. Shadow stared at it, his expression twisting in open disgust. He called it trash skill, unworthy of occupying space in his arsenal. Without hesitation, he activated his Spirit Devourer bloodline and consumed the card whole. The system erupted with alerts as the card disintegrated into pure energy. His elemental attack surged sharply upward, while his elemental resistance hardened in response. The scrolling numbers confirmed it. Devouring the legendary skill had pushed his stats up by a noticeable margin. Satisfied, Shadow turned his gaze toward the ocean. On the horizon, a forbidding structure dominated the skyline. The Waybone ruins rested on a distant island, a dark castle silhouette carved sharply against the storm-choked sky. Shadow evaluated the situation with cold clarity. His strength was more than enough to enter the ruins, but the problem wasn't power. It was distance. There was no way across the water. No ships. No teleportation arrays. Nothing. He watched the waves crash violently against the shore, fully aware that the sea between him and the island was infested with monsters. Swimming across or fighting underwater without proper mounts or abilities wasn't bravery. It was suicide. Unwilling to let terrain dictate his fate, Shadow opened his map interface. His eyes swept across the coastline until a peculiar symbol caught his attention. A locked door icon, positioned directly along the shore. Interest stirred. His body dissolved into motion, transforming into a streak of shadow that cut across the land toward the marked point. Shadow reformed before a cave entrance sealed by a massive stone gate, its surface etched with ancient, intricate carvings. The moment he stepped closer, glowing chains manifested across the door, and a system prompt appeared. The gate was sealed. The system asked whether he wished to use the Withered Bone City key. Surprise flickered through him. The golden key he had acquired earlier, likely from the Leaning Tower transaction, was exactly what this place demanded. He retrieved it from his inventory. As the key resonated, the enormous doors groaned open with a deep, echoing rumble. Shadow stepped through, muttering his curiosity about how a gate on this side of the coast could possibly lead to ruins across the sea. The moment he crossed the threshold, he accelerated, his form blurring with speed. The path didn't stretch forward. It dropped sharply downward. Shadow quickly realized he was descending deep beneath the earth. As he moved through the narrow, rocky passage, understanding settled in. This wasn't magic transport. It was physical. A hidden tunnel carved beneath the ocean floor, linking the mainland directly to the isolated island. The subterranean journey stretched on until light finally appeared ahead. Shadow emerged from the cave mouth on the far side and immediately grasped why this place had been abandoned to monsters. The land before him was desolation incarnate, a storm-lashed wasteland steeped in decay and death. High above, a ruined castle clung to the edge of a towering cliff, its broken silhouette illuminated by violent forks of lightning tearing through the sky. The system notification appeared, formally welcoming him to the Mora Empire, withered Bone City ruins. At the same time, a warning followed, brutal and unforgiving. This region was classified as a berserk area, a place where normal rules no longer applied, twisted into something far more merciless. Here, a player's lifespan didn't drain at a tolerable pace. It hemorrhaged at a rate 100 times higher than normal. Every second spent in this place aged you catastrophically. Shadow glanced back at the dark sea he had bypassed, and couldn't help but appreciate the brutal elegance of the hidden tunnel system. A memory surfaced from his past life, before everything had been reset. He remembered a player, dismissed as a lunatic, ranting about a secret passage beneath the ocean. At the time, the community had mocked him, assuming he was confusing games or inventing quest lines that didn't exist. Standing on this cursed shore now, Shadow realized the so-called madman had been right all along. He moved forward into the wasteland. A forest of withered trees stretched ahead, as if life itself had abandoned the land centuries ago. Skeletal branches clawed at the sky, and scattered bones lay across the ground like worthless debris. The air was heavy with suffocating dread. Without warning, the ground beneath Shadow's feet began to tremble violently, the solid earth warping into something that felt like it was being torn apart from within. A massive skeletal dragon skull, half buried and mistaken for little more than macabre scenery, started to rattle. Cracks raced across its ancient surface. Then, in a violent explosion, something burst from the hollow interior, detonating the skull into shards that rained across the land. Shadow held his ground as dust and debris settled, refusing to retreat as the creature's true form emerged. What revealed itself defied reason. A gigantic skeletal centipede formed the lower body, its segmented frame lined with blade-like limbs. Above it was a stitched-together female torso, grotesquely preserved, a single crimson eye glowing with malignant awareness. The system interface flickered to life, identifying the entity as the Withered Bone Ruins Guardian. Thousand Blade Centipede Moore, a diamond-grade boss. Shadow examined the monstrosity with cold, tactical focus. The upper body still carried a twisted echo of humanity, but everything below the waist had abandoned it entirely. That centipede body moved with disturbing fluidity, pure monster through and through. His gaze traced the festering wounds across her form, and recognition struck him hard. The patterns of decay were identical to the scars he had seen on the White Dragon during a previous encounter. When the creature suddenly lunged forward with explosive speed that belied her massive size, the truth became undeniable. This was no random spawn. She had once been a citizen of the Mora Empire, a human being corrupted by Cthulhu's curse and reshaped into a guardian of ruins. Shadow hurled himself aside as the massive centipede body swept through the space where his head had been, crashing past like a living battering ram. As he twisted aside, his eyes caught the scars etched across her human torso, and in that fleeting instant a grim truth settled in. These weren't marks earned through battle. They were the remnants of prolonged, inhumane torture, inflicted while she was still alive. Whatever she had been before, mercy no longer applied. The moment for defense ended. Shadow moved, one command after another, his combat skills chained together without hesitation. Shadow clones erupted into existence around him, flawless replicas already aligned with his intent. He activated Blessing of Release, and power surged violently through his body, forcing his damage output past its normal limits. Purple light exploded across the battlefield. Shadow and his clones became a single will, executing a perfectly synchronized shadow flash. The slash landed 4 times in the space of a breath, each strike precise and merciless. His blade tore across the monster's neck, dark energy trailing behind the cut like an afterimage. His eyes burned as the system notification flared into view. Cooldowns reset instantly. He didn't pause. Blessing of Release detonated again. Chaotic red energy burst outward, swallowing more in a violent aura of destruction. The 4 shadows shifted formation, sealing every escape route. Attacks came from all directions at once. Condensed purple beams ripped through flesh and bone simultaneously, shredding the monster piece by piece. Moore's massive body couldn't endure it. She ruptured in a blinding explosion of magical fire, crimson light washing over the ruins. Shadow landed smoothly as burning fragments fell around him like hellish snow. The system confirmed the outcome. The Diamond Grey Guardian, Thousand Blade Centipede Moore, had been slain. Rewards flooded in. A massive surge of experience pushed his level higher. Evolution points stacked rapidly. More than 10 years of tradable lifespan flowed into his reserves. Rare items dropped directly into his inventory in rapid succession. For a brief moment, the curse loosened its grip. The spirit of the woman she had once been emerged, her true form restored in those final seconds before fading away. She smiled softly, expression peaceful, finally free from the nightmare that had consumed her existence. Shadow moved on, leaving the fallen guardian behind. He pressed deeper into the dead, silent wasteland. He lifted his gaze toward the lightning-wreathed castle perched atop the cliffs, its silhouette flickering like a corrupted fortress torn straight from a nightmare raid. Without hesitation, he extended his hand and released a long-range strike. A wave of dark energy tore through the gloom, spearing a spider-shaped monster lurking in the shadows before it could even react. The creature let out a shrill, piercing scream as the dark energy punched clean through her body. Her upper half was still unmistakably human, still female, while her lower body twisted into a grotesque spider form that defied all sense of nature. The system prompt appeared before Shadow, confirming the cursed spider moly had been eliminated. The rewards followed immediately. A heavy surge of experience. Evolution points. Exactly 10 full years of tradable lifespan. Shadow stood among the drifting loot, letting the weight of this land settle into him. Every monster he had encountered here shared the same grotesque trait. A human torso fused unnaturally with some malformed beast, as if the world itself had forcibly merged two incompatible files and refused to roll the change back. Even their names remained untouched, lingering fragments of the people they once were. His pace slowed when a massive dragon skull came into view, half buried in the dirt. Its bone structure was warped beyond reason. Multiple mismatched eye sockets, horns twisted into unnatural shapes. It looked less like a skeleton and more like a blueprint of biological corruption. That sight sealed his conclusion. The withered bone ruins weren't a battlefield. They were the aftermath of a colossal experiment that had gone catastrophically wrong. A fragment of old lore surfaced in his mind. In their desperation to win the war, the people of Mora had summoned Cthulhu, an ancient sea god. The curse that followed didn't just destroy the city. It swallowed it whole. Every living human was twisted, reshaped, until the entire population became monsters trapped between forms. As Shadow pressed deeper into the ruins, he could feel the curse thickening around him. Like walking through code that kept raising the difficulty slider the closer he got to the city's core. Then the sky shattered. Something enormous fell from above and slammed into the ground with crushing force. The impact violent enough to feel like a game's vibration feedback pushed to its absolute limit. From the crater rose a towering stone-skinned titan. Magma-like veins glowed beneath its surface as it straightened, blocking Shadow's path completely. The system identified it instantly. Royal City Guard Commander Man, level 25. Platinum grade. Shadow looked up at the golem, unimpressed. In a domain this corrupted, a so-called Royal Guard Commander being reduced to a low-tier platinum boss almost felt insulting. The titan raised its massive stone arm, red energy pulsing along it like overheated circuitry. It slammed its fist into the ground, shattering the earth in a violent shockwave. Shadow slipped aside with ease, landing lightly as the ground split open where he had stood. The battle began. Shadow unleashed his Shadow Blade, carving a clean, powerful slash across the stone giant's body. Damage numbers flashed into view, and in the same instant, something went wrong. A recoil effect snapped back at him, like the universe itself had flipped a reverse card. Agony tore through his body as the exact damage he dealt rebounded straight into him. Landing firmly, Shadow understood immediately. Full damage reflection. The golem's crimson eyes burned through the dust as Shadow assessed the threat with cold precision. 10 times the health of a standard platinum boss. A brutal 100% damage reflection ability. This wasn't a test of strength. It was a trap designed to punish anyone who attacked without thinking. He acknowledged it without hesitation. If his blacklight shield hadn't been active during that first exchange, he would have died instantly. This land punished carelessness without mercy. Shadow kicked off the ground and surged into the night sky, his silhouette cutting across the moon like a frozen frame from an action RPG poster. Midair, he activated every defensive layer at once, 10 stacks of blacklight shields forming around him in overlapping veils of darkness. From above, he released a controlled barrage of 10 shadow blades, each strike deliberately restrained. His plan was already complete in his mind. Numerous low-damage hits. Let the shields absorb the reflected recoil. Charge his ultimate to full while the boss unknowingly fueled it. When the energy peaked, Shadow descended. Blessing of Release detonated as it fused with the Crimson Blade. A massive vertical beam of red energy tore downward, cleaving straight through the golem and slamming it with 450,000 damage. The number flashed, and Shadow braced instinctively as the same overwhelming force rebounded toward him. But before it could touch him, a golden barrier erupted into existence, swallowing the reflected damage entirely. Shadow stood untouched. The flaw was exposed. Crimson Blade granted 600% lifesteal. With his health already maxed, the excess healing overflowed and condensed into a shield worth 2.7 million points. Against that, 450,000 reflected damage was nothing more than background noise. The Royal City Guard commander collapsed. A system window rose, confirming the kill and flooding his interface with massive experience, evolution points, and more than 14 years of lifespan. Then the tone shifted. A warning followed. The commander's defeat had alerted every guard in the city. Shadow froze as the atmosphere twisted sharply around him. Confusion flickered for only a moment before the answer arrived. High atop the jagged cliffs, a monstrous sentry raised a massive horn and blew with all its strength. Sickly green sound waves rippled outward, spreading the alarm across the ruins like corrupted shock waves. The dead land awakened. Misshapen silhouettes poured down from every ridge. Winged abominations, spider hybrid nightmares, warped beasts crawling over stone and bone alike, their glowing eyes locking on a Shadow at once. A colossal fur-covered foot slammed into the ground beside him, the impact shaking the plateau like a bugged seismic effect. In seconds, the area became a sea of monsters. Towering white bears, serpentine centipede horrors, an overwhelming horde forming a dense, suffocating ring around him. A system notification appeared. Monster Horde event activated. The requirement was brutally simple. Eliminate every creature present. Shadow lifted his head, meeting the countless red eyes staring down at him. There was no fear in his expression, only exhilaration. A quiet laugh escaped him, amused by how absurdly thrilling the situation felt, like the impossible scenarios players bragged about surviving on late-night forums. His reaction unsettled the monsters. Their grotesque faces tightened as confusion spread through the horde, unable to comprehend why their prey wasn't breaking in terror. Shadow moved before their hesitation could fade. His movement ripped through the air like a collapsing pressure front. The Dark Knight ring blade flashed, and the opening sweep erased the front line before the horde could even react. System text flickered. 32 monsters erased in an instant. He gave them no time to breathe. Shadow of Slaughter activated, and darkness peeled itself from the ground, forming clones at his sides. Each carried the same intent. No hesitation. No mercy. In perfect unity, Shadow and his doubles unleashed Shadow, flash fourfold. Violet energy detonated outward, ripping through the battlefield in a violent surge. Lion men, shark hybrids, warped abominations, everything caught in its path was shredded without distinction. The count leapt to 165 in a blink. He kept advancing. Another Dark Knight ring blade, multiplied 4 times, descended in overlapping arcs. Dark magic scythed across the land like rotating execution blades. The counter surged past 500, then kept climbing as each wave split another section of the horde apart. What followed wasn't a battle. It was exterminated. System prompts flooded his vision, numbers accelerating from the hundreds into the thousands within seconds. The land drowned in chaos as the tally blew past 8,000. The ruined terrain began to glow, thousands of lifespan, orbs lifting from fallen bodies like drifting specters in a shattered world. Then abruptly it ended. Silence swallowed the field. Shadow stood alone at the center of the devastation, eyes burning with deep purple light. The final number surfaced before him. 10,086 monsters eliminated. A system notice confirmed complete annihilation and declared the route to the core of the Withered Bone City ruins fully unlocked. He remained there, surrounded by a sea of glowing particles scattered like fallen stars. The confirmation lingered in his sight, yet his expression darkened. The rewards were pitiful. Far too little for the slaughter he had carried out. Understanding settled in. The curse had been draining the citizens' lifespans continuously, even after their transformation. There was barely anything left to claim. Then the orbs reacted. The floating lights began to spiral, weaving together in an intricate formation. Concentrated brilliance surged forward, spanning the massive chasm ahead and shaping itself into a radiant bridge leading straight toward the ominous castle beyond. As Shadow stepped onto the path forged from the dead, a sudden golden glow wrapped around his body. The shift caught him off guard. A system window appeared. Blessing received. The gratitude of the Withered Bone citizens. Freed from endless torment, the cursed souls had answered him with a gift. A powerful blessing that granted a chance to awaken dragon power while fighting within the city. Shadow studied the faint glow crawling across his hand and noted, without emotion, that the power was unusual. The conclusion formed quickly. The source of the curse lay deeper within the city, and the souls of the victims were no longer passive remnants. They were guiding him, pushing him forward, trusting him to end the curse for good. He crossed the bridge of light until it ended above a vast black pit. A mass of flesh and darkness fused together, pulsing as if alive. Shadow didn't pause. He stepped forward and dropped into the abyss. The walls swallowed him as he fell, the fleshy tunnel contracting as though trying to crush him. A warning flared across his vision. He had entered the Withered Bone Curse's great hollow. Lifespan drain rate multiplied by 1,000. He hit the bottom in a heavy splash, crimson liquid rippling outward. Rising slowly, he took in his surroundings. Organic walls enclosed him completely, expanding and contracting in a grotesque rhythm, as if the hollow itself were breathing. Shadow steadied himself, killing intent held tight, prepared to confront whatever rot lay at the core. From deep within the living walls, a figure emerged into view. A man with long red hair and a thick beard hung, suspended like a warped ornament, his body impaled by massive spikes that pinned him in place. The moment Shadow entered fully, the man's eyes snapped open. A system alert flashed as the presence within the hollow awakened. Purple fire ignited at Shadow's chest as overwhelming hostility flooded the chamber. The suspended man began muttering broken syllables, the sound echoing unnaturally through the flesh-lined space. Shadow recognized the cadence at once. Ancient god language. He parsed it in his mind, and the meaning landed with chilling clarity. One name, spoken again and again. Moir. Madness and grief collided as the man screamed the name with earth-shaking force. He tore himself free, spikes ripping through flesh and bone as he broke loose from the wall. His body convulsed violently, twisting and collapsing inward before reforming into something monstrous. Armor fused to exposed bone as his shape expanded, becoming a massive skeletal beast. The system identified him at once. Arcros, the final guardian of Withered Bone City. Level 20. Emerald Grade Boss. Shadow activated Merge into darkness instantly, his form dissolving into shadow until nothing remained. Yet the shock hit him a breath later. Arcros swung a colossal claw straight at his position, tearing through the air as if Shadow's stealth didn't exist. He barely avoided the strike, the impact pulverizing the ground where he should have been. Shadow leapt back, forcing distance. He landed and tried to make sense of it. Level 21 stealth should have rendered him untouchable, undetectable, and yet the Guardian had struck him without hesitation. As Arcros charged again, roaring the same name with relentless fury, the answer locked into place. Moir. Shadow had killed her, absorbed her lifespan. The remnants of her soul clung to him, unmistakable. Arcros wasn't tracking Shadow himself. He was following the trace of the woman he loved, burning inside him like a signal flare. Shadow's gaze sharpened, fixing on the spikes embedded across Arcros's armored frame. The spikes embedded across Arcros's armor were identical to those worn by the Royal City Guard commander he had faced before. Shadow's grip tightened around his shadow dagger. The resemblance wasn't cosmetic. It meant the same passive ability was in play. To be certain, he struck once, a precise and controlled attack. The result came instantly. The exact damage rebounded onto him, but the golden shield flared and erased the impact before it could touch his body. That confirmed it. Damage reflection, a mechanic designed to turn reckless offense into suicide. Arcros answered with a thunderous roar that rattled the hollow itself. Violent purple energy surged through his massive frame as he summoned reinforcements. The fleshy ground beneath Shadow exploded outward. Large blue eggs burst from below, rising rapidly until they formed a perfect circle around him, sealing every escape route. Shadow launched himself upward, gaining altitude as the eggs trembled below. Accepting the outcome, he shifted focus. His ultimate was fully charged. As he descended toward Arcros, he released it without restraint. The crimson blade ignited, and a massive vertical beam of red energy slammed down with catastrophic force. 450,000 damage detonated through the Guardian, the impact shaking the entire chamber. Shadow touched down in silence. A vast golden barrier wrapped around him, life steel converting reflected destruction into absolute protection. The chaos couldn't reach him. The eggs responded instantly. Claws tore through the shells as cursed young dragons erupted outward, wings snapping open mid-flight. The system identified them one after another. Level 20. Emerald Grade. They screeched as they formed ranks, bloodlust saturating the air. Shadow landed in the pool of red liquid below and dropped into a combat stance. No hesitation. The Dark Knight Ring blade activated, a swirling vortex of darkness ripping outward. The dragons didn't last a second. Nearly 30,000 damage carved through each one, as if they were made of paper. The battlefield went quiet again. Shadow remained standing inside his golden barrier, as a system notification confirmed the result. 9 dragons eliminated in a single strike. He noted calmly that with his blood shield active, damage reflection had lost all meaning. As the dragons died, their bodies collapsed into glowing lifespan orbs and drifted upward. But instead of flowing into Shadow, the orbs halted midair. They converged, spinning violently, colliding and compressing into a turbulent mass of light. From within it, a voice echoed, cold and ancient, speaking in the god tongue. It addressed Shadow as an outsider, one who had no right to set foot here. The gathered energy twisted and reassembled itself. Arcros rebuilt before Shadow's eyes, flesh knitting over bone, power escalating to a higher, corrupted state. The system updated instantly. Flesh-cursed Arctos, blue scale. The transformed Guardian bared a distorted smile and declared with absolute certainty that Shadow would never succeed in wiping out his race. The moment Atesh lunged, the clash snapped into full violence. the mutated guardian surging in with a colossal punch packed with energy and aimed straight at Shadow, only for neon blue light to flare in Shadow's eyes as he answered instantly with a shadow slash, his body dissolving into a streak that carved at Atesh from every direction in less than a heartbeat. And yet, to Shadow's shock, a veil of immunity shimmered around the guardian, each strike slipping through without leaving a mark. Atesh, standing there completely untouched as Shadow stalled for the briefest fraction of a second. Unable to comprehend how his blows had amounted to nothing, a hesitation Atesh seized at once by driving his fist into Shadow with crushing force, the impact detonating like a bomb and blasting him across the battlefield while ripping away nearly 30,000 damage in a single hit. And when Shadow forced himself steady, his golden blood shield cracked, fractured, and burst apart. Through the Guardian's guttural roar, Shadow managed to piece together the meaning. Atesh was declaring that as long as his bloodline and soul still endured, his homeland would never fall. And wrapped in pulsing violet energy, the Guardian proclaimed that Withered Bone City would remain unconquered. Confusion tightened in Shadow's chest because only epic-grade monsters or higher were supposed to speak and possess awareness. Yet this emerald-grade boss clearly held a will of its own, and as if Shadow's very presence wasn't worth acknowledging, Atesh condensed darkness into a dense sphere and chanted about shielding his city, his empire, and his people before unleashing the Demon Dragon Cannon, a towering pillar of annihilating energy that forced Shadow to spring skyward immediately, barely escaping the vertical blast, and when he landed and retaliated with a sweeping shadow blade, the strike still slid through Atesh harmlessly as the Guardian advanced through it in perfect immunity. A curse slipped from Shadow as the reality locked into place. If he couldn't shatter that invulnerability, he would lose. Atesh followed with something even worse, a warped rib cage of living flesh erupting around Shadow and sealing shut, the system labeling it the flesh prison as a timer ignited before Shadow's eyes, marking his lifespan draining away year by year. Cold sweat ran down his spine as he realized Atesh was feeding on his life force, and Shadow recognized the signature immediately. This was power drawn from the evil god Xuz, while the prison ignored every defense, and a slick tendril speared toward him. As the Guardian siphoned away his remaining years, the pace so brutal that if it continued, his entire existence would be consumed. And then, from within Shadow, crimson energy detonated outward and a notification rang clear. Dragon power had awakened. The system confirmed activation of Atesh's skill, Shadow of Slaughter, and bestowed a new state, AI's Flame of Nirvana, its meaning absolute because the white fire bypassed all protection and burned the enemy's soul itself. And as orange dragon flame ignited in Shadow's eyes and the truth of draconic power settled into him, he struck back with the empowered dragon Shadow of Slaughter, clones splitting from his form, cloaked in sacred fire as they rained down upon the Guardian. And he chained it all with a dragon instant shadow slash that split the air in a flash. Atesh's immunity finally splintered, then cracked wide open and shattered, and the moment it gave way, Shadow's blows landed for real, tearing away tens of thousands of health at a time, and leaving Atesh branded with a savage burn as white fire climbed over him. The Guardian shrieked while the flames devoured his body, and in those last breaths, he pleaded with Xuz for more strength, crying out that he couldn't fall because the dragon race depended on him. Yet Shadow didn't move, ease his spirit, rising behind him like a silent verdict as he spoke the truth to the Guardian collapsing in front of him. None of what Atesh had done was protection. By reaching for Xuz, he had sentenced his own people to an endless curse, and Shadow's gaze turned cold as ice as he ordered the Guardian to accept the flame of Nirvana and let it scour away his sins, then swung the dragon crimson blade, sending a vast torrent of scarlet energy ripping across the battlefield and deleting nearly 500,000 health in a single strike. The final Guardian burned down into ash as a system window flashed to certify the kill, awarding Shadow 1 million experience points, 120 evolution points, and almost 40 years of lifespan. And while he descended through a storm of glowing victory messages, another reward followed right behind it, adding 60 evolution points, nearly 40 more years of life, and a diamond-grade item called the Bone Spike. When the surge of dragon power ebbed, Shadow immediately began assessing everything with a sharp, unsparing eye, and a massive experience haul confirmed his suspicion that the city's monsters had been funneling their resources into Atesh. But the lifespan reward capped at 39.8 years, which was far too low for an enemy of that scale, so Shadow concluded that most of the stolen years had already been taken by Xuz. Then the ground convulsed, and a grotesque chest heaved up through the crimson. Liquid as the system announced that Awakening Dragon Power had uncovered a hidden prize, the lid splitting open to reveal two radiant golden objects, a withered bone rune and an epic-grade Mount Bell. Shadow picked up the rune first and learned it functioned as a key to the tomb of the withered bone god, with 3 such runes required to open the way into a sealed ruin. And then he turned to the bell, drawn by the promise of an epic mount, and activated its power, only for a gigantic winged skeletal dragon to erupt into existence. The system named it the King of Scavengers, Orleo, a level 20 epic entity now bound to Shadow's soul, and though it had once served as a city guardian, it now belonged to Shadow as both flying mount and battle companion, able to summon lesser bone dragons to its side, and to Shadow's surprise it spoke with clear intelligence, peering down in disbelief as it demanded to know whether Shadow had truly purged the city and slain Atesh. Shadow confirmed it without hesitation, then pushed Orleo to reveal the truth behind the curse. Orleo began unfolding the city's buried history. It had been an ancient guardian that died long ago, then was raised through necromancy to fight in the war between the Morga Empire and the continent, and when defeat started to loom over the empire, it turned to desperation. Atesh, the city's lord, had chosen to summon the evil god Xuz to turn the war around, and the ritual's price was absolute. The sacrifice of the person he loved most, his daughter, Moir, but at the final instant Atesh wavered, and instead of killing Moir he spared her, offering the entire population of Withered Bone City in her place, even including his own life, and what followed was beyond grotesque, because the citizens did gain horrifying power and they did crush their enemies, yet the curse warped them into inhuman beasts and tore away their minds until nothing human remained. Moir suffered worst of all, because as the last remaining human, she became the target of their hatred, and the transformed citizens tormented her relentlessly until the curse finally swallowed her too, remaking her into a monster like the rest. When Orleo finished the story, it spoke its gratitude to Shadow for giving release to the tormented souls and ending the long nightmare at last, and feeling the immense aura around him. The dragon lowered its head and vowed eternal service, asking for the name of the one it would serve. The protagonist met that gaze with steady, glowing eyes and answered with a single word, Shadow. And immediately the colossal skeletal dragon folded its wings and dipped its skull in submission, swearing loyalty, and naming him its master from that moment forward. As Shadow examined his new acquisition, he quickly noticed something was wrong, because for an epic-grade mount the dragon's attributes were strangely abnormal. A level 20 epic boss should have had no less than 10 million health, yet Orleo displayed only a little over 100,000, and Shadow traced that weakness to the nature of its rebirth, understanding that Orleo had died ages ago and its original might had worn away with time, leaving this forcibly revived skeletal shell, holding only scattered fragments of its former power. He scanned through its offensive abilities, bone shield conjuration, spike volleys, and the rest, and judged them unimpressive, yet the dragon's ability to summon 12 Jade-grade winged dragons still grabbed his attention, because they would make perfect aerial scouts and could stretch his field of vision over enormous distances. Even so, Orleo's real value was movement, because formed from light bone it sliced through the sky with astonishing speed, its flight velocity reaching 360% amplification, nearly 450 meters per second, fast enough to break the sound barrier. And Shadow accepted that even without overwhelming combat strength, supersonic mobility alone made the dragon a prize worth keeping. Before he could think further, a fresh system window cut in and announced that the requirements for class advancement had been fulfilled, and the reason hit him instantly. The immense experience he'd harvested by clearing the Withered Bone ruins, more than 1 million points, had pushed him over the threshold. Shadow triggered the upgrade without hesitation as dark energy began spiraling around his body and glowing runes ignited in the air, the vortex tightening until a crimson ring flared into existence around him, and standing at its center with eyes burning with rising power, Shadow watched the system declare the advancement complete. His Shadow class had risen from Tier 2 to Tier 3. The transformation surged through Shadow's body in a single, decisive wave, doubling his strength and constitution from 27 to 54, lifting his spirit to 90, and hurling his agility up to 144, and with that explosive growth came a new passive, Shadow Arc, whose rule was brutally exact. Any damage, debuff, or forced stealth break that struck him while he was invisible would be postponed by 1 second, and inside that tiny delay, he could move to cancel the threat completely. Shadow stared at his own hand and let out a low, confident laugh, because with reflexes sharp enough, he could wipe away nearly any incoming attack while still cloaked, and as he absorbed what this evolution truly meant, he stood there in quiet satisfaction, fully aware of the power now tightly coiled inside him. He also knew, with absolute certainty, that in his previous life no Shadow class player had ever survived the third advancement, because if even one had, Shadow Arc would have become legendary for cutting down the death rate, And though 1 second looked meaningless on paper, Shadow understood what it represented in a real fight. At higher levels, reaction speed bordered on the inhuman, and a single second was enough to fire off several skills and flip a losing exchange completely. Then he turned to the rest of his gains, drawing a pulse of crimson light into his palm until a diamond-grade weapon formed within it, the system identifying it as the Spike of the Skeleton, a dagger that boosted both physical and elemental damage, while carrying a rare effect that could shatter an enemy's defense and resistance. And Shadow equipped it immediately, because between the class evolution and this new blade, his overall strength had climbed into an entirely different tier. With everything set, he signaled Orleo, and as the skeletal dragon surged forward, Shadow stepped lightly onto its skull, deciding to test stealth in tandem with his mount as he activated Merge into darkness, letting shadows coil around them into a thick, concealing veil. What he discovered next genuinely caught him off guard. Orleo possessed level 21 stealth, higher than Shadow's own current mastery, and a flicker of approval crossed his mind as he ordered the dragon to fly. Orleo blasted upward, and they shot out of the underground hollow like a streak of violet motion, ripping through the ruins and spearing into the open sky as the acceleration crushed the air around them. Wind screaming past Shadow while the dragon cracked the sound barrier, and with eyes narrowed against the gale, Shadow acknowledged the obvious truth. The mount's speed was monstrous. Once they broke free of the tunnel, Shadow rode Orleo out above the ocean and began laying out his next move, choosing to investigate the place Captain Anu had mentioned, the site where a flying monster and the ancient god slate were rumored to have appeared, and the plan stayed simple and direct, because he would go to the Magic City ruins first and then use a teleporter to reach Lucky Town. He remembered that the original trip between the Magic City and Witherbone City had taken hours, but with Orleo beneath him, that distance no longer mattered. Far below, a squad of adventurers was in the middle of a desperate fight with a massive black bear, a swordsman bracing at the front while a mage gathered a holy fireball and a healer steadied the line from the rear, and one of them yelled for a final push, only for a violent shock wave to rip through the forest the instant Orleo tore overhead at supersonic speed, the displaced air exploding outward and flinging both the party and Atesh across the ground. When the dust and chaos finally settled, the mage could only stare in confusion, the swordsman blinking like he didn't trust his eyes, because the bear had been shoved by the wind straight onto his blade and died on the spot. Shadow didn't spare the turmoil a second thought, and with Orleo carrying him, the return trip to the Magic City ruins collapsed into a mere 10 minutes. Down in the shattered streets, an absurdly intimate scene was playing out amid the desolation as a man clung to a woman's hands and begged forgiveness, confessing he had cheated only once, with another man, and insisting she had filled his thoughts the entire time, while the woman demanded a promise that he would cut that connection off forever. And when he swore it, they locked the vow in place with a fervent kiss and open declarations of love. That moment snapped apart under crushing pressure from above, a violent force slamming the man face first into the pavement and pinning the woman flat beside him. And then Shadow stepped down from Orleo, his boot striking the ground near the flattened pair, while the skeletal dragon loomed behind him. He reached up to brush his mask and briefly wondered if he'd collided with something on the way down, then dismissed it as irrelevant. And without giving them another glance, he activated invisibility, preparing to leave without being noticed. A system alert immediately informed him that teleporting to Lucky Town had cost 5.4 years of his lifespan, and Shadow clicked his tongue at the expense, because the price of returning to a novice settlement doubled every time, and even with more than 2,000 years remaining, he still hated throwing away even a small fraction. Still cloaked, he slipped through the town gates, and though two guards stiffened as if they'd felt a disturbance in the air, they saw nothing, their uniforms marking them as official government forces. And as Shadow surveyed the layout, he concluded the authorities had deployed protection to support new players and prevent monster incursions, the timing standing out because this level of organization had only appeared months later in his previous life. So he attributed the acceleration to his own cooperation with the government. He moved through calm streets where even elderly players could walk with a measure of safety, and as I caught a gentle scene, an old man and woman seated close together on a bench, acting like young lovers, until the quiet snapped under a sharp cry for help. Because at the gate a massive black insect monster had grabbed a player, and the two guards responded instantly. The female guard lifted her tome and cast a holy shield that wrapped the victim and blocked the creature's strike, while the male guard surged forward with a curse and threw out a heavy leap slash that carved more than 1,600 damage into Atesh. The woman answered with a blazing holy fireball, but the insect jerked aside with an almost unnatural burst of speed and let the blast sail past, and the moment that opening appeared it used it, blurring backward in retreat. The male guard cursed as it slipped away yet again, and when both guards lifted their eyes, they saw it regrouping with 5 more of its kind. The female guard's voice tightening as she watched their formation and admitted that killing one meant nothing when another would instantly replace it. Hidden in concealment, Shadow watched the whole thing with cold clarity because 5 gold-grade monsters weren't individually overwhelming. The real issue was tactical. Since every time the guards drove one to the brink, it simply took off and escaped into the air, and bound to the ground the officials had no way to chase, leaving a stalemate that slowly bled them dry. Down below, the male guard crouched to check on the elderly victim, the old man kneeling in the dirt, shaking and sobbing, until fear curdled into rage and he started screaming at the guards, calling them useless. Still sitting there on the ground, he unleashed accusation after accusation, complaining the flying monsters had sealed the town for days and destroyed any chance of hunting, shouting that the officials didn't care whether the elderly lived or died, and threatening to file formal complaints. And though the female guard, visibly strained, tried to calm him by saying Shadow was on his way, the male guard snapped and ordered the old man to show basic respect. Instead, the name poured fuel on the crowd, voices rising at once to demand where Shadow was, mockery spreading through the gathering as they jeered that powerful figures were always busy and that it shouldn't take this long to wipe out a handful of bosses, shouting that if Shadow were truly strong, he'd already be here helping them. A bald elder yelled that he was waiting for his son to farm lifespan, and that Shadow was wasting precious time. And the tension thickened and thickened until the whole scene teetered on the edge of collapse. The female guard tried to reason with him anyway, insisting Shadow would come and suggesting that anyone unwilling to wait could simply log off, but the male guard could see he was going nowhere and urged her to pull back, only for the crowd to surge forward and block their retreat, accusing the officials of trying to run from their duties without solving the Atesh threat. Shouts erupted about taxpayer resources being squandered on guards who couldn't even kill a few insects, demands for answers crashing in from every side. At last the male guard cracked and roared back that the officials had already power-leveled everyone to level 3 and demanded what else they expected, and the reply came instantly, venomous and loud. Level 3 was worthless, they shouted, and the jeering only sharpened, several elderly players raising their age like a shield as they accused him of wanting to assault old people. When he tried to push through, that same ungrateful old man deliberately bumped into him and hurled himself onto the ground, wailing that the officials were beating the elderly as he clutched his chest and screamed that his heart disease was killing him. The guard stared down in alarm and insisted he'd never laid a hand on the old man, but the mob only tightened in, boxing both officials in and practically daring them to strike, shouting that their old lives meant nothing and that the government wasn't just failing to protect them, it was actively hurting them. And right in the middle of that chaos, a lecherous old man reached toward the female guard and grabbed for her chest, freezing her in shock and humiliation, and on pure reflex, she swung her hand and slapped him with full force, a single motion that instantly spiraled into disaster. The gap in attributes turned that reflexive slap into a lethal blow, the impact flinging the man through the air like a rag doll, and before he could even hit the ground, his body broke apart into drifting golden lifespan orbs. She had killed him by accident. For a heartbeat, the remaining elders froze, and then the shock detonated into hysteria as the mob screamed that the government was slaughtering the elderly. And though the female guard, flushed and shaken, tried to explain she'd been assaulted, her words vanished under the roar, demanding retaliation. The male guard didn't hesitate, throwing up a defensive barrier around them as he muttered that the crowd had lost its sanity and decided to let them exhaust their rage, confident their feeble attacks could never crack his shield. Instead, the abuse only worsened, a wad of spit smacking across the stunned female guard's face, thrown by that same ungrateful old man who cackled like the humiliation was a victory, and emboldened by it, the mob began hurling anything they could seize at the barrier: shoes, stones, scraps of clothing, even filth, each piece slamming harmlessly into the glowing surface while the 2 officials stood trapped inside. Then a crushing presence dropped over the scene as Shadow appeared astride Orleo behind the rioting crowd, the towering skeletal dragon blotting out the air above them, and silence rolled outward like a wave as Shadow and his mount stared down with burning eyes that promised death. Orleo exhaled a violent gust, and the wind struck like a natural disaster, ripping the elderly players off their feet and flinging them through the air to smash into trees with bone-shattering force. And when the storm finally faded, the forest fell dead still, the guards left untouched behind their barrier as they stared out at an empty clearing littered only with clusters of golden lifespan orbs. The mob had been wiped out in an instant. High above the town, Shadow and Orleo plunged into a spiraling orange vortex, Shadow's gaze locking onto 5 winged insect monsters flying in a tight formation, linked by arcs of magic to a floating stone slate, and recognition flashed in his eyes as he ordered pursuit. From below, The two guards could only watch in stunned silence as the skeletal dragon streaked after its prey beneath a red, eclipse-like sun, dark violet energy coiling around Shadow as he balanced on the dragon's skull and gathered power for a strike. The insects scattered in panic, hauling the slate with them as they fled, but their speed didn't matter at all because Orleo overtook them effortlessly. Shadow's eyes lit with a hard, sharp purple as he fixed on his target, and in one blurred motion the dragon twisted and cut through the air, the slash so clean it looked effortless. All 5 gold-grade insect bosses were severed in the same instant, breaking apart mid-flight as they fell. While down on the ground, the two guards could only stare, faces locked somewhere between disbelief and awe. Only moments later, what happened below turned into something absurd because the elderly players who'd just been erased reappeared and marched right back to the spot in a rage, immediately picking up their shouting again as they accused the officials of attacking old people and once more wrapped themselves in the language of victimhood. They boxed the exhausted male guard in and demanded compensation for the lifespan they claimed they had lost, his expression tightening as the pressure mounted and the harassment dragged on without end, until a vast shadow suddenly swallowed the group, and he looked up just in time to see the hulking corpses of the 5 insect bosses dropping straight down toward them. The mob barely had a heartbeat to process what was happening before the carcasses smashed into the ground, the collision, crushing the elderly players under tons of dead weight, and erasing them yet again as their bodies burst into showers of lifespan orbs. And at the center of that glowing field the stone slates struck the earth upright, with Orleo descending smoothly beside the scattered rewards. Shadow looked over the scene with mild confusion, unable to reconcile the sheer amount of loot with the mere 5 bosses he'd killed, and he didn't notice that the repeated deaths of the pestering mob had swollen the harvest. Nearby, that same ungrateful old man clawed his way across the dirt after being flattened once more, and instead of backing off, he jabbed a trembling finger at Shadow, shouting about the danger of falling objects and demanding to know whether any law still existed. But Shadow gave him nothing back and simply bent down to retrieve the slate. The old man lurched upright and planted himself in the way, barking that he was being spoken to and demanding respect as he bragged he'd eaten more salt than Shadow had eaten rice. And just as Shadow's hand closed around the slate, the man grabbed the opposite edge and tried to yank it away, screaming to ask if Shadow was deaf. Surprise flickered across Shadow's face at the sheer audacity of someone so weak attempting to steal from him, and his response came instantly. Without a word, he snapped a dagger forward from point-blank range, the blade punching through the old man's throat and cutting off the tirade as the force launched him backward with over 13,000 points of critical damage, the slate sliding from his grip while his body dissolved into light, and Shadow calmly caught it before it could hit the ground. With that disturbance removed, he turned his attention to the rewards scattered everywhere, and at his command Orleo called its lesser kin, a flock of small skeletal dragons spilling down from the sky in coordinated arcs to scoop up the countless lifespan orbs left behind by the mob's repeated deaths, while the two guards stared upward, baffled by the sudden swarm and uncertain why Shadow would deploy so many creatures. Back at the town gate, the old man respawned for the 3rd time and marched straight back in front of the crowd and the officials, jabbing an accusing finger as he proclaimed that he finally understood everything. According to him, the authorities were conspiring with Shadow to murder citizens and steal their property. The female guard could only stare at him in disbelief as he grabbed his own head and screamed with theatrical intensity, spinning a story that he'd been carrying 1,000 years of lifespan and that Shadow had robbed him of every last bit of it, a blatant lie that hardened the guard's expression with anger. It was as if sparks flashed in her eyes when she snapped back, demanding to know who he thought he was fooling, but the old man planted his feet and insisted his son had given him that lifespan, then twisted the accusation further by claiming she was defending Shadow because she wanted a share of the spoils. And with that, he swung toward the crowd and deliberately stoked them, swearing that if they helped him force the return of his 1,000 years, he would hand out 1 year to each of them, once again wrapping himself in victimhood as he shouted that they couldn't allow officials in Shadow to trample the elderly. Greed smothered reason almost instantly, the mob surging behind him and chanting for Shadow to return the lifespan, and the male guard clenched his jaw, clearly itching to detain them. But the agitator stayed carefully inside the safe zone where he couldn't touch them, and under the old man's lead the elders pumped their fists into the air and roared for more. Then a shadow slid across them from above, and the small bone dragons dove straight into the packed bodies, razor claws biting into shoulders and clothes as they yanked the elderly players off the ground before anyone could even react. The mob dangled in midair, shrieking, while the old man stared up in horror and demanded to know where Tess had come from, and the dragons climbed over the town walls, hauling their squirming cargo beyond the safe boundary as the old man's screams turned frantic, and he begged to be put down. only for the creatures to obey with brutal literalness as their claws opened. The players fell. Air ripped their cries away as they plummeted, the old man wailing that he hadn't meant to be released at that exact moment, and Shadow walked calmly out through the gate while bodies hit the earth behind him in a series of dull, sick impacts. The female guard flushed as he spoke, and Shadow told them the safe zone only prevented direct player violence. It didn't erase gravity. And with a frigid look he informed them that his bone dragons would stay stationed there to remove anyone who caused trouble, leaving it up to the guards whether to catch the offenders and jail them or simply let them fall, and then he added that the aerial bosses had already been dealt with and turned to leave. The male guard called after him, pointing out that the scattered loot was still untouched, but Shadow's form was already dissolving into light as he teleported away. His last words told them to treat it as a gift, leaving the guard frozen in place, as all washed over the frustration on his face while he stared at the ground carpeted with glowing lifespan orbs, because the expert had just walked away from an enormous fortune without blinking. He nudged his partner, calling her by her call sign as he asked her to help gather the rewards. She didn't even move, her expression drifting into something distant and unfocused. And when he looked at her with open confusion edging into irritation and demanded to know what she was doing, she pressed both hands to her chest with eyes shining and declared that her heart had left together with Shadow. The male guard snapped her out of it by flicking a lifespan orb straight into her forehead, the impact landing with a sharp thud as she yelped, grabbed her head, and glared at him, and he barked at her to stop spacing out, dragging her back to reality with blunt cruelty. Someone like Shadow would never spare a glance for a background extra like her, telling her she was a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. The insult exploded immediately as she fired back that he was the real toad, and he accepted it without hesitation, adding that if he was a male toad, then she had to be a female one, which meant they were a perfectly matched pair. Even while she kept clutching the glowing orbs, her cheeks reddened in spite of herself, and above them the skeletal dragons went on with their grim work, dropping shrieking elders from the sky at steady intervals. With bodies still falling around them, their banter didn't stop, and he prodded her again, asking if she secretly liked him, only for her to recoil and call him disgusting. And then he asked, almost offhand, whether she wanted to have dinner that night, and her resistance collapsed instantly as she leaned forward and demanded to know if he really meant it. Far from that chaos, in a hospital room outside Shanghai City, Shou forced herself upright in bed with her face drained of all color, and a male official standing nearby offered controlled sympathy about her losing both legs during the incident. But the tone changed the moment payment came up as a female official informed her the treatment had cost 50 years of lifespan, with the government subsidizing 10 and the remaining 40 falling on Shou herself. Panic seized her so hard she blurted that she didn't have that much lifespan and begged for another option. And in desperation, she asked whether she could mortgage her 2 houses, only for the official to answer flatly that the properties had already been assessed and, under the new system, were worth only 3 days of lifespan. The words hit like a hammer, and Shou screamed that she'd poured millions and 200 days of lifespan into those homes. And when she refused to accept the collapse in value, she offered $500,000 in cash. But the officials reminded her that old-world currency meant nothing anymore. Only lifespan had value. Her hands shook as she admitted she couldn't pay, and the male official delivered the ultimatum without softening a single edge. She had 3 days to come up with the debt, or all treatment would stop. They gave her only one choice: join the official logistics corps and repay what she owed by taking an assignment that meant mining, gathering materials, and rebuilding inside the game world for at least 15 hours a day. No exceptions. Shou immediately buried her face and broke down sobbing, insisting she was disabled and couldn't possibly endure that kind of labor, only for the official to answer evenly that her in-game body was still whole, and that with advanced healing abilities her legs might eventually be restored. That was when her last bit of composure snapped, because she screamed that the problem wasn't the work itself, it was the status, and she flatly refused to become a laborer or stand shoulder to shoulder with what she called filthy, sweating crowds, the outburst pitching into a full tantrum as she wailed that her situation was already more than she could bear. And she wouldn't stop, protesting over and over that she'd done nothing to deserve any of this, that none of it was her fault, while the 2 officials simply stayed silent with blank expressions, clearly untouched by her attempts to cast herself as the victim, until the female official finally spoke in the same calm tone and offered a different option. Did Xiaoyu have any relatives or close acquaintances who could act as guarantors? Because if someone agreed to back her, they could authorize a loan to cover the 40 years of lifespan at a relatively low interest rate, and she wouldn't have to be dragged into forced labor. Tears tracked down Xiaoyu's cheeks as her thoughts spun out of control, despair pulling her under as she became convinced her brother, King Fong, was already gone. Her mind reached for her mother next, only for doubt to bite at her, because she didn't know if her mother could, or would, take on something that crushing. She curled in on herself, shaking with fear and pain, and let out a soft, broken sob. And in that dim, suffocating room, she finally said the truth she dreaded most, that there was no one she could rely on, and she felt completely abandoned. Then, without any warning at all, the door blew open under a violent kick, and a booming voice announced that help had arrived. The officials whipped around in shock, and Xiaoyu could only stare confused as a tall, broad-shouldered man strode in with a subordinate behind him filming everything on a phone. It was the leader of the Knights Templar Guild, and he held out his hand and demanded Xiaoyu's phone, sneering as he brushed off 40 years of lifespan like it was nothing, and the instant she recognized him, her breath caught in her throat. He gave her a warm smile and said he'd been heartbroken the moment he heard about her misfortune, and then her screen lit up with a sudden notification that made her face flush, because the guild leader had just transferred 100 years of tradable lifespan into her account, leaving her struggling to speak as she stammered out her thanks, stunned by the sheer scale of his generosity. He dropped onto the edge of her bed as if it were the most natural thing in the world, slid an arm around her shoulders, and told her she didn't need to thank him, adding smoothly that if she ever needed more, he could always help her secure additional loans. But as Xiaoyu's gaze flicked back to the transaction details, one number turned her blood cold: a 30% annual interest rate. The guild leader waved it away with a relaxed laugh, saying the number was nothing more than a small fee tied to his guarantee, and even as he spoke, his charming smile didn't shift, because he immediately urged her to stop fixating on details, to concentrate on her recovery, and focus on getting better. He went further, proclaiming that the Knights Templar Guild would always be her strongest support, her true home, and Xiaoyu, overwhelmed by what she took for pure kindness, looked up at him through tears and thanked him again, never realizing that in that moment she'd just fastened herself to a predatory agreement. When he finally stood to leave, his subordinate never lowered the camera, keeping it trained on every second as the guild leader gave her a light wave and told her to rest, explaining that urgent matters needed his attention. Then, right at the doorway, he threw her one last reassurance, promising the guild would be waiting whenever she returned. And once she was alone again, Xiaoyu felt the tears run down her face, but the despair that had been crushing her seemed to set into something harder: determination. As her cheeks burned, her fist tightened, and she swore she would give everything she had, completely taken in by his performance. The instant they stepped outside, though, the guild leader's face cooled into something emotionless, and as his subordinate replayed the recording for him, he only spared a brief glance before nodding with satisfaction and ordering the man to polish the footage carefully, then release it to the public. Walking down the hospital corridor, the guild leader began calmly dictating exactly how the story should be sold, instructing them to center the footage on her suffering, to play up just how pitiful her situation was, and to make it unmistakable that when everyone else turned away, only their guild extended a hand. A dark smile slid across his face as he let slip what he truly wanted, because Sho had already drained the guild's resources, and he meant to convert her misfortune into an advertisement that would lure in new recruits, what he considered the correct way to recycle wasted value. Then he paused to look out over the sprawling city and announced it was time to enter the game, because his scheduled meeting with Shadow had arrived. The scene shifted into the virtual world, where the Knights Templar hideout sat buried inside the shattered remains of Jonai City, sealed away behind a shimmering blue barrier, and deep in the grimy base the guild leader was sprawled on a toilet, scrolling through a holographic interface. He gave a snort when he saw the endless online posts attacking Shadow, amused that Shadow had managed to enrage so many people. Yet even as he scoffed, a thin thread of envy slipped into his voice when he muttered that if Shadow weren't 10 times stronger than him, he would have hunted him down too. And then, without warning, black mist swirled and condensed right there in the room, and Shadow stepped out of it, snapping the guild leader's swagger clean off as he immediately dropped to his knees in submission. Shadow asked in a flat tone whether the slaughterers were prepared, and the guild leader replied with eager speed that they'd been ready for a long time, that he'd been waiting for Big Brother Shadow to arrive. Trying to butter Shadow up, the guild leader made an awkward little gesture toward the toilet and even invited him to sit, but Shadow dismissed it instantly and told him to show the targets. At that, the guild leader swept an arm toward a large cluster of players tied up together, proudly presenting 200 slaughterers with red names and declaring that they were Shadow's to deal with as he pleased. Shadow only gave a short nod as he walked past, and then, with a simple release of dark energy, unseen blades tore through the air and shredded every captive in the blink of an eye. The guild leader could only stare, spellbound, as the bodies were sliced apart and then dissolved into a rolling tide of floating lifespan orbs, and a system message flashed to confirm that Shadow's slaughter value had dropped by 2 layers. Standing amid the glow of drifting lights, Shadow said their debt was settled and turned to go. The guild leader panicked at the idea of losing that favor, so he hurriedly called after him and insisted he had urgent news, asking if Shadow had offended anyone lately as he pulled up a holographic screen with a viral article. Splashed across the headline was the ungrateful old man from Lucky Town, accusing Shadow of scamming an elderly citizen and colluding with corrupt officials, and Shadow recognized the face at once. But as his eyes narrowed, another item on the screen snagged his attention, because it was the propaganda piece the guild leader had just ordered. The headline screamed, "Poor girl brutally mutilated and loses her legs. Knights Templar Guild offers generous aid," alongside an image of a tearful Xiao Yu, and Shadow went still, stunned by what he was looking at. He blurted out her name in shock as the truth hit him. The girl Ghost Spirit had saved from the serial killer Renu was none other than his own sister, Xiao Yu. A quiet laugh slipped out as he thought about how absurdly small the world was, how strange the coincidence felt. Yet he kept that realization to himself, answering only with an even, understood, before dissolving into darkness. The guild leader, having no idea what Shadow had just connected, stayed by the toilet and bowed again and again, loudly telling Big Brother to travel safely and come visit again. High above the city, riding his skeletal dragon Orleo, Shadow opened a communication channel to his disciple and told Ghost Spirit to find whoever was spreading those vicious rumors online and wipe them out, because to him, it was a minor annoyance not worth stepping in personally. Ghost Spirit's furious face sprang up in the projection, and outraged that anyone would dare drag her master's name through the mud. She swore she would handle it immediately. Soon after, perched on a towering rooftop in Shanghai City, Ghost Spirit stared at a floating holographic screen with simmering disbelief as the article showed the ungrateful old man from Lucky Town and accused Shadow of plotting against an elderly victim. Disgust tightened her expression, because both the accusation and the man's face were equally repulsive to her. With icy resolve, she tugged her hood down and said she'd memorized the culprit perfectly, and the very next second she stepped right off the edge of the building. Purple energy streamed behind her as she sliced through the air, vowing to deliver judgment, weaving at high speed between skyscrapers as she fixed on her destination and never wavered. The view cut to a quiet residential complex called Lakeview Garden and stopped outside the apartment of a man named Fong, where a fist slammed furiously into the door. Ma Dagon stood there with a woman beside him holding their injured child, the boy's slack jaw hanging open as saliva dripped out, and Ma Dagon shouted for Fong to come out, raging that Feng's dog had shoved his son down the stairs and left him paralyzed. He bellowed at Fong, couldn't dodge responsibility, pounded the door again, and demanded an answer, until the door finally burst open to reveal Fong, the same ungrateful old man from Lucky Town. His face knotted with irritation as he snapped at them to stop making trouble. He stabbed a finger at Ma Dagon and accused him of using a perspective eye's ability to spy on his wife while she showered, threatening to call the police, and with open contempt he sneered that the boy was stupid and must have fallen by himself, then arrogantly demanded they prove his dog had anything to do with it. Ma Dagon lifted his phone and played a video of a monstrous dog kicking his son down the staircase, declaring it undeniable proof, but Fong erupted in rage and struck out, kicking the phone from Ma Dagon's hand. As the device skittered away, Fong shamelessly demanded to see the evidence again. Burning with anger, Ma Dagon activated his eagle-eyed skill and fixed his stare on Fong, warning that he could release poisonous fog at any moment, and that if Fong kept acting without reason, he would chase him down relentlessly. Yet Fong only laughed and mocked him, daring him to do it. Ma Dagon's eyes lit with a cold blue glow as he readied his ability, the system interface snapping into clarity as it tagged Fong as the chosen target. But while the old man kept spitting accusations, a system alert suddenly flared, and Ma Dagon discovered he couldn't activate any skills at all. His body went stiff as confusion hit him, and Feng's mouth curled into a warped grin as his whole presence changed. Orange light ignited in Feng's eyes, and he broke into manic laughter, jeering at Ma Dagon's failure and sneering as he asked whether stupidity had made him think he was fearless, and panic jolted through Ma Dagon as he yelled to his wife that his skills weren't responding. Feng just watched with blatant ridicule, and behind him, across the doorway, the shadow of something enormous stretched into view. Then the old man proudly revealed why. His son had the hidden class of magic forbidden warlock, and had set up a magic nullifying barrier that sealed every skill. And as the stranger stepped forward into the light, he was revealed as a towering, muscular man with a small poodle sticking out from inside his shirt. Feng's attitude flipped in an instant, and he started wailing like the victim, accusing Ma Dagon of harassment and intimidation. But his son was already moving with a speed that felt unreal. Before Ma Dagon could so much as react, a hand locked around his throat and a vicious kick crashed into his abdomen, the blow launching him across the corridor and straight into the opposite wall, where blood sprayed from his mouth as he crumpled down. His wife screamed and lunged to him, frantic to cast healing magic, yet every spell snuffed out the moment it formed because the barrier killed it on contact. The son grabbed her by the throat and lifted her off the ground as if she weighed nothing, and in a flat, emotionless voice, he said he didn't hit women, ordering her to drag her husband away and vanish, warning them never to stand in front of him again. Tears streamed down her face as she cried that they were the victims, pleading for them to take responsibility, and he watched her in silence for a beat before loosening his grip just enough to draw back his fist. With cold contempt, he said this was an age where the strong devoured the weak, and the woman shrieked as his punch drove toward her. In that exact instant, strands of purple energy snapped into being and wrapped around her waist, yanking her backward at blinding speed, and the son's fist slammed into the wall, just inches from where her head had been. He lifted his eyes, confused, and saw a ghost spirit standing between him and the couple, guarding the shaking wife, and when the woman trembled out a question, "Who are you?" Ghost Spirit answered with ice in her voice that they weren't worthy of knowing her identity, but she knew exactly who they were. Her eyes flared with a terrifying purple glow as she locked onto the father and son and declared she was aware of the rumors they were spreading to smear Shadow and that they would pay for it. The son's brows knit as he demanded to know whether she was Shadow, and behind him Feng snapped that there was nothing to be afraid of, pointing out that Shadow was a man, not someone so small. The muscular son's confidence surged back, a smug grin crawling across his face as he boasted that even if the real Shadow showed up, it wouldn't matter, because at level 16, with every attribute poured into strength and constitution, he claimed he was unbeatable inside his magic forbidden barrier, a realm where only brute physical combat decided who won. Ghost Spirit didn't move at all as purple energy spiraled around her. She looked at him with plain pity, called him a fool, and said she would personally show him just how deep his stupidity ran, and within the hallway's suffocating suppression field, the fight finally ignited. Feng Sun set his stance and loudly declared that inside his magic forbidden barrier, nobody could touch him, while Ghost Spirit stared back with open contempt and compared him to a frog stuck at the bottom of a well. Then she moved first, her body blurring forward with explosive speed and catching the giant completely off guard. A sharp kick whipped toward him, and even he jolted at how quickly she crossed the gap, immediately sizing her up and recognizing the rhythm of an assassin style. He twisted his body in midair and barely slipped her follow-up strike, then leaned hard on the one thing he knew he had over her, raw physical stats that completely outclassed hers, and he used that advantage without the slightest hesitation. Ghost Spirit surged in again with a merciless flurry, constantly changing angles to pry open his defense, but this time he was ready, because his hand shot out and closed around her fist, stopping her cold. With her wrist pinned in his grip, he sneered at the difference in their strength, mocking her for having speed with no real power. And he reminded her that in a place where skills were sealed, her punches were nothing but light taps to him. She tried to rip herself free, yet his counter landed first. A savage uppercut detonated upward and hurled her across the corridor, and she crashed down hard on the floor as Feng erupted into cheers for his son. The young man flexed his arm and taunted her from a distance, warning her not to die too fast because he still had questions he wanted answered. Pressed against the wall and fighting just to get up, Ghost Spirit looked like she couldn't move at all, and the son decided she had to be one of Shadow's subordinates, so he would drag the truth out of her. He marched over, grabbed her by the collar, and with rage warping his face, he roared that Shadow had slaughtered his mother over and over in the game, and that he would repay blood with blood. Then he gave Ghost Spirit 10 seconds to confess everything she knew about Shadow, yanking her closer as he spoke. He hoisted her up with one arm, as if she were weightless, and threatened that if she didn't talk, he'd tear off her hand. But instead of fear, she answered him with a thin, taunting smile and calmly called him fool. That single insult made him falter, and she told him to look at his own body, because in the next instant, sickly green ghost fire burst across his skin. He stumbled, then dropped, choking as the truth hit him. Poison. Ghost Spirit rose to her feet as smoothly as if she'd never been hurt at all, her hand now glowing with the same eerie green light, and in a steady voice she explained that his fatal mistake was believing the barrier made him invincible, because she had already coated herself with a venom enchantment before the fight. New abilities might be suppressed inside the field, but a pre-applied enchantment still counted, which meant every blow she'd landed had been stacking deadly poison inside him the whole time. The son screamed as the flames consumed him, his shrieks breaking down into desperate cries for his mother, while his father stood frozen, watching in helpless horror. Looking down at the figure thrashing at her feet, Ghost Spirit said she had already investigated them, identifying the father as a stubborn parasite and the son, Han Bing Zhang, as a magic-forbidden warlock who had dumped everything into brute strength while sneering at support paths, learning that barrier for one reason only, to bully the weak. As his life drained away, she added coldly that a simple priest dispel could have saved him, and when his body finally went still, panic ripped through Feng and shattered what was left of his composure. Feng shrieked that she'd murdered his son and lunged to call the authorities, but before he could even dial, a heavy boot stomped down and smashed the phone out of his hand. He looked up in terror and saw Ma Dagon looming over him, fully recovered and blazing with fury, and Ma Dagon declared that the barrier was gone now, which meant it was finally the old man's turn. Fong screamed for help, yet no one came, and his desperate pleading was cut off the moment Ma Dagon's kick slammed into his face. With his teeth bared in a savage grin, Ma Dagon told Fong that sure, he'd hand him over to the officials eventually, but first he was going to beat him until every bit of anger was used up. His wife stood right beside him and pushed him on, promising she'd keep healing him so he could go on without holding back. Ma Dagon activated a transformation skill, and his body ballooned with corded muscle as he entered a venom-enhanced state, then stepped in and unleashed a brutal storm of punches, each hit smashing into foam with crushing force, while his wife kept cheering and continuously casting healing spells to keep his stamina up as the beating went on. The barrage only ended with a final, merciless stomp that caved in the old man's face, and Feng's body dissolved into drifting light. Ma Dagon stood there panting as relief poured through him after finally venting all that pent-up rage. Then he turned to his wife and asked if the girl who'd saved them was still nearby. She nodded and said their savior had used something like an angel's heart ability, and Ma Dagon faced the now-empty corridor and spoke his heartfelt thanks, admitting they would have been finished without that intervention. He suggested they contact the authorities, but when they looked around again, their mysterious benefactor was already gone, and his wife could only stare at the shredded scraps of clothing on the floor, baffled about when Ghost Spirit had slipped away. Outside the building, Ghost Spirit had already jumped into open air, and as she dropped through the city skyline, she opened a communication window and calmly reported to Shadow that the task was done. His brief praise for her efficiency drew a small, satisfied smile across her face. Then the scene cut to a desolate wasteland 300 kilometers from Magic City, where 4 cloaked figures moved through the toxic terrain under Chu Kuan-shen's lead, and one subordinate asked him anxiously if they'd wandered off course, because the whole region was thick with poisonous gas and volcanic fumes that steadily drained lifespan, making it seem like nothing could possibly live there. Theodore stayed calm, and with leyline perception guiding him, Chu Kuan-shen told them the treasure was inside a nearby cavern. Not long after, they reached the mouth of a colossal cave that breathed out ominous red energy, and before they went in, Theodore told Zuma, the Soul Walker, that the instant any danger appeared, he was to shift them all into an invincible spirit state. Zuma confirmed he understood, and the 4 of them stepped into the red vortex, carefully picking their way through the perilous interior until they reached a cliff that looked out over a vast sea of crimson liquid. Chu Kuan-shen abruptly pointed straight ahead and shouted for everyone to look, and Theodore answered with a satisfied laugh as his eyes fixed on what was rising from the center of the pool, a towering plant wreathed in blazing light. Chu Kuan-shen named it on the spot, calling it the Hell Flower of Nightmares, and he said with absolute certainty that once they had it, Shadow's death was guaranteed. Now they were standing deep inside the Purgatory Volcano itself, a nightmare zone where system warning blared that lifespan was draining at 10,000 times the normal rate, and Zuma shook as he asked Theodore what kind of fiery existence they were dealing with, because just looking at it made his soul flinch away. Theodore coolly told him it was the Hell Flower of Nightmares, and assured him that so long as they didn't wake it up, they would be safe. Chu Kuan-shen then noted that since they'd found what Theodore came for, it was time to reveal the entire strategy, and Theodore agreed, summoning his subordinate Tony and placing a glowing blue tome into his hands. The book was Divine Book, Wall Construction, an artifact that could raise instant barriers by consuming lifespan, and Tony stared at it in disbelief before activating its power, whereupon a massive stone wall erupted from nothing and solidified in front of them. Tony inspected the structure and reported that creating it had cost 10 days of lifespan, while only providing 100,000 durability points. And with sweat beading on his forehead, he admitted to Theodore that after seeing Shadow's destructive strength, he didn't believe a wall like that could hold him. Theodore replied coldly that he already knew, and that was exactly why Tony's only job in the coming days was to keep building walls and grind up the book's proficiency. Then he gestured toward the Hellflower and ordered Tony to force the wall's durability all the way up to 10 million. After that, Theodore unfolded the trap completely. He planned to lure both the Chinese officials and Shadow into this cavern, and once they were deep enough inside, Tony would seal the only exit with the strengthened wall, locking them in until their vigilance inevitably dulled. Theodore and Zuma would go into the cave alongside the targets. And the moment Theodore gave the signal to awaken the boss, Zuma was to trigger his Soul Walker ability immediately, letting the 2 of them slip through the wall and escape, while Shadow and the officials stayed trapped behind. Zuma nodded, trusting the plan, but Chu Kuan-shen voiced a worry, because even if the boss killed them, most players would just respawn. Theodore's face tightened as he explained what made the Hell Flower of Nightmares truly terrifying. Once battle began, the entire cavern would be engulfed by a nightmare field, and everyone inside would start building a nightmare gauge. And when that gauge filled, the flower would drain away every last bit of their tradable lifespan. Combined with the area's 10,000-fold lifespan drain, he said the victims would face an irreversible death. And spreading his arms, he declared that wiping out Magic City's elite force, Shadow most of all, would cripple their enemies. If they succeeded, they wouldn't just win. They'd be hailed as heroes back in Country M, and their reward would lock in a life of endless luxury. And at that promise, greedy smiles crept across Tony, Zuma, and Chu Kuinchen's faces. Zuma then asked a practical question. If none of them had long-range attacks, how were they supposed to wake the boss from a distance? Tony scoffed, crouched down, and grabbed a loose stone, explaining that in this world anything could be used as a weapon and that all it took was a simple throw, and without a second thought he whipped the rock straight at the Hellflower. The stone hit, and the response was instant. Violent energy blasted outward as the boss began to stir from its sleep, and Theodore's calm shattered on the spot as he screamed at Tony in panic, cursing him as an idiot and ordering Zuma to activate Soul Walker immediately. A suffocating aura rolled through the cavern. Zuma turned them into spirit forms, and the group sprinted down the tunnel, fleeing Atesh they had provoked through sheer recklessness. They staggered back out into the wasteland and managed to steady themselves, but Theodore's rage detonated. He kicked Tony to the ground and bellowed at him for nearly getting them all killed, then stood over the shaking subordinate with a murderous glare and ordered him to stay right there and keep practicing wall construction until he reached perfection. Theodore warned him that if he failed, a powerful figure from Country M, Count Bold, would come personally and erase him, and the threat drained Tony's face of all color as he hurriedly swore he would do exactly as told. Then the scene shifted to the corroded forest on the edge of the Magic City ruins, where a sleek white beast lunged forward and snapped its jaws around a tree-like monster. Linkinga stood with her squad, watching calmly as the creature ripped through nearby tree spirits, each one bursting apart in a floating lifespan orbs, and one teammate praised her outright, stunned by how strong her dragon was and asking when she'd gotten such a rare mount. Lin Xingyu laughed it off and said she'd simply been lucky enough to pull it from a treasure chest the day before, and the teammate remarked that it was probably the first dragon mount in the game with full movement speed, something that in older games would have sold for an absurd price. Her smile vanished the very next moment as she sensed danger, because thick green poison began curling through the air around them, and she snapped a warning to the squad to stay sharp. Hidden monsters were closing in. The ground started to shake, enormous wooden spikes and snarled vines erupted upward, and the party was hemmed in as heavy green tendrils whipped through the space, smashing both the players and the white creature backward in a violent burst. Then, from the torn earth, a colossal tree abomination rose, its towering shape identified as the corroded ancestor Ashura, a level 25 emerald-grade boss. The squad was suppressed immediately, and a male teammate lay sprawled on the ground. Despair etched across his face as he ran the numbers in his head. Staring at the numbers, the teammate pointed out that the boss had 1,000,000 health while his own output was capped at 1,000 damage per second, and he demanded to know what they were supposed to do with that. Lin Xingyu yanked open her interface and shouted the only answer she saw. They had to call Big Brother Shadow. Her fingers flew as she sent him a message about the sudden appearance of an emerald-grade boss. They invited him into their party so he could lock onto their coordinates, and out among the ruined city, Shadow accepted with a short confirmation, checked the location, and told them he was more than 10 kilometers away, but would get there immediately. Back in the suffocating forest, Lin Xingyu glanced at the map and felt her stomach sink as she warned her teammates that even with Shadow on the way, it would probably take close to 30 minutes, and panic spread through the group as they shouted that the poison damage was already overwhelming their healing. Seeing that they were about to be wiped out, Lin Xingyu swore under her breath and ordered a retreat, but the words had barely left her mouth when an enormous shadow swept across the battlefield. Orleo dropped out of the sky and came down directly over the towering tree monster, and through the chaos Shadow's calm voice rang out, stating that he had arrived. Ling Kingu went rigid with confusion as a savage gust burst from his landing and ripped through the forest, and a system message flashed in front of the squad announcing that the wind had dispersed the poison and cleared their status effects. Ling Kingu and her teammates could only stare in stunned disbelief, one of them stammering to their captain and asking how half an hour had turned into half a minute, while another craned his head back, trembling with awe as he asked whether the thing Shadow rode was really a flying dragon, staring up at Orleo's skeletal body. Shadow looked down at Lin Xingyu's squad as they stood there frozen, and Orleo lowered its skull, violet eyes fixing on Lin Xingyu's trembling mount as it wondered aloud whether the creature was some kind of hybrid dragon. The instant Orleo spoke, Lin Xingyu's mount shook violently, and the entire squad stiffened, trying to process the fact that the massive dragon had just talked, while Shadow, balanced effortlessly on Orleo's head, explained that any creature of epic grade or higher could speak. Orleo immediately asked if it could devour the hybrid below, only for Shadow to shut it down with a cold order to be quiet. On the ground, Lin Xinyu's mount had already fainted from sheer fear, and she could only stare upward and admit she never imagined Big Brother Shadow was already riding an epic-grade beast. But Shadow didn't spare her a glance because his attention was already on the towering tree monster. He confirmed it was the boss with 1 million health and began sizing it up, deciding that at his current damage output, killing it would take an entire skill rotation, which he found wasteful. He wanted to end it with one clean, decisive strike. Judging the timing perfect, he pulled out the glowing ancient god slate, and the system immediately identified it as the blessing slate of the blood source ancient god Alakisi, an artifact that could apply a random blessing to strengthen one chosen skill. Shadow scanned through his abilities and noted that his main damage skills overlapped too much in what they did, so he chose Instant Shadow Slash as the target for the blessing, and golden light poured over his body as a notification confirmed Alakisi's power had fused into that skill. The new description unfurled in front of him. Instant Shadow Slash had been refined into a purely single-target technique with its hit count multiplied by 6. Every strike would automatically seek out weak points, and each impact would charge his ultimate ability. A sharp glint appeared in Shadow's eyes as he understood what that meant, because with his clones active, triggering at once would now generate 54 strikes, and when scaled up it could reach 216 total hits, damage that could refill his ultimate gauge multiple times over from that alone. Down below, Lin Xinyu's teammates watched with puzzled faces, whispering to each other about the strange radiance around him, while Shadow finished his math and decided to test the blessing immediately. His body melted into dark mist, and a heartbeat later one teammate pointed upward and shouted that Shadow was already taking the boss on by himself. Shadow reappeared above Atesh and fired off the empowered Instant Shadow Slash, and a blinding torrent of hits poured down so fast it was a smear, making the battlefield erupt with cascading damage numbers that all cleared 10,000. The barrage instantly filled his ultimate meter to the brim, and red light flared in his eye as he registered, almost clinically, that one basic skill was now enough to fully charge his finisher. He didn't pause for even a breath. He surged forward and unleashed the Crimson Blade, and a massive arc of scarlet energy cleaved through the colossal tree monster, ripping away whatever life it had left in a single stroke and landing a final 450,000 damage. The system announcement rang through the air, confirming the Emerald Grade boss had been killed and listing the rewards. While the squad watching could do nothing but gape, the male teammates yelling in raw disbelief that he had erased an Emerald Grade boss in an instant. Lin Xinyue, unlike the others, kept her composure and asked them dryly whether this was really their first time seeing Big Brother Shadow hunt a boss, as if reminding them that this level of destruction was normal for him. Wrapped in the fading red glow, Shadow quietly reviewed the results of his little experiment, realizing that one activation of Instant Shadow Slash now landed around 600,000 damage, and against that, the 450,000 base power of his Crimson Blade ultimate already felt a bit underwhelming. Dropping down among the drifting lifespan orbs, he reconsidered his overall approach to fighting, because his previous combat patterns suddenly looked crude, stuffed with unnecessary steps that didn't belong in high-tier encounters. So he tightened his grip on his sword and acknowledged the synergy the slate had created between his abilities, a balance that boosted both his offensive power and his survivability, even as he judged it to be only an early glimpse of what the Shadow class could eventually become. Lin Xinyue rushed up to him, showering him with breathless praise, and Shadow responded by casually dropping the boss loot onto the ground and telling her squad to split it among themselves. The group broke into a chorus of gratitude, and once that settled, Shadow asked whether any other bosses were active nearby. Lin Xinyue immediately launched into an eager list of targets scattered throughout the region, but he cut her off mid-sentence and told her to get on Orleo so they could go clear them one after another. Her excitement flared instantly, and Orleo blasted up into the sky with explosive force, carrying Shadow and a screaming Lin Xinyue straight into the clouds, while the two male teammates left behind could only stare upward in stunned silence until one of them finally muttered in resignation, asking what exactly was supposed to happen to them now. The scene shifted back to reality, to a conference room in Magic City where a large screen showed Theodore's face, and an official reported that Theodore from the Mount Embassy was offering intelligence on the location of the first Diamond Grade boss. Another official immediately pressed whether information that Critical was truly being handed over for free, and the first clarified that Theodore's only request was safe passage on a flight back to Country M. The lead official frowned, because that price felt far too small for something of that value, and he suspected there had to be a trap hidden underneath, but a subordinate argued that Theodore had also volunteered to accompany their strike team in person, which would make any deception essentially suicidal. The lead official then steered them to what he saw as the bigger issue, whether they even had the strength to bring down a Diamond Grade boss at all. Since no one had managed such a kill yet, and the uncertainty applied even to the legendary Shadow, he proposed they pivot to a plan built around cooperating with Shadow. Another man at the table backed the idea immediately, citing field reports of Shadow casually soloing Emerald Grade bosses, and reasoning that if their elite forces joined with Shadow's combat power, they could claim the first Diamond Grade victory, but the lead official demanded proof, wary that the stories might be inflated rumor. In response, the subordinate lifted a phone and played a crystal-clear combat recording of Shadow, explaining it had been captured using a device made through a Divine Authority book, and the evidence shut the entire room down. After a long, heavy pause, the lead official approved partnering with Shadow, and the rest of the officials signaled unanimous agreement. The leader announced he would send someone to make contact with Shadow immediately, and elsewhere on the battlefield, a hulking mechanical beast lurched forward on grinding limbs, only for Shadow to answer with his trademark strike. Instant Shadow burst out as a blinding blue beam that cut straight through the machine, splitting it cleanly in a single motion, and Shadow didn't even move as the wreckage crashed down, his cape fluttering in the fading light. Once the enemy was nothing but fragments, he called out to Lin Xinyu, who was hiding behind a tree, and told her to come out and collect the lifespan orbs, because they were heading to the next target. Lin Xinyu stepped up, cheeks flushed with excitement, and reported that the officials had already found a Diamond Grade boss, asking if Shadow was interested, and Shadow's gaze tightened at once as he demanded the specifics. The moment she said it was inside a volcano and named it, the Hell Flower of Nightmares, his attention snapped fully into place because the picture of a blazing plant towering over ruined land surged back into his mind. That monster had once ignited the first great catastrophe to hit the Great Zia officials. Back then, a foreign faction had turned the Hellflower of Nightmares into a weapon and used it to wipe out more than 100 official professionals in Magic City, and the aftermath had thrown the region into chaos for half a year while thousands of civilians died in the spillover, with one person standing at the center as the architect of it all, Theodore. Shadow looked Lin Xinyu over and asked if her group had been the ones to locate it, and she admitted the discovery belonged to a foreigner, adding that leadership was putting together a massive 100-person crusade to remove the threat. He shut that down immediately, saying they had no idea what they were facing, and then he told her to recruit 25 elite players, every one of them at least level 18 and already past their first-class advancement. The request stunned her, and she asked if he truly needed that many high-tier fighters backing him up, but Shadow confirmed it without a pause, explaining that while the Hellflower of Nightmares was labeled Diamond Grade, its parameters were edging into epic territory, leaving only two realistic ways to bring it down. One was brute force, which he admitted he didn't have yet, and the other was a controlled tactical raid that demanded at least a 25-person team. Lin Xinyu pushed back, insisting the officials' plan to send 100 players sounded safer, because more bodies should mean more security, but Shadow didn't bother with a detailed breakdown. He simply pinned her with a cold stare and told her to either do exactly what he said or ignore him completely. Sweat prickled along her back under that look as she replayed everything she'd witnessed. However unpredictable he seemed, he'd consistently acted in ways that protected the officials. And once that thought settled in, it became hard to dismiss the idea that he saw a danger they didn't. She agreed to help, yet admitted she could only realistically gather 10 qualified players, and Shadow accepted that limit, telling her he would find the rest himself. Then, as his body broke apart into streaks of blue light, he instructed her to meet him at the Magic City ruins in 3 days. Lin Xinyu stayed where she was, staring at the empty space he'd left behind and quietly wondering whether trusting him was the right choice. And far away a memory rose up like a vivid dream. A warrior in blue armor, standing firm. King Fong braced behind a radiant golden shield as he blocked a crushing strike, shouting for his sister to stay alert before surging forward with blinding speed to carve through monsters and keep her safe. And when the battlefield finally fell quiet, turning back to her and reaching out his hand with a warm smile that promised everything was under control. The scene suddenly twisted, and King Fang's gentle look darkened and warped as the familiar face melted away in a Shadow's cold, masked visage. In the dream, that masked figure spoke only one name, Xiaoyu. Her eyes snapped open. She jolted upright in her hospital bed with ragged breathing, and tears were already streaming down her cheeks as the darkness of the room seemed to press in, and she realized she'd had that same dream again. Ever since losing her legs, the figure inside it had only become clearer, and she couldn't stop remembering how he'd guided her through levels, protected her from danger, and put every chance to grow stronger right into her hands. Through the blur of tears, a realization struck with brutal clarity, because this time she had seen his face without any distortion at all, and the man from her dreams was her brother, King Fong. A strange light gathered in her eyes as the conclusion locked into place. He was alive, and the thought thundered in her head until it became impossible to ignore. King Fong was Shadow. Xiaoyu knelt on the bed, shaking as scattered fragments in her mind aligned, because the places and monsters she witnessed while dreaming kept showing up later inside the game. And that pattern could only mean the dreams weren't illusions at all. They were glimpses of reality, and clinging to that possibility, she asked herself again and again whether King Feng truly was Shadow. Desperation smothered her hesitation, and she lay back down, deciding she had to enter the game right now and force the truth into the open with her own eyes. Yet as she stared into the dark, doubt gnawed at her while the tears kept sliding down, because Shadow's repeated indifference felt like proof he had no intention of acknowledging her, even if they really were siblings. The fear that nobody would believe her tightened around her chest, along with the memory of the brutal event that had cost her legs, and her body trembled beneath the covers. But in that suffocating silence, she still reached one final conclusion. This was her last chance. She scraped together whatever resolve remained and committed to taking it, determined to find him inside the game and reclaim what was left of their bond. Inside the Knights Templar hideout, the guild leader steadied Xiaoyu as she came online and asked why she had logged in so suddenly, then told her that even though her legs worked normally in the game, her attributes were cut in half, and she was stuck with a permanent stumble debuff. As if to prove him right, Xiaoyu immediately lost her balance and crashed to the ground. And when the guild leader asked if she was hurt, she forced tears into her voice and insisted she was fine, claiming she only wanted to repay the guild's generosity. She begged to return to her post guarding the entrance and waiting for Big Brother Shadow. Acting touched by her devotion, the guild leader helped her up, guided her back to the doorway, and remarked that she already knew the routine. Then a notification suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. A private message from Shadow, sent directly to Chen Wuming, asking whether he wanted to secure the first kill on a diamond-grade boss. And his face flipped from fake sympathy to barely contained excitement. He shouted that he'd dreamed of a chance like this, let Xiaoyu go without a second glance, and took off running, saying urgent matters demanded his attention. And as he ran, Shadow sent more instructions telling him to stay calm and move carefully. Shadow ordered Chen Wuming to find two people, Safety First Anquin and Gray Rose Dongfang Yui, and to gather with them at the Magic City ruins in 3 days, and the guild leader accepted instantly, without the slightest hesitation. Opens in a kitchen, where a girl is hard at work, cooking something called the Universe Cup, also known as the Big Plum, while at the very same time, she's baking a cake too, and as she stirs and mixes, she remarks, almost offhandedly but with real amazement, that she never would have thought the God-given book could actually be used to make so many different kinds of ridiculously delicious food. Then still sounding impressed, she gives herself a quick stretch and says she's about to get moving. Before she can even take a step, another girl comes rushing into the kitchen in a full panic, eyes locking on a Big Plum as she urgently tells her to hurry because the Shadow Big Shot is recruiting team members, and Big Plum instantly protests that she hasn't even started eating yet, but she doesn't get a chance to do anything about it because a guy in a blue shirt suddenly grabs her and starts hauling her away, grumbling the whole time that all she ever does is eat, and eat from morning to night, reminding her that it's always the Shadow Big Shot who helps them out, and that this is literally the first time he's ever asked for their help. Yet Big Plum keeps yelling and crying in resistance, clearly unwilling to abandon her food, while the guy in blue ignores her completely and refuses to let her stay. The scene cuts to someone striding across a glittering stretch of ground, the air heavy with an intense, dramatic feeling. And in that same moment, the Shadow Big Shot is shown on a phone call, the screen displaying a white-haired girl as she tells him to return to Modu, use the guide's teleport, and then head to the Academy of Evil Spirit. When he finishes his part, the white-haired girl answers respectfully, addressing him as teacher, and agreeing. Then the setting shifts again to the Modu ruins, inside the Evil Spirit Academy's hidden palace, where Xiaoyu rushes in out of breath and asks if the Shadow Big Shot had been looking for her, and Shadow turns calmly to tell her that in a few days there will be a boss fight, and it will require her skills. But then his gaze catches her level, and his expression turns confused as he asks why she's only level 10, prompting Xiao to quickly explain that she spent all her experience points on job advancement, which makes Shadow react in surprise as he points out she's already completed 3 job advancements, basically calling her out by saying she must be incredibly bored to grind that much. Xiaoyu suddenly bursts into laughter, and at that exact moment the same girl from the phone call walks in, respectfully announcing that she has arrived and addressing him as Master. And the Shadow Big Shot turns toward her and immediately picks up on something familiar, asking how she's also only level 10, while noting that she, too, has already finished 3 job advancements. She answers calmly that she never forgot what her teacher told her, that job advancement is the most important thing. And hearing that, the Shadow Big Shot looks utterly exhausted and says he seriously can't deal with these little girls anymore. Yes, job advancement matters, he told them, but that doesn't mean your level should lag this far behind. And with that, he ordered both girls to prepare themselves, because for the next few days he would personally take them out to level up. Xiao answered right away, thrilled, And the white-haired girl looked even more fired up, saying she'd finally get to witness Master's divine powers again, vowing that she would study hard, her tone genuinely full of motivation. 3 days later, the scene jumps to the wild volcano deep in the Moto ruins, where someone is already standing at the agreed-upon spot, confirming that this is the coordinate location the big shot gave them. And as she checks her lucky egg in her universe cup, she's clearly buzzing with excitement, until she lifts her head, scans the area, and freezes in shock because there are people everywhere, and the faces start clicking one after another as she realizes they all look familiar. Then she starts calling them out by name, one after the next. Safety first, perfect invasion flow. So words man, the only man besides Shadow who can solo a boss. Glorious martial virtue. Jianghai, the one known as the Overlord. The Knights Temple Guild President. Grey Rose, the #1 mage on the rankings. Milky White Yukiko. Turkey-flavored potato chips. Van Jia the goalkeeper. Little Dream. Fish Sucksy Eye. They're all famous ranking players. Every single one of them personally summoned by Shadow. And as she looks around again, she spots 2 foreigners she doesn't recognize at all, admitting she's never seen them before. The focus shifts to those 2, and one of them, Zuma, leans toward Mr. Theodore and points out that there are only about 20 people present, even though Dexia officially announced a 100-man party. His voice tense as he wonders if their plan has been exposed. Theodore, however, stays completely calm, telling him not to worry because the plan is flawless, and instructing him to look more carefully, because everyone standing here is an elite among elites. Zuma concedes that quality beats quantity, saying it's obvious how much importance Dexia is placing on these 2 subjugations, and by the end of it, he says he believes in Mr. Theodore. Yet inside Theodore's own mind, his thoughts go in a totally different direction, because he believes he's already divined everything. He reflects on fate, on flowers blooming the way they're meant to, and then withering, over and over. Convinced destiny itself has selected this road, he imagines unseen forces roaring, the sky itself steering him back toward a distant homeland. And he tells himself the divine nation has already shown him his plan will succeed, certain that everyone gathered here will die trapped in a nightmare while he boards a flight and returns safely to Tom Country. Though in that same private calculation, he figures Zuma, Tony, Mei Jing, and Chu probably won't share that luck. And then, all at once, the battle surges. Someone launches an attack. The entire situation collapses into chaos. And right in the middle of the uproar, a glowing beast emerges as a skeleton dragon takes shape. Someone yells that it's a dragon. Another person snaps back that it's a bone dragon and that it's the Diamond Boss. But then a third voice hesitates, insisting something isn't right and telling everyone to stare at the dragon's head more closely. At that instant, Shadow descended and set the record straight. This dragon wasn't the boss at all. It was his mount. The crowd froze in disbelief, and Theodore's eyes widened as the realization hit that this was Shadow himself. In his head, he immediately noted that Shadow already possessed an epic-level mount, and that his growth rate was terrifyingly fast, and with his eyes gleaming, he silently vowed that today would be Shadow's day of reckoning. Shadow dropped down and planted himself on the ground, golden light glowing in his eyes, and everyone present felt the shock of his arrival. Theodore raised his eyebrows, forcing himself to look composed, while someone announced that everyone had arrived and told Theodore to lead the way. Theodore flinched at that, wondering how Shadow could possibly know his name when they'd never even met. But he steadied himself just as quickly, reminding himself there were plenty of ways someone could learn a name, and he refused to let Shadow's aura scare him into hesitation. So he said fine, ordered everyone to follow, and laid out. They would take down the Diamond Boss first, kill together, fight together, while inside he clung to the belief that his divination was 100% accurate and that his plan could not and would not fail. Meanwhile, over at the Saint Ship to Tavagar, the place looks empty at first glance. Yet in another section, a couple is in the middle of kissing when someone suddenly shouts at them to quit fooling around because they've arrived, and another voice echoes the warning that they're coming. Shanjiti rises to his feet and says that, in the end, they really did come, while at the same time someone else is simply running around, treating it like play. One of the boys speaks casually to Meiji, telling him it's no problem, and that once this job is done, they can head to M Country and enjoy themselves however they want. Then 2 old men appear and confirm that they've come in, declaring that it's finally time to make their move, that the moment to take revenge for Shurshur has arrived, and one of them, filled with deep hatred, announces that he wants to avenge his wife and children, swearing he'll make Shadow pay. Begins with a system screen flashing up in front of everyone, warning that they've entered the depths of the Purgatory Volcano, an area labeled a Nightmare Zone, where the life force drain rate is 10,000 times stronger than normal, and even just reading those words makes the air feel heavy and tense. Almost immediately after, a bizarre volcano flower appears, wrapped in violent burning flames, and someone recognizes it on sight, saying this is the Diamond Boss, the Nightmare Hell Flower. while another person asks if everyone can feel the pressure radiating off it. Honestly, someone admits they don't think this many people is enough to bring down a diamond boss. Shadow, still calm, suggests that maybe they should call in more people to make things safer. But the white-haired girl steps forward at once and says there's no need, confidently stating that everyone in this team is an elite player. And instead of letting the doubt linger, she turns it back to the mission, asking Theodore to explain directly how they're supposed to defeat the boss. Theodore answers with measured caution, asking if she's truly sure, because once the boss is activated, there's no turning back, and she frowns in confusion, asking what he means by no turning back. So Theodore explains that the boss mechanics are extremely complicated, that he doesn't want to waste time repeating himself over and over, and he asks one last time whether they're really determined to fight with so few people. She doesn't hesitate for even a breath before replying yes, of course. Right away, everyone behind Shadow speaks up too, brimming with confidence as they declare that with Master Dark Shadow here, taking down this boss will be easy. Someone else chimes in that they believe in Master's strength completely, and another insists that as long as Master is present, nothing can possibly be difficult for them. The whole team's morale surging sky high. Shadow tells them to cooperate and focus on killing the diamond boss first, and they answer him with eager enthusiasm. And then, in the next instant, Theodore suddenly lets out a booming roar, his demeanor snapping into something mocking and cruel as he sarcastically calls Dark Shadow a newbie and accuses the Chinese players of being arrogant and stubborn, before picking up a stone and announcing that he'll explain the boss mechanics now. So everyone better listen carefully, because he'll only say it once. Then, in a voice gone cold, he delivers the truth. The mechanics are actually simple. There's only one thing they need to know, and that is that every single one of them is going to die. The group around Shadow goes rigid, stunned, demanding to know what he means, but they don't get time to process it because Theodore hurls the stone toward them, and in mid-flight, it abruptly redirects toward the Hellflower. The moment it hits, the Nightmare Hellflower ignites even more violently, its flames surging higher, spreading wider, and roaring out of control. Panic detonates across the field as the players who came with Shadow start screaming and bolting in desperate attempts to save themselves, some shouting and asking what this nightmare state even is. Others realizing it's a trap, someone yelling for everyone to retreat immediately, while the battlefield dissolves into pure chaos. Meanwhile, a man with long hair hanging over his forehead lets out a cold laugh, sneering that the Xia pigs actually think they can escape, making it clear there's no chance they're getting away. Then someone triggers wall construction, and its power slams into place as a gigantic wall rises in an instant, sealing the entrance completely. The panic spikes as everyone realizes the truth at once. Something is terribly wrong. The exit has been locked, there's no way out, and voices erupt everywhere. People shouting that the entrance is blocked, someone spitting an angry curse, another yelling that Theodore is trapped inside too, meaning he can't escape either. But Theodore snaps right back, shouting at them to ask if they really think he's as stupid as they are, and without wasting a second, he orders Zuma to use Soul Walker. Zuma immediately attempts to activate Soul Walker, but before she can fully bring it out, an attack slams into her forehead. An arrow drives straight in her head, the hit clean and fatal, and Zuma burns out instantly. Theodore jolts in shock and demands to know what just happened. Just then, a girl with a crossbow steps out, making it clear she's the one who fired the shot that dropped Zuma. And in a calm, steady voice, she says Dark Shadow was right all along, planting her feet with the crossbow in hand, as she declares that those who aren't of her race must have different intentions. She labels the foreigners as spies and tells them to prepare to die. Without the slightest pause, she charges straight at Theodore and unleashes a storm of golden arrows, each one burning fiercely as it tears through the air toward him. Theodore answers with a sneer, calling her naive, and as the arrows close in, he suddenly switches positions. In that split second, someone else appears exactly where he was, and the golden arrows punch through that person's body from every direction, forcing blood from the victim's mouth. The crossbow girl jolts and goes still for a heartbeat, staring hard at who she hit, realizing it isn't Theodore at all, and she demands to know where Theodore went, even wondering aloud why fate chose someone else instead. Meanwhile, Theodore gets away cleanly, reappearing at another spot as blue energy erupts from his entire body, wrapping around him while he steadies himself and locks in. The people nearby are stunned, blurting out whether Mr. Theodore just swapped positions with someone carrying a cord, and Theodore only glares at them coldly. The two who were standing beside him quickly back off, asking what happened to Zuma, and the girl reports that Seichu is gone too. Theodore's face darkens as he says the plan has been exposed, suspecting that SHU or CHU, someone from Dexia, must have betrayed them, and the man with hair hanging over his forehead spits a curse, saying Dexia people really are untrustworthy. Still speaking in an icy tone, Theodore presses on, saying the first fights have already resumed, repeating that old saying about how those who are not of the same tree must have different hearts, then claiming the people who died in this territory were dragged into a nightmare and are beyond saving. He adds that it's a pity about Zuma, but there's nothing to be done. Even so, he states with absolute confidence that Shadow and Dexia's so-called elites will die too, and his thoughts slip back into fate again. Flowers blooming as promised, giving thanks to those destined to meet again, believing myths are born on the invincible road and that the sky will guide him back to his long-missed homeland. In Theodore's heart, the prophecy is unfolding step by step, and he's convinced that this time Dexia will suffer a massive loss of strength and vitality. Once he returns to in-country, they'll send out a large number of elites to seize the advantage and press forward to total victory. And in his mind's eye, Dexia will slowly swell with chaos until it's completely wiped out. Opens with the Hellflower volcano burning at full power, its flames shooting high into the air, blazing wildly as scorching heat spreads in every direction. And as the fire rolls over the players, the scene collapses into instant chaos. People crying and screaming, some panicking as they shout that this is bad and demand to know what they're supposed to do now. A man with a sharp, serious look speaks up over the chaos and demands to know what the nightmare state actually is, and another man answers fast and plain language, explaining that once someone falls into a nightmare state, they can't be revived and they can't log out either. Then someone else cuts in and points out how horrifying their situation really is. They're trapped in a place where time flows at 10,000 times speed, and on top of that, they've got a diamond boss right in front of them, before bluntly asking if that means they're basically doomed. Right then, a system screen flashes up, showing they've received a team invitation and asking whether they want to join Shadow's team. Shadow steps forward and speaks with steady calm, saying that since he's the one who gathered everyone here, he absolutely won't let them die, and then he lays down simple, direct orders. From this moment on, they only need to follow his commands and do exactly what he says, because if they coordinate properly, they will definitely bring the boss down. The others stare at him, surprised but reassured, and one after another they agree and accept the invitation. The screen appears again, now listing the names of everyone who has just joined Shadow's team, and after that Shadow taps the interface as the people behind him start shouting that they believe in him, repeating that they trust Shadow, and then he activates a skill called Distant Green Mountain Soul Link. Off to the side, Xiao Yoyu responds instantly, saying she understands, concentrating her energy and lifting a wave of purple power, and all at once rays of energy begin streaming out from everyone's bodies, leaving the entire group stunned as they watch the light connect them together. Shadow explains what they're seeing, telling them the chain will merge their strength and boost their resistance, slowing the buildup of nightmare corrosion. And he reminds them that only players who have reached professional Tier 1 or higher can unlock special resistances, like nightmare resistance, which is exactly why he insisted they all reach professional tier before coming here. Some of them finally get it and nod in realization, but the Hellflower volcano keeps burning with savage intensity, its roots and veins stretching beneath the ground like living things, and suddenly those thick veins whip out and snatch two players. In the blink of an eye, they're hoisted into the air, hanging upside down by their legs with their heads pointed toward the blazing ground, and the danger spikes even higher. Everyone starts yelling in panic as they grasp the brutal rule. If someone dies or fully falls into the nightmare state, the boss will seize that person and use them as nourishment. And once that happens, the player's life force gets continuously drained inside the nightmare until they're completely dead. So the rule is simple and terrifying: don't die, and if someone does fall, they have to use revival skills immediately, before the boss can grab them. Shadow rapidly fills in the missing details, telling them he's already used the system to split everyone into teams, and that the Nightmare Hellflower has 36 crore HP, with the entire fight broken into 3 phases. He explains that Phase 1 starts with the boss extending 6 vines, each vine locking onto one specific person, and that every assigned player must deal with their own vine alone. One guy, the so-called one-man squad type, immediately pipes up, saying wait, he's by himself, and Shadow answers with calm certainty that it's not bad at all, that his skills are excellent, and that Shadow believes in him. Almost as soon as those words land, the Hellflower volcano flares even more violently, massive vines fanning outward at speed, and before the one-man squad can even fully process what's happening, a vine snatches him and drags him straight toward the Hellflower. While he's being hauled away, he shouts back with bitter irony, loudly thanking Shadow for believing in him, the chaos making it feel almost sarcastic. Around them, the others stare at the damage numbers popping up and can't hide their confusion, because someone points out the hits are absurdly low. After all that flashy movement and skill execution, they're only doing 250 damage, which feels downright embarrassing. That's when Shadow, still composed, adds that he forgot to mention one crucial thing. During Phase 1, the boss has 90% damage reduction. Everyone locks up at once, demanding how they're even supposed to fight something like that. In the same breath, Graceful Liberation Squad shouts as massive energy surges across the field, and Shadow swings his blade into a heavy, decisive slash, blasting green energy outward. Even under a 90% damage reduction state, Shadow's strike still lands for 700,000 damage, leaving everyone stunned. Without slowing down, Shadow continues issuing orders. If a vine doesn't have a target, the boss will trigger a huge area attack that wipes out the entire field, so everyone must actively draw their vine, keep it occupied, and, most importantly, not die because he'll handle the rest. The whole team answers together that they understand, and the Hellflower Volcano immediately sends out even more golden veins that spread across the battlefield, prompting someone to warn that all the veins have appeared and that every team needs to be careful. Skills flash as everyone activates what they have. Blades come up as they take defensive stances, and Shadow launches himself into the air, streaking across the battlefield with fierce speed and pressure, weaving through the vines with controlled, precise dashes. A red-haired girl watches in pure awe, getting excited as she blurts out that the big shot is unbelievably cool and his damage output is insane. But the excitement evaporates in an instant when a vine suddenly swivels toward her, coils around her body in a tight bind, and she shrieks for help, calling out desperately for Big Lee. Before the situation can spiral any further, Shadow appears in an instant, snatching the red-haired girl into his arms while she's still midair and bringing her down safely as he lands back on the ground. And someone immediately notices that the last vine has vanished. Shadow fixes the red-haired girl with a hard, serious look and warns her not to lose focus again, because if she does, the next time she really will die. She's still hurting, but she forces out an apology and promises it won't happen again. And then the Hellflower Volcano burns even more violently as the gigantic flower begins to open, slowly unfolding until it's fully spread, prompting someone to point out that something is coming out from inside. A woman steps out from within the flower, looking like the Hellflower's human form, and a few players react with casual commentary about her figure and appearance, even questioning whether this is really the moment to be admiring her, though they still admit she looks impressive. In the next beat, enormous golden rings of energy surge outward from her body and wash across the battlefield, and Shadow immediately warns everyone that the boss has entered Phase 2. 3 light orbs condense from nightmare energy, and Shadow explains the mechanic quickly. These orbs will randomly lock onto 3 people and pursue them, and if anyone so much as touches one, their nightmare gauge will jump by 10% and the orb will split into 2. So no matter what, nobody can afford to get hit by those light orbs. With those orders in mind, everyone breaks into a run as the red glowing orbs chase them down, yet 2 people still get clipped, and they panic, shouting that this is bad. Shadow tells them at once not to panic, emphasizing that the light orbs move relatively slowly, and that the players being targeted simply need to pull away from the main group and find somewhere safe to hide. At the same time, he reminds them that vines will keep appearing, so everyone else has to continue handling those, and he adds one more key point. In Phase 2, the boss's damage reduction drops to 50%, so they need to stick to the strategy and stop acting reckless. And just as he finishes laying it out, another voice cuts in with confident certainty, saying everyone else should follow the procedure, while he takes care of the main boss himself. From high above, Shadow plunged toward the Hellflower's human form, choosing this diamond-grade boss as the perfect opponent to measure the full extent of his firepower. And the moment he committed to the strike, he activated Shadow of Slaughter, calling forth dark replicas of himself so that 5 figures, Shadow and 4 clones, dropped together toward the target, surrounding the boss from every direction before unleashing the Crimson Blade Ultimate in unison, an eruption that formed a towering pillar of scarlet energy as 4 separate strikes landed in rapid succession, each dealing more than 1.5 million damage. Without pausing, Shadow stepped in and executed Throat Cut, carving a deep wound that inflicted a powerful bleed effect on the boss, and then he immediately withdrew to gauge the result of his assault. Even with the creature's 50% damage reduction still active, the boss had stripped nearly 6 million health away, and as he ran the numbers in his head, he realized Crimson Blade scaled harder as an enemy's health dropped, meaning that only a few more rotations like that would be enough to finish the fight. But just as the calculations settled in his mind, Shadow suddenly froze, a chill of instinct warning him that something disastrous was unfolding behind him. His eyes widened as he turned away from the boss and saw the battlefield descending into chaos. Nightmare orbs had multiplied far beyond control, spreading through the air like a storm of crimson lights, and Wang Ming's voice cut through the panic as he shouted for anyone marked by an orb to run away from the crowd so the projectiles wouldn't split further. Players scattered in every direction as the red spheres hunted them down, the desperate retreat tearing apart the team's formation, while those fleeing blindly crashed toward groups already locked in combat with the vines. The defenders yelled for them to stay back, but the warnings were useless as the situation spiraled toward collapse. Looking closer, Shadow noticed a hidden mechanic that explained the sudden disaster. Whenever the boss's vine struck one of the nightmare orbs, the orb gained a 3-second burst of speed that made dodging it nearly impossible. Understanding that the team could not endure this for long, Shadow clenched his teeth and shouted for everyone to hold on just a little longer, because by his estimate he needed only 5 seconds to push the boss into its third phase. Focusing his mind, eyes burning with determination, he began preparing his next burst rotation while silently complaining about the ridiculous number of buffs he had to stack. He activated Silent Concealment and Dark Depth, amplifying both his stealth and his damage, then raised the Black Light Shield, pushing his attack power up by another 30%. After that, he triggered Shadow of Slaughter again, summoning clones that inherited every buff currently active on him. With his setup complete, Shadow launched himself forward in a blur and unleashed his modified technique, Instant Shadow Slash. In the next heartbeat, he and his clones became streaks of motion, striking at the same moment as the space around the boss filled with flashing blue blades, and the system rapidly counted an unbelievable 216 hits within a split second. Shadow roared that he wasn't done yet, and immediately he and his clones released the Crimson Blade Ultimate once more. 4 colossal pillars of red energy crashed down together, ripping through the boss's defenses as the Hellflower's human form coughed up green blood under the devastating impact. Shadow stepped in without hesitation and finished the sequence with Throat Cut, landing a critical strike that dealt more than 18 million damage to the monster. Not far away, the surrounding players could only stare in stunned horror and awe, because while they struggled to inflict a few hundred points of damage at a time, Shadow had just unleashed a single wave worth 20 million damage, leaving many of them wondering if the man fighting beside them could even be called human. The boss staggered backward, its body spasming violently as waves of pain tore through it, while the enormous flower stalk behind the human form twisted and darkened into a sinister purple hue, prompting Shadow to immediately warn the team that the Hellflower had entered Phase 3. A shriek burst from the boss, a sound tangled with fury and agony, as her shape grew unstable and erratic while preparing her final assaults, and in the same moment the entire cave shifted into a deep, oppressive purple that transformed the atmosphere of the battlefield. Wang Meng lifted his gaze in alarm just as the vines began weaving together, forming massive twisted wooden pillars that thrust upward from the ground like jagged towers. Recognizing the danger instantly, Shadow shouted orders to the team, explaining that these pillars acted as magnets for the Nightmare Orbs and warning that every orb absorbed by a pillar would restore 10% of the boss's health, which meant the structures had to be destroyed before they could feed energy back to the monster. As he barked instructions, he quickly laid out the new mechanics of Phase 3. The red orbs would no longer split into more copies, but the threat they posed had grown far more lethal. Shadow warned that even the slightest contact with an orb would now push a player directly into the nightmare state, and the situation became even worse if someone was already suffering that condition, because in that case the orb would transform into nightmare bugs that devoured the victim's lifespan until death claimed them. Hearing this, the soldiers stared at the floating red orbs with open fear, fully aware that one mistake now meant permanent death. Behind his mask, Shadow narrowed his eyes and shouted for everyone to stay focused and avoid the orbs at all costs, urging them to hold the line for just 10 more seconds. In his mind, he rapidly calculated the path to victory. The boss had less than 10 million health remaining, and his skills required only 3 more seconds before their cooldown ended, which meant that one more full-power instant Shadow Slash would be enough to finish the fight. Then the battlefield erupted with a scream. Shadow turned sharply, stunned, just in time to see a player's nightmare gauge completely fill as the man's eyes burned with a red glow of madness. Wang Meng shouted in horror as he realized what had happened, yelling that someone from their squad had fallen into the nightmare state. The afflicted player collapsed onto the ground, writhing in unbearable agony while a crimson orb drifted above him, and in the next horrifying moment the orb slowly sank into his body. The change came instantly. The man's body ruptured as hundreds of red nightmare bugs burst out through his flesh, devouring him from within until nothing remained. The system coldly announced that the player's summer horse had exhausted all of his lifespan and died a permanent death. Terror seized the guild leader nearby, sending him running blindly across the battlefield. Wang Meng shouted desperately for him to stop moving recklessly, but panic had already taken control, and by the time he realized what the man had done it was too late. The fleeing guild leader had unknowingly drawn a nightmare orb straight toward one of the wooden pillars. The man apologized helplessly even as the pillar's vines lashed out and snatched the orb from the air. Instantly, the structure absorbed the crimson sphere and channeled its energy back into the Hellflower, restoring a massive 3.6 million health for each orb consumed. Shadow could only watch as the boss's health bar began rising again. In that moment, he understood the battle was slipping beyond his control. Around him, nearly every player's nightmare gauge was approaching its limit, and he realized this was his final opportunity to end the fight. Grimly running the numbers in his head, he concluded that if the boss managed to recover more than 20 million health, then even his damage output would not be enough to bring it down. Sweat streamed down Shadow's face as he stared at the interface in front of him. Amid the chaos of the battlefield, players shouted in panic as they desperately tried to dodge the red nightmare orbs that promised permanent death on contact, while the squad assigned to destroy the wooden pillars began to break under the pressure, yelling that they could not keep holding out as their nightmare gauges crept dangerously close to their limits. Watching the situation unravel before his eyes, Shadow understood with grim certainty that if this continued even a little longer, the entire team would be wiped out. Technically, he could still escape alone by activating the phasing effect on his boots, slipping away from the battlefield while everyone else fell. But the thought made him hesitate, because doing so would condemn the rest of them to certain death. Then, in the middle of the chaos, a sword lifted into the air. Wang Meng stepped forward and activated Holy Barrier, granting himself 7 full seconds of complete invincibility. His eyes shone with fierce determination as he shouted for Shadow to ignore everything else and focus solely on dealing damage to the boss, declaring that he would personally handle the defense. The sudden resolve caught Shadow off guard, and he instinctively questioned what the tank was planning. Wang Meng, however, offered no hesitation. The moment the barrier formed around him, he cast Speed Blessing and sprinted directly into the storm of red orbs. Little Black watched in stunned disbelief as Wang Meng deliberately rammed into the nightmare orbs with his invincible body, intercepting them before they could reach the pillars and restore the boss's health. Captain N immediately screamed at him, warning that he was acting recklessly. She explained that although Holy Barrier prevented the orb from killing him outright, his nightmare gauge would still continue filling, and the instant his invincibility ended, the nightmare bugs would appear and devour him alive. Hearing the warning, Wang Meng simply smiled with calm acceptance and said he already understood the price he would pay, but he had chosen this path because it was the only way they could win. Charging forward towards certain death, Wang Meng shouted that he trusted Shadow completely to lead them to victory. Captain N did not hesitate to support the desperate gamble. Her eyes ignited with power as she activated Symbiotic Dragon Spirit, summoning a massive blue dragon whose life force was directly tied to her own. Raising her sword, she commanded the dragon to swallow the deadly nightmare orbs drifting through the battlefield. Because her life was linked to the creature, the corruption struck her instantly. The moment the dragon devoured the orbs, her nightmare gauge surged to its maximum, and she coughed up blood while forcing herself to endure the curse so that Shadow would not have to face it. At that exact moment, Wang Meng's holy barrier expired, leaving him exposed to the permanent death he had knowingly stepped toward. Soon after, he dropped to one knee on the ground, his body glowing faintly with a golden aura. Little Black shouted in shock as the realization hit her, and then Wang Meng was sacrificing themselves by absorbing the orbs with their own bodies just to buy Shadow a few more seconds. Refusing to stand by, she rallied the rest of the team to follow their example. One after another, the remaining players rushed forward, deliberately intercepting the red orbs with their bodies, fully aware that they might still survive if Shadow could kill the boss quickly enough. And the swordsman even smiled with steady confidence as the orbs struck him, calmly declaring that their only responsibility now was to buy time for Shadow. Nearby, Jiang Ring the witch laughed openly in the face of death as she stood beside the others, refusing to retreat. At that moment, the support players suddenly realized something important. If they were already doomed to enter the nightmare state, then they should spend their final moments empowering the one person who could still win the battle. Immediately, he cast a blessing and shouted for everyone to pour their skills into strengthening their leader. The other mags responded without hesitation, unleashing every buff they possessed onto Shadow. Standing in the center of the battlefield, Shadow became the focal point of the team's last hope, his body wrapped in layers of enhancement as blue lightning crackled across him while his teammates shouted desperately for him to kill the boss and drag them back from the nightmare. Shadow watched as his teammates willingly sacrificed themselves, a faint mix of amusement and resolve crossing his face as he muttered under his breath that they were truly a reckless bunch. The enormous surge of power they had poured into him now roared through his body, energy swelling until it felt as if it might tear him apart. Without wasting a single second, Shadow triggered a chain of abilities in rapid succession: Silent Concealment, Deepest Darkness, Shield of Black Light, Shadow of Slaughter, and Grace of Release, stacking each enhancement until his strength reached its absolute peak. Then he lifted one finger and pointed directly at the boss, giving the final command. Dark clones burst into existence around the Hellflower of Nightmares, surrounding the monster in a perfect circle before unleashing a synchronized storm of attacks. Purple slashes spiraled outward in a violent vortex, shredding the boss's petals as the system instantly registered 216 hits. Standing in the center of the raging energy, Shadow's cape billowed behind him as he suddenly launched himself high into the air, rising above the battered creature. For a heartbeat, he hovered there, eyes burning with lethal focus. Then he dropped like a meteor. Plunging straight toward the flower's core, Shadow swung his blade in a devastating vertical strike that cleaved through the boss, the flower, and even the surrounding space itself. The Hellflower detonated into a violent vortex of dissipating energy, and across the battlefield the twisted red pillars of the Nightmare Realm crumbled apart as the monster's influence vanished. A system notification appeared immediately afterward, announcing that the party had achieved the global first kill of a diamond-grade boss. Down below, Captain and Wang Meng lay on the ground exhausted yet still alive, faint green healing flames surrounding their bodies as the nightmare state faded away. With the danger finally gone, En and Zhang Ying erupted into cheers, celebrating the victory they had barely survived. Captain En, however, complained bitterly that the curse had cost her 10 years of a lifespan, though Wang Meng simply reassured her that it was a small price to pay for survival, and proof that placing their trust in Shadow had been the correct decision. As the boss's remains dissolved completely, golden loot orbs began raining down across the battlefield. One greedy player immediately leaped forward to grab the treasure, only for the others to shout at him to stop, insisting that Shadow should be the one to distribute the rewards. But as Little Black looked around, she suddenly realized something strange. Shadow himself was nowhere to be seen. The team began calling out in confusion, asking where their leader had gone, until Shadow's voice suddenly came through the voice chat telling them to wait for him because his business was not finished yet. The group grew even more confused, pointing out that the boss was already dead. Moments later, Shadow appeared in the distance, wrapped in swirling purple energy, and coldly clarified that while the monster had been eliminated, the people who deserved to die were still alive. Mounted on his skeletal dragon Osirio, he rose into the sky. His target was Theodore, who had already boarded a plane in an attempt to flee back to Country M. Yet despite the distance, Shadow pursued the aircraft relentlessly, riding his dragon higher and higher into the atmosphere with no intention of letting the traitor escape. As the chase continued, Theodore's earlier prophecy echoed through Shadow's mind, its mocking words lingering in the air. The flower blooms as expected. You are the only lucky one. The invisible path in the sky will lead you back to your long-lost hometown. High above the darkened world, Shadow chased the airplane through the night sky while riding atop his skeletal dragon, Osirio. To make this pursuit possible, he had already spent more than 3,500 years of tradable lifespan, using the cost to synchronize his in-game abilities with reality so that his character's stats, equipment, and even his epic-grade mount could manifest in the real world. With the dragon's overwhelming speed carrying him forward, he eventually closed the distance and caught up to the aircraft. Without hesitation, Shadow stepped off the dragon's back and plunged downward through the freezing winds of high altitude before landing solidly on top of the speeding jet. He slowly rose to his feet atop the aircraft, yellow light burning in his eyes as dark energy surged around his body, the power gathering like a storm while he prepared to claim his revenge. Inside the plane, however, the mood could not have been more different. The cabin carried a light celebratory atmosphere as two champagne glasses clinked together in a toast. Theodore and Maijing exchanged satisfied smiles while Maijing congratulated him on successfully returning to his hometown in Country M. Clearly pleased with the outcome, Theodore welcomed both Maijing and Tony as official members of Country M. And as Maijing politely asked him to look after them from now on, Tony sat nearby scrolling through his phone. With a malicious chuckle, Tony said he wanted to check the news and see whether the so-called Great Gia Pigs, Shadow's team, had already been wiped out. Yet the moment he looked at the screen, the amusement on his face vanished and was replaced by complete shock. His hands began trembling as he turned the phone toward the others, revealing the impossible headline. Not only had Shadow's team survived, they had actually secured the first kill of the diamond-grade boss, and they had done it with almost no casualties. Maijing and Tony stared at the screen in disbelief, their jaws hanging open as the reality of Shadow's overwhelming power shattered the arrogance they had carried until now. Theodore himself was so shaken that his grip loosened and the wine glass slipped from his hand, crashing onto the floor where red wine spread across the surface like spilled blood. He stammered helplessly, unable to understand how anyone could possibly survive the nightmare. Sitting in the dim cabin, Theodore hurriedly reopened the prophecy he had relied on earlier, reviewing it again and again until horror crept across his face as he realized he had interpreted the omen incorrectly. The true meaning of the star god's prophecy suddenly became clear. The pitiful ones it referred to had never been Shadow's team. They were his own subordinates. His gaze slowly shifted toward Tony and Maijing, and a cold shiver crawled down his spine as the final line of the prophecy echoed in his thoughts. You are the only lucky one. If he was meant to be the sole survivor, then the others were already doomed. Almost as though his fear had summoned it, Theodore's eyes drifted past them toward the airplane window, and there he saw a nightmare made real. Outside the glass, the masked face of Shadow appeared, his glowing yellow eyes staring directly at Theodore from the darkness of the sky. Theodore screamed in terror, pointing a shaking finger toward the window while shouting that Shadow was outside. Tony, confused by his boss's sudden panic, leaned closer and pressed his face against the glass to look for himself. After a moment, he turned back with a puzzled expression, saying there was nothing there except the empty night sky, completely unaware that death stood only inches away. Clutching his phone with trembling hands, Theodore confirmed to his increasingly panicked subordinates that Shadow had indeed tracked them down. Tony quickly pieced the situation together and shouted that Shadow must have extracted the skeletal dragon into the real world. Theodore's mind raced as he calculated the cost, realizing that bringing an epic-grade mount out of the game would require sacrificing more than 1,000 years of lifespan, an almost unimaginable price to pay. Maijing collapsed into tears, convinced their fate was sealed. Despite the terror clawing at his mind, Theodore forced himself to calm down and think logically. He pointed out that they were currently aboard a civilian passenger flight packed with innocent travelers, reasoning that if Shadow attempted to break into the aircraft, he would inevitably destroy it and kill everyone on board. With that thought restoring some of his confidence, Theodore declared that Shadow would never dare massacre innocent civilians, which meant they would remain safe at least until the plane landed. Then he revealed the final card he had prepared. Before leaving, he had already contacted reinforcements. At the airport in Country M, a squad composed of elite-powered individuals was already assembling. And on the ground, among them, a cybernetic soldier received the message confirming that Shadow was on his way. The elite squad waiting at the airport moved into immediate combat readiness. Among them stood a white-haired woman and a silent hooded figure, while two additional agents confirmed that the mission parameters had changed. Above the airport, a massive magic circle ignited across the sky, glowing with ominous power as the objective was declared clearly, to kill Shadow the moment he arrived. High above the clouds, Theodore remained unaware of the trap forming on the ground and believed that all they needed to do was wait. Calmly reassuring the others, he told Maijing and Tony that Country M never abandons its citizens. Relieved by his confidence, Maijing thanked him sincerely, and Tony pledged his loyalty to the country that had supposedly accepted them. Neither of them realized that the sense of safety surrounding them was nothing more than an illusion. Behind Theodore's composed expression, his true thoughts betrayed his ruthlessness. He had already concluded that Tony and Maijing were fated to die, and in his mind the prophecy had made one truth clear: he alone was the lucky one. Quietly planning for his own survival, he remembered the special cards he had distributed to various informants. If danger appeared, he intended to give one of those cards to a passenger on the plane, and then activate his Dark Star boundary skill, swapping places with that person to escape while leaving them behind. With that plan decided, Theodore stood and began walking slowly down the aisle, studying the passengers as he searched for a suitable scapegoat. Eventually he stopped beside a young man wearing bright red headphones. The passenger glanced up in confusion as Theodore greeted him politely. Theodore extended a golden card toward him, falsely claiming that it would grant powerful buffs. But the instant he stretched out his hand, black energy exploded from the shadows. The young man screamed. Theodore stayed in disbelief as his own subordinates died right before his eyes. Panic erupted throughout the cabin as terrified passengers began shouting and scrambling in fear. From the victims' torn necks, glowing *** red hell flowers, spider lilies, *** burst into bloom, their crimson petals spreading through the air as the unmistakable mark of a deadly skill. Theodore froze in place, sweat pouring down his face as the realization struck him with crushing force. It was Shadow. Looking down at the nearby seats, he saw that Tony and Maijing's bodies had already vanished, leaving behind nothing but dark bloodstains and the eerie red flowers. Driven by pure survival instinct, Theodore forced himself to act. He knew hesitation meant death. Preparing to activate Dark Star Boundary, he told himself that even if the mission collapsed, the only priority that mattered now was staying alive. Yet before he could trigger the teleportation, a sharp sound sliced through the air. Theodore's body went rigid as his vision suddenly filled with blood. His right arm, still holding the escape card, had been severed cleanly at the wrist. He screamed in agony while the detached hand spun through the air. As it fell, someone calmly caught it. Standing directly behind the terrified traitor was Shadow. Holding the severed hand in his grip, yellow light blazing from his eyes, Shadow spoke with cold mockery and assured Theodore that he would indeed return to Country M. Then he explained the ancient Shia philosophy, that fallen leaves always return to their roots, making it clear that Theodore's corpse would be sent back to his homeland. Shadow's gaze sharpened as he leaned closer to the mutilated man. Before Theodore died, he said, there was a message he needed him to deliver. At last, the horrifying meaning behind Theodore's prophecy was revealed. Inside a dark room far away, the lifeless bodies of Chu and Zuma lay motionless on a bed, victims of the fatal consequence of being dragged into the nightmare zone. Around their corpses bloomed ghostly red spider lilies, their presence silently mocking Theodore's belief that he alone would be the lucky one. Back aboard the airplane, Shadow delivered his final, lethal strike. He drove his hand straight into Theodore's chest and tore out the man's still beating heart. Theodore's face froze in stunned disbelief as he stared directly at Shadow, a gaping, blood-soaked cavity where his heart had been, the prophecy fulfilled in the most brutal way imaginable. Death came instantly. Theodore's body dropped to its knees before collapsing face-first into the airplane aisle. As a terrified passenger looked on, Theodore's blood began spreading unnaturally across the floor, crawling along the surface until it formed words, the final message Shadow left for his enemies. Fallen leaves must return to their roots. Outside, the airplane continued gliding through the dark night sky as if nothing had happened, its flight smooth and undisturbed. Having finished what he came for, Shadow activated his dark abilities and phased through the roof of the aircraft, emerging into the freezing air above. Standing calmly on top of the speeding jet, a faint blue ghostly aura gathered around his foot as he casually remarked on how practical his special boots were, having just used their formless effect to bypass the plane structure. Without hesitation, he leaned backward and stepped off into the empty sky. Falling freely through the cold air, Shadow dropped with perfect precision onto the back of his enormous skeletal dragon, Osirio. Together they plunged away from the aircraft, diving down into the darkness of the night. Meanwhile, the airplane continued its approach toward the brightly illuminated skyline of Country M, preparing for its final descent. What the passengers did not realize was that an enormous military operation was already waiting below. Inside a command room, a commander coordinated the ambush, issuing orders for every unit to move into position. The entire airport had been locked down under heavy security. Magical berries flared to life, anti-stealth fields were activated across the area, and powerful magical artillery stood ready to fire the moment the aircraft came within range. As the plane descended and its landing gear finally touched the runway, the forces on the ground were already poised for battle. Hidden throughout the airport were squads of cloaked assassins, elite snipers, and heavily shielded knights, each of them under strict orders to annihilate Shadow the instant he appeared. Inside the cabin, however, the ordinary passengers remained completely unaware of the massive trap waiting outside. The same young man with the red headphones stared out the window with innocent curiosity, quietly wondering whether Country M always gave such an intense welcome to arriving flights. Once the aircraft docked, the cabin doors opened and an agent stepped inside. Yet the moment he and his partner looked down the aisle, the determination on their faces collapsed into shock. Theodore's corpse lay on the floor. They immediately reported back in alarm, confirming that he was dead and describing the terrifying message written in his own blood. The leader of the ambush force, a dark-haired man with glowing red eyes, read the bloody words with fury. The message declared that anyone who offended Great Shia would be hunted down, and he instantly realized the truth. Shadow had already struck. Refusing to give up the hunt, a masked ninja agent turned to a nearby witch and demanded to know whether the anti-stealth barriers had detected anything. Assuming Shadow must still be somewhere inside the airport, the witch checked her detection magic but soon shook her head, confirming that no invisible entities had been recorded within the barrier. The realization spread through the command team. Their anti-stealth system operated at level 20, which led the leader to a chilling conclusion. Shadow's stealth abilities must have been at an even higher tier, powerful enough to bypass their defenses entirely and slip through the trap unnoticed. Even with civilians still present in the area, the white-haired mage commander made a ruthless decision. Declaring that the situation had escalated to an S-class threat, she issued a single uncompromising order. All units were to open fire. A masked subordinate hesitated at the order, nervously pointing out that passengers were still inside the aircraft, but the commander answered with fury, slamming his staff against the ground and demanding absolute obedience. He insisted that Shadow was somewhere inside the plane and commanded an immediate full-power assault. At once, the airport erupted with violence. From the terminal and surrounding defenses, a massive barrage of magical projectiles and concentrated laser beams launched into the night. Inside the aircraft, the young man wearing headphones and another passenger glanced out the window just in time to realize what was happening, their expressions turning to terror as the devastating barrage streaked across the tarmac toward the defenseless airliner. Then the final attack was unleashed. A colossal spell, blazing like a miniature sun, descended from above and struck the aircraft directly. The impact triggered a massive explosion of fire that consumed the plane entirely, obliterating it in a single catastrophic blast. As flames roared across the runway, a scout quickly reported that the life detection barrier detected no surviving life forms within the burning wreckage. The red-eyed leader of the ambush stood silently watching the inferno while two others approached him, a bald, muscular man and another official. The bald man confronted the leader immediately, his voice thick with anger as he warned that Great Shia would never ignore the blatant killing of their civilians and that all flights between the two nations would inevitably be suspended because of this incident. Throwing his arms up in frustration, he complained that his long-term strategy of using civilian flights to smuggle spies into Great Shia had now been completely ruined, making it far harder to undermine their enemy from within. The red-eyed leader slowly turned and fixed the bald man with a cold glare, dismissing him as a coward. He questioned how they could ever hope to oppose a nation protected by someone like Shadow if they lacked the ruthless determination required to face such an enemy. His glowing red eye burned with intensity as he spoke of a brutal truth: death is permanent. Standing before the towering wall of flames, the leader calmly justified his decision, declaring that if Shadow had truly been aboard that aircraft, this would have been the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. In his mind, even the smallest chance of killing Shadow was worth the sacrifice of the plane and every passenger aboard it. The tension among the Country M forces immediately boiled over. The bald man glared at the leader with open hostility and declared that he had never trusted him in the first place. Then he ordered the man to be silent and insulted him directly, sneering that he was nothing more than a half-breed with great sheer blood. Before the bald man could react, the red-eyed leader moved with blinding speed. His fist smashed into the man's face with terrifying force, sending the large, muscular figure flying backward through the air. Golden energy crackled violently around the leader's body as he revealed the darkness behind his resolve. He openly declared his hatred for the great sheer bloodline flowing through him, calling it a curse that had filled his life with despair. Yet at the same time he proclaimed his absolute loyalty to Country M above all else. The scene then shifted to the recovery of their fallen comrade. Two agents approached the red-eyed leader, one of them the white-haired mage commander, carrying the mutilated remains of Theodore. Without ceremony, they dropped the corpse onto the ground. The red-eyed leader knelt beside the body as a strange mixture of purple and golden aura began to gather around him. Bowing his head slightly, he told Theodore to rest in peace, honoring him as a hero of Country M, and promised that his body would be returned to his hometown so he could be buried properly. Standing upright once again, the red-eyed leader finally revealed the terrifying nature of his power. 3 glowing blue cards materialized in his hand, their light pulsing faintly as he unveiled his hidden class, Corpse Collector, an ability that allowed him to draw strength directly from the dead. Studying the radiant cards with cold satisfaction, he praised Theodore's enormous contributions and the vast intelligence network of spies the man had successfully established. A system notification explained the mechanics of his power. Whenever he touched a corpse, he could acquire that person's professional skills, and if he obtained duplicate abilities, those skills would evolve to a higher level. Holding one of the luminous blue cards between his fingers, his single red eye gleaming with malice, the system confirmed that he had successfully absorbed Theodore's core abilities, including Divinatory Omen of the Star God and the spatial technique Dark Star Boundary. Now strengthened by the powers of his fallen subordinate, the red-eyed leader spoke a chilling vow, declaring that he would personally ensure the complete and absolute destruction of Great Shia. Raising his arm, the red-eyed leader held the glowing blue card aloft as light radiated around him, activating the newly acquired divination ability in search of a method to defeat Shadow. The skill revealed a strange cosmic vision, a mother reaching desperately toward a child falling into a vast starry abyss, and the leader studied the omen carefully, reflecting on how such a powerful maternal bond might become a weakness he could exploit against his enemy. Nearby, 2 of his subordinates, including the white-haired mage, began analyzing the intelligence Theodore had left behind. Comparing the clues within the prophecy, they concluded that a guild in Great Shia known as Fake Heavy Industries, along with its leader Huang Huifan and her son Hanging, perfectly matched the signs described in the omen. The red-eyed leader confirmed their deduction and revealed that one of Theodore's informants was already embedded inside that guild and possessed one of the special cards. A holographic map then appeared in front of them as he explained his strategy. By activating Dark Star Boundary, he could instantly swap positions with that informant, allowing him to infiltrate Great Shia without being detected. As he spoke, he summoned another glowing blue card and handed these magical cards to the white-haired mage and her companion, ordering them to guard the items carefully and never activate them. He then announced that he would travel to Great Shia alone first, instructing his subordinates to remain behind until he gave the signal. Once he secured the path, he promised that he would use his abilities to mass teleport Country MS elite forces directly into enemy territory. Staring at the glowing card while the red scars across his abdomen pulsed faintly with light, the leader swore that he would prove Country M would conquer the entire apocalyptic game. Activating the spatial skill, he triggered a towering pillar of blue light that erupted around his body before he vanished instantly from sight. In the exact spot where he had disappeared, another man suddenly materialized, squatting awkwardly while still holding a roll of toilet paper. The confused man stammered that he had been in the bathroom only moments earlier, but one of the nearby agents calmly reassured him not to be nervous. Addressing him as Theodore's friend, the agent formally welcomed him to Country M, leaving the poor man staring around in complete shock at his sudden relocation. Meanwhile, inside the Nightmare Hellflower Boss area, the surviving members of Shadow's team were still gathered after the brutal battle, waiting quietly. Suddenly, a digital flash of blue light appeared as Shadow logged back into the game. The players noticed him immediately, and one of them shouted excitedly that he had returned. The leader of the Knights Templar Guild greeted Shadow with a warm smile and assured him that every member of the team had followed his instructions precisely, leaving all the loot untouched so he alone could gather it. In response, Shadow lifted his hand as yellow lightning crackled around his fingers, thanking the group for their effort and telling them to use the rewards to strengthen their combat power, and with that he activated a powerful ability as a gigantic radiant golden fist, known as the Greedy Hand, formed above them and slammed into the ground, sweeping up the scattered spoils in a single overwhelming motion. Two nearby team members stayed in amazement, remarking that this ability would greatly increase the rewards they could obtain. Once the items had been sorted, Shadow took a glowing spatial ring and handed it to Ziqing, calmly explaining that he had only taken the lifespan rewards and the equipment meant for his assassin class, leaving everything else inside the ring for her team to divide among themselves. Ziqing flushed with embarrassment as she examined the ring's contents, clearly stunned by the enormous amount of treasure stored inside. Regaining her composure, she asked Shadow what had happened to Theodore and the others who had entered the cave earlier. Shadow briefly looked back toward the sealed cave entrance, his eye flickering with a cold yellow glow, and answered bluntly that they were all dead. Ziqing gasped, shock written across her face. Yet before she could say anything further, Shadow had already leaped into the air and transformed into a dark blur as he sped away. He flew straight toward a cavern illuminated by red light, where two players were struggling desperately to break through a massive stone wall. Both were clearly frustrated, complaining that after so much effort they had barely managed to reduce the wall's health by 10%. At that moment, the player holding the axe suddenly turned around in surprise as a streak of blue energy shot past them. Shadow landed nearby, and in the same instant a storm of blue slashes erupted from his blade, shattering the enormous stone wall in moments. Without speaking, he stepped through the newly opened red tunnel, casually flicking his hand behind him in a dismissive gesture toward the stunned players. The two stood motionless, staring in disbelief as they recognized the legendary player, quietly marveling at the overwhelming strength they had just witnessed. Later, while sitting atop his dragon, Shadow began reviewing the rewards he had obtained from the boss battle. Among the items, he found 3 valuable treasures, including 2 legendary grade pieces, an ultimate skill book, a weapon, and a bracer. Satisfied with the results, he decided to immediately spend his evolution points to upgrade the skill book, and the system soon displayed the result: his newly evolved ancient grade ultimate ability called Endless Nightmare. The description revealed a terrifying area of effect skill capable of forcing enemies into a nightmare descent state, where every attack rapidly stacked a nightmare gauge on them, while a passive effect simultaneously increased his damage against targets suffering from the condition. Shadow studied the skill carefully and quickly realized how dangerous the nightmare attribute would be against other players, because once affected they would be unable to log out of the game. From this, he concluded that if the ability were combined with a blooming curse, it would allow him to permanently kill players from inside the game itself. The thought briefly formed a vivid image in his mind of a terrified player twisting in agony as glowing red spider lilies burst violently from their chest. Even so, he acknowledged that the nightmare status was not absolute, since purification abilities or certain items could remove the effect. Setting that aside, Shadow then summoned his newly obtained weapon. A sinister sword glowing with red and black energy appeared in his hand, its presence heavy with killing intent, and the system identified it as an assassin-class weapon called the Sterile Blade. The blade granted enormous stat bonuses, greatly increased backstab damage, and carried a unique effect that allowed Shadow to gain stacking boosts to his physical attack each time he killed another player. It also carried a brutal additional effect that inflicted nearly 5 times more damage against enemy shields, and as Shadow held the glowing crimson blade in his hand, a faint smirk appeared on his face while he remarked that the weapon truly deserved to be called a murder tool. After running the numbers in his mind, he realized that if the maximum stack bonus were combined with the enormous backstab multiplier and the shield-breaking effect, the destructive potential of this sword would become utterly terrifying. While continuing to inspect the weapon's properties, he also noticed a special stripping effect that would completely cancel an opponent's attribute effects once its gauge filled. In recalling the battle he had just fought, Shadow concluded that if he had possessed this blade during that fight, he could have stripped away the monster's nightmare attributes and drastically lowered its threat level. As he studied the weapon further, he discovered a strange and humiliating trait tied to it. Any player slain by this sword would receive a permanent title displayed above their head that could never be removed. Amused by the absurd feature, Shadow chuckled and commented that the weapon's nickname, the Grandson Maker, was certainly well-deserved. With that examined, he turned to the final reward from the boss, a diamond-grade bracer. The moment he equipped it, a powerful geometric barrier of golden energy materialized around his body, and he immediately noted the brace's remarkable passive ability, which automatically produced a magic-blocking shield every 30 seconds. Extremely satisfied with the haul he had just obtained, Shadow mounted his skeletal dragon, Osirio, and rose into the orange-lit sky, already calculating that the Fee Heavy Industries Guild should still owe him the remaining 800 years of lifespan from their agreement. Deciding that his next stop would be the Magic Leaning Tower hideout to collect the debt, he soared across the ruined cityscape while planning to grind his way to level 25 so he could undertake a new trial using a summoning bell item. A few days earlier, in the desolate ruins of a corrupted village, a group of players suddenly fell into an ambush when two of them were violently pierced through the chest by sharp, blood-covered tentacles, their screams of agony echoing through the shattered streets. The attacker revealed itself as a horrifying floating monstrosity with blazing orange eyes, a level 18 Emerald grade boss. Panic instantly spread among the survivors, who were completely overwhelmed by the appearance of such a high-level creature and began shouting for everyone to run. At that very moment, a hand wrapped in intense purple flames stepped forward and effortlessly stopped the monster's advance, and a commanding voice rang out, ordering the frightened players not to panic and to hold their formation. The one who had intervened was Huang Ziqing, cloaked entirely in black and surrounded by swirling currents of purple abyssal energy. With absolute confidence, he declared that he would control the boss himself and ordered the others to attack, assuring them that victory was certain. Instead of obeying, the party members shouted back at him to run for his life, reminding him that the creature before them was an Emerald-grade boss and openly mocking him for acting as if he possessed power comparable to Shadow. Their words failed to shake him. Huang Ziqing only responded with a cold, dangerous smirk. A sinister violet glow ignited in his eyes as he told them to watch carefully and witness the true strength of the abyss. The players stared in disbelief when his dark aura erupted outward, releasing a massive surge of purple magic that spread across the ground and transformed the terrain into an abyssal mire. As the corruption expanded beneath the monster, he arrogantly proclaimed that while Shadow merely hid within darkness, he himself embodied the overwhelming, absolute darkness of the abyss. Hanging stood with both arms lifted as violent purple abyssal energy burst from the earth in a crackling eruption, the dark power shaping itself into a spreading abyssal mire that swallowed the terrifying multi-eyed monster whole and heavily restricted its movements. Seeing that the boss had been locked in place by the spreading dark magic, Huang Ziqing sharply urged the party to stop hesitating and begin attacking immediately, prompting Huang Huifan to step forward and take command as she raised her staff and directed everyone to concentrate their fire on the immobilized monster. At her order, the team unleashed a coordinated storm of colorful spells and magical projectiles that streaked across the battlefield and slammed into the trapped creature, the barrage landing repeatedly and carving away large portions of its health bar. Two members of the party briefly celebrated the impressive burst of damage, but their relief lasted only a moment before one of them suddenly noticed a change unfolding before their eyes. Breaking free from the abyssal mire, the boss rose into the air while gathering an intense mass of blue energy around its body, clearly entering its second phase as it prepared to unleash a devastating ultimate attack. Panic instantly spread through the group as a hooded player shouted frantically for everyone to deploy defensive barriers to survive the incoming area of effect strike, while another heavily armored player turned and ran in terror, yelling that barriers would be useless anyway. Just as the monster prepared to release the attack, a hand wrapped in dark energy suddenly appeared, summoning glowing purple chains that shot forward and instantly bound the creature, interrupting the ultimate skill before it could be cast. Huang Huifan and the hooded player stared in stunned confusion, unable to comprehend how the boss's powerful attack had been halted so effortlessly. Then Huang Ziqing's voice rang out across the battlefield, cold and contemptuous as he insulted the party and dismissed them as a group of useless trash. Standing there with his eyes blazing in a malevolent purple glow, Hanging pointed directly at his mother and mocked her for bringing along cowards who only knew how to run, completely ignoring the fact that with him present their victory had already been guaranteed. Laughing maniacally as the dark aura around him intensified, Huang Ziqing proclaimed that he would forcibly awaken their true potential and reveal to them the terrifying reality of fake heavy industries. Raising his hand high into the air while engulfed in swirling purple energy, he triggered a sinister ability, and in the next instant ominous red flames began flickering to life around the bewildered party members, catching Huang Huifan and the others completely off guard. The skill, known as Abyssal Sacrifice, manifested a horrifying demonic visage as corrupted power seized control of the players' bodies, forcing agonized screams from their throats while their eyes ignited with a sinister red glow. Acting as a co-spawn from the abyss itself, the spell drained the players' lifespans and converted that stolen vitality into a temporary 99% boost to their attributes, driving them into a frenzied berserker state as they charged toward the boss without hesitation. Empowered by the dark enhancement, the team held their ground and began chanting in unison, their voices forming a rhythmic incantation that built toward a single devastating release. In the next instant, their combined magic erupted forward in a coordinated torrent as waves of elemental power crashed down upon the chain monster. The overwhelming assault culminated in a massive fiery explosion that shook the entire battlefield and reduced nearby structures to rubble. When the smoke finally cleared, the boss monster shattered into countless particles of golden light, and a system notification appeared to announce that Fake Heavy Industries had successfully defeated their first Emerald-grade boss. The surviving party members immediately erupted into ecstatic cheers and wild screams, throwing their heads back in celebration of the guild's monumental achievement. Declaring him their undeniable hero, The jubilant guild members began chanting Ziqing's name and triumphantly tossing him into the air again and again while, not far away, his mother stood watching the scene in silence. After the celebrations gradually died down, Huang Huifan instructed the guild members to begin dividing the loot among themselves before turning toward Ziqing and sternly ordering him to come with her cousin standing quietly at his side. Without arguing, Ziqing obeyed his mother's command and followed Huang Huifan and his cousin away from the main group, the three of them walking deeper into the silent ruins of an abandoned building where no one else could overhear their conversation. Once they were alone, Huang Huifan slowly turned toward her son, her eyes glowing with a sharp and suspicious purple light as she demanded in a serious tone that he tell her the truth about where he had obtained such strange and unusual skills. Clearly irritated by the questioning, Ziqing complained that she was treating him as though he had committed some terrible mistake even after he had just secured a massive victory for the guild. Huang Huifan remained completely unmoved by his protest and coldly demanded an answer. Clicking his tongue in annoyance while avoiding her gaze, Ziqing finally claimed that he had gained those dark abilities as a reward for defeating a powerful boss. Huang Huifan fixed him with an intense stare and bluntly declared that he was lying, causing Ziqing to turn his head away and fall into guilty silence. Her eyes still shining with piercing scrutiny, Huang Huifan reminded him that he was a mage and pointed out that the dark techniques he had used were nothing like ordinary mage abilities. She then revealed the devastating consequence of his actions, explaining that although the guild had managed to defeat the boss, the spell he cast had instantly drained 300 years from the guild's collective lifespan. Continuing to press him, Huang Huifan stated that the lifespan they had lost was supposed to be used to repay their enormous debt to Shadow, insisting that the cost of his reckless power was far too great and demanding that he give her a full explanation. Overwhelmed and increasingly irritated, Ziqing covered his face with his hand and snapped at her to stop. His frustration quickly exploded into fury as he lashed out, angrily arguing that he had just secured a massive victory for the guild, yet she was interrogating him like a criminal. His voice filled with resentment as he complained about her constant obsession with Shadow, declaring that unlike her he would never become a submissive dog who bowed to someone stronger, and insisting that he was tired of her cowardice and would no longer allow himself to be controlled. Turning his back on her, Ziqing arrogantly proclaimed that he would personally kill Shadow one day, and that he would lead fake heavy industries to rise as the strongest guild in all of Great Xia. Alarmed by his words, Huang Huifan desperately shouted for him to stop, warning him that he was still too young to understand the cruel rules required to survive in that apocalyptic world. At that moment, the cousin stepped forward with tears streaming down her face, gently placing her hand on Ziqing's shoulder as she pleaded with him to calm down and insisted that his mother was only acting for his own good. Ziqing slowly turned his head toward her, his single eye burning with a sinister purple glow as he quietly repeated her words, "For my own good." The dark glare in his eye hardened into pure murderous intent. In the next instant, Ziqing exploded into sudden violence, spinning around and driving a brutal punch into the girl's face with such force that her neck twisted sickeningly. As she collapsed, he shouted in rage, demanding to know why his mother had forced him to be paired with such an ugly woman if she truly cared about what was best for him. The girl's body fell lifelessly onto the dirt path. Huang Huifan stood frozen in absolute shock and horror, reaching out helplessly while screaming Ziqing's name and demanding to know what he had just done. Meanwhile, standing over the motionless body without the slightest trace of remorse, Ziqing watched coldly as Xiao Hui's form dissolved into drifting particles of golden light. The system notification confirmed that he had killed her, and Ziqing released a chilling sigh of satisfaction, his body damp with sweat yet his resolve unwavering as his eyes continued to glow with corrupt abyssal energy. In a cold whisper meant only for himself, he justified the horrific act by muttering that they had forced his hand. Without even glancing back, Ziqing turned away and walked off into the empty wasteland. Behind him, as Xiao Hui's glowing particles of light slowly faded into the air, Huang Huifan reached out desperately toward his retreating figure, crying out for him to stop and come back, yet her pleas were completely ignored as he disappeared into the desolate distance. Far away, the red-eyed leader from Country M stood silently over the lifeless bodies of Chu and Zuma. His scarred hand crackled with dark red lightning as he extended it toward their corpses, activating the grim abilities of his class to extract the lingering skills that remained within their bodies. As the stolen powers gathered into his grasp, he calmly praised the abilities he had acquired before coldly telling his fallen subordinates to rest in peace. 3 days later, at the fake heavy industries base located inside the Magic Leaning Tower hideout, an armored guard with a buzz cut stood lazily on watch duty, letting out a long yawn out of sheer boredom. That dull expression vanished instantly, replaced by confusion and shock when a massive shadow suddenly swallowed the area above him. The enormous skeletal dragon Osirio descended rapidly from the sky, swirling purple energy twisting around its colossal frame as it landed. The guard screamed in terror, immediately assuming that a gigantic dragon boss had appeared to attack the base. Panic spread like wildfire among the nearby guild members as chaos erupted throughout the area. One member shouted for everyone to prepare for battle, while a cloak player desperately yelled for the others to drop their weapons and run for their lives. Standing calmly within the swirling dark aura, his yellow eyes glowing faintly, Shadow addressed the panicking crowd and told them to relax. Revealing his identity, he ordered them to bring out their guild leader, Huang Huifan, and announced that he had arrived to collect the 800 years of lifespan they owed him. The moment the terrified cloaked member realized that the legendary Shadow himself was the one riding the skeletal dragon, he immediately dropped to his knees in submission. With a nervous apology, he explained that Shadow had unfortunately come at a bad time because the guild leader was not currently present, which puzzled Shadow since they had arranged a meeting. Still kneeling and trembling, the guild member hurriedly explained that 2 days earlier Huang Haiyan and her son had a serious argument, and ever since that conflict neither of them had logged back into the game, leaving the rest of the guild completely without leadership. The terrified guild member repeated that their guild leader and her son had a severe conflict a few days earlier, and that neither of them had logged in since then. Shadow fell silent as he considered the situation, knowing that Huang Huifan was normally someone who kept her promises without fail, which led him to conclude that something significant and unavoidable must have happened in the real world to cause her to miss their meeting. At that moment, a system notification suddenly appeared, delivering a message from one of his contacts regarding an urgent bounty mission with extremely high rewards. The message explained that the remaining members of the hunted Black Dragon Guild had fled to the southern region of Nanyu. According to the contact, most players living in Nanyu preferred a relaxed style of play and generally avoided large conflicts. But the fleeing remnants had merged with their main headquarters in the region and had suddenly unleashed an overwhelming amount of power. The sudden surge of violence had completely overturned the peaceful Nanyu region, forcing the local authorities to send out a distress signal requesting Shadow's assistance against the destructive purple dragon magic that was ravaging their city. After briefly considering the situation, Shadow decided to accept the mission, noting to himself that he had never visited the Nanyu region before. Drawing on memories from his previous life, he knew that Huang Huifan would eventually lead Fake Heavy Industries to rise into one of the top guilds, so he concluded that she was not in immediate life-threatening danger. Before leaving, he instructed the guard to inform him the moment she logged back into the game so he could return without delay. With that settled, Shadow climbed onto the back of his enormous skeletal dragon, Osirio, and soared into the sky. As he flew, he sent a message to his contact stating that he would arrive in Nanyu within an hour, a statement that left the contact stunned because it implied the dragon was capable of traveling at supersonic speed. Meanwhile, in the real world, a heavy downpour drenched the gloomy skyline of the magic capital. On that stormy night, a somber Huang Huifan walked alone along a muddy riverbank beneath a towering highway bridge, searching through the rain until she finally found her son, Ziqing, crouched on the wet ground with his back pressed against a concrete support pillar. As she approached him slowly, Ziqing lowered his head, and one of his eyes emitted a faint, unnatural blue glow filled with corruptive energy. Speaking gently despite the pouring rain, Huang Huifan asked him to come home. She revealed that she had investigated the source of his dark powers and discovered they came from an abyssal item. Her tone grew firm as she warned him that although the abilities granted tremendous strength, they would slowly erode his sanity and eventually turn him into nothing more than a mindless servant of the abyss. With tears in her eyes, Huang Huifan admitted that she had been ignoring his feelings for far too long and now realized that her neglect had driven him toward dangerous shortcuts in his desperate attempt to prove himself. She sincerely confessed that she had been wrong. Standing over him beneath the rain, she continued speaking with quiet honesty, explaining that although she understood his desire to make their guild powerful, rushing toward success would never work because the world operated on a cruel rule where everything always demanded a price. Slowly extending her hand toward him, she promised that from now on she would respect his choices, vowing that she would never treat him like a child again and would never force him into relationships he did not want. She asked him to come back with her so they could rebuild their guild together as equals. Moved by her words, Ziqing slowly lifted his head, tears streaming down from his glowing purple eyes as he softly called out to his mother. At that exact moment, a glowing green portal suddenly opened on the wall behind them, and the red-eyed leader stepped out from within it. Interrupting the fragile moment, he warned Ziqing that returning with his mother would only mean repeating the same past and continuing to live under her control. Existing in an intangible soul walker state that rendered him immune to damage, the red-eyed leader calmly asked Ziqing what choice he would make if he were offered the power to turn all of his dreams into reality. Startled and alarmed, Huang Huifan immediately demanded to know who the intruder was, but the red-eyed leader completely ignored her. Instead, he focused solely on Ziqing and began tempting him with promises, claiming he could make their guild the strongest force in the entire magic capital, elevate Ziqing into the #1 mage, and even help him kill Shadow and dominate the global leaderboards. With a malicious smile spreading across his face, The red-eyed leader assured him that achieving all of those ambitions would be extremely easy with his help. Protective of her son, Huang Huifan immediately shouted that she would not allow a stranger to deceive him. Purple magic flared around her as she summoned glowing phantom chains and commanded the intruder to freeze. Then with a decisive motion she hurled the luminous restraints forward, attempting to bind the red-eyed leader where he stood. Yet the man merely stared at her coldly as the chains passed straight through his intangible body without the slightest resistance. Hang Huifan could only watch in stunned disbelief as her attack failed completely. In the next instant, the red-eyed leader moved. With blinding speed he lunged forward and seized Huang Huifan by the head. Activating an epic tier warrior ability, very likely a skill he had stolen from a corpse, he executed a brutal heroic throw, slamming Huang Huifan headfirst into the ground with such force that the concrete beneath her shattered. Standing over the injured Huang Huifan, the red-eyed leader looked down at her with open disdain. He mocked her power, expressing disappointment that the leader of a top great Shia guild could be so weak, and coldly declared that with strength as pathetic as hers she would never realize any of the ambition she dreamed about. Then he turned his attention towards Ziqing. Calmly addressing the boy, he admitted that Huang Huifan had been telling the truth about one thing. The abyssal vase did slowly corrupt the minds of those who used it. However, he then revealed what he claimed was an important detail she had deliberately hidden. The corruption of the abyss could actually be purified. Ziqing froze in shock at those words. Using the revelation to manipulate him further, the red-eyed leader suggested that Huang Huifan had concealed this fact purely to maintain control over him, warning Ziqing that as long as he remained beneath his mother's shadow he would never experience true freedom or earn genuine respect. From the ground, bleeding and barely able to move, Huang Huifan desperately begged her son not to listen. She admitted that a purification method did exist, but insisted it required a unique hidden class called Exorcist, and she declared that the only person known to possess that class was already dead. At that moment, glowing red star-shaped scars suddenly appeared along the red-eyed leader's arm, igniting his hand with fierce crimson energy. Looking down at her with a sharp glare, he asked who had told her that he was dead. Without waiting for an answer, he directed the burning red energy towards Ziqing and activated the exorcism skill. The ability took effect immediately, reducing the accumulation rate of negative status effects, including abyssal corruption, by half. As Ziqing checked his system interface, he watched the abyss gauge visibly decrease, leaving him stunned and amazed that the purification was actually real. Nearby, Hanging could only stare in paralyzed disbelief. Her voice trembled as she muttered that such a thing should have been impossible, convinced that the true exorcist had already died as she demanded to know the man's real identity. The red-eyed leader ignored her completely. Instead, Ziqing clenched his fists with growing excitement, thrilled by the realization that if the corruption could be purified then he could safely draw even greater power from the abyssal item. Desperate to stop him, Huang Huifan shouted that the real exorcist was a woman and that this man had to be an imposter. Calmly, the red-eyed leader told Ziqing that he should rely on his own judgment to decide what was true. Then he quietly activated another skill, Yin-Yang Harmony, to manipulate Ziqing's emotions. Leaning close, he whispered that his mother only used love as a chain to bind him and suppress his true worth. Softly urging him forward, he told Ziqing to kill her, promising that once she was gone no one would ever control him again. Slowly succumbing to the emotional manipulation, Ziqing's expression went blank as his eyes burned with a sinister red glow. The red-eyed leader promised that everything Ziqing desired would soon belong to him, then casually tossed a knife onto the ground between them. Pointing toward the weapon, he commanded the boy to take the final step and assured him that once his mother was dead, absolute freedom would finally be his. Engulfed in a corruptive red aura, Ziqing slowly bent down and picked up the knife. From the ground, the injured Huang Huifan desperately pleaded with him to understand that he was being controlled by magic. Standing over his helpless mother, Ziqing tightened his grip around the glowing blade while she begged him to wake up and break free from the stranger's influence. Her voice trembled as she called to him again and again, trying to reach the son she still believed was there. But Ziqing no longer listened. Deaf to her desperate cries, he lifted the knife high, fully choosing to embrace the darkness that had taken hold of him. As Hang weakly called his name one final time, the blade flashed downward without hesitation. Ziqing delivered a brutal slash. Afterward, still holding the blood-stained knife, he slowly turned his head toward the red-eyed leader. His expression showed no trace of remorse as he coldly asked whether the man would truly help him obtain everything he desired. The red-eyed leader answered calmly that he would. The corrupting magic swirling around Ziqing intensified, twisting his expression into a deeply unsettling and maniacal smile. Clearly thrilled by the path he had chosen, Ziqing eagerly told the red-eyed leader to begin and asked what they needed to do next. Huang Ziqing burst into laughter as he stood over his mother's lifeless body, the bloody knife still clutched in his hand. Once the laughter faded, he looked toward the red-eyed leader and asked what their plan would be. In response, The leader activated one of his magical cards, summoning a new ability. Drawing upon a stolen divination skill, he projected a glowing red portal high into the sky, and Zicheng stared upward in shock as the spell revealed a catastrophic prophecy. Within the vision appeared a massive flaming meteor tearing through a crimson sky. The prophecy carried a grim warning that the abyss would devour the heavens, and that a red ominous star would rise to destroy all darkness. Zicheng stayed at the apocalyptic scene, unable to understand its meaning. The red-eyed leader calmly explained that the power shown in the prophecy would eventually cover all of Great Xia, leaving no place for anyone to escape, not even Shadow. He added that the darkness destined to be destroyed might refer to Shadow, or it might even refer to Zicheng himself. A bead of sweat rolled down Zicheng's face as he realized the terrifying implication that he too could die when the predicted catastrophe arrived. The red-eyed leader reassured him that although the event was inevitable, survival would ultimately depend on human effort. He advised Zicheng to use his abyssal powers to expand the strength of his guild so that they would be ready for the inevitable clash with Shadow. With that said, the leader produced another glowing red card and handed it to Zicheng. Having successfully set his pawn into motion, the red-eyed leader then turned and stepped into the misty night, promising that he would find Zicheng again when the proper time came. Left alone in the darkness, Zicheng completely embraced the corruption within him. His eyes burned with a crimson glow as he accepted the mission he had been given. Extending his hand over his mother's corpse, he began channeling dark magic, surrounding her body in swirling red energy as he activated the abyssal puppet spell. The sinister magic invaded Huang Huifan's body, forcing a scream from her lips as her eyes suddenly ignited with a glowing red light. The skill resurrected her as an undead puppet bound entirely to his command, while still preserving every ability she had possessed in life. Standing behind his newly reanimated mother, Zicheng watched as she calmly asked for her master's instructions. A mad grin spread across his face as he declared that from this moment onward, the two of them would build their guild together. Elsewhere, in the southern region of Nanyu, the landscape was dominated by a massive tower rising high above the ruined streets of the surrounding city. True to their laid-back reputation, the local players in the region usually preferred spending their time relaxing rather than rushing into constant battles. With a table spread with steaming dim sum and warm tea, one player cheerfully announced that it was time to stop working and take a proper break. Nearby, several players lounged along the riverbank with fishing rods in hand, patiently waiting for a bite while reminding each other to drink their tea before it went cold. The quiet afternoon passed peacefully, until the calm shattered when a massive level 18 two-headed bull boss suddenly spawned behind them, releasing a thunderous roar that shook the air. Rather than panic, one irritated fisherman turned around and shouted at the towering monster to shut up, angrily complaining that its roaring was scaring away the fish. The others sighed in frustration as their relaxing break was ruined. Reluctantly setting aside their drinks, the players released their magical auras and ordered the group to charge. The team immediately fell into formation. One player fired a freezing beam straight at one of the bull's heads, using the crowd control effect to prevent the monster from synchronizing its spells. At the same time, an armored warrior and a mage led the advance, calling out instructions for the armor-breaking squad to strike the creature's weak points while the main damage dealers prepared their follow-up attacks. Everyone was urged to end the fight quickly. Their coordinated assault struck hard, carving large portions from the boss's health bar in rapid succession. In response, the beast's eyes ignited with blazing fury. Driven to the brink, the monster suddenly entered a berserk state and released a devastating shockwave that cracked the ground and hurled one of the fishermen through the air. Realizing the enraged boss had become far more dangerous, the frontline fighters panicked and began retreating. As they ran, they shouted desperately for their guild leader to deal with the monster. Answering the call, a tan-skinned young woman with white hair casually dropped the cup of boba tea she had been holding. Her expression sharpened as she stepped forward, gripping a fishing rod as her weapon. Wearing nothing more than simple sandals, she launched herself powerfully into the air toward the raging bull. Annoyed that the creature had ruined their peaceful break, she cursed it under her breath and expertly cast her glowing green fishing line toward the monster. The enchanted line shot forward and spiraled around the bull's massive body, rapidly wrapping around it until the enormous creature was completely immobilized. A confident smirk appeared on the guild leader's face as she prepared the finishing move. With a sharp pull of the rod, she activated her ultimate skill. The thin, glowing line tightened and sliced cleanly into the monster, delivering a lethal strike that erased the remainder of its health. As she landed gracefully on the ground, the system announced that she had successfully slain the bull. Her ability worked by trapping the target before unleashing damage that scaled based on the enemy's missing health. The defeated boss dissolved into floating orbs of golden loot, and the players gathered nearby burst into cheers. They loudly praised Sister Hai for calculating the damage perfectly, and began chanting their guild's fishing-themed catchphrase in celebration. Laughing at their excitement, Sister Hai declared that protecting the Nanyu region was simply part of her job. It was then revealed that she possessed a unique hidden class known as Fishing Master, an assassin-type role that used a fishing rod as a ranged weapon, perfectly matching the relaxed lifestyle her guild proudly embraced. A guild member suddenly called out that the tea was ready, and the group instantly lit up with excitement. Without hesitation, the players hurried back toward their tables, happily abandoning the glowing loot orbs scattered across the grass so they would not miss tea time. Smiling at the scene, Sister Hai gave a small wave and followed her teammates back to the riverside gathering, leaving the spoils of battle behind for the moment. As the Nanyu players relaxed and enjoyed their tea, the golden orbs from the defeated boss remained untouched on the ground. Hidden nearby, however, movement stirred within the bushes. A bald, scarred man with piercing blue eyes slowly peeked out, one of the surviving remnants of the Black Dragon Guild. With a disdainful scoff, he mocked the Nanyu Guild for abandoning such valuable loot just to drink tea, then quietly signaled his men to advance. The Black Dragon members activated a level 15 group stealth skill known as Shadow Veil, forming a camouflage dome around themselves as they crept forward and greedily gathered the abandoned loot orbs. While the Nanyu players casually chatted about fishing beside the river, the hidden thieves exchanged mocking snickers, remarking that this was the perfect opportunity to strike while their target's guard was completely down. Suddenly dropping their stealth, the Black Dragon leader, Quite, activated a buff called Boiling Blood Domain. A fiery aura erupted around him, as the ability amplified the attributes of his allies. With ruthless excitement, he ordered them to slaughter the fishermen. In an instant, the Black Dragon members burst out from the tall grass with weapons drawn, launching a violent ambush against the unsuspecting Nanyu players. Sister Hai and her guildmates were caught entirely off guard. Quatir lifted his blade and swung toward the stunned Sister Hai and the terrified guildmate beside her as chaos exploded across the riverbank. Attackers charged through the camp, shouting and laughing as their weapons cut through the peaceful gathering. Players screamed as debris scattered through the air, and the calm tea break was instantly transformed into a battlefield. Standing among the stolen loot with a triumphant grin, Quatir clenched his fists and proudly declared that this was the proper way to hunt the pigs of Great Shear. His moment of triumph ended abruptly when one of his subordinates shouted a warning, urgently telling him that something was approaching from the sky at incredible speed. Quatir looked upward, and his expression twisted into panic. Recognizing the threat immediately, he realized that the reports from survivors in the magic capital had been true. Shadow had arrived. Without wasting a second, Quatir ordered his men to cast Shadow Veil again and retreat immediately. High above the battlefield, Shadow's colossal skeletal dragon, Osirio, descended like a falling comet, crashing violently into the ruined city below. Standing atop the dragon with his yellow eyes glowing faintly, Shadow surveyed the strangely empty battlefield, wondering whether he had arrived too late. His gaze then fell upon the untouched orbs of loot scattered across the ground. From that single detail, he quickly deduced that the enemy must have fled in panic after receiving an early warning about his arrival. What puzzled him, however, was how they had detected him at all, because he had traveled here in absolute stealth. The Eelmouth League respawns at their guild base, shaken and disoriented. One member snaps, blaming the War God Guild for the ambush. A bald teammate cuts in, confirming it wasn't just a wipe. They were jumped, and the boss loot they secured was stolen on the spot. At the guild base, leader warrior Hai erupts in anger. He calls the War God Guild cowards, unable to win head-on, relying on ambushes. He points out their pattern, strike from the shadows, then vanish before retaliation, leaving no chance for revenge. A guild member reports that the government has dispatched Shadow for support. His power is described as immeasurable. Once he steps in, tracking down the attackers becomes inevitable. Another member adds that Shadow has already reached the riverside where they were drinking tea earlier. Warrior Hai is visibly impressed, noting the speed of his response. Warrior Hai gives a sharp command, move out immediately. The guild is to head straight to the river and rendezvous with Shadow without delay. As they arrive, leader Hai witnesses Shadow descending from the sky atop a massive black dragon. The sheer presence of the mount is overwhelming, dark, imposing, and monstrous. Even a government official beside her is struck, thinking the creature looks both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The official steps forward, introducing herself as Wisp of Smoke from southern Guangdong. Leader Ahai follows, presenting herself as Jeji, head of the Upward Lips Alliance. The official then turns to Shadow, asking him to confirm his claim, that the War God Guild simply grabbed the loot and fled. Shadow confirms it. War God Guild fled without taking the loot because they already knew he was coming. Which means one thing, his movements have been exposed. Shadow lays out two possibilities. Either a spy exists within the government ranks, or someone in the War God Guild holds a rare hidden class that lets them detect him. He then turns to Wisp of Smoke, demanding a full report on the current situation in Guangdong. Wisp of Smoke lifted her gaze and started explaining that in southern Guangdong, the government held the strongest authority, with the Upward Lips Alliance Guild closely following behind. The culprits behind the recent crime are members of the War God Guild, a smaller faction made up almost entirely of foreigners. She explained that the War God Guild has an assassin unit capable of deploying high-level group stealth, making them extremely hard for the government to catch. But despite that advantage, they aren't truly powerful and mostly survive by carrying out small, petty crimes. After being hunted by the Sky Dome Guild, the remnants of the Black Dragon Society fled into this region and joined forces with the War God Guild. Since then, they've been slaughtering people like madmen, and now even the Upward Lips Alliance has become their 7th wave of victims. Shadow narrowed his eyes, realizing the remnants of the Black Dragon Society were nothing more than insignificant lackeys incapable of causing such chaos on their own, which meant the War God Guild's sudden rampage had a deeper, hidden motive, and he began piecing it together. That's right, based on their investigation. The War God Guild's motive is unusually strange, targeting even the weakest individuals without reason and flee without taking any loot. Their indiscriminate killing is driving their kill value dangerously high, to the point where it stops them from leveling up and guarantees total loss upon death, as she still couldn't figure out their true purpose. But as the boss suggested, it was likely connected to some kind of hidden class. Shadow narrowed his eyes, realizing that the higher the kill value rises, the harsher the restrictions and penalties become. Most importantly, once their kill value crosses a certain threshold, it begins to attract the Executor, a terrifying entity that descends upon the target and relentlessly hunts them down until their complete death. Shadow's thought sharpened. If their goal is truly to summon the Executor, then what possible benefit could they gain from it? And more importantly, how are they able to predict my movements so accurately in advance? A bald man explained that only diviners possess the ability to foresee the future, which could explain how his movements were being predicted. Also, he revealed that Theodore had indeed been killed by his own hands. Shadow clarified that he hadn't used the blooming curse to deal with the threaters, making it clear something else was at play. Shadow turned to Wisp of Smoke and Warrior High, asking whether the US server possessed any class or item capable of reviving someone like Theodore. He then pressed further, asking if she knew where the War God Guild's hidden hideout was located. Wisp of Smoke revealed that their hideout is called the Crimson Slaughterhouse, located inside an underground factory. Then she asked if he wanted to go there and track them down. Warrior High added that they had already sent a team there once, but the place was packed with traps and heavily fortified, and even if they managed to break in, the enemies would have already escaped by then. Shadow said that if they truly wanted the truth, there was no need for further discussion. Just lead the way, because all they needed to do was capture someone from the War God Guild and make them talk. The scene then shifted as they set out for the War God Guild's hideout, the Crimson Slaughterhouse. At the hideout, a man asked Quatir with a sly tone the information he provided had been useful. Quatir said through clenched teeth that Shadow had indeed appeared, and if it hadn't been for that information, they would all have been dead already. One of the men spoke in a calm, ominous tone, saying the Black Dragon Knight moves in silence, and those fortunate enough follow the shadows back to their refuge, while the crimson deepens until the Doom Star finally descends to sever all darkness. He narrowed his gaze and declared that the first line of the prophecy given by their lord had already come true, and if they continued work harder and gathered enough kill level, they would eventually summon the Doom Star and use it to completely destroy Shadow. Comrade said the prophecy would come true and Dark Shadow would die, and without him, Great Shia would be helpless, easily wiped out once the Master brought the US elites to finish Great Shia in one sweep. He continued that Dark Shadow, working with Modu, had pushed the Black Dragon Society to the borders of southern Guangdong and even killed Mr. Theodore, and now they had come here as well, hunting them down and blocking every escape, leaving them with nowhere left to run. His eyes burned with fury as he clenched his jaw and swore that he would repay every single one of those debts. Comrade declared that once Dark Shadow was dead, the first thing he would do was hunt down and kill Punk from the Sky Dome Guild without hesitation. Comrade told that they had already made him lose an arm and a leg, and swore that when the time came, he would make the woman from Modu officialdom pay and tear every strand of her hair out. Finally, that the woman from the Jianghai officialdom would also pay, vowing that he would make her suffer for everything. Quatir chuckled and said, "Comrade, your words are getting everyone excited," while the other burst into laughter beside him. Quatir frowned and said there was still something he couldn't understand. Since the diviner, Mr. Theodore, had already been killed by Dark Shadow, why did the prophecy still remain? He added that he needed confirmation that the prophecy was real before he could continue cooperating with them. Quatir said that for all they knew, he could be using them and then escape back to the US, so he demanded at least some proof from them. Comrade looked down for a moment and said he understood Quatir's concerns, admitting that before meeting their master, he had the same doubts himself. He started using Star God Peem's skill, saying the truth would become clear once they opened their eyes and looked carefully. As he activated the Star God Peem, a violent red energy burst into the air, and he declared that once everything was done, he would return to the US, leaving the others staring in shock. Crimson energy spiraled around him. Quatir stared at him in disbelief and muttered that this was truly Theodore's skill. He trembled in shock, finally understanding you are the master behind everything. A cold voice echoed out, directly addressing him. Quatir. A glowing screen appeared showing the Statue of Liberty, and he already returned to the U.S., leaving Quatir stunned. Taze filled his eyes as he muttered in disbelief, asking how it could be possible and whether he had truly returned to the U.S. Overwhelmed, he called it nothing short of a miracle, then dropped to his knees and swore absolute loyalty, begging Shadow to take them with him and give them a way home. Gao Shui telling them that if they summoned the ominous star and killed Dark Shadow, they would be able to return home. Quatir's eyes burned with madness as he roared a single command kill. Scene shifted outside as they arrived at a hidden entrance, and one of them pointed ahead, telling the Shadow that this was the place where the War God Guild was hiding, the bloody slaughterhouse. Boy warned the Shadow to be careful, saying the hideout felt especially foul and unsettling. As they rushed inside, he warned that the protection barrier wasn't activated on purpose because the real goal was to lure outsiders inside, where the hideout's inner roots formed a complicated maze packed with mechanisms and deadly traps, and the last time their officials tried to confront the War God Guild leader Quatir here, they lost a large number of personnel. It wasn't that the defense barrier was turned off, but that there was never one at all, since this hideout relied entirely on internal mechanisms and traps for protection, which made the others stare at him in surprise and ask who he really was. The boy introduced himself as Agwang, saying that despite his unlucky name, his luck was actually good, though their team often got wiped out by traps, berserk bosses, and sudden monster attacks. He then added that Wisp of Smoke had sent him to act as their guide, and once the job was done, the government would reward him handsomely. Scene shifted to Warrior High, her teeth clenched and eyes wide with anger as she said that the War God Guild wasn't truly strong, but their tricky hideout and cowardly hit-and-run tactics had made it impossible for the Southern U authorities to completely wipe them out. She added that the hideout's reconnaissance barrier is active the moment anyone stepped inside they would be detected immediately, giving Quatir plenty of time to escape. Shadow said it didn't matter, explaining that a core crystal existed inside the hideout, and once that crystal was taken, control of the hideout would change hands, leaving those hiding inside like bugs without a nest, forced to scatter in every direction. Shadow told the two of them to stay outside, but the Agwang quickly called out for him to wait, warning that the inside was extremely dangerous and that anyone entering for the first time would definitely suffer from the deadly traps hidden there. Warrior High insisted on guiding and Agwang quickly supported her, explaining that she had been the captain of the last investigation team and had plenty of experience, which made Shadow pause and admit that letting Warrior High come along might be possible. Shadow told him that since he was the unlucky guy, he didn't want him bringing bad luck along, but the boy quickly laughed it off, saying that was just a joke his friends made about him. His luck wasn't bad at all, otherwise he wouldn't have survived in the game this long. Shadow shrugged and told them to do as they pleased, but warned them to handle themselves if any emergency happened inside, and Agwang quickly nodded, replying that he understood. Boss. Suddenly, an alarm echoed through the hideout as a warning appeared. Intruders had been detected inside. Inside the hideout, Quatir and his companion heard the warning echo through the halls. Inside the hideout, they quickly realized someone had recklessly broken in. Quatir mocked the authorities for coming again, wondering if the intruder might actually be Shadow, and if his traps would even be enough to stop him. Quatir asked the diviner if he could foresee the outcome and tell them whether they should run away or stay and play with the intruders. Gao Shui quietly activated the skill Omen of the Star God, studying the sign as crimson energy flickered around him. A burst of star gold energy flared in the air. Omen repeated the same prophecy: the Black Dragon Knight had arrived. The crimson would intensify, and the ominous star would eventually descend to cut through all darkness. Seeing this, Quatir looked up at the blazing energy in confusion, wondering why the message was exactly the same as the one spoken by the villagers. Gao Shui explained that divination only reveals the key nodes of destiny and cannot be used again until the prophecy is fulfilled, and since their prophecies were identical, it meant they all shared the same fate. Quatir lowered his head, thinking for a moment, then finally realized the truth and muttered that he understood now. The intruder this time was Shadow. Quatir spread his arms with confidence and declared that he was the Red Fiend Star, saying the proof was that everything about him burned. Shadow would die painfully within the endless traps of his crimson slaughterhouse. Gao Shui said that how they interpreted the prophecy was up to them, and when the time was right, he would return to find them again. Suddenly, Comrade appeared again, and Quatir stared in shock, recognizing him as the villager who had returned. Realizing the truth, Comrade sighed that returning to the US wouldn't be so easy after all. Quatir clenched his fist and declared that the time had come to fulfill the prophecy, calling on everyone to kill Shadow together. Comrade stood froze in confusion, sweating and calling himself the Red Fiend Star and talking about killing Shadow, but he had no idea what he was even talking about. A red mist spread through the hideout inside the vast hall. Warrior High quickly warned Shadow to be careful, saying the place was a trap and that their team had suffered heavy losses their last time. Warrior High gestured toward the floor, explaining that they had to follow a fixed path to pass safely, pointing out the 3 blocks where the lights were on and warning them to step only where she stepped and not make a mistake. Shadow and Agwang stepped onto the marked blocks, and Warrior High carefully guided them, telling them to be careful and to move exactly like that. Shadow and Agwang crossed the section and reached Warrior High, who nodded and said they had passed perfectly, but Shadow then asked what would happen if someone stepped on the wrong floor. Warrior High picked up a stone and tossed it onto the wrong tile, explaining that if someone stepped there, spikes would shoot out from all directions and instantly turn them into a human nest, just like what happened to the stone. The stone struck the white tile and slid forward, but nothing happened, leaving the 3 of them staring in confusion. Shadow asked, "Are you sure?" It was a trap. Warrior High grabbed her head in shock, eyes wide and mouth open, insisting it was impossible because she had fallen into that exact trap 6 times before. Warrior High taps the floor tiles in confusion, saying it's strange that there is no response and wondering if the trap could be broken, which seems impossible. Agwang quickly apologizes to the boss and explains that Warrior High is just very persistent, then urges them to move on because the path ahead is safe. Suddenly, Agwang steps onto a glowing circle and presses it. In an instant, the spikes erupt upward, launching Warrior High violently into the air as Shadow and Agwang stare in shock. Agwang panics and shouts in shock, asking why a spike trap trigger is there and how the trap suddenly activated. As the spikes retract, 2 glowing orbs rise from the spot. Agwang lowers his head and apologizes, saying he's sorry and that they will wait there for her to revive. Shadow gazed sharp-end. He realized the trap Warrior High warned about was real, and conclude the trigger must be different this time because the mechanism has likely been reset. A voice echoes through the hideout, saying the loser leaves here with Warrior High's life, while explaining that the traps in this place can be manually adjusted, making their previous experience useless. She tells them to hurry and leave, saying she alone is enough to handle this. Quatir grinned darkly, saying the boss was right, it really is Shadow, and that escaping after coming this far won't be so easy. Suddenly, someone slams their fist onto the alarm button. Shadow and Agwang turn and look in that direction. Suddenly, a trap opens beneath their feet, the floor panel splits apart, and both of them fall straight into it. Shadow and Agwang plunge into the dark shaft as Agwang screams while falling. Shadow lands smoothly on the ground, while Agwang crashes down hard beside him. Shadow looks around the area while Agwang sits on the ground holding his face, groaning about how much it hurts. Suddenly, a voice starts coming from the screen, saying that Shadow himself has graced his humble abode and that he has heard a lot about him. On the screen appears Quatir wearing a haunted mask over his face, and he says that he wants to play a game with Shadow. Shadow and Agwang stood facing the screen. Quatir said that he had heard a lot about Shadow as he was waiting for him to arrive. "Let's play a game." Quatir explained that the rules are very simple, then asked if they had noticed the chainsaw lying on the side of the room. He instructing them to stand inside the circle next to the chainsaw. As Shadow stepped into the circle, a switch suddenly appeared in front of him. However, he explained that the switch carried a 1 in 6 chance of triggering the opponent's chainsaw and cutting them clean in half. Both sides had to take turns pressing the switch until one of them triggered the other person's electric chainsaw. The moment one side died, the game would immediately end. He added another cruel detail. Each time the switch was pressed, the probability of triggering the chainsaw would increase, reaching a 100% guaranteed activation on the 6th try. In the end, the survivor would claim all of the opponent's remaining lifespan and walk out of the room alive. Agwang raised his finger and laughed, saying he didn't understand the point of the game at all. If he died, he would naturally leave anyway, so he joked that it would be perfectly fine if the survivor simply took his lifespan out and returned it to him afterward. He says that standing there is the invincible Shadow boss, mocking the idea that such a broken chainsaw game could harm him. Quatir bursts into laughter, states that such thinking is extremely foolish in the Crimson Slaughterhouse. Everyone must follow the game's rules, even him. If the rules say the chainsaw can kill you, then you will die without exception, no matter who you are. That is the power of the Emerald-level hideout. Quatir adds that as the owner of the Crimson Slaughterhouse, he naturally holds a small amount of authority within the game. To make the game more interesting, he added a little extra flavor. The moment he says that, several nightmare blast bugs suddenly appear around the room, surrounding Shadow and Agwang and turning the deadly game even more dangerous. Agwang scoffs and says demons like these are nothing to them. Shadow quickly warns him not to touch them. They are nightmare blast bugs that explode when damaged, releasing poisonous nightmare gas and triggering a chain explosion. Agwang quickly pulls his hand back and thanks Shadow Boss, realizing he almost triggered the trap and nearly fell for it. Just as Agwang pulls his hand back, one of the nightmare blast bugs suddenly detonates, erupting in a violent purple explosion and releasing poisonous gas that spreads through the air. The nightmare blast bug suddenly explodes, and a violent blast slams into Agwang, sending him stumbling as the poisonous gas spreads through the room. The explosion instantly triggers the other Nightmare blast bugs, and they begin squeaking as the chain reaction starts to spread across the room. The Nightmare blast bugs explode in a chain reaction, filling the room with violent purple blasts as Agwong realizes he has entered a nightmare state while Shadow stands calmly amid the chaos. Quartier clenches his teeth and explains that once someone enters the nightmare state, they cannot revive or log out. If they die, their consciousness will be trapped in the nightmare for 3 days, leaving their in-game body completely at the mercy of others. Agwong clenches his fists and declares that as long as he does not press the button, no one will die, saying that at worst they will simply stay there watching the scene unfold. Quartier lets out a quiet, sinister laugh. Quartier coldly says that now the choice is simple. Either press the switch and choose one person to be cut in half, or both of them will be crushed into meat paste together. Now, the choice is simple. Either press the switch and choose one person to be cut in half, or both of them will be crushed into meat paste together. As the room trembles, Agwong realizes the walls are slowly closing in around them. Quartier laughs and announces that time is running out, reminding them that pressing the button will slow the walls from closing in. He declares the game has officially begun. As the walls continue moving inward, Agwong panics and admits he has no idea what to do, while Quartier mockingly laughs, claiming even Shadow is now trapped in the palm of his hand. Agwong nervously reaches toward the button, but hesitates, realizing that if the trap activates on the first try, Shadow could die. He decides he cannot press it first and concludes that Shadow must press the button instead. Agwong's mind races as he hesitates. He thinks that if he presses the button first and survives, Shadow will be in danger on the next turn. But if the trap does not trigger the first time, the chances will increase afterward. He keeps convincing himself that the boss should press it first, yet the pressure forces him to realize he might still have to press it himself. Agwong spirals into confusion, arguing with himself over who should press the button. Shadow suddenly interrupts, calls out, "Hey, loser." Shadow tells Agwong to just stand there and not do anything. Agwong panics and protests, warning that they are about to be crushed by the closing wall. Shadow repeats his order, telling Agwong to do exactly as he says, even as the walls continue closing in around them. Quartier mocks, wondering if they have already chosen to give up and simply wait for death as the walls continue closing in. Quartier scoffs in disappointment as the walls grind closer, mocking Shadow for standing calmly instead of struggling for his life. Agwong nervously calls out from inside the shrinking space, asking if the boss still isn't going to move. Quartier says that if they wish to stay still, they can be crushed into meat paste. He adds that once Shadow enters the nightmare, he will examine his body and take everything, his lifespan, his treasures, everything he has, while laughing mockingly. Walls continue closing in. Agwong nervously calls out to Shadow, his voice trembling with fear. As the walls close in and squeeze Agwong's head between them, he panics and cries out that he is about to die, never imagining he would end up being crushed to death like this. The walls press tightly against Agwong's head, squeezing him as he freezes in terror, realizing he is about to be crushed. Suddenly, the crushing walls stop moving. Agwong slowly opens his eyes in shock and realizes the mechanism has completely stopped. Agwong looks around in shock and realizes both the walls and the chainsaw have completely stopped, unable to understand what just happened. A system message suddenly appears announcing that the Crimson Slaughterhouse hideout has been breached and its crystal has been taken. Quartier is stunned and blurts out in shock. Suddenly, a nightmare blast bug flies straight in and slams hard into Quartier's face. Shocked, he stumbles back and blurts out, wondering if the creature is some kind of monster or even a dragon. A system notification suddenly appears, announcing that the Crimson Slaughterhouse now belongs to Shadow. Agwong stays at Shadow in shock, barely able to process what just happened, and asks if he really just seized the entire hideout, completely confused about how he pulled it off. Shadow narrows his eyes and questions why it is a minute slower than planned. Shadow's plan is finally revealed. While keeping Q-Tel distracted, he quietly summons 12 spectral wyverns. The ghostly dragon-like creatures slip past every trap unnoticed and storm the control room, catching the guild completely off guard. Outside, the giant Osiris bows his head and admits the delay, explaining that the maze's complexity and heavy defenses slowed the wyverns down. Despite the delay, Osiris confirms the plan succeeded. The core crystal is secured by a wyvern, and Q-Tel is captured alive without setting off any alarms. Shadow calmly commands the wyvern to shut down the traps and clear a path. The small dragon responds instantly, gliding into action, leaving Agwong staring in shock at the sudden, unreal sight. As the wyvern leads the way, Agwong slowly realizes that Shadow had planned the entire infiltration long before they even stepped into the bunker. He realizes the deadly game was nothing more than a distraction. They were used as bait while the wyverns quietly infiltrated the hideout. Shadow confirms it, but notes the plan would have gone smoother if Agwong's bad luck hadn't triggered the bugs to explode. Agwong smiled embarrassed. Shadow then turns to their nightmare status and warns that dying now would be too risky. He orders a wyvern to carry Argwong out and tells him to hide far away so his bad luck does not cause any more disasters. As the wyvern carries away a protesting Argwong, Osiris contacts Shadow with bad news. Shadow lets out a quiet sigh and asks what went wrong. Osiris explains that Quetzal's group used a self-destruct skill to escape capture and respawn safely, but their mass suicide leaves behind hundreds of years' worth of lifespan scattered across the floor as loot. Shadow realizes his perfect plan is ruined at the last second, concluding that Argwong's bad luck is truly a terrifying force. Warrior High confronts the Shadows, demanding to know what truly happened when she was resurrected. She follows up by questioning how the Crimson Slaughterhouse became their hideout, making it clear he suspects something deeper is being hidden. Without pausing, Warrior High asks what happened to that loser Argwong, and why he hasn't been seen here. Shadow responds, "Do not even mention his name. It would only bring bad luck back again." Shadow states his hideout has reached its limit, so is handing it over to Warrior High as Nanyu officials. Suddenly, a system notification appears. You have given the Crimson Slaughterhouse key to Warrior High. Seeing this, Warrior High is completely stunned, her eyes widening and mouth left open as she blurts out in disbelief, asking if it's really true that he's giving her the keys, then excitedly says it's too kind and she'll treat him to tea. Shadow makes it clear this isn't free. He says it costs 1,500 years of lifespan, and Warrior High can repay him once she's saved that much. She reacts at the price, saying it's incredibly expensive, but still thanks boss. In the next scene, Wisp of Smoke comes running from a distance, raising her hand high as she calls out loudly, "Boss." Wisp of Smoke rushes in excitedly, thanking them for helping conquer the Crimson Slaughterhouse. She presents a book, calling it Nanyu's most powerful assassin skill book as their reward. She explained that her originally plan was to send that loser Argwong to him, but after hearing he didn't like him, she already exiled him to the frontier. Shadow opens the book and carefully examines the skill inside. Shadow Dance Shield, a gold-tier assassin ability. The description reveals that whenever the user or their teammates enter stealth, they gain a damage reduction shield based on their stealth level, with a passive cooldown of 300 seconds. Shadow studies the book and murmurs that it's not bad. A damage reduction shield is practically temporary invincibility. But he adds that while his lifesteal shield can now reach millions, many late-game boss attacks tend to ignore shields anyway. A system notification suddenly appears. Shadow has consumed multiple evolution points, leaving 1272 remaining. The Shadow Dance Shield instantly upgrades through multiple tiers, from gold all the way to epic, while its passive cooldown drastically drops from 300 seconds down to just over 21 seconds, showing a massive boost in efficiency and power. Shadow activates the skill and notes that at his current level 21 stealth, he gains 21 layers of shield, each one capable of nullifying a single attack. He adds that it's especially effective against bosses with slow attack frequency, but heavy single-hit damage. In the next scene, Wisp of Smoke reflects that they've successfully seized the Crimson Slaughterhouse, but Quetzal and his companions manage to escape. She realizes their actions have stirred the grass and alerted the snake, meaning whatever comes next will be far more cautious and far more insidious. She continues, explaining that Nanyu is filled with folk customs, but they've never had any interest in getting involved in those complicated rules of right and wrong. She adds that because of the countless killings carried out by the war god guilds, their pace of life will be disrupted, dragging them into endless internal strife. She imagines a grim routine, Nanyu's people waking at 9 in the morning to grind monsters for levels, then continuing non-stop until 9 at night, 6 days a week, trapped in an exhausting cycle. Warrior High panics, clutching her head as she blurts out in disbelief. Does it mean she has to grind monsters non-stop? She adds dramatically that if she misses her 3 p.m. tea, she might actually die. Meanwhile, Wisp of Smoke covers her eyes, growing emotional as she says this is something they can't avoid. Their peaceful life is about to shatter. Shadow remains silent. Warrior High collapses in disbelief, shouting that she can't possibly accept it, while Wisp of Smoke explains that the reason Nanyu can live life at a slow pace in such a cruel, godforsaken game is because it hides the greatest number of secret classes in Great Shia, adding that if not for internal strife, it would have already become the most powerful region long ago. Shadow finally speaks, telling them not to worry. He will stay in Nanyu until Quetzal is captured, and during that time, he will help them grow stronger. Warrior High and Wisp of Smoke instantly brighten up, saying everything is going exactly according to plan, then teasing with a grin that Shadow just can't bear to see a girl shed tears. Warrior High beams with excitement, thanking Shadow and asking what they should do next, even suggesting they team up to fight bosses. At the same time, Wisp of Smoke casually lays out a relaxed plan, starting work at 9 in the morning, ending at 6 in the evening, with a full hour set aside for tea, and keeping weekends and holidays strictly for rest. Shadow narrows his gaze and reminds them they've already teamed up with him, then declares he'll personally take them to train and improve right away, while ordering the others to spread out and search for emerald-level bosses and above. Both of them raise their hands in excitement and agree instantly, cheering that with Shadow carrying them, easier and happier days are finally coming. Suddenly, she said they knows an emerald-level boss called the venomous Black Carp King, explaining that she's tried to surround and capture it 3 times, but it always escapes by hiding inside a black water colloid layer that resists most ranged attacks. Shadow orders her to lead the way and adds that if Quatir or anyone else is found, he must be informed immediately. Warrior High responds with no problem, as the dragon grabs both Warrior High and Wisp of Smoke in its claws, ready to move out. The scene shifts to a wide sky view, thick clouds stretching across the horizon. They stand by the water as Warrior High casually sits down and starts fishing. Shadow asks her what exactly she's doing. Warrior High hushes him, explaining that the venomous Black Carp King won't show itself on its own, so they have to fish it out. Once its health drops below 30%, it retreats back into the black water to recover, with no way to stop it. Wisp of Smoke turns to Shadow and asks if they should first clear the surrounding mobs, then build up energy for their ultimate skills. Shadow nods and says yes, some of his attacks require building up energy first. Wisp of Smoke excitedly tells Shadow that she's his loyal fan, saying there are many secretly uploaded videos of him fighting bosses on the internet, and she's watched them not just once but hundreds of times, even showing her phone where his picture is displayed on the screen. Shadow glances at the phone and freezes for a moment, clearly surprised to see his own picture on the screen, leaving him momentarily speechless. As they continue talking, monsters suddenly start appearing one after another, and Wisp of Smoke quickly alerts Shadow, asking if they should start accumulating combo energy. Suddenly, monsters rush in from all sides with glowing eyes charge forward aggressively, breaking the calm as the battlefield erupts into action. Shadow raises his hand and points 2 fingers forward, unleashing his fire ability as the monsters are instantly engulfed in flames. Wisp of Smoke is stunned, exclaiming that his damage is insanely high, directly wiping out the monsters. Shadow remarks that his attack frequency is still too low, and his energy is accumulating far too slowly. Wisp of Smoke watches in awe, flames flickering in her hand as she excitedly suggests that he should try her great young invigorating technique. Shadow looks at her in confusion and blurts out, "What the heck?" In the next scene, Wisp of Smoke stands still with her eyes closed as a swirling purple flame aura around her, then calmly reveals that she is a unique hidden class, an enchanting witch warlock, whose abilities focus on debuffs and curses. She explains that her ultimate skill, Great Young Invigorating Technique, can weaken a target's overall attributes by 80%, doesn't require energy buildup, but comes with a long casting time and a strict condition. It must be cast with 2 people alone, completely out of sight from others. She smiles slightly and says she only wants to use this skill on him, asking if the big boss wants to give it a try. Shadow turns away and flatly declines, saying there's no need, while she quietly watches him from behind. The dragon lifts into the air, rising higher as Shadow says he has his own way of accumulating energy, then orders Asirio to gather all the monsters around here. Asirio responds, "Yes, sir," and instantly a dark vortex erupts, spiraling violently as he moves at extreme speed, sweeping through the area and pulling nearby monsters into the swirling current, dragging them all toward a single point under Shadow's command. Wisp of Smoke looks up in shock as a massive swirling spiral forms above, a glowing purple core at its center packed with countless monsters, and she can only whisper, "Wow." Suddenly dark energy tightens and collapses inward, signaling an imminent, explosive release. Shadow hovers above, a massive dark vortex packed with monsters swirling around him, while Wisp of Smoke stands frozen on the ground, staring up in shock. In the next instant, the vortex tightens further, the dark energy spiraling faster as everything gets crushed into a single point. Wisp of Smoke looks up in shock. She blurts out in disbelief, how much damage that even is. There are so many zeros at the end she can't even count them. She gripping her staff tightly as she shouts the sheer scale of the damage raining down from above. That in the next moment, Shadow descends with blue flame energy blazing from his back, eyes glowing as he asks Warrior High, "I'm ready, did you caught any fish yet?" Warrior High tightens a grip and groans, "Here it comes." Suddenly, a massive black fish bursts out of the water, towering in the air. She declares that the upturned mouth alliance never fails. A system notification flashes, Poisonous Black Fish King Nuriel, level 20, Emerald grade. Seeing this, Warrior High instantly throws the fishing rod towards Shadow and backs off. She's leaving it to the Shadow to handle. Shadow steps forward without hesitation, his gaze locking onto the Emerald grade boss and ready to take control of the fight. Shadow activates his Crimson Blade, then unleashes a rapid barrage of slashes, cutting into the Poisonous Black Fish King again and again without giving it a moment to react. Shadow's eyes widen sharply mid-attack. He senses something unexpected from the Poisonous Black Fish King. Shadow stands in front of the Black Fish King and notes that his Crimson Blade only deals 40,000 damage, barely reducing its strength. He realizes the boss has around 90% damage reduction and questions if it's because of the black mud covering its body. If they don't kill it immediately, once its health drops to 30%, it will escape into the black water, and they won't be able to stop it. Instantly, the Black Fish King roars, pulling its head back before spewing a surge of dark, poisonous liquid. Black Fish King unleashes its rotten mud attack, sending a wave of toxic sludge crashing toward them, and Shadow immediately shouts for everyone to run, warning that anyone hit by it will die without a detoxification skill. Shadow summons golden orbs around him, each one holding a Shadow clone poised to strike. In a burst of blue light, Shadow and his clones vanish and reappear in an instant, unleashing instant Shadow slash straight at the beast's throat, tearing through it with devastating force. Shadow lands on the muddy bank, originally intending to finish the boss in a single strike, but pauses, deciding this is the perfect chance to test something else. His eyes ignite with a deep purple glow as dark energy coils around him, and in that moment, he realizes this is the perfect time to unleash his finishing move. Shadow activates his Endless Nightmare ultimate, engulfing the fish in swirling purple flames as a nightmare gauge begins to build every second, with each of his attacks stacking it even faster. Radiating a dense purple aura, Shadow controls the dark spell as the skill grants an 80% damage boost, and once the nightmare gauge hits 100, the enemy is forced into a nightmare state. In this state, the monster falls into a deep sleep, and the true power activates, Eye-Breaking Strike, where the next attack that wakes it will deal triple damage. With the boss trapped in the nightmare, the finishing strike is set to land with devastating force. With the boss trapped in the nightmare, Shadow vanishes and reappears in an instant, delivering another instant Shadow slash to its throat. The critical hit triggers an icy blue explosion, forcing him to dash back immediately to avoid the blast. The system confirms the Emerald Grade boss is dead, granting Shadow experience, evolution points, extra lifespan, and increased nightmare resistance, while Warrior High and Wisp of Smoke cheer in amazement, stunned that he killed it without letting it escape. As Shadow checks the loot, he sees evolution points and equipment, but one drop immediately stands out, a glowing blue treasure map. The map reveals a star-marked chest, pointing to the location of a legendary hidden treasure deep in the forest near Jianghai City. Shadow notes that Jianghai City is too far and he doesn't have the time to go there, so instead of pursuing it himself, he sends the map to a trusted ally back home, knowing her natural luck makes her perfect for a treasure hunt. Shadow hands over the remaining loot to his partners, and Warrior High cheers, though she points out it's almost time to head back. Ignoring it, Shadow firmly insists they still have half an hour left, enough to take down 2 more bosses. Meanwhile, deep in the forest near Jianghai City, a horned demon monster sleeps on a thick branch, while below, a small group of riders moves quietly through the woods until their path is suddenly broken by loud, crunching noises. Wang Meng checks the map and catches Shadow's scent, confirming they're close to the treasure, while Captain N warns everyone to stay cautious since they have no idea what monsters might be lurking in the woods. The loud crunching continues, putting both Wang Meng and Captain N on edge, irritation creeping in as the noise refuses to stop. They turn toward the noise and find Little Black with her alpaca mount, happily crunching away on snacks without a care in the world. Wang Meng snaps in frustration, scolding Little Black and warning that her loud crunching will attract monsters, accusing her of treating a dangerous expedition like a casual picnic. Unaware of the danger, Little Black casually tells Wang Meng that her luck has been failing, so she's trying to fix it. While high above, the loud noise finally wakes the sleeping demon monster. She holds up the crackers and tells them these aren't ordinary snacks, explaining she got them from a mysterious merchant inside a cleared dungeon. She explains that the merchant claimed the snacks were rare treasures from another world that bring good luck, then eagerly offers them to her friends. Captain Anyu chuckles, finding her belief adorable, while Wang Meng, already munching on a cracker, tells him not to laugh, admitting they're actually really delicious. Annoyed that they doubt her, Little Black pouts and shoves another cracker into her mouth, crunching even louder in defiance. That final crunch was enough. Above them, the massive creature suddenly jolts awake and leaps down from the branch without warning. With a furious roar, the giant demon monster crashes down toward the group from above. The beast slams both fists into the ground with crushing force, but the group scatters just in time, narrowly dodging the impact. As the dust clears, a system alert reveals a level 18 Emerald Grade boss, the Ferocious Ape, and the moment Wang Meng sees it, panic takes over, convinced they're about to die. The Ferocious Ape lets out a furious roar, its red eyes snapping toward the source of the noise. Ignoring everyone else, the giant ape lunges straight for Little Black, its massive hand reaching out to grab her. Before she can react, the beast snatches up Little Black along with her alpaca in one swift motion. It hurls them violently deep into the forest, sending them flying out of sight. Wang Meng and Captain Anyu watch in shock as their friend is hurled high into the night sky, disappearing into the distance. To their shock, instead of attacking them, The ferocious ape simply turns and swings away into the trees. A stunned Wang Meng wonders why the boss spared them, then realizes it only woke up because of the noise, threw Little Black away, and simply lost interest. As Little Black and her alpaca soar through the air, her friends snap out of their shock and rush off to find her. The pair plunge into a hidden dark pit, crashing through thick vines as they fall deeper into the forest. Her alpaca gets tangled in the vines above, but Little Black keeps falling and slams onto the hard dirt floor below. Sitting up, Little Black sighs in relief as the vines soften her fall, but still grumbles about her bad luck, starting to doubt whether those magical snacks actually work. Suddenly, a bright light catches her eye, and when she turns, she spots a glowing purple treasure chest marked with a star. Her eyes light up as she recognizes the chest from the map, and she bursts out in excitement, certain she's found the legendary treasure. She sprints to the chest in excitement, focused only on opening it, leaving her alpaca tangled above without a second thought. Just as she reaches the chest, the alpaca's struggle finally snaps its cracker necklace. The crackers rain down, bouncing off Little Black and scattering across the chest. As the snacks strike the chest, the star emblem flashes, eyes suddenly open on the wood, and a low growl begins to rumble from within. The chest suddenly snaps open, revealing rows of sharp teeth and a massive tongue, and a system alert immediately identifies it as a level 20 emerald grade boss, the Greedy Devourer. Little Black screams and stumbles back, realizing the legendary treasure is actually a deadly monster. Frozen on the ground, she realizes that if the snacks hadn't triggered it early, she would have opened it herself and been devoured on the spot. Watching the monster happily munch on the crackers, Little Black lets out a relieved breath and realizes the merchant wasn't lying. The snacks really did bring good luck and just save her life. Her relief quickly fades as she realizes she stands no chance against the boss alone, and without hesitation, she decides to summon Shadow for backup. The battle on the riverbank came to an end when Shadow unleashed a devastating blue slash that cut down the boss in a single finishing strike, and from the cliff overhead, Sister High and the female official known as Wisp of Smoke cheered at the display of power, while Shadow stood beside the glowing pile of loot in victory. Without wasting time, Shadow told the others to collect everything so they could move on to hunt the next boss, prompting the two women to stare in amazement at the valuable drops scattered around them, though a timer soon revealed it was already 8 Siab, causing the exhausted official and High to immediately complain that it was time to clock out and that they refused to work overtime. Staying true to their relaxed Nanyu play style, the two women cheerfully waved Shadow goodbye and told him they would see him again at 9 a.m., leaving him standing there alone. That brief solitude ended the moment Shadow received an urgent message from Little Black, who frantically explained that she had discovered a legendary treasure, only for it to turn out to be a powerful mimic monster she had no chance of defeating on her own, desperately begging him to come rescue her. Shadow instantly asked for her coordinates before flying toward her location atop his skeletal dragon, Osiris. Deep within the dark forest, Little Black nervously sat on the ground eating a cracker while cautiously watching the glowing purple Greedy devour chest boss nearby. And moments later Shadow arrived from above, descending with overwhelming force before bringing down his crimson blade in a massive strike that sliced straight through the monster. The system immediately confirmed the kill, rewarding him with enormous amounts of XP along with tradable lifespan and pushing his level up to 25. As glowing loot orbs floated through the air around them, Little Black excitedly praised Shadow for finding her so quickly and defeating the boss in one hit, but Shadow ignored the compliment and instead asked how she had managed to discover the mimic without triggering its trap. Little Black explained that she had accidentally fallen into the pit and almost touched the treasure chest, but the cracker in her hand slipped first and struck the chest before she could, waking the monster ahead of time and saving her. When Shadow questioned the cracker itself, she explained that she had purchased the snack from a strange merchant who claimed it could convert bad luck into good fortune. Holding the cracker in his hand, Shadow remained deeply skeptical because even with all the knowledge he possessed from his previous life, he had never once heard of an item capable of altering luck itself. Meanwhile, Little Black watched him eagerly, secretly hoping he would remove his mask to eat the cracker so she could finally see his real face, but Shadow immediately noticed the curiosity and activated his stealth skill, disappearing into dark blue flames and leaving her staring around in confusion. A moment later he returned with the mask still on, casually gave her a thumbs up, and told her the snack tasted good, causing Little Black to pout and jokingly accuse him of being too shy. Turning his attention toward the genuine blue treasure chest, Shadow explained how dangerous mimic monsters truly were, warning that any captured player trapped inside the creature's stomach would be unable to log out and could eventually starve to death in the real world, while defeating the mimic safely exposed the actual hidden treasure. After opening the chest, Shadow received evolution points along with several pieces of equipment, but among the rewards he discovered 2 items that instantly captured his full attention: the map and the key to the City of Unjust Death. Shadow's eyes widened the moment he recognized the key as an unbelievably rare artifact, and stunned by such an impossible drop, He began wondering whether Little Black's cracker had genuinely increased her luck after all. At the same time, memories of the city of unjust death resurfaced in his mind. A forbidden land meant only for the dead where only a single person had ever entered, and although almost nothing was known about the place, one fact remained certain. The city contained treasures powerful enough to shake the world itself. The sole survivor had once emerged from that place with power beyond imagination, unleashing a complete bloodbath before climbing to the #1 position on the leaderboards within a single month. But Shadow also remembered that player had already reached level 50 at the time. Realizing that his current level 25 strength was still far too low to survive such a place, he immediately decided to postpone any attempt to enter the city of unjust death for now. After claiming the map and key for himself, he told Little Black to keep the remaining loot before summoning Osiris and flying out of the forest with his next objective already decided. Since a legendary dungeon now awaited him in the future, Shadow concluded that his immediate priority was completing his level 25 class trial so he could maximize his strength as quickly as possible. Sometime later, Shadow arrived at a massive cathedral hidden within the second underground level of the Evil Spirit Academy hideout, and after entering the enormous structure, he approached the glowing spirit she while presenting a golden bell to begin his level 25 trial. She solemnly asked whether he was truly prepared, causing a system interface for the judge challenge to appear before him. But without the slightest hesitation, Shadow calmly confirmed that he was ready. In the next instant, a brilliant golden magic circle expanded around them, and as the trial initiation spell activated, both of them were transported into a surreal dimension filled with endless stars. Shadow arrived atop a platform overlooking an enormous labyrinth floating within the void, and while he silently studied the colossal maze beneath him, the system officially welcomed him to his exclusive trial ground. Suddenly, pillars of blue light crashed down throughout the labyrinth as the system announced that other players were now being loaded into the trial area, including someone he recognized, Wisp of Smoke. More familiar names soon appeared in the notifications as players such as Wang Meng and the constantly cursed Unlucky Aguang were also transferred inside. Within the maze itself, Unlucky Aguang and the other players materialized one after another, immediately looking around in confusion as they tried to understand where they had been brought. Shadow's younger sister, Xiao Yuye, also appeared inside the labyrinth, emerging within the blue glow of the transfer spell while sweating and struggling to process what had happened because only moments earlier she had still been inside her faction's hideout. Spotting one of her friends nearby, Xiao Yuye quickly called out to her, only to become uneasy when the woman continued staring blankly ahead without responding at all, almost like an emotionless phantom. Far above the maze, the system announced the rules of the fair judgment trial. Out of 100 targets scattered throughout the labyrinth, only a single person was guilty, and Shadow's task was to identify and execute that individual. If he killed even one innocent target, the trial would immediately fail. Hearing the conditions, Shadow asked how he was supposed to determine which target was truly guilty, and she answered cryptically, telling him to use his eyes to perceive the truth. In response, Shadow's eyes shone with golden light as he confidently declared that the guilty party would never be able to hide from his sight. She then formally declared the beginning of the trial, and the stone platform beneath Shadow suddenly disappeared, sending him falling straight through the endless starry void toward the labyrinth below. During his descent, the system restored all of his stats while simultaneously starting a 30-minute countdown timer, and with failure awaiting him if he either killed the wrong target or ran out of time. Shadow merely smirked as he prepared himself to hunt down the sinner. At the same time, the system broadcast another announcement throughout the labyrinth, informing every participant that the fair judgment trial had officially begun and that the judge had already entered the area to hunt the sinner. Captain Anyu, Wang Ming, and Jiang Guing immediately looked upward in shock as the message echoed through the maze, while the system continued explaining the trial's rewards, stating that surviving for 30 minutes would grant generous rewards, but killing the judge himself would earn a god-level reward instead. Elsewhere within the maze, Xiao Yuye trembled in fear while crouching against a wall, unable to understand why she had suddenly been teleported into this massive labyrinth and forced into the role of prey in a deadly hunt. As she nervously walked beside the towering blue walls, she muttered to herself about the mysterious judge pursuing everyone through the maze, and after carefully peeking around a corner, her thoughts drifted toward the promised god-level reward, hoping that obtaining it might somehow heal her legs. Encouraging herself, Xiao Yuye resolved to do everything possible to survive, but that fragile determination instantly collapsed into terror the moment she spotted Shadow calmly walking down the corridor ahead of her while radiating an oppressive dark aura. Shadow's glowing eyes swept across the maze as he focused entirely on tracking his target, and the instant Xiao Yuye realized that the terrifying judge was actually Shadow himself, she screamed in shock. Certain that she would die if he discovered her, she immediately turned around and ran in panic to search for somewhere to hide. At the same time, Shadow approached a female participant with a glowing blue word woman floating above her head, causing him to wonder what exactly the strange labels represented. A moment later, another woman suddenly ran past nearby, and Shadow immediately noticed with confusion that not every person inside the maze possessed a floating word above them. Using that brief distraction to her advantage, a blonde assassin emerged directly behind him from stealth while preparing a dagger strike, then unleashed a glowing green slash while shouting for Shadow to die. However, Shadow instantly activated an evasion skill that blurred his body and caused the attack to pass harmlessly through him without making contact. The assassin landed in shock after missing her surprise attack, unable to understand how her strike had completely failed while angrily cursing his evasive skill. Shadow narrowed his eyes through the confusion of the sudden ambush and noticed blue text floating above the assassin that read woman and 19 years old. The realization immediately struck him that these words represented personal traits connected to the figures around him. As he coldly observed the identical people surrounding him, he recognized the assassin from his previous life as one of Song Fei's obsessive followers, making her appearance here completely illogical because she should have already been dead. Without warning, a furious crowd of familiar faces suddenly charged towards Shadow through the corridor while screaming for his death, and at the front of the mob was Song Fei himself, loudly declaring that he would kill Shadow. His followers immediately launched a barrage of magic attacks, releasing an enormous fiery explosion that completely engulfed the corridor in flames. Yet when Shadow calmly emerged from the smoke completely unharmed, he finally understood the truth behind the trial. None of the attackers were real at all. Every one of them was merely an illusion created by the trial's magic. He quickly realized that the glowing words such as woman, 19 years old, brainless fan, and cleric class were actually scattered clues meant to reveal the true identity of the sinner he needed to execute. As Shadow mentally connected all the clues together, he arrived at a horrifying realization. Only one person matched every description perfectly: his own sister, Xiao Yuya. Elsewhere inside the maze, the real Xiao Yuya crawled desperately across the ground while struggling to survive, while Shadow, now irritated by the sheer size of the labyrinth and already bored of hunting fleeing phantoms individually, decided to take a far more destructive approach. Dark purple flames suddenly erupted from his body as he activated his ultimate skill, Endless Nightmare, and in the next instant the violent flames exploded outward, rapidly flooding the maze's countless pathways. The illusions throughout the maze, including the fake Song Fei, were instantly consumed by the spreading nightmare flames, their bodies twisting and distorting as Endless Nightmare erased them from existence. Wanting to accelerate the search, Shadow immediately summoned multiple Shadow clones and ordered the dark duplicates to split up and sweep through the labyrinth in search of his target. The clones shot through the maze like bolts of lightning, effortlessly cutting down every remaining phantom they encountered along the way. The brutal strategy quickly produced results. Shadow finally located his target and found Xiao Yuya lying on the ground while surrounded by his spreading purple magic, and above her head floated a glowing blue title that read Sinner. Shadow stared coldly at his sister while hardening his resolve to complete the objective of the trial. Then, without showing the slightest hesitation, he threw a poison dart directly at her. The moment the attack landed, the system immediately announced that the sinner had been executed and congratulated Shadow for successfully clearing the maze. As a beam of light descended over him in victory, another notification appeared, informing him that a tracking mark known as the Shadow 3 Lives mark had been placed on Xiao Yuya at the moment of her death. Looking downward in surprise at what she had left behind, Shadow saw the system display Xiao Yuya's resurrection coordinates, confirming that she was reviving in the real world within Jianghai City. When he noticed lifespan orbs scattered across the ground, the truth immediately became clear to him. Xiao Yuya had been physically dragged into the trial itself. Unlike all the illusions surrounding the maze, she had been the only real person there, leaving Shadow questioning why she alone had been treated differently. As the dark labyrinth gradually faded away, the glowing spirit she appeared before him once again and congratulated Shadow, addressing him as the inheritor who had flawlessly completed the trial. She then instructed him to claim his reward from a primordial grade chest, and in the next instant, a massive white treasure chest materialized above the ruined remains of the maze. The chest burst open with dazzling radiance as brilliant light and sparkling stars poured outward, while Shadow watched silently in, or as the divine reward slowly descended from the star-filled sky. The system soon revealed the item he had earned, the Blade of Judgment, an extremely rare primordial-grade weapon. The white and gold sword possessed overwhelmingly high base stats along with powerful modifiers, and after grasping the glowing blade, Shadow immediately began examining its unique abilities. The weapon consumed divine nature points and possessed a separate pocket dimension known as the Land of Judgment, allowing its wielder to teleport slain targets into that realm to face judgment. Any sinner successfully judged by the blade would permanently increase the weapon's stats and raise its limits even further. Shadow was stunned by the sword's limitless growth potential. In his previous life, He had managed to reach the global top 100 using nothing more than a mythic-grade weapon that granted damage immunity. Yet now he realized that all of his old equipment was insignificant compared to this primordial blade. It quickly became obvious to him that continuously judging sinners would allow the weapon to evolve endlessly, effectively turning the real world itself into an extension of the trial. She confirmed his conclusion and explained that because of the game's strict laws, this trial had been the only legal method for granting him the Blade of Judgment, serving as a kind of tutorial for its future use. Now possessing his new weapon, Shadow immediately demanded an explanation for why the trial had required his sister's actual body instead of using a harmless illusion like everyone else. She's third eye suddenly glowed as she calmly answered that Xiao Yuya was a blasphemer. Then she revealed a dark vision showing an older and corrupted Xiao Yuya from the previous timeline. She explained that in Shadow's past life, Xiao Yuya had touched the Eye of Judgment in order to steal its power, and because of that crime, she had declared her a sinner destined to face judgment. After hearing the truth, Shadow coldly questioned why someone marked as a blasphemer had been allowed to live until now. She explained that the authority of judgment was a primordial law that existed since the very beginning of the universe itself, a power so absolute that a single thought from it could cover all time, space, and dimensions at once. Moreover, if Shadow judged Qin Xiaoyu as guilty, then every version of Qin Xiaoyu across all universes, timelines, dimensions, past, present, and future would also fall under the authority of judgment. However, she also revealed that in this life, Qin Xiaoyu had not yet committed the sin of blasphemy and did not even remember her previous life. She further explained that directly judging someone without proper rules, trials, and rewards would violate the fair nature of judgment itself, which is why Qin Xiaoyu had been given a chance instead of being executed immediately. Shadow finally understood that the entire trial had been specially created as practical training for him to learn how to use the authority of judgment and wield the primordial blade properly. The woman revealed that the trial had also awakened Qin Xiaoyu's mark of sin, causing her to slowly recover the memories of her previous life. Once all of those memories fully returned, the sin of blasphemy sleeping inside her would completely awaken as well. Woman warned that once Qin Xiaoyu fully awakened her past memories, she would become a complete blasphemer. At that point, judging her would massively increase the Blade of Judgment's divine point limit to over 1,000. After hearing that the divine point cap could exceed 1,000, Shadow immediately realized he would be able to unlock Blessed Judgment, a hidden ability of the Blade of Judgment that required 1,000 divine points to activate. She revealed that Shadow's rebirth and his infinite evolution talent were actually forms of Blessed Judgment granted to him by the authority of judgment itself. She also explained that the Blade of Judgment was merely a key, and if he truly wanted to control the authority of judgment, he would first need to learn the ancient god language. The ancient god language was the language used to write the rules of the universe itself, the very foundation behind all authority. Only by mastering it could Shadow truly understand judgment and the laws governing existence. Once mastered, he would even be able to use the authority to grant himself blessings and rewrite his own existential rules. Before disappearing, the woman revealed that she had erased Qin Xiaoyu's memories of the trial, allowing her to slowly recover her past memories naturally until she fully became a blasphemer. With that, she told Shadow to continue moving forward as the chosen heir of judgment. As Shadow returned to his hiding place, the final notification appeared, declaring that his path toward mastering authority had only just begun. At the same time, he received a divine tome containing the complete understanding of the ancient god language. Shadow quietly stared at the glowing divine tome as the system revealed that it contained the knowledge of over 247,000 ancient god language teaching books gathered from countless civilizations, enough to turn him into a true grand master once he mastered them all. Looking at the massive amount of knowledge inside the divine tome, Shadow felt speechless as he wondered how he was supposed to finish reading all 247,000 books. Meanwhile, at the Jianghai City Ruins resurrection point, a strange light suddenly descended, signaling someone's revival inside the ruined city. A moment later, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly revived at the resurrection point, her body emerging from the glowing portal as the mysterious mark placed on her silently reacted. After reviving at the resurrection point, Qin Xiaoyu sat there in confusion, shocked to realize that she had died. But what troubled her even more was the strange gap in her memory, because the last thing she remembered was guarding the land of soul purification. As Qin Xiaoyu tried to piece together her missing memories, a strange distorted energy suddenly surged through her mind. Fragments of Qin Xiaoyu's past life suddenly flashed through her mind one after another, revealing blurry memories of battles, death, and a mysterious man from her previous existence, while the strange mark on her forehead slowly began to awaken. Qin Xiaoyu suddenly screamed in pain as the memories flooding into her mind became clearer and clearer, overwhelming her while the awakening mark continued reacting violently. As the memories became painfully vivid, Qin Xiaoyu finally realized the horrifying truth. The visions flooding her mind were actually memories from her previous life. Qin Xiaoyu finally understood that the strange dreams she had been seeing were actually fragments of her past life memories. She then remembered Qin Feng, a warrior who had always protected her, helped her level up, and constantly gave her equipment in that previous life. Crying uncontrollably, Qin Xiaoyu could not understand why Qin Feng treated her so differently in this life despite protecting her in the past, while all memories after level 20 remained completely missing from her mind. Qin Xiaoyu sorted through her recovering memories. She began suspecting that Qin Feng and Shadow might actually be the same person, but she could not find any clear memories to prove it. Driven by instinct, Qin Xiaoyu became convinced that Qin Feng and Shadow were truly the same person. As tears filled her eyes, she believed that something terrible must have happened in her past life that caused Qin Feng to abandon her and stop caring about her completely. Tears streamed down Qin Xiaoyu's face as she clenched her fist and finally realized the truth. Qin Feng also remembered his past life. With the experience he gained from the previous timeline of God's rejection, he was able to become the terrifying Shadow and grow overwhelmingly strong so quickly. After learning the truth, Qin Xiaoyu wiped away her tears and made up her mind. Since Qin Feng could use his past life memories to become Shadow and surpass everyone, she believed she could do the same. Filled with determination, she swore that once she became the strongest, she would personally settle the score with Shadow Qin Feng. Qin Xiaoyu quickly contacted her guild after discovering a bloodline monster suitable for priests. The guild members became excited immediately and rushed toward her location after she sent them the coordinates. Hearing the news, the Chen Wuming praised her for making another huge contribution to the guild and promised to reward her with 10 years of lifespan after they finished dealing with the monster. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a peaceful sunlit beach with clear blue ocean waves gently hitting the shore. The Chen Wuming angrily demanded to know where the bloodline monster was, accusing Qin Xiaoyu of getting bold enough to even trick him. But with strange unknown words glowing above her head, Qin Xiaoyu calmly reassured him that the monster was hidden and could only appear after a special mechanism was triggered. With a faint smile on her face, Qin Xiaoyu explained that although the monster was only platinum level, it only existed for 2 hours and required a complicated mechanism to appear. Luckily, she already knew how to defeat it. She then looked at the Chen Wuming and calmly expressed her hope that after killing the monster, he would reward her with its bloodline skill. The Chen Wuming stroked his chin and laughed after hearing that Qin Xiaoyu even had a guide for the hidden monster. Without hesitation, he agreed to give her the bloodline skill and even promised that any priest-class equipment dropped by the monster would belong to her as well, casually remarking that priest skills and equipment were not worth much anyway. Qin Xiaoyu immediately thanked the Chen Wuming before gathering everyone together to explain the boss strategy, telling them to listen carefully. But deep inside, she secretly smiled to herself. In her previous life, she had already fought this boss before, which meant she knew exactly how to clear it. More importantly, the monster's bloodline skill, shaman's healing, along with the priest equipment it could drop, would massively increase her own strength. Qin Xiaoyu carefully explained the boss mechanics to the entire team. She warned them that the boss would eventually cast Bone Prison to trap the main tank, and the moment that happened, another tank needed to immediately take over aggro. She then ordered everyone else to completely ignore the Bone Prison and focus all their attacks on the boss instead. The Chen Wuming narrowed his eyes while resting his hand on his chin, confused by Qin Xiaoyu's strategy as he questioned why they would ignore the Bone Prison instead of rescuing the trapped tanks first. Qin Xiaoyu calmly explained that the Bone Prison had extremely high durability and would explode to deal massive damage once destroyed, making it too dangerous to attack directly. Instead, whenever the current tank became trapped, they simply needed to switch aggro to another tank and continue rotating like that throughout the fight. The Chen Wuming suddenly grinned after understanding the strategy, realizing that the fight favored having as many tanks as possible, preferably an entire team of them. But even as he said it, he questioned whether their damage output would become too low if they sacrificed too many attackers. Raising her finger confidently, Qin Xiaoyu told everyone not to question her professionalism, insisting that platinum-level bosses had very low health and could be defeated quickly with the right strategy. Even though the plan sounded strange, the Chen Wuming eventually raised his hand and decided to trust her after seeing how confident she was, immediately ordering the guild members to gather a few more tanks for the raid. After agreeing to the plan, the Chen Wuming immediately asked how they were supposed to lure the hidden boss out. Qin Xiaoyu then explained that there were 3 hidden marks located across the coastline, one on the rocks near the sea, one beneath the reef directly opposite them, and one inside a cave along the shore. If 3 people touched all the marks at the same time, the hidden boss would finally appear. Hearing that, the Chen Wuming immediately gave the order for everyone to move into position and act. Immediately, one of the guild members quickly ran toward the shoreline and placed his hand on a glowing triangular mechanism embedded within a massive rock. At the same time, another guild member reached deep into a narrow opening inside a massive stone pillar and activated the glowing green mechanism hidden within it. The third guild member activated the hidden mechanism inside the rocky tunnel. The moment all three mechanisms activated together, dark purple energy erupted across the coastline as the hidden boss finally revealed itself. A terrifying level 20 platinum-grade creature named Shaman Bone which slowly emerged, its skeletal body wrapped in sinister black aura while it held a twisted staff topped with a ringing bell that radiated ominous power. A massive countdown timer instantly appeared above Bone Witch, revealing that the hidden boss could only exist for less than 2 hours before disappearing completely. But the moment the terrifying skeletal shaman appeared, the entire guild charged forward without hesitation, shouting that the boss had finally arrived as the battle immediately began. Watching the raid begin exactly as she remembered, Qin Xiaoyu smiled to herself and thought that this was how people with past life memories were supposed to survive, using their previous experience and future knowledge to quickly conquer bosses and collect valuable loot before anyone else. A confident smile slowly appeared on Qin Xiaoyu's face as she proudly thought that besides Shadow, she was the only one capable of using past life memories like this. In her eyes, that alone proved she was someone chosen by fate itself. Clenching her fist with determination, Qin Xiaoyu swore that from this moment onward, she would erase all the humiliation she once suffered. She refused to die meaninglessly again and vowed to grow stronger at insane speed until she became the most powerful person standing right behind Shadow himself. The battle instantly erupted as Boss Bone Witch raised its twisted staff and unleashed the terrifying skill Bone Prison. As Bone Witch's dark magic spread across the battlefield, jagged skeletal spikes suddenly exploded from the ground. One warrior screamed in shock as the purple restraints wrapped around him completely. One after another, the guild members became completely trapped inside the glowing purple bone prisons as the battle slowly turned into a disaster. The Chen Wuming gritted his teeth in frustration after realizing they had already endured the 6th bone prison and only had one remaining protection skill left. More than an hour had already passed. Less than 30 minutes remained before the boss disappeared, and yet Bone Witch still had nearly half of its health left. Seeing the raid falling apart, the Chen Wuming finally lost his patience and angrily shouted at Qin Xiaoyu, demanding to know if her so-called guide was actually correct. Qin Xiaoyu's face instantly turned pale as panic filled her eyes, but she still desperately insisted that her strategy was correct, shouting that she had defeated the boss exactly like this in her previous life. In her panic, she blamed the guild instead, claiming their damage output was simply far too low. At that moment, one of the guild members suddenly screamed in panic that something was wrong with the boss, causing the Chen Wuming standing behind him to immediately turn serious. The entire battlefield suddenly changed as the 6-bone prisons scattered around the area connected together, forming a massive glowing hexagonal barrier that completely trapped the entire raid team inside. Purple energy surged across the enclosed field while the stunned warriors froze in disbelief, one of them screaming in shock after realizing their escape routes had been completely sealed. Jagged skeletal branches rapidly extended across the frame, glowing with violent purple energy. Before anyone could react, countless skeletal spikes violently burst outward from the connected bone prison, piercing through multiple guild members at the same time. Blood-curdling screams echoed everywhere as the purple energy tore straight through their bodies, instantly turning the trapped raid into complete chaos. In the next instant, the entire glowing hexagonal prison exploded with deadly purple energy, completely wiping out the raid team trapped inside. One after another, the guild members vanished into streams of light. Moments later, streams of resurrection light descended from the sky as the wiped guild members revived at the city's resurrection point. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief, while the furious Chen Wuming glared ahead with burning red eyes after realizing the entire raid had been destroyed. Chen Wuming suddenly grabbed Qin Xiaoyu by her collar and furiously demanded to know what kind of strategy she had given them after causing the entire raid to be wiped out. Sweat and tears streamed down Qin Xiaoyu's face as she desperately tried to explain that the guild's damage output must have been too low, insisting she had never seen the boss use that terrifying skill before in her previous life. Hearing her excuse, the Chen Wuming completely exploded in rage and violently slammed Qin Xiaoyu into the ground, roaring that she was the one who forced them to bring 7 tanks into the raid in the first place, making proper damage output impossible from the very beginning. At that moment, another guild member rushed over in panic and reported that Bone Witch had already regenerated back to full health while less than 20 minutes remained before the hidden boss disappeared. The furious Chen Wuming could only roar back in frustration, asking what else they were even supposed to do now after the entire raid had already been destroyed once. Realizing the situation was completely hopeless, the Chen Wuming immediately ordered his subordinates to quickly contact Shadow Senior for help. Moments later, a flying skeletal beast rushed through the sky as the guild members desperately tried to reach Shadow. After finally reaching Shadow, the guild members desperately explained that they had discovered a hidden platinum-grade bloodline monster that would disappear in less than 15 minutes, begging him for help. But after hearing that, Shadow merely looked at them coldly and questioned how they could possibly fail against a mere platinum-grade boss. The guild member awkwardly admitted that the whole situation was a very long story. But before he could continue explaining, Shadow calmly interrupted him and ordered them to add him to the raid team immediately because he was already on his way there. As the terrifying purple aura surrounding Bone which continued spreading across the coastline, the guild members nervously informed everyone that Shadow Sr. was already coming. But with barely 10 minutes remaining before the hidden boss vanished. Suddenly, a massive explosion of blue energy erupted across the coastline without warning, instantly shaking the entire area and forcing everyone to shield their eyes from the blinding shockwave. As the blinding light faded, Shadow calmly stood at the center of the battlefield surrounded by golden energy, while the system notification revealed that the hidden boss, Bone Witch Dr. Wallander, had already been killed instantly the moment he arrived. The entire guild stood frozen in disbelief after watching the hidden platinum-grade boss die instantly in a single attack. One guild member could only stare blankly and mutter in shock that it ended far too quickly. Chen Wuming proudly declared that anyone who doubted Shadow Sr. would eventually learn just how terrifying his strength truly was. Shadow suddenly called out to Chen Wuming. The guild leader immediately straightened himself and respectfully answered, "Yes, sir." Shadow glanced toward Chen Wuming and calmly pointed out that the Bone Witch Doctor was a hidden boss with an extremely secret trigger condition before asking how their guild managed to discover it in the first place. Chen Wuming immediately praised Shadow's sharp insight before honestly explaining that the hidden boss was actually discovered by a junior sister from their guild. He then revealed that her name was Qin Xiaoyu, the same girl responsible for guarding Shadow's gate earlier. With a smile on his face, Chen Wuming casually called for Qin Xiaoyu to greet Shadow Sr. as well. But after receiving no response, his expression slowly changed in confusion as he suddenly realized she had completely disappeared. Hidden far away from the others, Qin Xiaoyu happily held the aggro in her hands while secretly laughing to herself. In her previous life, the guild had helped her defeat this boss and even handed over all the aggro and battlefield control so she could safely claim the rewards for herself. Shadow silently stood in the darkness surrounded by ominous purple energy. Deep in his mind, he remembered the future that awaited her. The moment Qin Xiaoyu fully recalled that forgotten event from her previous life, her true judgment would finally begin. Shadow slowly lowered his gaze as purple energy twisted around his body, his glowing eyes turning cold and emotionless. Meanwhile, the guild members suddenly began searching for her while calling out her name in confusion. Qin Xiaoyu froze the moment the guild members finally found her holding the aggro. The furious guild leader immediately began shouting at her again, accusing her of causing the entire team wipe and then daring to ignore him afterward, even threatening to kick her out of the guild completely. Qin Xiaoyu suddenly clenched her teeth and angrily recalled memories from her previous life, recognizing the guild as Knight's Sanctuary, a group infamous for tricking people into becoming black slaves. She also remembered that in her previous life she had once been part of Jianghai's #1 guild, Godslayer, making her look down on everyone standing before her now. Convinced they were trying to deceive her again, she firmly declared that she would never fall for it twice. Even while being thrown out of the guild, Qin Xiaoyu still gritted her teeth and swore revenge against Shadow and everyone from Glory of Martial Virtue, vowing that one day she would make them pay back all the humiliation she suffered there. Moments later, the system officially announced that she had been expelled from Knight's Sanctuary Guild. As Qin Xiaoyu lowered her head in humiliation, some nearby players suddenly noticed the strange title floating above her name and began laughing at her openly. Hearing them mockingly call her Shadow III and Shadow's grandson only made her expression grow even darker. Surrounding players continued joking about Qin Xiaoyu's strange title, saying that ordinary people were not even qualified to become Shadow's grandson even if they wanted to. Some of them even started sounding strangely jealous, wondering how she had managed to obtain such a ridiculous title connected to someone as famous as Shadow. Shadow silently watched the Osiris disappear into the sky. He calmly reflected on the true purpose of the Blade of Judgment. To strengthen its divine limits and abilities, he needed to continue judging sinners and criminals. But even though Qin Xiaoyu could now grow rapidly using knowledge from her previous life, Shadow understood that it would still take time before she fully transformed into a true blasphemer. Shadow quietly recalled how crime rates across the real world had exploded ever since the godforsaken game descended, leaving countless unresolved criminal cases throughout the country. Hearing that only made him tighten his grip on the Blade of Judgment as he calmly decided to ask the authorities for information on those criminals next. While flying toward Jianghai City on Osiris, Shadow received disturbing news from the authorities about a recent string of brutal murders. Many young women had mysteriously disappeared, and according to the investigation, the victims were likely assaulted before being killed. Why still, the killer possessed an ability capable of destroying all evidence, making the case nearly impossible to solve. Realizing the situation was far more serious than ordinary crime, the investigators urgently asked whether Shadow was willing to help hunt the murderer down. After hearing the details of the case, Shadow gave a short response of agreement without hesitation. The investigators immediately became relieved and promised to send all the information they had gathered right away. The moment Shadow saw the investigation report, his expression immediately changed after recognizing the case at once. In his previous life, countless young women had mysteriously vanished throughout Jianghai City, yet no bodies were ever discovered, leaving the authorities completely without leads. Fear slowly spread across the entire city as the number of missing victims continued increasing year after year. Even long after Shadow was reborn, the true culprit behind the murders was never found, eventually turning the case into one of the most infamous unsolved mysteries in the Divine Abyss era. Shadow quietly realized that the killer had begun committing crimes far earlier than expected. After learning that the murderer possessed a profession capable of completely erasing evidence, even Shadow admitted the situation would be extremely difficult to handle. Shadow's eyes instantly sharpened as a cold thought crossed his mind. He would have no choice but to let Guiling accompany him for this investigation. Scene shift to real-world Jianghai City. Shadow arrived with Guiling at the last location where one of the missing girls had disappeared. Shadow calmly explained that enough time had already passed, but they might still be able to trace the murderer's lingering aura. Hearing his orders, Guiling immediately nodded and respectfully answered that she understood. Guiling immediately activated her tracking ability, as purple energy erupted around her body and formed glowing talismans in the air. A sharp beam of spiritual light then shot across the city, instantly locking onto a hidden trail left behind by the murderer. After successfully finding the direction, Guiling confidently told Shadow that she had the target and ordered him to follow her lead. Shadow and Guiling immediately rushed into the night sky, rapidly following the glowing hidden trail as it stretched deeper into the city toward the murderer's location. The scene then shifted to the San Franc Club. Meanwhile, a frightened young girl suddenly froze in terror after noticing a horrifying shadow slowly approaching her from the darkness. The terrified girl collapsed against the wall, trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face as she desperately cried and sobbed in fear. A horrifying man slowly emerged from the darkness with glowing red eyes and blood dripping from his mouth, laughing in a twisted voice as he mocked the terrified girl for being so frightened after not seeing him for such a long time. The terrified girl could only sob helplessly through her tears, unable to even form proper words from fear. Seeing her panic, the man asked what she was trying to say. Before the girl could even answer, the monster suddenly grabbed her face with a twisted black hand, causing her to scream in terror as she desperately demanded to know what he was about to do to her. The girl cried out that Hu Chibin is a monster, accusing him of eating Wei Wei. Hu Chibin slowly revealed the horrifying truth behind his transformation, explaining that the godforsaken game had granted him the hidden warrior class profession known as Gao. Ever since obtaining it, he suffered unbearable hunger every single day, to the point where ordinary food could no longer satisfy him at all. Worst of all, consuming other players allowed him to permanently increase his attributes, turning him into a monster that hunted humans for power. Desperately trying to survive, the terrified girl begged Hu Chibin to spare her for the sake of the feelings he once had for her. But the crazed Gao only laughed bitterly while lifting her into the air, ranting that he had always loved Yang Xiaoye and devoted himself to her, yet she never once truly looked at him. Hu Chibin completely lost control as he roared in madness, screaming that Yang Xiaoye had never cared about him because her eyes were always focused only on Qinfeng. His body began mutating further while the terrified girl cried helplessly beneath him, trapped under the Gao's violent obsession and jealousy. Hu Chibin sinisterly claimed that he normally never played with his food before eating it, but today would be different because Yang Xiaoye had angered him too much. Meanwhile, the terrified girl trembled on the ground with tears in her eyes, desperately declaring that she would rather die than submit to him. Suddenly, both Hu Chibin and Yang Xiaoya froze after hearing movement nearby. Alarmed by the unexpected presence, Hu Chibin immediately turned toward the darkness and demanded to know who was there, while the terrified girl desperately cried out for help with the last strength she had left. Before Yang Xiaoye could continue screaming, Hu Chibin violently kicked her across the ground and furiously ordered her to shut her mouth. At that moment, Shadow and Guiling finally stepped out from the darkness. After sensing the murderer's aura, Guiling immediately confirmed that Hu Chibin was the culprit. Disgusted by what she saw, she coldly mocked him for preying on helpless girls before noticing that one of his previous victims' corpses was still lying nearby. Guiling then asked whether they should capture him alive and hand him over to the authorities, but Shadow answered without hesitation that there was no need for that. They would simply kill him on the spot. Hu Chibin immediately became furious and loudly demanded that they stop hiding and come out instead of playing mind games with him. Before he could even react properly, Guiling answered that wish and instantly launched his attack straight toward him. Hu Chibin's expression instantly twisted with killing intent as red energy exploded around his body. Roaring for Guiling to die, the crazed Gowl unleashed a brutal crushing blow attack and smashed downward with terrifying force. He calmly slipped through the attack at the last second, his glowing eyes fixed coldly on Hu Chibin. Shadow suddenly appeared behind Hu Chibin. He calmly remarked that such high attributes could only mean that he had already devoured quite a few people. Hu Chibin's eyes widened in shock, staring at Shadow in disbelief. He immediately demanded to know how someone like him could possibly know his name. Before Hu Chibin could react, Shadow slashed him instantly with the Blade of Judgment, and his soul was immediately dragged into the judgment space for trial. As Hu Chibin's soul struggled in terror, Shadow coldly issued the command to detain him, and dark divine chains instantly dragged the gal completely into the judgment space. Shadow's eyes narrowed slightly in disbelief as he realized the murderer turned out to be Hu Chibin. Even he had not expected such a coincidence. Shadow quietly recalled that Hu Chibin had once been his boss in real life, a loud and arrogant man who constantly stole credit from others while shifting blame whenever problems appeared. Back when the godforsaken game first launched, Hu Chibin had even threatened him over the phone using his superior status. Shadow originally believed someone like him would have died long ago, but fate unexpectedly allowed Hu Chibin to obtain the hidden gal class and become a serial killer. Realizing this, Shadow understood that if he had not intervened tonight, the monster would have continued slaughtering innocent people, just like in the previous timeline. After the battle ended, Guiling apologized to Shadow for being briefly deceived by Hu Chibin's tricks, but Shadow calmly replied that his safety mattered more since the gal class possessed extremely dangerous growth potential. When Guiling asked where Hu Chibin's body had gone, Shadow simply stated that he had already dealt with it before ordering her to untie Yang Xiaoye. Meanwhile, the terrified girl could only sit there silently in shock, still unable to process everything that had just happened. After freeing Yang Xiaoye, Guiling gently reassured her that she was safe now and warned her to be more careful in the future. The shaken girl tearfully thanked both of them while Shadow quietly contacted the authorities and informed them that the culprit had already been dealt with, leaving behind one survivor and a body at the location. Hearing the report, the investigators were stunned that Shadow had solved the horrifying case so quickly. Yang Xiaoye tearfully thanked Shadow once again for saving her life, but he calmly replied that it was nothing. After that, Shadow instructed Guiling to stay behind with the survivor and wait for the authorities to arrive while he left first, disappearing moments later within a dark blue flame portal. As Shadow disappeared, Yang Xiaoye quietly stared at his departing figure with trembling eyes. The way he waved before leaving felt strangely identical to someone she once knew, causing her heart to shake as she softly whispered Qin Feng's name while thanking him once again. Yang Xiaoye quietly said that Guiling's master seemed like a very gentle person. Hearing that, Guiling looked at her curiously and asked how she could tell something like that after meeting him only once. At the same time, deep within the mysterious judgment space, a brilliant pillar of light suddenly descended from the endless star-filled sky onto the floating platform below, signaling the arrival of Hu Chibin's soul for divine judgment. After arriving inside the strange judgment space, Hu Chibin looked around in confusion before suddenly realizing he was still conscious. Thinking he had somehow survived, the gal immediately burst into laughter and viciously swore that once he devoured enough more people, he would eventually return to kill Shadow in revenge. Shadow slowly lowered his gaze toward Hu Chibin and coldly declared that the trial would now begin. Suddenly trembled as a massive divine gate slowly materialized before Hu Chibin, instantly making the gal realize that something was terribly wrong. Countless glowing chains suddenly wrapped around his body and violently dragged him toward the enormous gate against his will. As Hu Chibin was dragged before the divine gate, the judgment space immediately began extracting and reading his memories. One horrifying crime after another surfaced before Shadow's eyes. While the memories continued flashing past, Shadow suddenly narrowed his eyes after noticing something unexpected.